Excelsior, everyone. Exodia Fic here, ready to entertain you once again with another thrilling audiobook. Today, we dive into What If Sakura Was a Genius Sage of Konoha, Part 1, a gripping series that's sure to leave you on the edge of your seat. Before we jump in, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit that like button to show your support. Also, be sure to check the description for more details and to support the brilliant author behind this breathtaking masterpiece. Now, without further ado, let's begin.
Opening my eyes was the first clue that something was wrong. One does not simply open their eyes after being shot in the back of the head after surrendering your sanity to a multi-dimensional parasite to kill a pseudo-god. I was supposed to be dead, or at the very least living the rest of my life as a vegetable. Instead, I woke up in a small bedroom covered in a soft blanket. In addition, the entire room was painted pink of all things. As a lifetime lover of more subtle colors even before the bullying, the offensively bright color hurt to look at. Pressing a disturbingly small hand to my head, I take deep breaths to calm myself and think on the situation. First, I was in an unknown room in what appeared to be a young girl's room. Second, I was alive and lucid, which suggested that I had been saved. The question remained on whether me being here was by choice or chance. Third, I could not sense any bugs, meaning that my shard had either been removed or my power was being blocked somehow. Considering my last memory was being shot in the head, I can say it is probably the former. I muse with a wince, slowly uncovering the floral printed bedsheet from my legs. To my dismay, they were much shorter than I was used to. As a girl who had shot up like a weed during puberty, being back under 5 feet was a novel experience as I got up from the bed and tested my weight on the ground. Approaching a mirror at the far wall, I stopped dead as I gaped at my new body. For one, I was short, really short. It looked like I was only around 7 to 8 years old. I was wearing a bed shirt, long enough to act as a pseudo-dress with an image of a shuriken on it. But that was not the most important thing about the image. No. Not in the least. I could handle being 7 again. There were powers in the world that could do that. In fact, there was a famous cape in China who could make you look any age. What I could not handle was the fact my hair was now an even brighter pink than the walls. Stunned, I robotically lift my slight fringe to look at the roots of my hair, despairing at the fact that the strands were pink down to the follicle. I don't know how long I stared into the mirror, but I flinched when a voice broke me out of my stupor. "Sakura-chan. Are you awake? Breakfast is almost ready." "What the fuck? Sakura!" I stared with a deadpan expression as Mabuki Haruno, this body's mother, raged at Kazashi Haruno about teaching impressionable children bad words. The two were certainly odder than my parents had been. The matron of the family had burnt yellow, borderline orange, hair. The father had a dull pink, nearly gray hair styled to look like a flower. You two should have never had a child. I decide, shoving a bite of rice into my mouth. The meal consisted of a bowl of rice, a small grilled fish and a bowl of soup. While I did not know much about other cultures, having spent most of my life in a city where being non-American was actually a health hazard, I could still recognize the signs of Asian influence. Am I in China? I wonder idly as I take a tentative bite of the small fish, finding that it tasted sort of like tuna. The argument seems to be winding down, with Mabuki sitting down in a huff and Kazashi rubbing the back of his head awkwardly as he begins to eat. "So, Sakura, looking forward to starting the academy?" Kazashi asks, obviously trying to break the awkward silence that any argument creates. "School?" I think with a hidden grimace before nodding. If I really was 5 years old again, school was obviously inevitable. Ah, how nostalgic. I remember my first day at the academy. Mabuki simpers, a hand on her cheek as she reminisces. I remember thinking it quite boring at the beginning. But you should remember to pay attention, Sakura-chan. You only get one chance to become a ninja after all. A what? I blink before responding. Why did you think it was boring, Mom-chan? I tilt off awkwardly, not knowing what the chan really meant at the end of a word. Mabuki laughs a bit. Ah, that's so cute, you are mixing the old and new language together. Remember, Sakura-chan, only use suffixes when using Utsuki language and at the end of people's names. She lectures. For a moment I'm painfully reminded of my own mother, who as an English professor had often corrected any improper use of grammar spoken near her. I rack my brains for what the Utsuki language could mean and come up blank, but by some instinct I respond, "Hi Ka-chan." I reply. How did I know that? I wonder as the Haruna matron looks satisfied. Well, I guess we got off topic. The reason I found it so boring was because I never wanted to be a ninja. My true passion was in trading. Mabuki explains with a soft smile. Yes, your mother really traded the life of a ninja for a life in the caravans. Kizashi giggles. Kizashi! I ignore their byplay, focusing on my own thoughts, which once again turned to my situation. Ninja, like Oni Lee? I wonder, remembering the teleporting assassin who had plagued my early years as a villain in Brockton. I need more information. Mom? Can I go to my room to play? I question, cranking up the cuteness factor of my new body to level 10. Mabuki appears to melt. Of course, sweetie. Just remember you have to go to bed early since you have to be at the academy by 7. Nodding, I head upstairs back to the offensively pink room. After closing the door, I immediately go to a small desk in the room, opening drawers and cabinets, pulling out any book or journal I could find. Most were colorful children books, but I struck gold at one book forgotten in the back of the closet. The cover was a dull gray with a language I vaguely recognized as kanji was inscribed upon it. The Complete History of Konoha by Hamura Mitokado. I read, instinctively translating the kanji into English. Konoha? I internally question, translating it to village hidden in the leaves. I trace the abstract leaf design underneath the letters before cracking the book open, looking at the index. 1. Warring Clans Era. 2. Shodai Hokage Era. 3. Nidamin Hokage Era. 4. Sandamin Hokage Era. 5. Yondaime Hokage Era. 6. Sandamin Hokage Era PT2. Fire Shadow? I question, flipping through the book as I start absorbing information about my new surroundings. Skimming through the first and second chapter, one stop my reading as I think about what I had learned. Well, I certainly am not on Earth. This may be some warped version of Japan, but I doubted it. The locations, names, and culture were just too different. There were similarities, such as the prevalence of daimyos and the fact that apparently the word ninja was a pseudonym for a cape, soldier, mercenary, assassin, and spy rolled into one. Konoha is like a city with the protectorate instead of the government in charge. I decide, making the comparisons to what I was reading with what I was familiar with. Before the village system, families or clans operated like gangs, providing protection in exchange for services. Flipping the book to the last 2 chapters, I could read up on what happened between later. Now I needed to understand the most about the current world was like. The picture at the start of the second to last chapter proved once again that this was not my world. It was clear that the culture was distinctively Asian, but the man in the photograph was the most European-looking man I had ever seen. Golden blonde hair with bright blue eyes, the 4th Hokage looked to be an Empire 88's wet dream. The chapter was the shortest in the book, seeing as Minato, despite his legendary skill, died only a few years into his reign at the hands of what sounded like an Endbringer. The QB was proclaimed dead, but I had my doubts. If the Bijou were anywhere near as strong as the trio from Earthbat, then I would not be surprised if they were biding their time somewhere. The next chapter revealed why the 3rd Hokage had 2 chapters, seeing as the man had retaken his post after the tragedy. Which means either the man is that good or there is no active contender for the Hokage seat. I theorize. The last chapter did not have much information, but I did learn that the world was currently in a ceasefire after the last World War had devastated many of the other villages. Closing the book with a loud snap, I place it back on the desk, thinking about what I had learned. The entire book was filled with propaganda, omitting any of the actions Konoha may have inflicted and emphasizing the acts that the other nations committed. The book did not give me the full view, but it did give me enough to fill in the gaps. Konoha was a meritocracy, with the strongest in the village declared the leader, who would have final say when it came to village matters. Below the Hokage were the Council of Elders and the Council of Clans who could contest with the leader's rulings. So, a meritocracy with a sort of hereditary democratic background to preserve it from total anarchy. I muse, trying to link the example with anything I had known back in my world. Nothing really came up except the old tribal ruling styles of Africa and the Native American chieftains. Another thing that the book emphasized was the danger of this new world. Konoha had been founded roughly 60 to 70 years ago, and the world had seen 3 wars and countless small skirmishes. The strongest could go against Endbringers, and everyone had a superpower. What's worse was that I was no longer Weaver, Skitter, or even Kefri, former warlord of an entire city, slayer of Alexandria and head of the Boston wards. No. I was a young girl of 7 with pink hair. Looking back down at my young body and the lack of any of the muscle and training I had put myself through back on Earth, and took a deep breath. I have a lot of work to do. Konoha Academy. It turns out that Konoha was misnamed. The village was more of a city than a small town. If I had to guess, then the village was not much smaller than Brockton. Another oddity was the strange state of technology in this world. While most infrastructure, clothing styles, and transportation indicated that this world was still in the medieval period, there were odd additions to technology that made no sense. TVs, radios, and an eclectic mix of other electronics that shouldn't have been invented until electricity was discovered. I didn't understand how it was possible, but I was grateful that the world was not completely in the Dark Ages. Walking down the dirt road, I kept my eyes sharp as I examined everything about my new environment. Sakura-chan, you seem much more attentive today. Getting ready to be a great ninja? Kizashi chuckles, walking at a sedate pace next to me. I wince at the comment. Already Sakura's parents were seeing that something was off about their daughter. Last night I had thought long and hard how to treat the Haruno family. There were several options available. I could try and separate myself from them as much as possible, pretend to be their daughter, or a third option that I was leaning towards was a slow shift in personality. From Sakura's journals, the girl was a bit of an airhead and a classic girly girl type personality. Needless to say, I was pretty much the exact opposite. So, short of breaking this body's parents' hearts to pieces, I would need to adapt my personality over time to something I was more familiar with. But for now, I had to play the part of the little girl on my first day of school. Looking up at Kizato-san, I respond, yup. I am going to be the best ninja ever. There, that sounded childish enough. It seems to have worked, as father gave a large grin, a thumbs up, and we continued our walk. Looking up at the large cliff that the city was built against, I recognized the 4 faces from the book I had read last night. The monument reminded me of Mount Rushmore, just made out of a light brown than the distinctive white marble of the Earthbet version. Hashirama Senju, Tobarama Senju, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Minato Namikaze. I list off as I put the faces to the names. I wonder how the Endbringer fights would have gone with those 4 at our side. A man who could create an entire forest in seconds, another who could create a flood in a desert, and so much more. The 4 were easily triumvirate level, perhaps even above that. And here we are. The bastion of childhood dreams and education. Kizashi announces with arms spread wide as we stop in front of a large red and white building. To be honest, it did not look like much, but it was still leagues better looking than Winslow. For one, the only gang signs I could see were the Konoha leaf, and there was no litter in every corner. Of all the things I hate about this situation, is school. I wince. I never had good experiences with the education system back in Earthbet. From rampant bullying to disinterested teachers, I had experienced it all. It won't be like Winslow, I won't let it. I swear, walking slightly behind the taller man as we enter the courtyard, where a bunch of kids my age were gathering in front of a podium. Go on and line up, someone very important is going to give a speech to welcome you to the academy. Kizashi says, patting me on the shoulder before moving over to the other parents. I watch him leave before turning to the crowd of young kids. There were about 30 or so students, some more distinctive than others. I try to pay attention to their faces and any distinguishing traits. Some stood out, such as those with clan emblems. But most just blended into the background. After a few moments of waiting, a woman in green vest and dark blue underclothes stepped onto the podium. Attention all students, please line up in rows facing the podium. The opening ceremony will begin soon. The kids scrambled to line up, pushing and shoving until by some miracle we were all lined up correctly. I ended up standing in the back, a kid with a gravity-defying ponytail in front of me. The chatting kids hushed as an old man walked onto the stage, his presence silencing even the most high-strung kids. So, this is the Hokage. I think, observing his weathered face and flowing white and red robes. The second oldest Kage ever to hold a seat and known globally by the monikers of the Professor and the God of Shinobi. The Hokage takes a moment to collect himself before speaking. When the tree leaves dance, one shall find flames. The fire's shadow will illuminate the village, and once again, the tree leaves shall bud anew. A poem? I guess, finding the words to be oddly melancholic. This poem has been inscribed into the hearts of every shinobi who enters these halls, and every shinobi who fights to defend our home. Hiruzen explains. Folding his arms behind his back, the will of fire is not just an ideal, as I hope each and every one of you will come to understand in time. For now, remember that you all are the leaf's most precious resource and beacon that will pave our way forward into the future. You are the ones who will stand before our enemies and protect your friends, loved ones, and fellow shinobi. His stern visage melts into a soft smile. Those of you that graduate and take up arms to protect our village will earn the eternal gratitude of not only me, but our ancestors and future kin. For it is you that has made the foundation and continued existence of Konoha possible. However, if it turns out the life of the shinobi is not for you, it does not matter. For what you do after you exit these halls, either as a shinobi, merchant, writer, or even a simple farmer. No matter what road you end up taking, always remember you are a proud citizen of this village and your efforts serve to water the great tree that protects us all. The clearing is dead silent as everyone absorbs the words from the Hokage, thinking on the seriousness of what they were preparing to do. I break apart the words of his speech, finding the hiding meanings and warnings within. The man had a way with words. He conveyed the seriousness of their career path in an inspirational way while also reassuring those with doubts that failure was acceptable and even commendable. Bah! Don't wait for an old man to ramble on about the future. Today is a day of the now and not the when. I am sure your teachers are anxiously awaiting to cram as much knowledge as they can into you. So why don't you hurry on inside? Hiruzen breaks the thoughtful silence with a kind smile. The children cheer, the spell broken as they rush past the suddenly pale instructor. I sedately follow, knowing that rushing would only get me caught up in the mob of toddlers. As I walk, I glance at the Hokage, observing him as he speaks with the various academy instructors, the benign smile on his face never wavering. Unfortunately, I had been disillusioned with authority figures too many times to truly believe the Hokage was just a kindly old man. No one in the profession of killing made it to his age without being ruthless. I would not be surprised if the man could kill someone with that same expression. As if sensing my gaze, the man turns, his eyes meeting mine. The fiercely intelligent gaze of the village leader pinned me in place for a few moments before he closed his eyes, smiling kindly as he gestures with his hand for me to head inside. I turn away and make my way inside, heart beating frantically as I make my way to the classroom. What was that? Hokage-sama? Hiruzen reaches into his robes and pulls out a pipe, lighting it with a small hint of fire chakra. That girl with the pink hair, what is her name? The academy principal scratches his hair before pulling out a binder, flipping through several profiles before stopping on one. Pink hair, aha. Sakura Haruno, age 7. No clan affiliations besides a small connection with the Yamanaka. Her mother is a merchant who often deals with Kusagakure and supply the clan with some of their preferred plants. It is also of note that her mother is a member of the Mothers Association and quite skilled in taijutsu. While more suited to shinobi life than most civilians, she is not quite worthy of note. The third Hokage ponders this information. A fresh academy student with no shinobi background with eyes like those? The last time I saw such eyes on one so young was Itachi. Principal. Hi. Make sure Sakura gets sorted with the class of clan heirs. Something tells me there is something special about the girl. He orders, trusting his instincts that there was something was off about the innocent-looking toddler. As you say, Hokage-sama. The principal bows before excusing himself, rushing back inside to follow his orders. Puffing on his pipe, the leader of Konoha turns to head to his office, the faces of each young student burned into his memory. May this generation's flames burn brighter than any before. History of Konoha bloodlines, notable clan heads of the past decade. There has to be something. I mutter to myself as I peruse the shelves. It had been several weeks since my induction to the academy. Truthfully, I don't know what I was expecting. How best to cut an artery, knife fighting 101, assassination for dummies and kids. How else are you supposed to train child soldiers? But no, instead the classes consisted of simple math, reading, and other mundane subjects I had done on Earth. While physical education was emphasized more, the academy was not much different than normal school. Of course, that was great. Perfect even. It gave me plenty of time to research this world while not having to worry about being a part of a suicide program to turn kids into mindless soldiers. But it also gave me time to think. When I appeared so suddenly, from one moment getting shot to waking up in bed as the body of a child, I had focused on my situation, thinking of nothing else but survival and where I had ended up. Now that I had some downtime, and without my swarm to hold my emotions back, I could not help but ponder the fate of the girl I inhibited. I knew of several people who could force my consciousness into a different body. Panacea and Bonesaw as the obvious candidates. Though I wouldn't be surprised if Contessa's path to victory could let her do bullshit like that easily. The second option was reincarnation, and somehow, I suddenly found myself with the memories of a past life. I was not religious, but once again my mind turned to numerous cape powers that could achieve similar feats. My memories as Kefri were murky at best, but I did recall pulling capes from numerous different dimensions. It was easily possible that one of the capes I called had a power that could do this. Regardless of how it was possible, the fact was that I was here in the present in a strange new world where nearly everyone walking around had superpowers. I had lost my ability to control insects, and with it, nearly all of the techniques and abilities I had worked hard to learn. But in exchange I was now in a world where superpowers were not some cosmic lottery but an effort of hard work. Anyone could achieve triumvirate-level power in this world if they trained enough. The concept was something I was struggling to come to terms with. At the start of my villain-turned-hero career, I had come to terms with my power was much weaker than most. Bug control had many useful applications, but it was never what a toddler would claim to be a power that could beat Eidolon or Legend. The thought of being able to simply teach myself how to use a superpower was a foreign concept I had never considered before. But it served as a goal, something I could use to take my mind off the emotions I was not used to running rampant. I was here in the Konoha library to find information on a long-term goal I could pursue in my studies. I would not graduate from the academy until I am at least 13 again, which gave me 6 years of study before I would be expected to graduate. That was over 6 years to study everything I could to grow stronger. But I could not just grab the first technique or fighting style I could find and study it. I needed a plan. It had taken me 3 months after I had gained my powers before I decided I was ready to become a hero. That was 3 months of costume building, research, training, and physical conditioning. I now had several times that amount of time to prepare. That meant I needed to structure my training around an end goal, take steps to figure out an ace in the hole that I could use as my signature for when I was released into the wider world. Which, incidentally, was why I started my search in the library. It was much sparser than the Brockton Bay Library, with fewer fiction books and most related to civilian topics. Truthfully, the only books that were really related to shinobi matters were history books on well-known events and people. Secrecy is much more important than it was in my world. With no internet, the governments that rule the world can hoard their information much more effectively. I am sure the actual books on techniques are behind lock and key somewhere else in the village. I theorize, pulling down another book which similarly proved to be irrelevant to my interest. Replacing the book, I continue my search, racking my brain for answers, but how will I get my hands on techniques? If only I had my insects, I could potentially spy on shinobi, but without them I would have to rely on myself, which would be suicide. I was unwilling to wait for the academy to teach me anything I did not already know. After nearly a month of class, all we had really gone over was a series of physical performance exercises that were like a mix of yoga and military training toned down for our physical ages. What's worse was that the clan kids in my class were already bragging about getting personal training from their respective families. If I was not careful, the students with much more resources would blow past me and the rest of the civilian kids. Useless, not in the right section, useless, elemental styles of the elemental nations, what? I question as I pull the book out. Flipping through it to find it's a book on the different elements utilized by shinobi. I started skimming it, learning more about how shinobi learned to manipulate their chakra into elements, with the 5 largest countries named after the most common. Wind, fire, earth, water, and lightning. I recite, growing excited as I read more. I knew all too well how powerful wielding the elements could be. Gaining an elemental power back on Earth bet was like winning the power lottery. Some of the most powerful capes wielded them. I still remember fighting Leviathan, the sea itself becoming a weapon at the whim of the inhuman creature. Reading through the rest of the book, I don't find much else, only learning that countries often specialize with their place of residence specialty. Truthfully, learning fire and lightning did not interest me as much as earth and water. While the two were undoubtedly powerful, they felt a bit mono-use. Water and earth powers could prove much more useful and versatile. Already I could think of hundreds of ways to utilize the two elements. With fire and lightning, all I could really come up with were methods on how to make the opponent die in more and more visually impressive ways. With wind, I was really not sure how that would be applied. Theoretically, I could see making a tornado or a strong gust of wind, but other than that I had no frame of reference. Alright then, in order to master these two elements, I need to master chakra. To do that, my thought process trails off as I realize one important fact. How do you use chakra? I mutter. Konoha Academy. -2 a.m. Konoha at night was a rather breathtaking sight. Without the light pollution that affected most cities in my world, the night sky was completely clear, allowing one to see every constellation and cosmic event without the need of a telescope. There are advantages to a lack of technology. I muse as I keep to the shadows of alleys as I make my way through the sleeping village. Without security cameras, lights, or any Tinkertech security systems, it was almost easy to make it to the academy undetected. Using a small hoodie to hide my luminescent pink hair, I dart out from the shadows to the front entrance, testing out the handle, finding it locked as expected. Thank you, Imp. I give my regards to Aisha, who had taught me in her spare time how to jimmy a lock with nothing but a bobby pin, a toothpick, and the hopes and dreams of rebel youth. With a satisfying click, the door opening, admitting me into the academy. It had been a few days since I had first discovered that ninja could control elements, and I had hit a stone wall on the first step in my plan to gain power. While many books in both the library and the stores around the village talk about chakra often, none of them go into details on how to awaken it. None of the teachers were willing to show me how either, all of them stating that it was only taught to second-year students. While I understood that a typical student my age would need an entire year of maturity and responsibility building exercises before being given superpowers, I was unwilling to wait an entire year before I began training. I creeped through the empty hallways, for the 100th time in the past few weeks, wishing for my previous limited omniscience. Instead, I had to rely on my ward's training as well as things I had picked up during my career as a cape in one of the most dangerous cities in America. Looks like everyone has gone home, I decide, slowly making my way towards the teacher's office. Normally I would never do something like this without all the information I could gather, but an incident in class yesterday gave me the incentive to try. -8 a.m. Sensei. You fell for it. You fell for it. A boy with bright yellow hair and blue eyes cackles from the front of the room as Azum-sensei fumed while covered in orange paint. How in the hell did he get the paint in the ceiling? I frown, looking up at the roof of the classroom where the paint had fallen upon the academy instructor. Man, that Naruto, did he sneak into the academy after dark again to plant that? Shesh, he's so troublesome. Shikamaru mutters beside her, glaring balefully at the noise generated by the two. Glancing at the lazy clan air, I raise an eyebrow. Snuck in after dark? He managed to sneak past the guards? The Nara shrugs his shoulders before propping his chin on his hands. Guards? I doubt the place has anything like that. Nothing worth stealing besides graded papers. Yawning, the boy seemed to fall asleep the minute he closed his eyes, dead to the world around him. This place isn't guarded at night? I muse, looking on as the class clown was sent to stand in the hallway, still nearly vibrating with laughter after his successful prank. I had come to an understanding of most of the kids in the class. Naruto was not the brightest tool in the shed, even for a 7-year-old. If he could get into the academy, rig a trap, then get out without the notice of any ninja, then there was no reason I couldn't. I will observe tonight. If there are no guards, I'll sneak in. I plan, taking out my new notebook, writing down power ideas and strategies. Already the book was filled with pages of diagrams, notes, and other things I had observed over the past 2 weeks of attending the academy. That was how I ended up here. The following day Naruto returned to class, obviously not having been punished too severely for trespassing the academy at night. If a troublemaker orphan could get away with it, then the risk was minimal even if I was caught. 3rd floor, 2nd door on the right. I recall having asked an older student where the teacher's office was located. Once again employing the use of bobby pins, the door opened just as easily as the last, silently admitting me into the dark room. All right, Sensei said the chakra exercises were for 2nd years, instructions should be around here somewhere. I decide, flicking on a small flashlight to look through files and scrolls in several drawers. Eventually I hit pay dirt, finding several scrolls meant to be given a few days before one's chakra was activated and how to prepare. You're not the first to be dissatisfied with the pace of the academy. My body turns cold as shock runs through my system at the voice. Whipping around I take out a sharpened kunai to face the voice. The lights off the office turn on, revealing the voice who had spoken. Izum, the class instructor, was leaning against a desk, standing in a place where I was sure there had been no one previously. How? A stranger effect? An illusion? I wonder, slowly standing up with the scroll in hand. The academy instructor, a tall woman with short cropped brown hair and grayish eyes, smiled kindly as she stood up from her slouched position. You don't have to worry so much. We get someone like you occasionally. She sighs, walking forward to examine what I had taken. Unlocking chakra. I remember you asking about that a few days ago. Sensei. I mutter, not sure how to react to this development. Izum stares at me for a long moment, considering before speaking. You are bored in my class, I can tell. Taking hold of my emotions I try to force them down and regain control, setting my face into the impassive mask I had perfected in my old body. I would not say the class is useless, Sensei. But you have already taught yourself the entire curriculum and are doing self-study, correct? I see you writing in your notebook in class. I already knew everything you have been teaching us. I taught myself it before I attended. I answer, not technically lying. I had no clue if the woman had a lie detector or some unknown equivalent. I would have to rely on telling half-truths. The woman quirked an eyebrow. Truly? You are quite the little genius, aren't you? I don't answer, uncomfortable with the phrase. I had never considered myself a genius or even that talented. Everything I had achieved was through my own efforts, not through natural talent. With a sigh the teacher goes to several cabinets, taking out a few scrolls and instruction booklets. As I said, you are not the first, you know. Every generation seems to have one. I had thought Shursui and Itachi would be the only ones, but I wonder if you can move the number up to 3. She mutters to herself before handing me the packet. Staring down at the scrolls I translate the kanji. Bunshin no Jutsu. Kawamari no Jutsu. Henge no Jutsu. Basic Academy Kata. Shinobi Basic Jutsu. Those are the jutsu required to graduate. If you manage to learn those and demonstrate an aptitude for them, you would be allowed to leave the academy early. That's it? I wonder in disbelief, looking down at the short list. I know what you are thinking. There are a few other requirements, such as basic knowledge of math, logic, strategy and other things, but somehow I doubt you will need much help in those areas. I nod, putting the scrolls into my pack before glancing back at the sensei. You may go, she says with a soft grin. I made a beeline for the door, wanting to leave as fast as possible to get out of the older woman's presence. Something about her put me on edge. I felt as if she could unravel every secret about me without effort, and that terrified me. Oh, and Sakura? The woman spoke. I paused at the door, the hood of my jacket hiding my anxiety. Please don't mention what I gave you to anyone else. That could prove to be problematic. I nod, taking off as swiftly, but as silently, as possible away from the academy. Izum stares after the young girl, sensing the faint chakra presence disappearing from the academy grounds. 3 potential prodigies in the span of a few years, what possibilities? She mutters to herself, turning off the lights of the room and releasing the henge. But to think that I was almost caught by a kid, I may be getting sloppy. The figure walked to a desk and opened it, revealing several rows of folders, each with the description of an academy student. They really should improve the security of this place. In AV-27, the Second Shinobi War was in full swing, with Konoha fighting against Tsunagakure, Amigakure, and Awagakure. Could anyone in the class please tell me why Konoha got involved in this conflict? Oh! I know, Sensei. Another classmate calls out, thrusting his hand in the air. So bored. I yawn as I look at the clock on the wall. That is correct, Sasuke-kun. Izum-sensei praises the Uchiha who got the correct answer. Unlocking chakra did not prove to be that difficult. After making it back home from my expedition I had read over the instructions on how to awaken chakra, finding that it was not nearly as complicated as I imagined. It definitely tired me out though. I wince, once again catching myself before I copied Shikamaru. After I had begun meditating, I did as the scroll instructed and focused on the core of my very being, searching for the energy that lurked within. Unlocking the energy was strange. If I were to describe it, it felt sort of like drinking ice water after working in the sun, except that initial cold burst does not go away. But what I discovered about my chakra more than made up for the amount of time spent to awaken it. Haruno Residence. -5 a.m. I sat cross-legged on the floor of my room, eyes closed in concentration. The scroll stated one needed to meditate in order to find your center. It sounded like some sort of kung fu bullshit, but who was I to disagree? I had plenty of experience casting my consciousness outward through insects, but this was the first time I was attempting the opposite. Look inside yourself. The trouble was, how does one do that? I doubt it meant picturing my stomach and the multi-grain bar I had eaten before setting out. Feel the core of yourself. Instead of focusing on my intestines, I focus on my past, the decisions and motivations that led me to this moment. From the bullying and how it motivated me to be a hero. How I found a group of friends that pulled me into villainy. Then how my ambitions had cleared the bay of the gangs that had plagued it but left me alone atop the city's underground. The revelation of the end of the world and my subsequent joining of the wards. Then finally, the surrender of my sense of self to my shard, and my elevation to the being known as Kefri. Everything I had done, everything I had sought out to do, could be summed up in the unshakable and persistent pursuit of my goal. The very core of my being was an iron will that would never bend or break. I sense something, a flicker, no, more than that. I concentrate. Focusing the will to succeed that had driven me to become one of the most powerful capes in America. No. It's definitely not a spark, it's everywhere, it's... In a burst of light, an explosion of brilliantly blue energy surrounded me. What is this? I gape. I could see everything. Flickers of light, hundreds, no thousands of them dancing across my mind's eye. Some were moving, some were completely stationary while others almost seemed to teleport around. This almost feels, is my power back? I gasp, instinctively reaching out to grasp the motes of light, only to find that I could not grasp them like I could insects. No. This feels different somehow. I mutter as the aura disappears, and with it the rush of information. What was that? I still have not figured out what that sensation was. I frown, remembering the cascade of information I had received from activating my chakra for the first time. For that brief window it felt like I could track any living thing in my area. One thing is for sure, I have to figure out how to activate that again. Without the near omniscience my insects gave me, I feel so defenseless. I sigh. Now class, why don't we all head outside for physical exercise? A voice broke through my reminiscing. Refocusing back on the class, I realized that I had been distracted throughout the entire lesson and it was now time for PE. Hi, sensei! The more energetic kids in the class shouted as they rushed out, the calmer heads moving at a more sedate pace. Ugh, what a drag, why can't we use this as a nap period instead? Shikamaru groaned from the back of the pack as we moved through the hallway. But you treat world history as nap time anyway, Shikamaru. Choji comments, eating from his inexhaustible chip bag. I walk with them, content to remain in silence. I don't think this time should be for rest. Why, you ask? Because it is necessary for our development as shinobi. Shino replies in monotone. TSK, don't be such a downer, Shino. The Nara air grunts as we make our way onto the field. The academy training ground was a large patch of dirt behind the building surrounded by Konoha distinctive trees. It was not much to look at, but it served its purpose well enough. At the front of the group, Izumi-sensei held a clipboard in her hands. Now everyone, as you know, it has been a month since we have begun training, which means that we are ready to begin the next step. We can now begin sparring. I sigh in exasperation as most of the kids in the class gasp in excitement at the prospect of beating each other senseless. I was not really looking forward to this. I had never really bothered with martial arts during my time as a cape. Besides some pointers from Brian and self-taught knife fighting moves. Most of the time I relied on my bugs to find a weak point and just stab it. Although, I think, watching the kids squabble on who will be the strongest, I don't really think I will have many problems. Now, all of you calm down. Izumi says, gently reprimanding the loud students. Since this is the first time we are sparring like this, why don't we do something fun? Something fun, sensei? Shikamaru asks warily. That's right. She beams, turning around the clipboard to show a bracket. Why don't we have a tournament? Oh, that is perfect. I will beat all of you and be the best. Naruto boasts. Yeah. I will punt your puny ass. Kiba retorts. The two butt heads, growling. Now. Calm down and save it for the matches. Izum cautions, leading us to a section of the training grounds that was lined with a circle. The rules are simple, using only taijutsu, you are to either force the opponent out of the circle or subdue them. So, you're telling 7-year-olds to beat each other into submission? I think with a deadpan expression. The matchups are as follows. Haru vs Shikamaru. Kiba vs Asahi. Shino vs Mio. Naruto vs Sasuke. Sakura vs Ino. Ryo vs Choji. Yuna vs Hinata. All the clan kids against clanless ones, huh? Favoritism, or coincidence? I wonder as I observe the list. Seriously? I am first, what a drag. Shikamaru groans as he steps into the ring. I will show you what a drag is. Haru, a nondescript girl, replied, putting up her fists in a boxing stance. The fight was short and rather brutal, with Haru rushing in only to have her legs swept from under her and then promptly sat on by the lazy Nara. Sensei, I don't think she can get up. Shikamaru yawned. As a girl I felt as if I should feel some feminine fury, but honestly the situation was pretty funny. Alright, winner Shikamaru. Let's move on to the next one, okay? Izum grinned awkwardly. Shrugging, the boy walks back to the pack of students, ignoring the death glares from all the other girls. The next two fight followed in the same vein, with Asahi and Mio being pushed out of the ring in under a minute after the match started. It just showed how much of a gap between the clan kids and the civilian-born actually was. The clan kids had probably been trained since birth in their respective family techniques. Those who had lived a normal lifestyle simply did not compare. So is Sensei just giving us a dose of reality or sucking up to the clan kids so they can advance easier? I wonder. Eyeing the woman who just last night had helped me immensely on my quest to master the strange new powers of this world. Alright, next up is Sasuke against Naruto. Izum says after Shino ambles off after pushing Mio out of the ring in under a minute. The dead last against one of the best in class. I couldn't help but snort. From what I had come to understand, the Uchiha were practically royalty in the village. They comprised most of the police force and were the second richest clan in the village behind the Hyuga. Their influence could not be understated. It's too early to see if this will be a pattern, but if it is, my respect for you has dropped a little, Izum. I think idly as the match starts after Naruto boasts of his skill. I did not have the impression that the woman was a suck-up after she had helped me last night. You should just give up, you cannot match an Uchiha. Sasuke boasts, folding his arms across his chest in an effort to look intimidating. I don't care if you're an Uchiha or anything, I'm gonna be Hokage, so I'm gonna kick your ass. Naruto retorts, glaring heavily as they make the seal of confrontation that the teacher had taught them. I wins as the fight dragged on. Naruto, despite his utter lack of finesse, skill, or the basic knowledge on how to throw a punch, still managed to stand up over and over again as Sasuke beat him up. Somehow the blonde boy avoided getting thrown out of the circle, but after 10 minutes of constant fighting was bruised and bloody. Even Izum looked uncomfortable as Naruto stood up once again from a devastating punch to the chin that would have knocked out a grown man. Finally, Sasuke seemed to have enough of it and physically manhandled the smaller boy out of the circle, panting heavily. Winner, Sasuke. Yeah, go Sasuke. Some girls in the class shouted, their affection for the raven-haired boy obvious. I keep my face a blank mask, analyzing the class dynamic as Naruto hobbles off the ring, feeling my fingers clench and unclench into a fist. Even after my 2-year-long career in the wards, I had never gotten over my dislike of authority. From Winslow to Alexandria, those in power had failed at every turn, and it seems Konoha was no different. Those in clans get special treatment while civilians are second class then? I hoped I was wrong, but the more I studied the village dynamics, the more convinced I was that this was the case. I could easily compare it to systems in my world. Powerful families had the most political clout and could bargain more advantages for their kids so they can stay in power. It was classic politics that had been going on for centuries. But just because I could understand it, did not mean I would just abide by it. I refused to let a brat from a clan walk over me just because their family was powerful. Alright, next up is Sakura against Ino. Good luck you two. I walk into the ring, facing the blonde Yamanaka and raised 2 fingers in the seal of confrontation. Ino smirked from behind her fingers. I really feel bad for you. Your first spar and you have to fight the heiress of the Yamanaka clan. I guess I will have to go easy on you. I remained silent, pulling the hood lower so it would hide my expression. You two ready? Go! Izum calls out, thrusting her arm down. Ino rushes at me with a basic punch, her inexperience leading her to telegraph her punch. I lean to the side, stepping forward to get inside the girl's guard, delivering a fast punch to the kidney. Oof! Ino gasped, spittle flying out of her mouth from the force of the blow. Crouching low to the ground to avoid a wild swing, I kick the Yamanaka's legs out from under her and leap onto her back, weaving my arm around her neck, causing the girl to freeze. While she may be young, her private mentors had probably warned her of the danger of this hold. With my arm around her neck, it would be easy to snap it or choke the victim into unconsciousness. What was worse was that struggling just made it worse, since it was possible for the person in the hold could snap their own neck if they fight too hard. It was one of the most effective anti-brute maneuvers taught to all protectorate personnel, since many brutes' weaknesses lied in the neck. Iron skin did nothing to protect someone from having their oxygen deprived or their bones snapped. I surrender. Ino gasps. Immediately I release my hold and stuff my hands into my pockets, walking out of the ring to the shocked stares of the other students. Izumi-sensei looked shocked, which confused me since she had stated the previous night that she suspected me to be a prodigy. Is she acting? If so, who is she trying to fool? I wonder, my emerald green eyes boring into the teacher as she oversees the remaining matches. It could be that this tournament was not as impromptu as she made it seem. I muse, wondering if this sparring session was being observed by more than just the academy sensei. It could be the parents of the clan kids wanting to see their progress, which could explain the favoritism in the matchups. I guess, my eyes flickering to the fence surrounding the training ground, trying to spot anyone hiding within the dense forest. I remember the sensation from last night, the thousands of signatures in every direction, and closed my eyes to focus, ignoring how Choji was awkwardly forcing his opponent out of the ring. I tried to force it to activate, focusing on the same core concept I used to activate my chakra in the first place. Only to be disappointed when the only thing to happen was the pool of energy jerking a little before returning to normal. I am missing something. I know it is possible because I already did it. The question is how. Alright then, that concludes the first day of sparring. I think we may have gone a bit over our time limit, so why don't we hold off on these matches for another day? Izumi states to the groans of disappointment from the class. I glance up at the sky, surprised to see the sun setting, which meant it was nearly time for class to end. I guess I lost track of time to the excitement of it all. Izumi must have realized the same thing as she smiles at the class. Well then students, why don't you all run home? We can pick up where we left off tomorrow. The groans immediately turned to cheers as the students rush off back to their homes. I follow along, breaking off from the pack as most of the kids start heading towards the clan district. I moved to head towards the merchant district where my family lives before a voice stopped me. I won't accept defeat so easily, you know. I turned to see Ino standing with her hands on her hips, chin jutted out proudly. Excuse me? I ask. You heard me. You just want to look cool in order to impress Sasuke-kun. The Yamanaka glowers. Hold on, what? But I will never give up on making him mine. From today onward you are my rival. I shall beat you if it is the last thing I do. The girl triumphantly raises her fists to the sky as if she is announcing some grand statement. I stare at her for a few moments, still trying to figure out how Sasuke had anything to do with this, or how I suddenly became her rival. Dramatically pointing at me, the clan heir grins don't disappoint me. I would be sad if my rival can't keep up. With that the girl runs off, looking more determined than I ever remember her in class. What? The henge is a technique where the user coats themselves in chakra, taking on the appearance of anyone that they wish. The more complex the transformation, the more chakra is required to sustain the jutsu. I read, my eye twitching at the information. This is basic? I could not help but wonder. Back on Earth, bet this power was one of the primary reasons the Master Stranger protocols were even invented. The fact that any ninja who ever graduated from the academy had the ability to look like whoever they wanted was astounding. That was not even getting into the 2 other abilities. Kawamari was scarily similar to Trickster's power without some of the hard limits. The jutsu could switch places with an object of similar size in an instant, with smaller and larger objects costing more chakra the greater the size difference. Then finally was the Bushin, the ability to create intangible duplicates, which alone would qualify as a 5 on the power ranking scale. The power difference between shinobi and capes could not be understated. It was like everyone was a trump with the ability to learn powers. Anyone could be the next Eidolon. I could not help but think of the old Protectorate PR slogan. Everyone had known it was bullshit. Eidolon had won the lottery of lotteries of powers, and anyone would be overjoyed to get even one of his thousands of abilities. But here, I could not help but think it was reality. With just these 3 techniques combined, one could have been a serious threat. Add to that the thousands of other techniques that ninja could apply. It was a wonder that this world was still standing. But before I could utilize these techniques, it was necessary to learn the 12 hand signs in order to perform them successfully. Unrolling the scroll on Ninja Basics, I began to read the information on performing jutsu. Jutsu hand signs are critical for any shinobi to master, as in order to utilize ninjutsu and genjutsu in battle, it is necessary to perform each sign to perfection. Beneath were diagrams of each, with a short description of their meaning. Bird, boar, dog, dragon, ox, tiger, serpent, rat, horse, monkey, hare, ram. Each had a unique effect on one's chakra, with bird, dog, snake, and tiger for example focused on elemental transformations, while others either served as boosters, focusers, or molders. Moving through each hand sign carefully, I winced at the length of time it took to move through all 12. It would seem that I had to add finger dexterity and memorization exercises to the list of things I had to work on. Before I graduated, I wanted to get these hand signs down to instinct. Continuing to read, I look at the next paragraph underneath the diagrams. Another important aspect of utilizing jutsu is the recognition of which technique you are performing. There are many documented cases of jutsu using the same hand signs but having significantly different effects. This is why it is very important to repeatedly practice one's ninjutsu. Shinobi use many tactics to compensate for this, the most popular of which is stating the name of the technique. By putting a name to one's technique, studies have found that it makes it easier to use. So, jutsu are sequences of hand signs to mold one's chakra to form the power. I decide, moving through each one again. I didn't feel any different when forming a hand sign, but I figured that I needed to channel the chakra before it did anything. The more you practice a jutsu, the more you can reduce the amount of hand signs necessary and even lower the amount of chakra necessary to perform it. So, the key is practice. I murmured to the empty clearing. From what this scroll was saying, it was rather easy to learn a new jutsu, but getting it to the point where it would be useful in combat was the real challenge. Looking down at the list of things I needed to learn before I could even begin casting jutsu, I frowned. It's a good thing that I have such a long time to prepare. I needed to learn how to channel chakra effectively, master 12 different hand signs, learn how to incorporate chakra into said hand signs, learn how each hand sign affects chakra. And only then practicing the actual jutsu. Rolling up the scroll, I stand up from the ground, brushing off a few pieces of grass before focusing on the 12 signs I had memorized. Bird. I press my hands together, pinky and index finger pressed together while the rest curled together. 13 seconds. Boar. I curl my fingers and press my palms together facing down. 11 seconds. Dog. I clench a fist and press the palm of my other hand on top. 10 seconds. On it went, each hand sign taking a couple of seconds to form. A couple of seconds too slow. I did not notice as the sun began to set. So Ino-chan, how was your day at school? Ino swallowed a ball of rice before responding with a wide grin. It was great. We learned about the Second Shinobi War and sparred after school. Oh. Inoichi asks, distracted as he carefully blows on a spoonful of soup. Yeah. It was really cool. Sasuke Koen flattened this moron Naruto, and the rest of my friends did really well too. The girl emphasized with energetic motions. The Yamanaka patriarch smiled at his daughter's enthusiasm. Oh? That is good, but how about you? Did you win? Ino immediately pouts, her lower lip jutting out. I lost. Well, that's unfortunate, but you know that the other clans have trained their children just as hard, so don't beat yourself up too much, okay? That's just it. I didn't lose to Hinata or Sasuke-kun or anyone like that. I lost to a civilian girl. She was super strong. Ino exclaims, throwing up her hands. Inoichi raises an eyebrow. A civilian girl? Yup, her name is Sakura Haruno and she beat me in no time flat. I declared her my eternal rival and I will beat her if it's the last thing I do. I bet she trains so hard to draw the attention of Sasuke-kun. Ino babbles, stabbing her rice angrily as she reminisces about her self-proclaimed rival. Always about Sasuke. Inoichi mentally sighs before frowning at the information his daughter had inadvertently revealed. Haruno, the merchant family? Who would have taught their daughter taijutsu? He wondered idly as he listened with half an ear to his daughter. It was not enough to be suspicious. There had been prodigies from clanless kids before, the previous Hokage an obvious example. But the fact that another may have appeared in the academy. Sakura, that may be one to watch. Hokage-sama. Hiruzen Sarutobi turns from the window of his office to look at the academy instructor who had just been admitted. Yes, Izum-san. It is time for your report, I take it? Izum nods, pulling out a folder of information and placing it on the table. Yes, I have here the preliminary psychological, physical, and skill levels of each of the new academy students from my class. I recall that you wished to view it personally. Yes, thank you for your efforts. I know instructing a class with so many clan heirs can prove challenging. The third Hokage states with a small smile. Taking out the sheets of paper in the folder, he hums at the profiles on each student. Anything else you would like to report about the students, or is everything going as expected so far? Izum hesitates for a brief moment. Well, no, but there is something I believe we should keep an eye on. Something wrong with one of the students? Hiruzen asks, glancing down at the several profiles meaningfully. Oh no, nothing like that. It's just, there is one student in the class that is more skilled than she should be. She admits. The third Hokage raises an eyebrow. More skilled? Not less disciplined or any other problem? Izum, you were briefed about prodigies before you ever were given a class. It is not unexpected. Izum frowns. I know, Hokage-sama, it's just, I am having a bit of trouble getting over some biases. Sakura Haruno is not from a clan nor a ninja family, yet over this month she has displayed a maturity and skill level that I just find baffling. Hiruzen sighs softly. Izum-san, this is your second year teaching at the academy. I believe in your previous class you taught Kohyuga, correct? Hi, that is correct, Hokage-sama. Shifting through the profiles, he arrives at the document with the information on the pink-haired girl. Even amongst the Hyuga, Ko has proven to be a genius. Predicted to make Jonin in a few short years. Izum nods. Of course, but that is not an equivalent situation. Sakura is not from a dash. And yet despite his acclaimed skill, his Jonin sensei states that he is not the strongest on his team. Hiruzen interrupts. The academy instructor blinks in confusion. What? Did Hana improve that much? She is an Inazaka, but... No, not the girl. Izum was once again interrupted and she could not help but mutter in confusion. But the last member of their team is the dash. Clanless orphan and was dead last of his class, who according to one of my best Jonin, has already surpassed the prodigious Hyuga. Hiruzen finishes. Placing the bio on the desk, he sighs. One thing you must understand as a teacher is that talent, ambition, skill, and aptitude are sometimes hard to measure by preconceived notions. There have been students from clans the dead last of their class and orphans who became rookie of their year. Young Sakura is just another student who has entered the academy to learn and be nurtured to protect the village. Hiruzen recalls his brief meeting with young Sakura and the gaze such a young child leveled him with. The lack of innocence had been telling, but he could see the strong will behind that suspicious gaze. The faces of other prodigies rose to the surface, the young Kakashi, the brilliant Minato, and the burning intelligence of Itachi. Each of them had different eyes, but one thing had remained constant, the will to succeed and improve themselves above their peers, even at the cost of their childhood. Izum, young Sakura may not need a mentor and perhaps may not spend much time under your care. But I trust you know that you must be there for the child, whether as a sensei or as a guide. All I can ask is that you be there for the child. The life of a prodigy is never easy, but try to accept her with an open mind. He requests. The academy instructor looks thoughtful before nodding in assent. Hi, Hokage-sama. By your leave. Dismissed. With one last nod, Izum leaves the room. Sighing deeply, Hiruzen stares down at the profile of young Sakura, the fumes of his pipe relieving some of the stress of the evening. After a few moments of solitude, a faint breeze brushed against his face and his teeth clenched against the pipe. Hokage-sama. The fact that you are here means you were unsuccessful? Hi. The third Hokage examined the young boy in front of him. So young yet burdened with purpose that men 3 times his age would struggle under. Remove your mask. The Weasel Anbu mask was taken off, revealing his startlingly young face of Itachi Uchiha. The boy looks conflicted as he stared at the ground, his pitch-black eyes unseeing as he sinks into a Seiza position. Hokage-sama, I have a request. Eyes that burned with the will of fire gazed into his own. Haruno household. -11 p.m. Staring up at the small house, I keep my hand on the door for a few moments, eyes closed as I once again face the reality of my situation. Even after a month in this new life, it was always hard to enter the house. The memories of another still lingered in my memory. The broken second step, the peeled paint on the walls, the many books collected over the years sitting everywhere. It felt like a lifetime ago. With the threat of the end of the world, I did not have much time to think about home. Dad. We had never really reconnected after the Alexandria incident, with me being moved to Chicago and him staying in the Bay, doing his best for the docks. We may have stayed in contact, and last I heard he was doing well, getting some much-needed deals from the city. But we had never even attempted to repair our relationship. I don't know if he even survived the attack by Shaun. What would you think of me now, Mom, Dad? I muse, my pink hair fluttering slightly in the breeze. I used to have hair like my mom, the one thing I had been proud of in my original body. I had been too tall, with a mouth too wide, and overweight before I had started training. But I had been proud of my hair and had refused to cut or hide it even with the tactical advantages of cutting it shorter. And now it was gone, replaced by the pink strands that now hung loosely down my back. Unconsciously my mind turns to my final conversation with Contessa. How from the shattered remains of my psyche I had used my swarm to communicate that I wished to go back to the beginning and redo my life. Making different choices as a hero that would not compromise my morals. How many times did I wish to just start over? I could not help but think of all the horrific actions I deluded myself into thinking were necessary as Skitter and Weaver. I don't know whether or not Contessa had listened to my mad wish or some cosmic deity had acted instead, but the fact was that I was now here in this strange world. One thing was certain, I had been given an opportunity. One I had not asked for, nor felt I deserved, but an opportunity nonetheless. Placing a hand on the door handle, I turn it slowly, stepping through the front door. I am home. I call out, hearing loud thumping noises as the 2 other occupants rush to the door. Sakura-chan. We were so worried. Mabuki admonishes as she pulls me into a hug. You gave us quite the scare when you did not come home after the academy, young lady. Kizashi states, scratching the back of his head. My eyes soften as I stare at the 2. I am sorry. I will make sure to tell you if I am going to be home late in the future. You mean you are going to stay out this late again? You are 7, young lady. Mabuki, she is training to be a ninja. Couldn't you train in the backyard, Sakura-chan? Kizashi. 7. She is too young to be working this hard. Mabuki-chan. I stare at the 2, seeing and feeling the deep love the 2 have for not only each other, but for me as well. I was never the best daughter. I made many mistakes and it drove us apart. When Mom died, I was unfair to Dad and eventually betrayed his trust, betrayed the ideals and morals you 2 taught me. Mom, Dad, I don't know if I will ever see you again, but I will not forget you. I will never replace you. I soften my stance and accept the hug, closing my eyes. It is a bit late, but we still have some leftovers from dinner. Mother made plum stuffed on a gyri, your favorite. Maybe in this life, I can be a better person, a better daughter. Flashes of my life as Taylor A. Bear run through my mind, the many steps I had taken and the road I had walked. I will always remember what you 2 did for me, but this time, I can set things right. Ka-san, 2-san. I speak up, drawing their attention. Thank you. I state with a smile. Thank you for giving me this second chance. Academy training ground. -2 years later. Make the sign of confrontation. I raise 2 fingers, analyzing the stance of my opponent as we square off in the practice field. Sasuke raises his fingers in a salute as well, taking his clan-taught taijutsu stance. I sink into the stance I had created when I merged the standard PRT martial arts training with the standard academy style. With my legs spread and slightly bent, a flat palm near my chest and another extended, I took a deep breath as Azum-sensei raised her hand. Begin! Sasuke launches forward, his punch deflected on my forearm as I react to his attack. As I retaliate with a knee to his chest, he uses my leg as a springboard to try and gain some distance. The Uchiha glares, his pupilless black eyes boring into my green ones. I quirk my lips as I twist my body around, slamming the heel of my foot into his stomach. With a grimace he manages to twist his body so he would not fall out of the ring, landing on the edge. HNN. He grunts, getting back into his stance as he prepares for the next confrontation. We slowly circle each other, waiting for an opening. Go Sasuke, kick her ass. Come on Sasuke, win already. You can do it Sasuke-kun. And there's the groupies. I sigh inwardly, out of the corner of my eye spotting the several academy students who had sworn their undying love for the last Uchiha. I noticed Sasuke's eyebrow twitch at the group's cheers, and for a second I saw his eyes flicker towards them. Now! I rush forward, my open palm closing into a fist as the Uchiha instinctively guards his face, his leg moving up to intercept a blow to his stomach. Using the momentum from my punch I deliberately miss, sliding into a crouch as I kick the heel of my opponent, causing him to topple forward. As he fell, I catch him by his large collar and using his forward momentum increase my power, bodily throwing him out of the ring. Winner! Azum-sensei declares. That means the winner of the 3rd Academy Taijutsu tournament is Sakura. The girls boo as most of the boys either don't care or clapped politely. Now everyone, since there is not much time left in the day, why don't you spend the rest of the time as free study? The teacher suggests, earning cheers from the other students. Sheesh, that's the 2nd in a row now. What a drag, now my mom's going to get on my case for losing to you 2 times in a row. Shikamaru complains as I step out of the ring and towards him and Choji. Aw, don't feel so bad Shikamaru. She beat everyone else too. Choji mumbled through his chips. You both flatter me. Really? I deadpan. The lackadaisical Nara gives a small smirk before flopping onto the ground, his eyes lazily eyeing the clouds. Men, I hate school. We come here every day to learn boring history and then get our ass kicked in the afternoon. Well, if you actually trained maybe you wouldn't lose every time. I sigh. The response was as expected, too troublesome. How am I friends with you again? I question, exasperated. Right, because he reminded me so much of Alec that I couldn't help but get to know him better, and we had ended up bonding. Because we have food. Choji nods sagely, offering me the bag of chips. Quirking a grin, I take a chip, making sure not to take one of the folded ones that he liked, and plop it in my mouth. So you two are headed back to your clans for an event, right? Shikamaru groans on the ground. Yeah, annual meeting of the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. It's so boring, but Mom would yell at me if I didn't go. I wish we could invite you, Sakura. My family always prepares a lot of good food, but no outsiders are allowed. The Akimichi heir states apologetically. It's all right, I understand. I reply, as Shikamaru gets up at a glacial pace and follows us out of the academy. Try to have some fun. That's impossible. We will. With a wave we split in different direction. Walking through the busy streets of the trade district, I make my way slowly through the throng of people. I guess I should go train. I decide, stuffing my hands into the pockets of my hoodie. Even in a new life I had not been able to kick the habit of wearing my favorite type of jacket. Even with the constant effort of Tattletale, Ino, and Mabuki, none of them had been able to force me to wear fashionable clothing. I had taken one look at the luminescent red and white cheapao dress she had wanted me to wear and had firmly refused. I would never wear anything so impractical as a dress into battle, even if it had been tailored for combat. The black spandex was no spider silk, but according to the salesman it had been reinforced with earth chakra, making it much more durable. Making my way into one of the few training grounds that allowed academy students, I set down my pack and take off my hoodie, revealing the black spandex outfit I had on underneath. Raising one hand in the ram sign, I focused. Kensho. In a split second the color of the world inverted, and my awareness expanded. A bird a mile deep in the forest chirped before flying off, a burst of light assisting in its elevation. Countless motes of green energy swirled underneath the ground as a seed was about to bloom into life. The small beads of light flowed through water as it cascaded over a small ridge, swirling in chaotic, yet flowing motions. The light was everywhere, acting independently from one another to achieve some grand objective that escaped my comprehension. I could see everything, observe everything. Except for what I could not. Countless human-shaped voids moved throughout the village, dispersing the motes of light wherever they walked, unaware of their interference. I looked for the absence of green, examining the training ground and the surrounding trees, only to find no disturbances. And in a flash, it was over, and I let the chakra recede. The colors of the world returned to normal and I took a deep breath. 2 minutes 54 seconds. That was how long I could manage to remain in the technique without risking chakra exhaustion. It had taken me over a year to rediscover the ability I had first awoken when I had channeled my chakra for the first time. I had been training with chakra using the leaf control exercise as explained in the scrolls when I had the idea to channel chakra into the space where my Corona Palantia once resided. To my shock, that was when I first discovered the technique I had come to name Kensho. The first time using the technique had given me chakra exhaustion, as in order to push chakra into the source of para-human powers had been far too taxing for my reserves. But after careful testing and research, since I had come to an understanding about the power. Since I was in a new body, my Corona Palantia had reverted to its pre-trigger status, which explained why I no longer had my powers as Skitter. But the change was far more significant. My circumstances as Sakura had altered my very being and mental state, causing the previous parameters that caused the parasite to give me the dominion over insects was now changed. Instead, I could view the green light and how it interacted with nature and expand my awareness of it to roughly the same distance as my previous power. The problem was that I had not yet triggered in this universe. Instead, I was forced to use my chakra to make a connection with the entity. I doubt merely being able to observe the energy was the limit of my power, but without a full trigger I could not know for sure. Until I managed to somehow face an event as traumatizing as the locker, I was stuck with using my ability at a cost. While I dearly missed the advantages of my insects, there were upsides to having Kensho. Undoubtedly the most combat-oriented aspect of the technique was the near omniscience it gave me over a mile radius. It also proved very useful in manipulating chakra. I did not know if the motes of light were some aspect of nature that was unique to this world. But I found out that by mimicking how the motes acted in the wild could be replicated through my own chakra. By watching how the motes of what I had begun to call outer chakra interact water, I had decided to manipulate my own chakra in the same way while practicing nature transformation. After a few moments of rest, I stand back up and move through 3 hand signs chaotic, but flowing. Let the chakra do what it wants, do not force it, and merely direct and mold its currents. In my mind's eye I pictured the crash of a waterfall and the chaotic energy that swirled within. Sway ton, water bullet. Ending my hand sign chain on Ram, I pucker my lips as I feel water swell within my lips before releasing it in a violent burst of liquid. The water bullet streaks across the training ground and smashes into a tree hard enough for it to crack. As soon as the attack hit, I clasp my hands together and mold my chakra into the same formation as the dirt. Rigid, unyielding, yet if broken easily moldable. I picture infusing my chakra into the ground. Doton, earth pillars. I mentally state the name of the technique as 2 stone spikes of earth impact the crack that was formed from the water bullet, finally toppling the tree entirely. With a deep breath I unclasp my hands and take a moment to judge my chakra level. I'd say with the combination of the Kensho and the 2 jutsu I have about 1/4 of my chakra left. I need to train my capacity more. I sigh, adding another tick mark of things to train. It was hard to judge how far I had come in 2 years of self-study. It seemed that nearly every day there was something I was adding to the ever-expanding mental list of things I needed to learn more about or train harder in. I needed to better my taijutsu, train in elemental manipulation, increase my chakra capacity, learn more about seals, practice breaking genjutsu, and so much more. What was worse is that for most things I was flying blind. It had taken me weeks to learn how to channel chakra properly and then even more time to be able to manipulate it. My taijutsu was a combined mess of my former style as weaver with the academy techniques to fill in any holes that were now unreliable without my bugs. I knew training this new power would be different than my old one, but I had not realized how different. My bug control had been largely instinctive, with all the controls handed to me. I had to just figure out how many ways I could manipulate those controls. With chakra, it was more like I had to build the console, the controller, and the objectives from scratch. I don't like to admit it, but if I want to grow stronger than this, I need a teacher. I wince. I had not wanted to admit to myself that I needed help. Dying had not changed my independent streak or my stubbornness. If anything, being a kid again had only worsened those qualities. But the fact remained that for the past month I felt like I had plateaued in what I could do alone. The scrolls that had proven to be a goldmine of information on how to train had gone dry a few months ago, leaving my progress to proceed at a glacial pace. I had intended, perhaps in my own arrogance, that I would spend the 6 years in the academy making the same progress I had made in the first few months, where it felt like I was discovering a new major facet of chakra or my locked cape power by the day. But what can I do? I scowl, reaching into my bag to pull out some training gauze and wrapping it around my arms and knees to practice my taijutsu. Staying in the academy had given me plenty of time to train and prepare for life as a shinobi, but at the same time it left me bereft of any instructions that went above the basics. Which makes sense of course because I doubt they would want academy students able to throw around high-level powers and techniques. I sigh, beginning a repetition of hits on a wooden training log. Not to mention once I graduated, I would be given access to the genin archives, where shinobi could acquire E-to-C ranked techniques that were open to the rank. Alright, that just leaves the question if I am able to graduate right now. After the Uchiha massacre 2 years ago, the Hokage had implemented a new law that stated anyone who wished to graduate early had to be in the top 10 percentile of the graduating class. Which meant I had to be better than kids 3 to 4 years my senior. With one last kick to the training dummy, I pause for breath, still in thought as I weighed the pros and cons of attempting to graduate. If I failed to graduate, that would really hurt my reputation, but at this point I could end up wasting years if I can't find some form of instruction. Over the past 2 years I had meticulously built a reputation as a child prodigy, both to ensure that my older persona would not be considered strange and the fact that as Lisa taught me in Earth Bet. Reputation was everything. One's reputation was vitally important to one's career and how others perceived you. If I was considered a prodigy, I would be given better treatment and a better status. If I failed to graduate early, that reputation would be irreparably damaged. Look at Naruto, the poor kid had tried to graduate early last year and failed horribly, cementing his reputation as the dead last. Well, that and his unrequited love for Ino. I snort. I didn't mind Naruto, the boy was perhaps the most genuinely nice person I had ever met, it was just he was very slow. Keeping the gauze on my arms for now, I go through 3 hand signs to wash all the sweat off my body and clean off all the dirt. The infamous shower jutsu in the Academy Basic Scroll had been a godsend after training. No more sweaty clothing and bad smell. Pulling on my comfortable jacket, I stare at the numerous small scrolls I kept in my bag for training. I had already read every single one of them many times, but I still kept them around in case I needed to reference something. Staring into the bag for a few seconds, I release an explosive sigh and zip up the bag and sling it over my shoulders. This restlessness. I may no longer be influenced by my power, but I still cannot run away from action. The mere thought of returning to the hero work, or in this case ninja work, after 2 years of training and rest made me long for it. Making sure to lock the training ground gates so kids can't wander and I make my way home before freezing. Ugh, how the hell am I supposed to explain this to them? Haruno residence. Mabuki Haruno looks livid. I keep my face neutral but firm. Kizashi looked like he either wanted to be upset or squeal in happiness. We were all seated at the dinner table, a nice assemble of steamed buns filled with an assortment of chopped pork, sauce, and scallions sitting on the table forgotten as I made the big reveal. So, yeah. I mumble, scratching my neck awkwardly as I attempt to do the bane of every child's existence. Try to get approval for something you know they won't approve of. I want to graduate from the academy early. We heard you the first time. Absolutely not, this is ridiculous, you are 9 years old. We agreed to let you train every other minute of the day because you said you wanted to prepare for when you were 13. Mabuki exclaims. I nod yes, but I have concluded that I cannot get any stronger on my own. I need someone to teach me. I explained my reasoning as best I could. Kizashi put a hand on his wife's arm to prevent another outburst before speaking up. While I am proud that you want to take such a monumental step, surely you can just go to the academy teachers and ask for more instruction. I am no teacher, but I would be sure glad to have a kid request more work for once. I sigh, that won't work. I have already tried that, and the answer is always that an academy sensei is legally not allowed to teach students anything outside of the village-mandated curriculum. Kizashi made a noise of understanding before Mabuki interjects again. That may be, but I still see no reason for you to throw away your childhood and join the military so soon. Why don't you find a hobby? She pleads. To be fair to her, I had considered it. After long bouts of reflection in this life, I had come to the decision that my lifestyle as Taylor A. Bear had not exactly been mentally healthy. Spending all my time either patrolling, training, or planning for the end of the world did not really build a social life. It was part of the reason I had approached Shikamaru and Choji in the first place, to make a friend. But this was different. I had outlets to relax, sort of. But it did not change the fact that if I wanted to continue to improve, I would need the help of a dedicated instructor. I knew from my experience with Danny that I needed to be firm about this. They would not accept my decision if they smelled a hint of weakness. I am sorry, but I already made my decision. I need to do this. I state firmly. Mabuki's glare softens a bit at seeing my resolve, but she would not let it go without a fight. Is there any other way? I am friends with Noriko Yamanaka. Perhaps I could ask her for some tips? I shake my head. No, the clans hoard their knowledge. Just being acquaintances wouldn't get you anywhere. Not without a steep price at least. We all remained silent for a few moments before Kizashi spoke up, looking thoughtful. I remember from the paper that the graduation requirement was made much harder after the tragedy with the Uchiha. If you think you can do it at this age, you must be confident. I doubt you would rush into this blindly. You're too smart for that. I nod yes. I guarantee if I took the test I would pass at the top of my class. Kizashi shared a look with Mabuki, the two having a silent conversation that every couple seemed to have the ability to do. With an explosive sigh, Mabuki relaxes her tense shoulders. I have not raised you for 9 years to know when you are this passionate about something nothing, we could say, can deter you. In addition, I know for a fact that legally we can't tell you no either. But promise me this. I tense slightly at the seriousness in my mother's expression. Mabuki leans in, eyes firm. No moving out, no boys, and no alcohol until you are of age. A laugh nearly escapes before I could rein it in, and I smile. Of course, Kaz-san. Well, now that's out of the way, we should celebrate. My daughter is a prodigy. Kizashi. I give a soft smile as the man goes looking for the expensive sake to the scolding of his wife. I wonder, would my dad have reacted like this if I told him about being a cape in the beginning? I inwardly muse as I accept a cup of juice as Mabuki finally relents to a small serving of the rice. Wine. To Sakura Haruno, the best damn kunoichi this village will ever see. Kizashi toasts, clinking his glass with ours. Chuckling a little, I take a sip of my juice, knowing that the next few days would be hectic. I will make you proud, Kaz-san, To-san, father and mother. Konoha Academy's principal office. I hope I don't have to ask whether or not you have thought through this decision. We do not let students take this road easily. The principal of the academy warns as he accepts the application forms. I have decided. I cannot progress at an acceptable rate without graduating. I state firmly, meeting the eyes of the head of the academy. I could see the skepticism in his gaze, his eyes lingering on my bright pink hair. I may be the top of my class, but I was sure he had seen hundreds of students in my same position fail to graduate because they had been arrogant. It did not help that I did not meet the look of a typical prodigy. I had done some research on former students that had managed to graduate early. There was a lot of propaganda given to academy students on some of the heroes of the Leaf, probably so the kids would seek to copy their idols. The 3 that interested me the most were Hitaki Kakashi, Itachi Uchiha, and the previous Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The 3 had graduated with record-breaking scores well under the age of graduation, with Kakashi still holding the record of youngest to graduate at the age of 6. There had been others to graduate at similar ages, but with the relaxed standards of wartime, only really these 3 stood out when one mentioned notable prodigy. In one case you had the heir to a legendary ninja who was known worldwide under the alias as the White Fang. In another you had the mysterious Uchiha clan prodigy who graduated effortlessly within his first year. Then you had Minato Namikaze, the man who went on to become the Yondaime Hokage. And then there's me. Sakura Haruno, daughter of merchants with pink hair. Walking down the hallway away from the office, I exit the academy to take a seat on a small swing. Thankfully, since I declared my intent to graduate early, I did not have to attend the last few classes of the year since the graduation exam was a week-long process for the multiple tests and exercises. I did not mind not looking the part of a dangerous shinobi. Many of my early victories and accomplishments in my Cape career had partially been off the back of being underestimated for my powers. If my pink hair could be used as a weapon, then so be it. Forms for declaring intent to graduate, personal information, waiver. I meticulously go through each form, reading through the fine print and legalese to ensure I was not being screwed over. A habit from my original father I readily agreed with. And here I thought you would never take a day to play hooky, only to find you doing paperwork in the front yard. Ugh. Even when ditching class you're boring. A voice interrupts the scrawling of my pencil. With a small sigh I raise my head to stare at my self-proclaimed rival. Yes, because you know every good spot in the village for missing class, wouldn't you? The girl smirked. What can I say? I have to look my best. Unlike you. Rolling my eyes, I sign my name on the last form and stand up, stretching to get the stiffness out of my limbs. Yes, because fashion means so much in being a ninja. If you aim to be better than me in that department, feel free. It seems to be the only one you have managed to surpass me in so far. The Yamanaka heir growls, her cheeks puffed out. Honestly, compared to Emma she was almost cute. Yeah, but it's the field that will get me, Sasuke-kun. Since you look so drab, I don't even have to treat you as competition. Well, you won't have to worry about that much longer. I mutter. Ino blinks. Huh? What do you mean? I smirk at the girl. I am going to graduate early. I won't be in class anymore. What? You can't do that. Ino protests, a shocked look on her face. I shrug, waving the forms I had just filled out. Don't worry, now you can have Sasuke-kun, all to yourself. I snort. And every other girl in their year who was also chasing after the ever-brooding Uchiha. I turn away, tucking the folder underneath my arm. Maybe someday you will get your head out of the clouds and focus on what's important. Abandoning potential friendships for something as bland as popularity and boys. A flash of red enters my mind's eye. Well, I am just glad I won't have to deal with you anymore. Ino Yamanaka. I refuse to look at the crying girl as I walk away, feeling like scum. Sorry, Ino, but you need to wake up. I hide my frown from the girl as I exit the courtyard. Ever since beating the Yamanaka heir 2 years ago in that tournament, the girl had made good on her promise to make me her rival. Nearly every day the girl would try to one-up me in any area that she could, becoming more and more frustrated when the efforts were for naught. Normally I would pity her, but the girl had turned to light bullying to try and win her daily challenges. I was not going to tolerate an Emma 2.0. Even with the mind of an adult and in a different body, I still had the mental scars the bullying of Winslow caused. I just hoped removing the source of her obsession would mellow the girl out. Glaring at nothing in particular, I pull up the hood of my jacket. I had tried to make peace with Ino in the past, the vague similarities with my once friend turned betrayer clear as day, but it seemed I was doomed to never have any luck with school friendships. I hate school. Konoha Academy. You sure you have everything? Yes, to-san, Kaz-san. For the 10th time I have packed everything I will need. I pacify my worrying parents as we approach the wing of the academy designed for tests and exams. After my confrontation with Ino the previous day, I spent the rest of it avoiding people, just training to burn out the emotions I couldn't shove elsewhere or beat down. I was angry with myself for getting caught up with emotions I had long discarded, but Ino had pushed some buttons I had thought frozen over. Despite my physical age, I was no longer a child who worried about school popularity and bullies. I just needed to move on and forget those scars. Hey, Sakura. You going to go off and graduate without saying goodbye? Surprised, I turned around along with my parents to see Choji and Shikamaru standing near the academy gates, the rotund boy who had spoken waving in greeting. Shikamaru, Choji. I state, surprised. I had forgotten to tell them that I was going to try and graduate. Great, some friend I am. I think mutinously as I shoved down the small feeling of guilt I thought it would be too troublesome. I joke, the tip of my lips twisting into a slight smirk. Shikamaru yawns. It is troublesome. But not as much as not saying goodbye. You just had to go the extra mile and try to graduate early, didn't you? Such a drag. Well, we heard from Ino in class that you would try to graduate early, so we came to wish you good luck. Mabuki looked vaguely amused as she stared at us. You learned it from your classmate today? It's only 10:30, aren't you supposed to still be in class? Shikamaru shrugs lazily. We got an absentee note. My mother raises an eyebrow imperiously. Did you mind if you show it to me? Too troublesome. Anyway, we just came to wish you off, Sakura. Make sure you stop by a kimchi barbecue a few times, we're there nearly every Friday. You can eat with us whenever. Choji hurriedly interrupts the brewing argument. Touched despite myself, I felt my grin slide into a genuine smile. Of course I will. Your family's barbecue is the best I've ever had. In 2 lifetimes, not that I could mention that. Choji grins wide at the compliment and Shikamaru just waves his hand. Now go on and go be a powerful ninja or whatever. I am going to enjoy the next 4 years without having to do manual labor and missions. My parents smile fondly and Kazashi raises a thumb in approval. Go kick ass, we will be supporting you in spirit the entire way. Mabuki nodded with a smile in agreement with her husband. Right. I will do my best. I clench my fist in determination. Turning around, I enter the academy, finding the correct classroom where we would be tested to become a genin. The Konoha graduation exam was different from the end-of-year tests that were assigned to students. Instead of a simple written exam and physical portion, the test was divided into 4 sections. Knowledge, physical skill, genjutsu, and finally, ninjutsu. In each section I would most likely need to at least get a near-perfect score, if not perfect, if I wanted to graduate. And my competition are these people. I observe, analyzing the 20 or so kids in the graduating class. Already I could see some distinct clan members. The pale lavender eyes of a Hyuga, the tribal markings of an Inuzuka, and the distinct rotundness of an Akimichi. 3 clan kids, the rest civilian. But who knows if they have shinobi parents or not? At the moment I could not overlook anyone as competition. I settled down in an available seat next to the Akimichi as the teacher arrived. He was different than Azumi-sensei. He was an older man, looking to be in his late 40s with a buzz cut and a thick frame. All right, it's time for you brats to finally see if you're ready for the big leagues. The man rumbled, his voice as deep as his appearance suggested it would. And don't mind the brat. She is just an arrogant kid who thinks she can skip ahead. I don't respond as the class snickers, merely eyeing the man emotionlessly. Picking up a stack of papers, the man passed them out. You have 1 hour to complete this paper in its entirety. If you fail to complete it, you get a 0. Fail more than 5 questions and you get a 0. Cheat and get caught? You guessed it, another 0. As he neared my desk, he placed a paper in front of me, the mountain of a man glaring, and I'll be keeping an especially close eye on you, missy. No cheating is going to escape my sight. Of course. I agreed, taking out a pencil to get ready. With a grunt the man returned to the front of the class. All right, you whelps, begin. I flipped the paper over and examined the test. Only 15 questions. I begin with the first one, working out the problem in my head. On a mission, you and your squad are escorting a VIP, but get waylaid by an ambush. In order to accomplish the mission, the VIP must reach his destination, but the enemy ninja would likely kill the escort if you engage recklessly. What would you do to ensure the safety of your charge and finish the mission? A strategy question mixed with a moral one. I summarize, recognizing the basic of the question. The correct answer was that you went ahead with the escort while your squad holds off the ambush, ensuring the completion of the mission. However, that also meant that your squad would be a man down inside an ambush, which could mean their death. If I wanted to get full marks on the question, that was the most logical choice, if not the one I preferred. No, don't think too much into it. The Shinobi rulebook states that the mission takes priority to everything else, ergo they would want this answer to achieve full marks. I rationalize, jotting down the answer in the box below. The next question was in a similar vein, with a difficult hostage situation and a dangerous missing nin. It is essentially a variant on the train lever question that had gone viral in my previous life. Pull the lever and save your friend, but kill 5 people, or let the train run its course and kill your friend. In my experience I would just blow up the train, but that was not an option. I could not risk being cheeky in a test like this. I would have to kill my friend. I decide glumly, writing down I would be forced to kill the hostage and the missing nin to stop the jutsu that would kill many. Honestly, the Shinobi Handbook reminded me a bit too strongly of my attitude as a Cape back in Earth bet. Near the end, I had been willing to sacrifice anything, including myself, to accomplish my goal. It would seem that Shinobi agreed with this philosophy. I wonder how enforced these ideals are. No one can live their entire lives as emotionless killing machines. I learned that the hard way. It was likely that the Shinobi Handbook was more of guidelines and general advice rather than the rule of law of ninja. If the colorful ninja I had observed running around the village were any indication, it was just as ignored as it was followed. Returning my attention to the test, I meticulously go through each answer, finding them all to be a sort of psychological test as well as one of strategy. No math, science, or history questions. I guess they don't really care if you memorize those things to get this far. I muse as I answer each question within the guidelines of the Shinobi Handbook and lifestyle, always choosing to save the many over the few and to always seek to accomplish the mission. As it neared the end of the test, I flipped over my paper and set my pencil down, seeing most of the class had already finished. After a few moments, the teacher collected all the papers, looking through each with a suspicious gaze, as if worried we had put a trap inside one of the papers. After meticulously counting each one, front and back, the man stood up. "All right, brats, it seems all of you managed to finish the test, to my amazement. I am sure some of you just filled in the blank with whatever drivel came to you. Next portion is a test of your physical ability. Follow me to the training fields, immediately," he barks, walking at the head of the pack as the class scrambled to follow his long strides. When we all entered the courtyard, I could see the track had been altered with different obstacles and hurdles, each designed to mimic potential terrain that we would be facing in the field. There was a large wall we would have to climb, a pool, a sand pit, a large gap too wide to jump across, and a clumping of steel branches designed to look like trees. All right, this here is what I like to call the element run. Each structure that you see represents the terrain that you will experience in the wild while on a mission. This test is straightforward. Want the highest grade? Be the fastest around the track. No grading necessary on this one. Either be first or be content with mediocrity. And why don't we have the little wannabe prodigy go first? The instructor states, gesturing towards the starting position. Going first is the worst place to be in for an activity like this. Everyone can see what I do, but I can't get any help from seeing how they tackle the obstacles. I tisk as I get into a runner's stance at the start. "Begin!" the man shouted as I take off, sprinting towards the first obstacle. The vertical surface is probably to represent the land of lightning since it's a mountainous region. I analyze, smirking slightly as I realize this test was designed for students who did not know basic chakra control. Leaping into the air, I stick to the surface of the wall and begin running up it to the shocked exclamations of the class. Scaling the wall in seconds, I leap off the wall and land before the lack, taking a few moments to feel the currents of the pool before wobbling slightly as I run across the water. Still need to perfect that exercise, I mutter to myself as I approach the artificial chasm. Probably made from an earth jutsu of some sort. I analyze. Pumping chakra to my calf muscles, I release it in a burst as I leap over the fissure, clearing it by several feet as I approach the sand pit. I doubt it's just sand, so they probably trapped it in some way. It turns out whichever asshole made the pit put a chakra-infused quicksand, one of the most discussed warnings taught about in the Land of Wind. Sunigakure had long since figured out the process in creating quicksand and made it much more deadly to use as traps that surround their village. The unwary infiltrator could find themselves dead before they even reached the gates. Sinking to my ankles, I wade sluggishly through the trap, eventually making it to the other side as I push my way out of it and across the finish line. 12 seconds flat. Not bad, the instructor admits with a grunt, writing down the time at the top of the list. Let's see how it matches up. It turns out, not bad at all. After the remaining students attempted the course, only one managed to beat my time. The Hugo, with the advantages of his clan's stringent chakra control exercises as well as the knowledge of previous attempts, had been able to avoid the trap I fell for and make the run in 11 seconds. All right, now for the genjutsu portion. I don't expect any of you to have mastered more than the basics, so all that will be required to pass is for you to escape a genjutsu, he announces to the gathered class, earning some sighs of relief. Now follow me to where you will be tested, he instructs, leading them back into the academy. Following behind the towering man, I narrow my eyes as we pass through corridor after corridor. Something is wrong, I speculate as we once again pass the entrance to Class 2A. None of the other students were reacting to the aimless direction the teacher was taking them in, content to just follow along. Wait, the next portion is genjutsu escape, that clever bastard. The test isn't being held in a room somewhere, this is the test. I discreetly put my fingers into the ram seal and flare my chakra kai. In a blink I was standing in the practice field, the rest of the class around me staring at nothing with glassy eyes. Well done, Sakura. Third to escape the genjutsu. The proctor states, marking his ever-present clipboard. I look around and see the Hyuga and the Inuzuka standing off to the side away from the group, obviously having escaped the illusion first. The Hyuga cannot be ensnared with genjutsu with their bloodline, and I assumed the Inuzuka realized he was not indoors due to the smell. I realize as I step to the side. The next to escape was the Akimichi, who merely blinked a few moments before taking out a box of Pocky to munch on as we wait. One after another the students break out of the genjutsu until only 3 had to be broken out by the instructor as they passed the unstated time limit. Alright, now for real, this time follow me for the last portion of the exams, ninjutsu. We all head inside back to the classroom we started in. With the instructor opening a door to a separate room attached to the one we were in. One by one you will enter here and perform 3 ninjutsu of my choice. We will go in alphabetical order, starting with Abakita. One by one the students entered the classroom, most exiting with a gleaming headband around their forehead, while a small minority left looking dejected. I waited restlessly as the names slowly moved down the alphabet until Haruno Sakura. I stand up and enter the room and found the instructor behind a desk, staring intently at me. I had not mentioned it before, but my name is Ando Dai. You have impressed me in these tests. I had thought you were just another pretender who was in over your head. But instead you are on the verge of having one of the best scores for a student your age. Do not disappoint me. He orders before reaching into a small box in front of him. All right, perform the Kawamari technique. I look to the right to see a log set up for this very jutsu. Focusing, I let my chakra infuse into the air before I ran through 2 hand signs, ending on the ram sign as in a plume of smoke the log was standing where I was. Good, only 2 hand signs as well, very good. Ando mutters, taking a few notes before requesting the next one. Now perform the henge. Anyone you would like. I nod and raise the tiger sign and activate the jutsu, transforming into a mirror image of the academy teacher. Nearly perfect except for 1 freckle missing on my nose. But that can be easily overlooked. He mutters before proceeding to the last test. Now perform the bunshin. With a smile I once again raise the ram sign to create 2 clones beside me, each without any blemishes or flickers. Staring intently at the 2 clones he closes his eyes and sighs, I don't believe it. Gesturing towards the tray of headbands he speaks, it is clear that you are worthy enough to pass Sakura Haruno. Your score was perfect in the written exam and you made 2nd and 3rd in the following portions. Judging by your ninjutsu you will be in the top 3 in this exercise as well. Congratulations, you are officially Kunoichi of this year and now a genin of Konoha. Congratulations. I did it. I realize as I robotically step forward and grab a headband with a black bandana and wrap it around my forehead, letting my pink hair flow over it to frame my face. Thank you, sensei. I bow. The man scoffs, like I taught you much, kid, get out of here. I bow and leave the room, my head held high as I leave the academy. As a new shinobi of Konoha Hokage's office. It seems almost inevitable that once per generation there is always at least one. Hiruzen sighed as he stared at the most recent graduates of the academy. I would seem this generation is proving to be promising. I had feared we had lost the best of the next generation with the foolishness of the Uchiha, but it seems that it may not be the case. A voice replied. The 3rd Hokage sighs as he takes out his pipe, examining his longtime teammate. I should have known this would pique your interest, Danzo. In a section of the office that to the average observer would be empty stepped out an elderly man in a simple white and black robe. One eye and most of his head was wrapped with bandages, indicating old wounds that had never properly healed. Of course, when the village produces a fruit this potent outside of one of the major clans, it certainly draws my attention, especially how the last one turned out. Hiruzen raises an eyebrow. You believe she is the next Minato? I think it's a tad bit early to give her that much credit. Danzo does not visibly react to the jibe. She already has learned how to manipulate 2 nature transformations. The pipe fell from his mouth in shock too? He questions. Danzo nods yes, while she is quite adept at evading detection when training. Her experience shows in the cleanup. She left evidence of her training at Training Ground 2. Water and earth transformations. Hiruzen leans back in his chair, stroking his beard as he considers this information. Not even Kakashi was able to master 2 different elemental transformations until he was 11. And he had the help of his father in mastering lightning. Danzo nods. She is clearly a ninjutsu genius, perhaps one of the most talented we have ever seen. If she can figure out 2 nature transformations in no less than 2 years, it is likely she could manage 3 to 4 by the time she is of a normal graduation age. Turning a glare to his old rival, he loses all sense of disbelief. You are not to take her, Danzo. Your small force may be useful, but I will not permit you to take her under your wing. The man inclines his head. I was not planning on it. I prefer to take the unextraordinary and make them great. Taking the extraordinary to root would be detrimental to the village. Sakura is one of the most promising ninjas I have seen since Itachi. It would be a waste to hide her away. The Hokage relaxed slightly in his chair at that news. He disliked the idea of root to a fundamental level, but there were simply too many benefits of having an organization not officially tied to Konoha to perform missions. Root was only comprised of 15 ninja to form 5 Black Ops squads, and each were trained rigorously to become high jonin. It was one of the many dark sides of Konoha he hated but had to tolerate for the good of the village. If you do not wish to recruit her, why are you here, Danzo? You have never expressed interest in helping to form the teams before, unless you are volunteering? The root leader shakes his head. I am much too busy to undertake such a matter. But I wanted to propose an alternative than putting young Sakura in a team. Besides, any student of mine would eventually wind up in ANBU or root itself. My philosophies are not for those who live in the light. The third sighs. Then what do you propose? Danzo places an image on the table. Hiruzen studies the face for a few moments before his eyes widen. How? No. Do not answer that question. He has only just made jonin from a field promotion and is on his way to becoming the head of his squad. You would prematurely end his career to train a child? Why? Danzo remains silent for a few moments before speaking. Hiruzen, the child has already acquired a mastery of 2 elements at such a young age, which has not happened since the time of the Wearing clans. If this girl has that same potential, then it would be a disservice to give her any other instructor. You can't possibly believe she would unlock the secret to that technique. Not even Tsunade nor Tobirama-sensei could figure it out. Hiruzen exclaims. Danzo shakes his head. As usual, you care too much for the feelings of your soldiers, Hiruzen. Even if there is a fraction of a chance to reawaken that ability, you should seek it. Hiruzen narrows his eyes before nearly growling. You are walking a dangerous line, Danzo. I will not needlessly waste the potential of one of my ANBU just to satisfy your desire. They remain in silence for a few moments, dark brown eyes meeting a lone obsidian orb. Offer him a chance at this opportunity. The man is much more suited to be in the light and will more than likely jump at the opportunity when he learns the potential the girl holds. Danzo suggests, knowing that his old friend would never force one of his subordinates to do this. HNN. Hiruzen grumbles as he thinks over the proposition. It was a long shot, a blind shot in the dark from mere conjecture and circumstantial evidence. But the mere chance of reviving such an ability. The third was not blind to the fact that his time in this world was fast approaching its end. He could no longer move like he used to, and he needed to leave behind a more lasting legacy than his students could provide. Fine. Call for him and I will ask if he would be willing to teach the girl. I will not force him if he does not wish to, Danzo, but I can see the benefits if this mad scheme of yours happens to succeed. Sarutobi relents. Danzo nods as a messenger leaves the room in a plume of smoke, delivering the summons. After a few moments of waiting, a man wearing a full-body cloak and a porcelain white mask in the shape of an animal appears in the room. You summon me, Hokage-sama? That is correct. I have a mission for you if you wish to accept it. The ANBU nods. I will do any mission that is required of me, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen sighs. Tenzo, remove your mask. The man pauses before removing his tiger mask, revealing a nondescript face. The man was the definition of average, with dull brown eyes, brown hair, and a handsome if somewhat plain face. The only notable feature about him was the fact that instead of the usual headband, the operative had decided to wear a face guard with the leaf symbol etched onto it. Tenzo, this is not a normal mission. If you accept it, you will be required to relinquish your position in ANBU and serve as a high jonin for the foreseeable future. The now named Tenzo slowly nods in understanding. I understand, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen nods, reigniting his pipe before going straight to the point. I would like you to take Sakura Haruno as your apprentice and do everything in your power to instruct this girl to become the first natural wielder of the Mokuton since the first Hokage. Konoha Academy. 1 week later. All right, you whelp, I am amazed so many of you were able to graduate from something so simple as a simple exam. But I guess when you were taught by yours truly something had to have worn off eventually. Ando-sensei booms as he enters the room, his ever-present clipboard primed and ready. But from here on out your mockery of what a ninja should be is now someone else's problem. I will be dividing you all into 3-man squads so your Jonin-sensei can fix all the lumps I was unable to stamp out during your time in my classroom. He thunders, daring anyone in the class to speak up as he waves his clipboard threateningly. Of course, no one did. All right then, here are the teams. Slowly the classroom began to get sorted. With a mostly civilian class, the assignments seemed to be mostly random, except for the 3 clan kids who got grouped up together. Eventually, every student was in a 3-man squad, except for me. And finally, for our little prodigy. It seems like you're the odd man out of the group. But you're in luck because it appears a Jonin decided to take enough pity on you to offer you a chance at being his apprentice. An apprenticeship? I questioned mentally. I knew it was a possibility, of course, but from what I had read, an apprenticeship was usually restricted for the clans. In fact, the amount of clanless students that had been offered an apprenticeship could be counted on 2 hands with several fingers to spare. I remained deep in thought as a few Jonin come to collect their new students. I understand that I am considered somewhat of a prodigy. But what I've shown should not be impressive enough to land me an apprenticeship. Unless... Did they know about the techniques I was keeping hidden? I had wanted to hide the Kensho and my elemental manipulation until revealing it would be most advantageous. I doubted I would have been able to keep it a secret much longer, but I had been hoping to catch my sensei or a potential enemy off guard before it became too widely known. With a put-upon sigh I watched the door, waiting for my sensei to arrive. When half the students were gone, a nondescript man entered the room, no one taking much notice of him due to how bland he looked. Sakura Haruno? He questions, glancing around the room before landing on my distinct pink hair. Yes? Are you my Jonin sensei? I question, standing up from the desk. The man nods. Why don't we meet at Training Ground 7 for our first meeting? We can have our introductions there. All right. I state as we exit the academy towards the section of the village reserved for various training grounds. All the while as we walked, I examined everything about my new sensei. Everything about him was designed to be overlooked. His hairstyle fell in a boring spiked mess atop his head. He wore the standard Jonin uniform with the only modification being a skin-tight bodysuit stretched to his chin. If I had not been informed this man was a high Jonin, then I would have just assumed he was a rank-and-file Chunin going about his day. Everything about his appearance is designed to be as nondescript as possible. I felt a sort of awe for the man. I knew the benefits of being underestimated, but this man turned it into an art form. From the way he walked, the way he talked, even the topics of his light conversation as they moved through the village. Everything about this man shouted, "Don't pay attention to me. I am a nobody who is quite boring." Dress him in a PRT uniform and he could probably waltz into the rig without anyone noticing. I muse as we reach the training ground, 3 wooden posts marking the entrance to the field. Setting down an alarm clock the man had pulled from nowhere on one of the logs, he turns around and examines me with a veteran's eye. Well, I guess we should get introductions out of the way first before we get into the details. He states, "My name is Yamato. I am a high Jonin and 22 years old. My hobbies include fishing and gardening. I dislike being surprised. My dream for the future is to be able to retire peacefully." He introduces himself in a way I was sure was some sort of tradition. Mentally shrugging at the odd way to introduce yourself, I copy him. "Well then, my name is Sakura Haruno, age 9. My hobbies are training and observing nature. I suppose for my dislikes I also hate surprises, besides that nothing much that I was willing to admit to someone who would be teaching me for the foreseeable future. And as for my dream, well, it's more of a goal I suppose, but at the moment just to get stronger. I admit." The man nods. "I see. Well, now that we know each other we can proceed to the actual Genin exam." I freeze for a moment at this new information before focusing hard on the real Genin exam. The Jonin nods. "Of course. The one at the academy is just to see if your basics are up to the standards required to face a real test." I resist the urge to scowl as I mentally prepare myself for something much more than a simple meet and greet with my potential sensei. All right then. I take a breath to calm myself. "What is the test, sensei?" One again from seemingly nowhere the man takes out a vest with a large red button on the front before affixing it to his Jonin vest since if you pass, we are to be a two-man squad. We will primarily be an assist and rescue force. Meaning that we will quite often be facing enemies that are threatening teams in the field. In order to see if you are ready for such a role, we will be testing your combat skills. Pressing down on the button it lights up, creating a red glow in the center of his chest. The test is simple, all you have to do is hit this button. Yamato states, gesturing towards the target on his chest. The next second he jumped away as I faded into nothing, being replaced by myself several inches where I had been, a kunai extended. With a sigh I stand up, gripping the kunai in a loose battle stance. It was worth a try. I shrug at his incredulous look. Shaking his head with a soft smile he replies I didn't even say go, which is a moot point to a shinobi I suppose. Good forethought. Nothing in your profile says you knew genjutsu. I smile I don't. His eyes widen as I once again disappear, another me shooting up from the ground, another kunai extended towards his stomach. An inch away from the target my kunai stabs deep into a block of wood and I tisk. Two separate bunshins hiding inside one another while you went underground, using her seated position to hide the hole. Yamato praises mentally as he crosses his arm across the clearing. I am surprised you revealed the fact you knew ninjutsu so early. I thought you would try to hide it as a trump card for later. I brush off some of the dirt that had stuck from my jutsu. That only works if I didn't already know you knew about it. Why else would I be assigned as an apprentice? I would have to be something special in the eyes of the higher-ups to be given this opportunity. I tried to hide my nature transformation but obviously I messed up somewhere. So, since you knew I knew transformation, and I know that you knew, why bother holding back? I explain with a small smirk. Yamato nods with a small smile of his own. I see this will be an interesting sparring session, Haruno-kun. Clapping his hands together the man forms a seal, but let's see if your self-taught ninjutsu can hold up against a master. A bead of sweat trailing down my brow I face off against the jonin, prepared to do whatever it takes to pass this exam. Do-ton. I flash through 4 hand signs. Sui-tun. We both exclaim. And the training ground warped. I end my hand signs on Serpent Sui-tun groundwater overflow. I mentally focus as I leap away from a series of earthen spikes from Yamato. In seconds pools of water condense on the ground, forming a small pool of water over the ground. Interesting tactics, Sakura. I see you already figured out it costs less chakra to use water jutsu with existing water. Yamato praises as switches from the snake sign to the ram, but I am afraid that goes both ways. Sui-tun. Water rosary bondage jutsu. He roars, a bubble of water surrounding his form before rapidly expanding outwards. My eyes track the expanding wall as I leap backwards, trying to put as much distance as I could away from the jutsu. It's moving too fast, I can't dodge it. I analyze crossing my hands in front of my face to protect it as the water smashes into me, bending to form a water prison. I can't move. I realize with shock as the water presses down heavily on my limbs, trapping me in place. Your water manipulation is impressive for a genin. Much less someone for your age. Yamato compliments, releasing the hand seal, but your inexperience shows. Whenever you use a Sui-tun technique to summon water you must make su-dash. I burst out of the water stabbing down with a kunai only to find to my annoyance another in the way to block my downward stab. The jonin glances back at the water prison to see the bubble of water empty. I thought you said you didn't know any genjutsu. He quips lightly. I remain stone-faced as I snark back I don't. Breaking free from the knife lock I engage the jonin in taijutsu, the nondescript man blocking and weaving through each strike. Blocking a thrust of his knee I use it as a springboard to leap upwards, going through the dog and ram sign Sui-tun, water piercer. Compressing my lips together I create a high-pressure funnel with my chakra, creating a thin stream of water that blasts forward, stabbing deep into the man in a second. Blasting forward before boring a small hole in a tree across the clearing. The jonin falls back before his skin becomes clear as a puddle of water falls onto the field. As I fall back to earth 2 pairs of hands shot up from the ground and grasp my ankles. Crap. I mentally curse as I'm dragged beneath the ground up to my neck, barely above the water level. Yamato emerges from the ground, looking as immaculate as ever. Impressive. I didn't recognize that jutsu. Meaning you invented it yourself. But what's even more impressive is that you learned the water clone technique. He smiles a little as the Sakura he submerged disperses into water. I get up from my crouched position from behind a tree and walked out, my hands clasped in a prayer sign. Your ability to misdirect is masterful. Yamato praises as he crosses his arms. I did not realize you were a water clone at first, being able to use not only 2, but 5 bunshins layered on top of each other to constantly misdirect the enemy and then have a water clone act as the real opponent. Ingenious. I am glad you think so, sensei. I state, inwardly frowning as I realize I would have to use my power. I had wanted to reveal I had it first before using it mid-battle, but I can explain it later. I plan, pushing my chakra into the back of my skull. I suppose we have time left for one last confrontation. He states, looking at the clock on the logs. I imagine you are preparing some sort of ultimate technique then? Let's see it then. He gets into a ready stance, looking utterly unconcerned. I take a deep breath before focusing chakra into my shard. Kensho! The colors of the world invert and I see the green motes of chakra float throughout the world, but what I was more concerned with was the water we were standing on. What? Yamato exclaims in shock as he stares at his potential student. He had expected some sort of ninjutsu attack or an earth-style technique. After all, that seal was used to gather a large portion of chakra to release into one technique. But what he did not expect was the transformation his student to go under. He felt his eyes go wide in shock as he freezes. The 9-year-old glares at him, her chakra nearly palpable as her hair waves in the wind, revealing the transformation she had undergone. One of her eyes had turned pitch black, leaving the once bright green iris to darken to a mossy green while the tips of her long pink hair darkened to a chocolate brown. What is this technique? I take a deep breath as I adjust to the cycle of the world, moving through 3 hand signs to complete the one technique I had been able to discover while using the Kensho. While I could do normal ninjutsu just fine without the technique, sustaining a jutsu required the ability to be active constantly. The chaotic swirling of the water around the clearing flows through my mind as I finish the technique in the dog sign. Sway ton. Water echo. The water underneath my feet shot up around my body, my entire body being covered by agitated water. 1 minute. I mentally warn myself as I dash forward, flashing a punch forward as the Jonin dodges. In inverse, my eyes track as the man dodges the charge, replacing himself with a log as he puts more distance between us. There. I internally process as I quickly locate his new position, reversing course as I charge towards the surprised Jonin, closing the gap as I prepare to throw a punch. Yamato weaves around the punch, but is surprised when a section of my water armor breaks off from my arm, flashing forward in another punch, catching the sensei off guard as it slams into him. Pressing my advantage, I lash out with a kick with another echo separating off to repeat the process twice as he once again moves out of the way. 30 seconds I internally count, feeling the looming danger of chakra exhaustion as I reveled in the feeling of being in combat once again. As much as I regretted my life choices in Earthbat and as much as I wished I never had to perform the acts I had, I knew for a fact, in the core of my being, I was made for this. The cold calculation, the high stakes and the adrenaline of fighting with your life or something precious on the line, it was almost addicting. In the 2 years I had spent hours each day training my new body to the ground. Building muscle. Learning jutsu. Practicing martial arts. I knew that I would never be satisfied with a peaceful life. That girl had died the day she sent a swarm of insects to fight a dragon. As Yamato stumbles from the barrage of constant echoes of water, and no matter how he dodged, where he went, nor how many times he flashed away, I knew I had to end the fight with the few remaining seconds I had left. Pressing my fingers into the ram sign, I manipulate the water of my water armor, creating fine points of water that would pierce instead of crush as I charge at my Jonin sensei. Sway ton, water echoes sharp version. 5. Dashing forward, 4 water echoes break off from my armor, 1 left, 1 right, 1 up as I force Yamato into a corner. With a gate behind him and the only way forward through me, I knew I had him trapped. 4. Pulling out 2 kunai, my echoes extend from my back. Watery indistinct figures attack in each different direction he could dodge as I throw caution to the wind and gamble everything on this last attack. 3. I could see Yamato watching with wide eyes as he faces the technique. Yamato himself could barely believe what he was seeing as he realizes he had nowhere to dodge. Impossible. Did she invent a Suiton variant on the lightning armor? And what is with that eye? Is it a dojutsu? He gapes as the 4-pronged attack boxed him in. 2. Inches before the kunai could reach him, he instinctively prepares to put one hand into the ram symbol before he relaxes and closes his eyes, coming to a decision. Impressive kid. 1. I slam my kunai home into the target, each echo bursting into water as they crash into the trees across the clearing. I did it. I gasp heavily as the technique recedes. Water pouring in rivets off of my skin. Collapsing onto the ground, I breath in deeply as I feel the negative side effects of overusing the kensho. Glancing up at the man I had stabbed to make sure he was all right, my eyes widen in shock. What the hell? I gasp, out of breath, staring at the perfect wooden replica of my sensei. The Mokuton? I must say I am impressed. Yamato states with a smile, casually leaning on one of the wooden posts at the entrance to the field. I noticed that he was not wearing the marker vest. From the very beginning I was fighting a clone. I realize in shock. Honestly, I am amazed. I never expected you to be able to tag my wood clone. I was going to pass you on merit alone, but it seems that is unnecessary. He praises, walking up to his clone and absorbing it into his body. I stare at him wide-eyed as he taps my headband. You can keep that. I officially recognize you as my apprentice. You certainly earned it, however. His face suddenly turns serious. Soon we will be having a discussion about that technique you used. I grumble lightly but nod, slowly getting my breathing under control up as I recover from the affects of using my technique. Fine. I was not thinking of keeping it hidden for much longer. I would have had to tell you anyway. Yamato nods in understanding. You are exhausted, so we can save the conversation for tomorrow. You will report at the Hokage's office tomorrow at 8 for a debrief, then a mission. Do not be late. I watch the man leave, a small smile on my face as I let myself crash back into the muddy ground, the comfortable weight of my headband still resting on my forehead. I did it. Turning around from his genin, he disappears in a shunshin, stopping atop a random building in the village. In his mind, the image of a 9-year-old child with an eye like that flashes through his mind, the sheer rawness of the chakra in the air once she awakened that technique. It was nothing he had ever felt or seen before. The chakra was not foul in the way the Kyubi was, it felt completely foreign to anything he had experienced before. As a wielder of the Mokuton, he had a high sensitivity to the different types of chakra, and the energy released when his student activated her transformation was like nothing he had sensed. The Hokage will need to learn of this. The next second the rooftop was empty. Haruno residence. I'm home! I shout as I enter the house and almost instantly engulfed in a hug by Mabuki. Oh, Sakura-chan, you did it. I am so proud of you. You are a full genin now. Ka-san yells happily as she spins me around twice before setting me back down on my feet. Wait, you knew about the second genin exam? I ask, feeling slightly betrayed at that information. Kizashi walked up to his wife, grinning from ear to ear. Of course, it's a village law to let genin face the unknown for their first exam with their jonin sensei. I wanted to prepare you for it ever since you passed the graduation exam, but it was a trial you had to face. So? Who is your team and sensei? Tell us all about it. Mother exclaims excitedly as she drags us to the kitchen table. I smile faintly as I start. I don't have a team yet. I was selected to be an apprentice by a jonin. A guy named Yamato. He is really nondescript, messy brown hair, brown eyes, wears a muscle shirt up to his chin. Do either of you know him? I ask. Both look at each other questioningly before shaking their heads. The name does not ring a bell. We have met quite a few chunin that became jonin in our day protecting the caravan, but none of them meet that description. I sigh. Yeah, I couldn't find anything on him either, and I researched as many jonin in the public records as I could before the team selection. I mutter. There is no way something like the Mokuton would go unnoticed. The first Hokage is treated like a deity in this village. Someone who could use the same powers as him should be a household name. I analyze. The fact that he was apparently a ghost was rather worrying. It meant that he had either done something horrible in the past and the village did not want him in the limelight, or he operated behind the scenes. Either one worried me. I doubted it was A. The man didn't look or act the type to be a violent criminal. If he was an ANBU or some type of Black Ops operative, then the real question became why he of all people would pick me to be his student. Why do I get the feeling there is more to this apprenticeship that meets the eye? I hide a grimace as I smile at my parents. Whatever the real reasons Yamato selected me to be his apprentice, I knew I would gain a lot of valuable training from the man. Well, we are really proud of you, Sakura-chan. Which is why I made you your favorite. Fatty tuna onigiri mixed with wasabi and soy sauce. Thank you, Kaa-san. I smile as I watch the antics of my parents, content with how the day went. But as I went to bed that night I could not help but think of the mokuton used by my new sensei. He is not a senju seeing as he did not introduce himself with a last name. Does that mean he figured out how to use the mokuton without a bloodline? I wonder, recalling the power of the wood clone. So that means if you are skilled enough you can recreate mixed ninjutsu? I had limited myself to only practicing with the separate elements, but the thought of being able to mix them never crossed my mind as every book stated only bloodlines could do that. Of course, they would say that they don't want people stealing the secrets of their clan techniques. I realize with a start. Earth and water. Those would be the only two elements that make sense to create wood. I just have to what? Use water and earth chakra to encourage rapid growth in a seed? I muse. No. If it was that simple anyone could do it, there has to be a secret to it. The Shodai made the entire forest surrounding Konoha from nothing, he must be able to create wood from nothing. If I could learn how to do that, then I could become a lot stronger. I realize. And gaining more power was the key to my dream. My sappy kind of lame dream I had not wanted to admit to Yamato. Downstairs I heard some laughs as my new parents still celebrated their firstborn child becoming a genin. My only dream at this moment is to preserve the peace for those who saved me from myself. Training Ground 3. So, you reserve this training ground for the entire week? I questioned skeptically to Yamato as I set my pack down on the ground, observing the grounds with interest. I had never been able to reserve a spot for training in this section of Konoha. Training Ground 3 is known as one of the best training grounds in the village, with a blend of forest, river, open fields and far enough from the village to not get ANBU on your case for disturbing the peace. Often it was booked solid for weeks on end by teams. Guess Yamato-sensei really is a big wig in the village, to reserve the entire training ground. They probably roll out the red carpet for the wielder of the mokuton I assume. I had to cash in on some favors, but I think it will be worth it. There is no better training ground in Konoha for both water and earth elements after all. Yamato replies, setting his own belongings he brought with him before glancing at me with a scrutinizing eye. Besides, the village has a vested interest in your training. Because they think the Kensho can allow me to learn the mokuton naturally? I question with a raised brow. Yamato raises a brow. You figured it out? I am surprised that you were able to see through us so easily. Getting out some training gauze I begin to wrap it around my arms and legs. I do not understand why I was picked for this though. I can't be the only ninja in the village who knows Doton and Suiton. You are the first ninja to on record to ever be able to perceive how nature chakra interacts with elements. You may be the first person to crack the code since the Shodaime. Yamato explains. I nod, understanding the logic. It had been a shock to learn that Yamato was not a natural mokuton wielder, but that he had been the subject in a horrendous experiment that granted him the signature element of the first Hokage. It worried me that there was an equivalent to Cauldron running around gifting people different powers for nebulous purposes. Although, as I recall the meeting in the Hokage's office, I could not stop a shiver down my spine. I had suspected there were hidden depths to the Hokage behind his kindly old man mask, but I had not expected I would feel when in his presence without it. Closing my eyes for a brief moment, I recalled the previous day where I was taken to meet the Hokage, and finally reveal the truth about my ability. Hokage Tower. 10:11 a.m. The Hokage building was more than just the seat of power for the village, it was also the center of all operations in the village. Meaning that from dawn till dusk the tower was a hive of activity from sunup to sundown, with the Hokage as the eye of the storm within the ordered chaos of the building. The PRT offices had been somewhat similar, with heroes, PRT officials, government agents and many other groups operating throughout the structures. Glancing down at the message in my hand, I took a deep breath before entering. Sakura Haruno. You have been summoned by the Hokage. You are to arrive at the Hokage Tower by 10:30 a.m. Eiko Chitose. Secretary of Hiruzen Sarutobi, 3rd Hokage of Konoha. I knew when I revealed the Kensho to Yamato that I would be questioned. An unknown power in a world of secrets like this one would of course draw the eye. The question is how to explain it. I bite my lip a little as I stand in the waiting room, watching the clock on the opposite wall. 10:23. I could just come out with the full truth about my reincarnation, but that offered a whole new range of problems and possible scenarios I was unprepared to deal with. The Hokage's reactions could range from acceptance to ordering me to be experimented upon. No. There were too many risks with that route. 1025. A new bloodline? Possible, but I doubted they would buy it. They probably had every single bloodline traced to their great-great-grandparents to ensure that they know everyone in the village who has the potential to awaken one. If by the smallest possibility I was one of those few, I doubted I could lie well enough to be believed by the Hokage. 1026. A mix of fact and fiction then? I decide, keeping my gaze firmly on the clock despite the fact I could tell the secretary was staring at me. I can't just rush in and shout I'm a dead girl from a different dimension, but perhaps I can claim something more believable. I had come to learn that the best lies had a bit of truth to them, but the really powerful ones were the lies the opponent wanted to believe. 1029. They see me as a prodigy, but no matter how intelligent one is they cannot create the Kensho without some sort of bloodline or outside influence. They know something is off with me due to the abilities I revealed. They likely believe that I have had some sort of outside help, perhaps from some sort of traitor. What they want to believe is that I am just a smart kid with a new and potentially powerful ability. Alright, I will go with that for now. I decide better to keep the fact I am reincarnated close to my chest and try to pass off the ability as some prodigal skill with natural manipulation than as some bloodline. 1030. The Hokage will see you now, Haruno-san. The Hokage's office was surprisingly Spartan, with very few decorations besides the portraits of the 4 Hokage on the wall of the office. The man himself was in the same red and white robe I had first seen him in on the first day at the academy, seated behind a grand wooden desk. Standing next to him was my sensei, Yamato. Ah, Haruno-san. Thank you for coming. The Hokage smiles as he rests his hands on his desk. So, we're starting out cordially then? Good sign. I think before quirking my mouth into a small smile it was no trouble, Hokage-sama. I hear from Yamato-san that you displayed an impressive range of ninjutsu for your age. The water armor variant in particular is intriguing. It is of your own design, correct? I nod yes, I discovered it when experimenting with the bunshin. The Hokage nods in understanding. Yes, your sensei also mentioned your innovative use of the bunshin technique. I must commend you, there has not been a new use for the regular bunshin discovered in many years. Thank you, Hokage-sama. He is leading up to it. I conclude as I pick apart the words, choosing my own carefully. It was clear that the Hokage knew he held all the cards and wanted to start with the soft approach before deciding where to go from there. With a sigh the man presses his hands together under his chin. But pleasantries aside, Sakura, it is time we discuss the real issue I called you here today. I could explain the Swate Tenjutsu as mere talent, but Yamato has informed me you performed a transformation technique in the middle of your test. Transformation? I question. I have never actually looked at myself when I used the Kensho. I had not realized it altered my appearance. I call it the Kensho. I state. The Hokage raises his eyebrow. Kensho, to see into nature? Quite the name, Haruno-san. With a deep sigh he leans back in his chair. This is a strange situation you have put us in, Sakura. Normally we do not interrogate every ninja who comes up with a powerful technique. Your situation is not unprecedented after all. I blink in surprise. They don't want to know more about Kensho. Then why? The Hokage's expression turns grave before he reaches into his desk before taking out a scroll and places it on the desk. I examine the rolled piece of parchment. The scroll was plain but made on expensive-looking paper. The only adornment was a seal with the kanji for forbidden on the front. As I was saying, ninja create unique and often strange jutsu all the time, and it would be wrong for me to ask how every powerful jutsu in Konoha works. He explains and I nod in understanding. However, it was sudden. One moment I was about to relax in relief before a chill went down my spine and I suddenly found it hard to breathe. The Kage hat appears to cast a shadow over the Hokage's face as an invisible pressure forces me to my knees. This pressure is insane. Is this from his presence alone? I gasp. Let me tell you of a secret that is known to very few people in this world, Sakura. The Hokage murmurs, his steady tone of voice more powerful than if he shouted. There are many techniques in this world. Some great, some unique, and some that should never fall into the hands of mankind. One of these techniques sits before me now. The greatest hidden masterpiece of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Gritting my teeth, I look up at the scroll. The second. What does he have to do with me? Hiruzen continues as if I never interrupted him. The technique is an abomination to everything we hold sacred. It is my former mentor's grandest achievement and biggest mistake. The power to return the long-departed back to life. A power to bring back the dead? How powerful was Tobirama? I couldn't help but be shocked by that revelation. Of all the powerful and strange abilities I had come across, reviving people from the dead was one I never came across and hopefully never would. Tapping the scroll in front of him, the third explains, however, there are several requirements and side effects from the technique. For one, it is not a complete revival. The person summoned is a shadow of their former self, which are reflected in their eyes. Hiruzen turns his powerful gaze into mine, the dull brown orbs radiating power and knowledge. I knew then that if the man wished it, I would be dead. Every technique I had learned and mastered in both lifetimes would be useless, which turned dark to symbolize their corruption. The same phenomenon as your eye when you use this technique of yours. Grunting, I pushed back against the pressure, glancing at my sensei whose face was an expressionless mask. It was obvious I would not be getting help there. Swallowing, I forced myself to speak. I didn't know about that technique. The Kensho allows me to see energy outside of the human body and how it interacts with the elements. It's how I learned Suiton and Doton. I grit out. The pressure lets up a little bit, allowing me to lift my head to stare at the Hokage, who turned to look at a man I had not noticed was in the room. He had long pale blonde hair and pupilless green eyes and wore the standard Chunin uniform. "Well, Isao?" the Hokage asks. The man shakes his head. She is telling the truth. Harino Sakura reacted within the 98th percentile of truth when she stated that she had never heard of the forbidden jutsu Edo Tensei. She was also telling the truth within the 92nd percentile when she claimed that her technique, Kensho, can observe nature chakra. Nature chakra? I mentally question, is that what they call the green light? With a sigh, the Hokage releases the pressure and I gasp in relief as the weight is removed from my back. Standing back up with shaky legs, I keep my face emotionless as I face the most powerful man in the village. The Hokage seems to be deep in thought before he speaks aloud. It has been a mystery to how those reanimated by the Edo Tensei have unlimited amounts of chakra. It is possible that they draw energy from natural chakra rather than the energy they relied on in life. Turning his attention back to me, I stiffen slightly. "Sakura, I apologize for my reaction. The Edo Tensei is a forbidden technique for a very good reason that I will not reveal. I do not wish to impart upon a genin the requirement to revive the dead. Probably sacrifice someone. I guess, not daring to speak my thoughts aloud. Can you please activate your technique? I want to test it to make sure that it is not corruptive," the Hokage requests. I nod, focusing chakra into my power, instantly reversing the colors of the world. Isao gasps in surprise while the Hokage focuses on my face, or more specifically my right eye. It is exactly as you described, Yamato. A darkened scara with black coloring the tips of her hair and an ominous chakra presence that I cannot place. The Hokage comments as he studies my visage. I didn't know my appearance changes when using the technique. I comment. Hiruzen raises an eyebrow, a knowing look in his eye, too focused on the practical to worry about side effects, eh? "Oh, to be young again," he murmurs while searching through his desk and takes out a hand mirror, handing it to me. Looking down in the reflective surface, my eyes widen as I see the changes. However, it was not the black scara that I focused on, but the darkened tips of my hair and the moss-green iris in my right eye. They look like the colorations of my old body. I nearly gasp before I rein in my emotions. I never had a chance to look at myself in the training grounds. I state as I release the technique. The world turning to normal as the effect recedes. Yamato speaks up for the first time. "I am sorry this was necessary, Sakura, but I hope you understand that if you were using a forbidden technique, well, we had to make sure." The Hokage nods, a grim expression on his face. "Yes, I will not ask about the origins of the Kensho, Sakura, now that I know that it is safe to perform, and I apologize for how you were treated." "I understand, Hokage-sama," I state. With a nod, the Hokage eyes the Mokuton wielder in the room with a barely noticeable nod. "In repayment for this, I have instructed your sensei to begin to train you in element manipulation. Normally this is reserved for Chunin, but I have no doubt we can make an exception for you. Think of it as an apology gift from the Hokage." I shake my head in disbelief. It was not like he was trying to be subtle. He manipulated that discussion masterfully. If it turned out I used a forbidden technique, he could keep his strong image as an Hokage, but since I was innocent, he now has an excuse to permit you to train me in elemental jutsu without being called upon for favoritism. I analyze the Hokage's actions, impressed. It was clear that the Hokage deserved his reputation. Yamato gives a small smile that is good. You can analyze a situation so quickly. A senpai of mine that I respect always says to look underneath the underneath in all situations. You have a good mind to grasp this concept so quickly, Sakura. I give a wry grin. Maybe in a different life I was a spy or something. Yamato chuckles. Perhaps. But now that we are ready we can begin elemental training. Since we are primarily a response team we will not have missions like regular teams. However, we can be called upon at any time, so be ready as we train just in case. He instructs. I nod in understanding. It made sense after all. We were only a two-man cell, only 3 or 4 man cells were allowed to go on missions outside of Konoha. Now, the endgame of this training is to see if you can use your special ability to replicate the Mokuton. To do this I will summon some of it so you can examine it with the Kensho. Are you ready? He questions as he clasps his hands together in the snake seal. I nod, activating the technique. All right then, Mokuton. Forest emergence. Yamato states as wood sprouts from the ground and forms into a large bonsai tree in the center of the training ground. My eyes widen as I stare at the tree. This was beyond anything I had seen in this world before. What the hell? I murmured, transfixed by the structure in front of me. That is not wood. I gape. That's something else entirely. When I look at the many trees that surround Konoha with Kensho, I could see the woods teeming with nature chakra, flowing through networks from the roots all the way into the leaves and fruits surrounded. This natural chakra network is surrounded by a thick layer of bark that behaves similar to the earth around it, rigid and unmoving. If one were to describe how earth and water mix to form wood, then they would have to mirror the chaotic nature of water on the inside of the tree while wrapping it within the rigid nature of earth chakra. But the tree that Yamato had just grown, was completely different. If I were to compare it to anything, then I would describe the tree as more of a fossilized chunk of nature energy. The principles of how the chakra worked in it were the same, but the finished product was warped in some way. But what was interesting to note was that the tree never stopped absorbing chakra from the air, greedily sucking it in for some unexplained purpose. Well? Yamato asks, breaking me from my thoughts as I shut off the Kensho before the drain could be noticeable. I don't really know how to describe it. In principle I think it will be possible, but it won't be the Mokuton. I answer. Yamato raises an eyebrow. What do you mean? I gesture at the tree. What you are doing is not growing a tree, not really. What I think you are doing is actually warping nature chakra and somehow solidifying it. Yamato looks at his creation with a frown. Are you sure? I have noticed very little difference between the wood I create and the trees that grow around Konoha. I nod in agreement. I don't think you would. The way the chakra interacts with normal wood and your Mokuton is essentially the same, but instead of chakra flowing through normal wood, your style seems to solidify chakra itself into the shape of wood, almost mimicking it in some way. Yamato's eyes widen. Is this why no one but the Shotomin was able to use the Mokuton naturally? He did not have an elemental bloodline, but rather had the ability or discovered how to solidify nature chakra? I shrug. It's possible. But I am sure that eventually I will be able to mix water and earth together, but I doubt I will get the same end result as you do. For one, it won't have the chakra draining properties you described, but there may be different benefits from using natural wood. Yamato takes a few moments to examine the tree before speaking. Regardless if you manage it or not, your ability has already proven to be exceedingly useful, Sakura. Now that we know we have been approaching it wrong, we may be able to discover how to recreate the true Mokuton. My sensei says encouragingly. Clapping his hands together, he removes his attention from my revelation to more pressing matters. Even if you are able to recreate the Mokuton or not, it is clear that you will be a very powerful ninjutsu specialist in the future. You already have a good foundation of jutsu in your repertoire, so we should focus on improving your efficiency in using them as well as your capacity. I nod. It made sense. Over the past 2 years I had been able to learn 5 Suiten techniques and 3 Doton, but still needed to use 3 or more hand signs for most of them. For your age you have a good amount of chakra, but it is still only about average for a civilian-born genin, so we will work on chakra-building exercises. Then we can work on allowing you to perform ninjutsu with only one hand seal. Not none? I question, recalling that the man had always used one hand seal for all of his jutsu. Yamato shakes his head. Unfortunately, besides direct chakra manipulations, all jutsu require at least one hand sign to activate. It is an unfortunate requirement since you must mold the chakra to your specifications, and without a hand sign that is near impossible. I see. I murmur before I get up from my stretches. Right then, how are we going to increase my chakra? Yamato smiles, a glint appearing in his dull brown orbs. Unfortunately, there are no shortcuts to growing one's chakra, it has to be trained like a muscle. The more you work with your chakra, the more you will expand your chakra pathways and increase their capacity. Therefore, the only way to increase it is through constant chakra use. I pale slightly at this information. Chakra exhaustion was not fun, the best way to describe it was having a fever and being severely dehydrated at the same time. I learned my limits a year ago and had avoided expending all of my chakra since, apparently stunting my chakra growth. This is going to be painful. I wince. Land of Fire. Yunnan District outskirts. Leaping through the forest canopy, I follow close behind Yamato-sensei as we kick off of branches and use chakra to propel ourselves forward through the Land of Fire. It was the very first mission assigned to our team 2 weeks into training, and I was taking the opportunity to examine the world outside of Konoha. The landscape was beautiful if very rural. I could not see a hint of the semi-advanced technology that was everywhere in Konoha. Either they cannot afford it or the village keeps its technology close to home. I muse as we leap over a small village, giving us a small glimpse of the locals. Sakura, repeat the mission parameters. Yamato calls from ahead, giving an impromptu test as I had come to expect from the man. Team 341 was sent on a routine border patrol mission and did not report back in time for their next shift. It is suspected that they were intercepted somewhere in the Yunnan region. I repeat the words from the scroll before continuing. It is suspected that they were either killed or injured by a missing Nin somewhere in the area. Team 341 is a career genin team, so we can expect anywhere from a high C rank threat upwards. Yamato nods. Very good. The priority of this mission is to locate the missing team and if found deceased, scan the area for a possible threat to future teams and if possible, neutralize it. This is your first mission, Sakura, to stay on your toes. Yes, sensei. I reply as I vault over a branch to gain more speed. The Yunnan region was a sparsely populated area of the Land of Fire that was bordered by the Land of Grass, Rain, and Waterfall. It had been hit the hardest during the Third War and no many people returned after the battles concluded. However, due to the fact that it is so close to the Land of Earth, Konoha kept routine patrols along the easternmost section of the district to watch for any advancing enemy ninja. Yunnan is also the perfect hiding spot for missing ninja and foreign ninja who want to take a shortcut through the Land of Fire. There are so many possibilities on what could have taken out the team. I frown as we near the patrol station that the team would have rested before they disappeared. I notice Yamato making the standard Konoha sign language as we approach the site. Possible enemy, send clones, observe ambush if hostile, hold scan. I nod, landing with a crouch on the ground as I press my hands together in the snake sign Doton Bushin. The earth rose in front of me to form a vaguely human shape before color and detail settle in, creating a perfect replica. With a small flare of chakra, the clone and Yamato's would clone land in the clearing outside of the small rest area. As the two approach, I found what had alerted Yamato. The door is ajar, a mistake or a trap? I notice. Hidden in the shadow of a tree branch, I could see Yamato eyeing the situation as well. Both clones were several feet away from the door. I could feel my heart beat faster as the two got closer to the door. A bead of sweat trickles down my neck as the Yamato clone pulls out a kunai, using it to carefully open the door. Peeking inside, the clone observes for a moment before going through several signs. 3 bodies, no hostiles, remain hidden, checking out room. The two enter, keeping the door wide open so we could see inside the small wooden structure. I could see the 3 bodies lying on the floor from my position, each lying on the ground without any visible wounds. Glancing back up at Yamato, I can see he has not moved from his position, keeping an eye on the 2 clones as they investigate the outpost. Perhaps the enemy are gone. I trail off in shock as the Yamato clone returns to its solid state and my clone crumbles to dust as a hidden attack strikes them, leaving no visible wounds before they dispelled. Yamato moves through some signs. Traps inside, scan. I nod, pressing my hands together to gather chakra before pushing it into my skull. Immediately after it activates, I look through the house, examining the nature chakra and scan the surrounding area for the telltale voids that represent people. Everything seemed normal, then I saw it. Rings of chakra echo throughout the house, moving too fast for the normal eye to see as it bounces around the structure. What kind of nature transformation is that? I wonder before focusing on where they originated, finding a small metal device underneath the tatami mat. Unknown device under mat, unknown chakra effect, hold till next release. I raise an arm as we wait for about a minute before the effect echoes around the room. As it dissipates, I gesture forward, both of us entering the structure as Yamato pulls out a sealing scroll. Removing the mat, I see the small metal ball embedded in the floor, cut into the wood to ensure there would not be a lump in the mat. Yamato quickly places the scroll over the device, sealing it in the scroll. Hostiles? He questions quietly, face grim as he begins looking over the 3 prone forms. None. The area is secure. I answer, checking the pulse of the lone female amongst the genin. They are in a genjutsu, but how did the device sustain the illusion for so long? I question. Yamato shakes his head, somehow the ball was able to keep it sustained. Placing 2 fingers on the forehead of the genin he was checking, he pulsed his chakra kai. With a gasp, the man sat up, wild eyes, but could not move as Yamato kept him restrained. You are in Konoha Outpost Sector Yunnan number 67. The date is the 5th of spring. You are genin show of Team 341. Do you understand me? Yamato had to repeat the process 3 times before the genin calmed down enough to realize he was no longer in the illusion. Why, yes. I know where I am. Who are you? I am Captain Yamato of Reinforcement and Retrieval Squad 12. This is my apprentice Sakura Haruno. Can you explain what happened? The man's eyes turn hazy as he tries to remember. We were on our patrol. It was an easy route so far. No bandits or any dangerous animals. We decided to stop at the patrol house for a brief rest before moving on towards Tanzakugai, where we would have then returned to Konoha to report. But soon after we entered, nothing. Yamato narrows his eyes in thought. You did not sense anyone or found anything strange at all? The man squints, obviously trying to recall something. No. Nothing stands out much. But before I blacked out, I remember hearing something. You heard something? Yamato asks, focusing on that detail. Yeah, it sounded something like bells. Konoha. Bells, you say? The 3rd Hokage questions, staring down at the scroll in his hands with suspicion. Yes, Hokage-sama. That is what Genin Sho stated in his report. I stand at attention next to my sensei in the office of the Hokage. After we had revived all 3 genin, we had quickly retreated, Yamato carrying the genin with his wood clones as we ran back to Konoha. After a few moments, the Hokage holds out the scroll to an ANBU that appears, taking it. Take that scroll to research and development, warn them of the effects before they unseal it. The Hokage instructs, dismissing the ANBU. With a sigh, the man rubs his nose. Whoever did this covered their bases well. That outpost borders 4 different lands that could be held responsible. We have no leads besides the fact that they did not kill our genin, meaning their deaths was not the objective of this attack. Could they have been after information from the genin? Interrogate them while trapped in the illusion? Yamato suggests. The Hokage shakes his head. No village would go so far to interrogate genin. Any spy worth their salt could gather better information. I frown as I realize something that had been bugging me about this situation. The entire mission felt like an operation against a tinker on Earth bet. Sensei, Hokage-sama. Could it be possible that the objective was not the deaths of the genin nor for their information, but just to test the device itself? I question. The Sandamine turned to me, looking thoughtful. It certainly is possible. It would give it a motive. Genin would normally have never located the trap and would not have the experience necessary to break through the technique. Plus, that outpost is a known genin rest spot, with Chunin and Jonin patrols often skipping it to make it to Tanzakugai faster. If they wanted to merely test their device on enemy Nin, it would be the perfect place to do so. Yamato adds, looking thoughtful. The Hokage leans back, one hand stroking his beard. Regardless of their reason, you two have done well. I am glad to see that you two can work so well together. Since you retrieved Team 341 alive and secured an enemy weapon, this mission will count as a low B rank. You will find that payment will be transferred to your accounts shortly. We both bow. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Dismissed. Exiting the Hokage Tower, I could not help but return my focus towards the device we secured. That device reminded me of the type of tech that a tinker would come up with. But that is impossible. There should be no capes here. Yamato presses a hand on my shoulder. You performed well in the field today. Why don't you take tomorrow off before we return to training? You deserve it. I give a small smile. Thank you, sensei. The man nods before disappearing in a shunshin. I stand there in silence for a few moments, trying to decide what to do with the rest of the day. I really do need a hobby. Konoha. A hobby? Mabuki questions as she took a bite of her eggs at the breakfast table. Mimicking the ninja that were so prevalent in the village, the start of the day was much earlier than the cities in my previous life. It was not uncommon for civilians and merchants to wake up at 5 in the morning even on days when they did not have to work. Due to this, it was a rare treat for me to be able to sit with the family for breakfast. I nod. Yeah, I have the day off and Yamato recommended I don't train to give my body time to rest, and I have nothing to do. I state. Different body, different world, still pathetic social life. I lament as I take a bite of my eggs. It wasn't my fault no one in the academy was that interesting to talk to. I am mentally 10 years older than them. What was I going to relate to them about? The weather? Well, you always loved reading. Perhaps you could go to the bookstore and find a good book to read? Mabuki suggests. Kizashi taps his chin before offering his own suggestion. I don't know, maybe you could help me around the shop sometime? I glance up at my new father. That's right, you work at the trading post? Kizashi nods. Yup. Your father's the big boss. That could prove interesting. You must meet a lot of people from all over working in a place like that. I muse. Kizashi enthusiastically nods. Of course. Just last week I met this intriguing lady from Kusa. She was selling the ripest peaches I have ever seen. Kizashi. Mabuki growls. The man pales, but she was nowhere near your eternal beauty, of course, Mabuki-chan. But that is besides my point. You can learn all sorts of things by working there, even part-time. Feel free to stop in at any time, Sakura-chan. I nod. Thank you, Tusan. I will consider it. Mabuki snorts. Don't be fooled by his words, Sakura-chan. Your lazy ass of a Tusan just wants to shove off some of his paperwork on your shoulders. Find something fun to do during your day off. Hi, Kaa-san. Ack! Sakura-chan does not even try to defend me. Maybe I'll try it out, but I will explore some other options first. I decide, taking my plate to the kitchen. I am going to head out. I call over my shoulder, pausing the two's argument. Okay, Sakura-chan. Have fun. Konoha Market District. I may as well start with something I am familiar with. I decide as I enter the trading and merchandise center of Konoha. The streets were abuzz with activity of shoppers and sellers going about their daily lives. One could find virtually anything they needed or wanted in this section of the city. Weapons, food, luxury goods, and practically anything else. But today I was looking for one store in particular. Tree Leaf Books. I read the name of the small shop on the edge of the district. Without the internet or readily available education, books were not the most popular item in this world, often regarded as luxury product. Not to mention, since only scrolls are used for official business, no one has thought to make a printing press in this world yet. Entering the small shop, I was greeted with a variety of books in various sizes. Aw, welcome. Feel free to take a look around. The shopkeeper states from behind the counter. I noticed that he was an older man with balding hair and a slight hunch. Ah, thank you, I say before shoving my hands in my pockets as I peruse the titles. Herbs and Flora of the Konoha region, Notable Lords and Daimyo, Gardening Basics. I breath out a sigh of disappointment at the many boring if practical titles. I was never able to finish that book I was reading for the club back on Earth bet. I reflect as I look for anything interesting. He. I pause as I hear someone giggling on the other side of the shelf I was perusing. Glancing over the top of the shelf, I see a head of spiky silver hair peeking over the wall of books. Is he? I wonder in disgust before the hair starts to move, revealing a man in a jonin uniform with a face mask covering the majority of his face. Ah. Kakashi-san, here to purchase the latest issue of Aika Aika, are you? The shopkeeper grins, a blush forming on his cheeks. Indeed, Jiraiya has outdone himself this time. Are the rumors true? I could not see his face, but I was absolutely sure it was stretched into a wide, perverse grin. The balding shopkeeper's grin widened. Yes, I am sure of it. That bastard is finally going to do it. The main character is finally getting together with both Ade-chan and Sun-chan. The two devolve into giggling like schoolgirls. They are worse than the PHO shipping threads. Neither notice or care as I slip out of the shop. Well, that was a bust. I sigh as I made my way away from the bookstore. Seriously, this world. Why are the only fantasy stories in the entire place bad romance novels and smut? Oh, Sakura-chan. Broken from my disbelieving thoughts, I turned to see Choji breaking off from the crowd. Oh, hey Choji-kun. How are you? I ask. The boy grins. I am doing great, Sakura-chan. Especially since it's a Saturday. Hey, you have not stopped by a kimchi barbecue yet. Do you want to come tonight? Oh, that's right, he did make that offer. I remember. I am not sure. I will see if I can. I say, scratching the back of my head, glancing away from the boy. That's okay. There is no pressure. But my Tusan and Kaa-chan would love to meet you. The boy states with a wide smile. I see. I state with an awkward grin. Well, see you later. I will tell Shikamaru that you are coming by later. He will be happy to see you too. The boy shouts before running off. Wait, I never said I was going. Hey, Choji! I call, but the boy had already disappeared into the crowd. Ugh, now it will make me appear rude if I don't go. Konoha Training Ground 3. And somehow, I'm back here. Today had been a failure. After the fiasco at the bookstore, I had gone around the village, looking for something that would catch my eye. I tried a flower shop only to see that Ino was helping out inside. Not wanting to make a scene, I had quickly abandoned that idea. Dog barking had caught my attention, and I had found a kennel full of mean dogs. I had considered trying to adopt one in memory of Bitch, but was chased off by an Inuzuka who said only clan members could look after them. After that, I had found a small store selling hobby supplies, but nothing really stood out. Am I really that pathetic that I can't find anything to do that's not training? Couldn't resist coming to train as Sakura? A familiar voice speaks up from the entrance. Turning, I spot my sensei carrying a case in his hands. Yamato-sensei. Yamato walks over to one of the logs and places the case down. I know how you are feeling, Sakura. I raise an eyebrow. What? I am fine. Sighing, my sensei looks down at his case. It is hard adapting to normal life, isn't it? Feeling a disconnect from activities that everyone else enjoys. No, I guess you would feel the same, huh? Being former ANBU and all. I state with a small smile. You figured that out? Your intelligence is kinda scary, Sakura-chan. Yamato replies, a deadpan expression on his face. I shrug. You are a wielder of the Mokuton. Sketchy past or not, you would be a celebrity in the normal forces. You had to be either ANBU or the Hokage's personal guard to be kept hidden. Haha, I suppose. But still. After you become Chunin, there may be a future in research and development if you wanted to go that route. He praises. I shrug. Maybe. With a small smile, Yamato returns to his original topic. As you probably know, your situation is not the only one we have seen here in Konoha. Nearly all prodigies like you experience similar problems. Your intelligence disconnects you from your peers and common hobbies. Plus, the pressure from those around you encourages you to train as much as possible. With a shake of his head, Yamato sighs. It is unfortunately all too common among shinobi, actually. I frown, lost in thought to my many failures throughout the day. What did you do? I ask, looking for advice. Yamato looks embarrassed. Well, I myself often practice my mokuton, creating my own gardens and such. It is quite relaxing. So nothing I can copy then. I sigh, before turning my attention to the case he had brought. What is that? Yamato turns. Oh, this? These are my scouting companions. Opening the case, my eyes widen as he pulls out. A dragonfly? I question incredulously as the small insect remains calm on his finger. Indeed. You are not scared of bugs, are you, Sakura-chan? He teases. Of course not. I nearly shout before catching myself. Sensei. With a smile, the man places the dragonfly in the cage. It's an old Black Ops trick. These dragonflies are purposely bred by the Aburame clan to be able to detect chakra and respond to their owners in distinct signals. I want to gape at that information. Really? You can learn to control insects with chakra? Of course. Did you think the Aburame clan were the only ones in the village who practice Konshu Jutsu? I actually did. I grimace at that lack of information. Can you teach me? Please. I ask, staring down at the case. Yamato blinks. Sure. I am surprised you are so interested. Not many people see the value in learning it. In fact, if it was not for the aburame it would be a dying art. No. Insects are amazing, especially dragonflies. Their double wingspan allows them to be the most mobile of all flying insects. Not to mention their distinct appearance allows them to appear innocent and PR-friendly, but they can bite hard enough to pierce the skin and in great enough quantities can even bleed an opponent. Out! I cough into my hand as I forcefully calm myself down. Yes, I would love to learn this technique, sensei. Yamato blinks, looking confused before he smiles. Sure. I am glad to have such an enthusiastic student. We can get started tomorrow. A kimchi barbecue. How did I end up in this situation again? Do you like the food, Sakura? It's great, isn't it? Choji mumbles around some meat as he enjoyed the meal. Yeah, it's great. I mutter back, glancing at the man to his right. I am very glad that my son has such a nice friend in you, Sakura-kun. I was afraid the boy would remain isolated to just Shikamaru. Chusa Akimichi, also known as the Food Baron. He has partial ownership of nearly every restaurant in the city and full control over the Akimichi Ranch south of Konoha. He was the man behind nearly all produce sales in the entire city and had a finger in every profitable food-related establishment. It's quite a drag to eat here every Saturday. But the food is good at least. Shikamaru murmurs, looking as if he was contemplating whether or not it was worth the effort to get more food. Now, Shikamaru. Be respectful. Shikaku Nara, Jonin commander and sometimes referred to as the Shadow Hokage due to his role as the Hokage's right-hand man. It was said the strategic prowess was unmatched throughout the entirety of the elemental nations. I still can't believe these two dumbass invited you here. Seriously. Ino mumbles as she scowls around her salad. Ino-chan. Be polite. I am sorry for her attitude, Sakura-chan. It's okay. I state with a strangled laugh. Inoichi Yamanaka, head of interrogation and torture department and known as one of the most dangerous men in the village due to his ability to worm out any secret from even the most veteran of shinobi. All three of which were apparently the fathers of the trio I knew at the academy. I knew they were clan members, but I had no idea they were clan heirs. I internally scream as I accept another piece of meat from Chusa. Thank you. I state, biting into the delicious meat. All three of these men were some of the village's very best and had a huge amount of power in the village infrastructure. Think nothing of it, Sakura-chan. When I heard from my son that he had befriended Konoha's latest prodigy, I was very happy. That's my son, making valuable connections even at his age. Dad! Chuji protests. I know. I am just teasing. Oh, waiter, why don't we get some more steak for the table, please? Chusa roars in laughter as he orders another plate. Inoichi nods yes, thanks to you my daughter has been taking her training much more seriously as of late. It is good that she has such a good role model. Dad! Now Ino looks scandalized as she stares at her father in betrayal. Troublesome. Both Shikamaru and Shikaku sigh in unison at the energy of the table. You're welcome? I say questioningly. Oh, that's right. How is your team, Sakura-chan? I have not been able to ask you about it since you graduated early. Choji asks. Eager to change the topic, I answer quickly. Oh, I was not put on a team. I was selected for an apprenticeship under Yamato-sensei. Shikaku raises an eyebrow. Yamato? The Hokage must see a lot in you to give you a sensei like that. It must be troublesome but good for you. That's right, Yamato is the one, right? Well, we will have to watch your progress with interest, Sakura. Inoichi states with a respectful nod. Ino looked confused. Huh? Who is Yamato? I have never heard of him. He is a very strong jonin, Ino-chan. One of the best in Konoha, although he prefers his privacy, so he is not as well known as some others. Chusa states, creating an impromptu excuse why Yamato was not as widely known. I see. Shikamaru looked at his dad with a frown, who glanced back out of the corner of his eye and shook his head. The lazy boy sighs. Troublesome. Thankfully the topic changed after that and the rest of the night was much more enjoyable. Thank you so much for coming, Sakura. Feel free to stop by any time. I would love to treat a friend of my son. Chusa boomed as he patted my back, nearly hurling me forward. I would be honored, Akimichi-sama. I bow. On none of this Sama business, call me Chusa. Everyone does. The giant of a man laughs. I see. Thank you then, Chusa-san. I watch as the powerful men and their families leave, each saying goodbye, or in Ino's case a glare before they walk back towards the clan district. With a soft smile I turned to head back home, surprised that I had enjoyed the dinner so much. While interacting with Ino again had been awkward, the presence of her father had curbed her more annoying habits. As I made my way home I found that the small smile wouldn't leave my face. Perhaps, the day had not been such a failure after all. Sakura! Formation C. Right. Yamato leaps forwards to engage the missing nin who had killed a member of a scouting party near Tanzaku-gai. Amida was a high C-ranked missing nin from Kusagakure who had taken residence in the forests of the Land of Fire to avoid his own village, leaving his elimination up to Konoha. It seems the man had been somehow tipped off that Konoha was sending a team after him and had laid a trap, ambushing the team before they could confirm his position. With one member dead and another injured, the remaining member had made it to a nearby city and called for aid. I don't pause to watch as Yamato engages, clasping my hand in a snake-sealed doton, traversing like a mole. I sink into the ground and activate Kensho, removing one of the major disadvantages to this jutsu. On the surface I could see the shape of Yamato engaging the missing nin, the opponent using 2 sickles to fend off the myriad of jutsu Yamato was using. Using Earth-Nature transformation to traverse the ground, I place paper tags strategically around the clearing. Diving deeper into the ground, I look up to observe the battle for a few seconds before I send a chakra signal through the dragonfly on Yamato's back, alerting him that the trap was set. The fight seemed to lull for a bit, and I couldn't help but roll my eyes before shooting towards the surface, pulling out a kunai. I am the best scythe wielder Kusa has ever seen. I am not going to die from some no-name tree hugger. You should just flee before Dashi was cut off as I shoot from the ground, my kunai dragging across his Achilles tendons. Ack! What the fuck? He screams as he falls to his knees. Sensei, do we need something to identify the body? I questioned the jonin who shook his head. No need. The Hokage trusts my word. All right then. I drawl, ignoring the shouting man as I raise 2 fingers. Activate. I will kill you both. Don't you walk away from me. The missing nin raved as the earth underneath him began to light up and expand. Huh? Those were the last words of the Kusa nin before the earth erupted into an explosion, burying the charred body as the earth collapsed in on itself, leaving nothing but rubble. Yamato sighs as he rubs his forehead. You really are not one for tradition, are you, Sakura? He questions as we leap away from the scene. I shrug. I think it's stupid that you pause in the middle of a battle to hold a conversation. I don't care if it was started during the Clan Wars era. There are many strategic advantages to doing so, Sakura. By luring your opponent into a conversation that gives time for backup to arrive and to extract critical information from your opponent. I cannot tell you how many times I have figured out the secret to a technique by my foe's own admission. The man lectures. And yet the man cannot explain his secret techniques because he is dead and can't use them anymore. I snark. Not every enemy will be distracted or be a low chunin at best. Even less reason to stop and chat then. I could hear the exasperated grumbles from my sensei as we make our way through the forest towards Konoha. Things had been going well for our 2-man squad. After our first B rank we had quickly returned to training, working relentlessly to get my chakra control to the level where I could use one hand sign for each jutsu. It was meticulous, tedious work that involved casting the same jutsu over and over again, both with Kensho active and without, to learn the power inside and out. How the jutsu formed, how it was molded, how it can be altered, how powerful can you make it, how weak can you make it, etc. Each hand sign altered so much about the jutsu that removing each one was like removing half your code from a program, then rewriting it from memory each and every time you wanted it to run. To reduce a jutsu down to one hand sign you had to completely know and understand the jutsu down to the most minute application of chakra. So far, I had only managed to accomplish this feat with my most basic jutsu, leaving the more advanced ones still far out of reach. But I could feel myself growing stronger every day. Yamato pushed me to my limits while never letting me overwork myself or break something. If I had thought I was making progress before becoming a genin, it was incomparable to the knowledge I was gaining with a dedicated instructor. Ducking under a particularly sharp-looking tree branch I glance over at my sensei. What do you think, will this be a C or B rank? Yamato shrugs. It is up to the Hokage, but if I were to guess I would say another low B rank due to the fact that the man managed to kill off one of our own. Not to mention we gain a small boon with Kusa for taking care of one of their traitors. So that makes 4 C ranks and 2 B ranks. I murmur, keeping track of the missions we had done over the past few weeks. Since we did not have a normal mission schedule, we could be called away at any time to back up squads in the field. Sometimes it was just to back up squads dealing with better equipped bandit camps or bringing medicine to a patrol that had a bad encounter with one of the Land of Fire's many poisonous species. Something wrong? Yamato questions. I don't respond for a few moments. Before speaking, I heard the Chunin exams are coming to Konoha soon. I was wondering if you were considering letting me participate. Yamato turns his attention to the forest as we nearly fly through trees in silence for a few moments as he considers the question. In terms of skill, you are more than ready for a promotion. He starts, but I could tell he was not finished. I would be willing to put in a request for 2 unaffiliated genin for you to take it, but the Hokage and I would prefer it if you were to take the exam next year. I raise an eyebrow. Next year, but those Chunin exams are in either IWA or Kumo. Yamato nods yes. I am sure you are curious to why you should wait for genin exams in enemy villages, and that answer is simple: reputation. Now he was suggesting something I understood all too well. You want me to crush the competition in an enemy village instead of fighting on home ground, or in Suno, which would be allied ground. I finish his explanation. It was obvious in hindsight after all. It was a not-so-secret fact that the Chunin exams heavily favored the genin from their native village. The proctors were friendlier and overlooked more mistakes. You were familiar with the territory, and there were much more friendly teams than in other regions. Those advantages waned the further you got away from your village and the worse your ties with the host village became. Konoha was obviously the easiest, with Suna a close second. Kiri was more neutral than hostile, but it was Kumo and IWA that had the worst disadvantages. Due to our tenuous at best peace agreements, the 2 villages were heavily biased against Konoha genin. If I wanted to enter those exams, I would be faced with heavy competition from all sides and very little support. However, if I were to make it far in the competition, or even win, I would certainly earn a reputation. I didn't doubt that I could do it. I had walked into impossible odds before, but the question remained: would I willingly step into the jaws of the beast or take the easy road? To be honest, it was a strange thought as we sped through the forest, to be offered a chance at the easy road. Before and after I left Brockton, there had never been an easy option. After joining the wards, I had to rework my abilities from the ground up using PR-friendly insects and somehow make butterflies deadly, but I had managed. Every day had been a struggle of learning either martial arts, practicing my powers, or going on missions where one misstep could mean my capture or death, all while dealing with the stigma of being a former villain. And that is not even getting into the crap that happened leading up to the Scion debacle. It's a hard decision, I finally admitted after several minutes of silence. Yamato nods in understanding. It is. You have plenty of time to decide. The Chunin exams are not for another few weeks, and then there are still the ones in Suno later this year. And even then, you are still young. There is nothing wrong with waiting a year or 2 before thinking about a promotion. Right. I state, knowing he wouldn't understand why I wanted to enter the exam. I had learned over a short but bloody career as a cape that stagnation was one of the many surefire ways to end up dead. I still had that fear in the back of my mind whenever I allowed myself to relax or slow down. It was quieter than when I was Taylor, but it was still there, demanding constant action and improvement. When I had learned about the Chunin exams a month ago, I had immediately associated it with the next step forward in my journey to become as strong as possible in this new world. An entire tournament designed to pit oneself against the best the 5 villages had to offer? It sounded like the perfect opportunity to not only gain information on foreign adversaries but to also test myself against them. But do not think you can distract me with talk about the Chunin exams. A ninja should be aware of every advantage on the battlefield, and luring your opponent into a conversation is a viable tactic. No way in hell. Konoha. Arriving back at Konoha was a thankfully painless affair as we reported our successful mission. The administration official only had a few complaints about the lack of body but let it slide, giving us our low B-rank mission pay. I have a good idea. The 2 of us have not had a team dinner yet. Yamato states unexpectedly as we exit the administrative office. Blinking, I think back on the few weeks we had been together to realize he was right. We had spent nearly all our time together training and doing missions. Besides teaching me how to train insects with chakra, we had really not done much together. Sure. Where do you want to go? I ask, stuffing my hands in my coat pockets. Yamato rubs his chin before deciding. Well, I know of a great little tea house that focuses their service towards ninja. It's a nice place. I shrug, Not really having an opinion on it sounds good to me. Walking through the village, I was surprised when we did not head towards the restaurant district but rather towards the village stadium. It's huge. I muse as I stare up at the towering walls of the arena. I had never been inside, but I knew the place hosted all sorts of events. From plays to sport events, it served as one of the largest entertainment centers in the village. I noticed we were heading towards a two-story building that looked pretty lively. The place was decorated in a very traditional Japanese style, with paper lanterns and scroll paintings adoring most of the walls. The place also offered a magnificent view of the stadium in the distance. It looks nice, I compliment as we take our seats in a booth. I could see several ninja, mostly Chunin and Genin, enjoying their meals. Seems like they really do cater to mostly shinobi. I muse, impressed. It was hard to primarily serve shinobi due to the unpredictability of their lifestyle. Many restaurants preferred to advertise to the civilian market to be assured a long-term client base. I ordered the salmon teriyaki and was picking at it, lost in thought. Still thinking about the Chunin exams? Yamato asks, enjoying his own soba dish. Yeah. I think I am going to wait for next year. I state, placing my chopsticks down to stare with a determined frown. Are you sure? I believe you can certainly make your mark internationally at either IWA or Kumo, but I will admit it would be much easier to take it in Konoha. Yeah, I'm sure. I still have a lot to learn, and by this time next year, I will be ready for anything they will have to offer. Yamato nods, and I will do everything in my power to get you there. He raised his glass in a toast to the next year. I clink my glass against his. Hokage's office. An escort mission? 2 days later we were back in the Hokage office, having been summoned for a different mission than the one I normally dealt with. The Hokage nods yes. As you know, the Chunin exams are almost upon us once again, and I have just received word that IWA is sending a team. Yamato looks surprised. IWA? They have not attended the last 5 exams held here, why now? The Hokage shakes his head. I am not sure, but it is safe to assume they have a team they wish to show off. Sakura, you are the most promising genin we have on hand, so we would like you and Yamato to escort the team into the Land of Fire and be their minders during their stay in the village. So, you want to see how I compare to some sort of elite genin team? I clarify, earning a nod from the Hokage. I know this is different from your normal mission parameters, but this will be counted as a high B rank mission, with the opportunity to rise to low A rank if any complications arise with hazard pay. Quite the opportunity, eh? He questions knowingly, a small sparkle in his cunning gaze. I knew there was probably more to the mission than they were telling me, but that was a lot of money. A high B rank mission was nearly double a standard C rank, with a low A rank being triple. Add hazard pay to that, then the payment would be nearly a mid A rank. I knew what it was like to be poor and to live on a meager budget. I knew to never turn down an opportunity for a, in theory, relatively easy mission. Yamato glances at me, wanting my input before he accepted. As team leader he did not have to get my opinion, but he had proven to value my opinion. I see no problem with it. Yamato agrees. We will take the mission, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen gives a faint smirk, gone so fast I was unsure if it was there in the first place. Wonderful. You will need to meet the team at the border in 3 days' time, then escort them back to Konoha. Please prepare carefully. I would not put it past Inoki to use this as a trap. Yes, Hokage-sama. We chorus. As we leave, I could not help but wonder what the IWA team would be like. They would obviously be hostile, but it could prove interesting to meet shinobi from another nation. Iwagakure. Now you brats, I am taking a big gamble sending you two to that place. If you don't make anything but top 1, then don't bother coming home. Inoki, known as the great fence-sitter across the land, was currently standing on his desk, but was still shorter than the 2 subordinates he was encouraging in his office. Hi. A girl murmurs, looking bored as she stares out the window. Insufferable brat, am serious. How I am. What if he is serious? A rotund boy asks anxiously off to the side, looking worried as he considers his Kage's words. The girl waves off his concern. He's not. Don't worry. Brat, I am your Kage. You're a cripple with a bad back. Why you? Ack my back. Inoki rages before shouting in pain as his lower back seizes up, causing him to clutch at it in pain. See? You shouldn't tease that Sachikage Kuro-chan. Oh, please Akitsuchi, he's my grandfather. A dark-haired girl grins with her fists planted on her hips. He knows there is nothing to worry about. Those tree huggers won't know what hit them. Kuratsuchi, granddaughter of the Tsuchikage, will destroy all competition. Pointing a finger, she marches out of the office. Now. Let's go Akatsuchi, we got a Chunin exam to dominate. Land of Fire border. So, this is the meeting point? I question, hands in my coat pockets as I stare out at the wide stone bridge that stretched across a great chasm. Yes. The Hokage thought this place would be suitable to meet the IWA representatives. Yamato states, a note of something in his voice alerted me that this site was not for convenience. Turning to examine the area, I don't notice anything that really stands out, except for the bridge at least. Why here specifically? I question. Yamato glances at me before quirking his lips up. Let's just say the Canopy Bridge is a sore spot for IWA. I quickly decoded his words. It was no secret that Konoha had primarily won the Third War by starving out the Land of Earth by cutting off its trade routes and forging alliances with Kusa. The bridge in front of us certainly looked wide enough for a full caravan to cross. The Fourth's actions had just been the last straw that broke the back of IWA. It was likely that this bridge was in some way a pivotal point in winning the war. I see, sending a message. You think the Hokage suspects something? I wonder aloud. Yamato shrugs, his arms crossed as he leans against a tree perhaps. But this is the first time since the war that IWA is participating in our exam. It could be just a show of force with a particularly strong genin team, or it could be something much more sinister. I was about to respond before a small chakra flare in my side pouch drew my attention there in range. A mile or so out. ETA 2 minutes. Yamato nods to signal he heard. Can you tell how many they are? I lower my hood, the dark red fabric enough to just cover my eyes as I activate Kensho. 3. One female, a man and, I think another man? I question as the voids become more distinct the closer they get. You think? Yamato questions, an eyebrow quirked up. I did not get a chance to answer as 3 blurs land in front of us, revealing the IWA Genin and lone Jonin. Big. Was my first thought at seeing the IWA Jonin. His frame towered over Yamato by at least a head and made of pure muscle. The other male of the group was much younger looking, albeit nearly the same size as his sensei. While the Jonin was pure muscle, the Genin reminded me of an Akimichi, his towering build seemingly comprised of fat instead of muscle. The last member of the group was the lone female I had seen. To my surprise, she seemed to be only a few years older than I was. You the Konoha escort? The Jonin rumbles, glancing between the two of us appraisingly. What? Konoha only sent 2 nobodies to escort us? How insulting. The girl speaks up, a hand on her hip as she glares at us. The Jonin eyes his Genin for a moment, his gaze clearly conveying something as the girl quiets down with a huff. Forgive my daughter. She is still young and brash. My name is Kitsuchi, Jonin of Iwagakure. The Earth Sculpture. I realize, putting the name and face to the title. Yamato had made sure I memorized the bingo books and his name was only one entry after their current Tsuchikage. As the direct son of their Kage, he was next in line to lead the village and his skill reflected that. His mastery of earth style was unparalleled even by his father. In battle the man was known to transform the earth itself to better suit his fighting style. This is my 2-man squad, Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi. As you know, we have come to participate in the Leaf's Chunin exams. Kuratsuchi didn't respond to her introduction while Akatsuchi gave a friendly wave and a happy-go-lucky smile. Yamato steps forward, a genial smile on his face. I could tell he was emphasizing his blandness to its fullest extent, presenting himself as some nobody not worthy of attention. We are honored that you decided to participate. My name is Yamato, and this is my apprentice Sakura. We will be escorting you directly to Konoha. I would ask that you please do not make any deviations or remain out of my sight for long. The IWA Jonin nods in agreement. That is acceptable. Shall we start moving? He's good. I muse as we disappear in blurs, the IWA Jonin leaping a step behind us as we move towards the center of the Land of Fire. The Jonin had not reacted at all to the sight of the bridge nor to the fact that his escorts appeared to be nobodies. In fact, the only one who seemed to have a problem with the situation was TSK. Can't believe Konoha would send 2 wimps like that to escort us. They really think lowly of IWA, huh? I could hear Kuratsuchi grumbling underneath her breath. Spoiled. I decide as we jump across large gap between trees. Since she was the daughter of Kitsuchi, that meant she was also the granddaughter of Inoki, which meant that she had probably lived a life of luxury. She probably expected a royal guard of some sort. I hide a snort. Hey Chibi. I don't even bother giving the address a response. Oi, Chibi. Out of the corner of my eye I could see Kuratsuchi growing more frustrated despite the warning glances from Kitsuchi. Brat. I glance at Yamato and he stares, his eyes expressing everything. Humor her, see if you can get some information out of her. I glare back, no way in hell am I humoring the spoiled princess. Do it or I am telling your parents you are interested in a boy. Yamato threatens back. My eyes widen in shock. You wouldn't. Try me. What? I growl back as the IWA Nin calls out for the fourth time. Kuratsuchi grins in triumph at finally getting a response. How old are you anyway? Shouldn't you be in the academy? Konoha can't be that pathetic to not even have enough genin for an escort, right? Sending one last glare at Yamato to tell him this was not over, I sigh. I am 9. I could feel the stares of the IWA Nin at that information. Oh, so Konoha lets anyone be a genin then, huh? Kuratsuchi taunts. Who knows? I shrug, not rising to her game. How old are you? I retort, looking to try and turn it around to get some information. Enough, Kuratsuchi. Kitsuchi finally steps in. Do not antagonize the child. Child, not shinobi. I mentally translate, plus he stepped in right before his daughter could respond to my question, innocent enough as it was. It seems the IWA Jonin shared something in common with my own sensei. With his appearance one would suggest he focused his entire being on strength, not intelligence. It was obvious the man did nothing to detract from that stigma and instead used it to his advantage. Tisk, so lame. The grandchild of the Tsuchikage grumbled. Don't worry, Kuro-chan, I for one am looking forward to this trip. Hey Konoha Nin, do you think we can visit any of your restaurants? Akatsuchi interjected, alleviating the tension with his easygoing smile. An act? Or is he just genuinely nice? I wonder. There are many wonderful places in the village we can take you once you are registered for the exams. We can escort you to a few different places. I personally recommend any Akimichi-owned establishment. They serve the best food in the village, and are primarily made up of ninja to add more protection in case they try anything. Sounds great. I wonder how they compare to the places back in IWA. Oi Akatsuchi, shut up already about filling your gullet. Releasing a quiet sigh, I knew this would be a long run back to the village. Konoha gates. So, this is Konoha. Kuratsuchi mutters as we approach the front gate. The other 2 members of her team remain quiet, eyeing the towering gates as we approach. We should get you registered right away, then I can show you to where you will be staying. Yamato instructs, walking slightly ahead of the group as we approach the building right inside the entrance. Oh. Yamato and Sakura. Back from your mission? With. Kotetsu trails off as he notices the IWA delegation and his eyes sharpen. Right. We will prepare the registration papers. He and Izumo enter the building for a few moments before returning with several sheets of paper. Fill out all these forms, please. Do not leave any sections blank. If it does not apply, merely write that down. Izumo instructs, handing the forms out to the foreigners. I stand off to the side as I wait for them to finish, feeling restless that things were going so smoothly. This was arguably one of the most important diplomatic moments since the Third War between IWA and Konoha. The 2 villages had not had public contact with each other for nearly a decade after the treaty. Yet why do I feel like they are not treating this seriously? The 2 are obviously strong, but that can't be it. They could just show off their genin anywhere. Why would they deliberately send the son of the Tsuchikage and his granddaughter? It made no sense. I glance at Yamato, who was still smiling passively at the IWA Nin as they finished filling out their forms. I had known the man for a little over 3 months, but even I could not tell what he was thinking. Finished? He asked as they returned their forms to the Chunin. Well then why don't we show you where you will be staying? Yamato suggests as he begins to lead them through the village, taking a slightly longer route than the one a local would have. This route has a better view of the Hokage monument. I think with a well-hidden smirk. The political games that the Leaf was playing with these IWA Nin was rather obvious but carefully made to look as if we were not intentionally trying to be insulting. As we walk down the street, for the first time I see something other than passiveness on the Jonin's face. Hatred. For a brief moment the man looks up towards the face of the fourth Hokage and he scowled before twisting his face back into a blank mask. The fourth really did a number on them if a statue evokes that kind of emotion. As we walk, civilians pause as they turn to stare at the foreign ninja, or more specifically at their headbands. IWA, even more so than Kumo, were the boogeymen of the Land of Fire. In the last war, Wagakure was much more indiscriminate in their attacks than the Land of Lightning, affecting many more people. Even a decade later, the people still remembered the terror of the explosion core. Thankfully, before we could attract too much attention we arrived at their location. The property was small, but decent enough size for a full Genin team and Jonin-sensei for the time they would be attending the Chunin exams. Tisk, it's a bit small but it will do. Kitsuchi turned to Yamato and I, bowling his head lightly. Thank you for the escort. I believe you will be our minders for the remainder of our stay? Yamato nods. Indeed, if you wish to go anywhere in the village just let one of us know and we can escort you. The Jonin nods. Understood. Then why don't you let us freshen up and take us to an available training field? I would like my genin to get some practice in while the day is young. That is acceptable. We have reserved several training fields for foreign ninja. I will provide you a list and Sakura here will escort you. I cast an annoyed glance at Yamato for volunteering me without my consent, but I understood his logic. A Jonin would be much more likely to put his guard down against a simple genin than an unknown Jonin. If anyone was going to get to see more than taijutsu practice it would be me. Fine. I grunt, knowing that this would be a long month. Training ground 32. Kuratsuchi deflects a hit from the much stronger Akatsuchi with an elbow guard before twisting into a kick which pushes the massive genin a few feet back. Leaping over a basic punch, the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage uses the arm as a springboard, kicking the neck and head of her teammate twice before vaulting back to the ground. Ugh. That hurt Kuro-chan. The genin whines. What a defense and stamina monster. I observe as I dangle my feet off a tree limb at the corner of the training field, watching the two genin fight. Neither had used any ninjutsu, but I was sure that both had plenty in their repertoire. A taijutsu specialist. No, his build may be built like a brute, but his style isn't refined enough to be his focus. The girl was harder, her skill in taijutsu could suggest that it was her focus, but as the daughter of a long line of ninjutsu specialists I doubted it. It was more likely that she was the main reason that the team were here in the first place. If Kuratsuchi was the genius that IWA wanted to show off, it was likely she was just that good in an ability she did not focus in. The fight lasted several more moments, Kuratsuchi using her impressive speed and flexibility to relentlessly hammer the much sturdier and stronger Akatsuchi. Enough. Kitsuchi rumbles as the two separate from their latest clash. You have sparred enough for today. Kuratsuchi stretches. Ah, that was a good workout. Good job Akatsuchi, nearly made me break out into a sweat there. She laughs, brushing off some imaginary dust from her shoulder. I leap down from my perch. Will you be continuing training? Or would you prefer to return to your residence? Before the Jonin could respond, Kuratsuchi speaks up. You know. I just can't accept this. A 9-year-old brat, a genin. That means you beat me to genin a year faster than I did. A clanless brat like you can't be in the same tier as the Tsuchikage lineage. Normally I wouldn't bother responding to her taunt, but I could feel the spirit of Yamato's glare from across the village. I don't care if you believe it or not. Only my ability matters. The girl grins. Then why don't we test that right here right now? Mano e mano. I could use a warm-up before this thing starts. Kuratsuchi. Kitsuchi begins to warn before his daughter cuts him off. Don't worry, Dad. I won't have to use anything special against this twerp. The girl brags, cracking her knuckles. I mentally weigh the pros and cons of not accepting and just face the inquisition from Kaz-san before sighing, placing both my hands in my hoodie pockets. Fine. Ninjutsu allowed? I question. The Jonin seems to appraise me for several seconds before closing his eyes. Fine. No killing blows. If I say stop then you will stop. This is merely a spar, not a life or death battle. TSCH, you don't have to harp on it. I understand. Kuratsuchi growls. Understood. I nod, taking a few steps backward. The breeze rustles through the clearing as the IWA royalty and I square off against each other, eyeing each other for weaknesses. Are you going to take a stance? Or are you just going to stand there and take it? My opponent taunts, seeing as I had yet to enter a taijutsu stance or remove my hand from my pockets. I shrug. If you can make me, I will. Kuratsuchi's eyes narrow in anger. Fine then, when you're black and blue maybe you will get some sense. Father, call for us to begin. Kitsuchi stepped back to the far edge of the training ground, Akatsuchi following. Ready. Begin the spar! He barks as his daughter immediately charges forward at the signal. Sway Tun, water cutter. I mentally state before sending a high-pressured beam of water out of my mouth. What? Kuratsuchi yelps as the pressurized water puts a hole in her shoulder. The IWA genin clutches her shoulder in shock for a few moments before crumbling to dirt. How the fuck did you cast a jutsu without hand signs? She roars, bursting forth from the ground with a kunai, which I parried with my own. I did use a hand sign. I remember placing my hands in a ram sign when I placed them in my pockets. The pockets of my jacket are connected, allowing me to form hidden hand signs at a moment's notice. As we lock kunai, I could see the cockiness bleed out of my opponent, the girl now finally taking me seriously. Sway Tun, water prison. I intoned from the same tree I was still perched on, the water clone I was controlling enveloping the kunai-locked girl. You got cocky. I state, watching as the girl struggles in the chakra-enforced water. In the end, your lineage means nothing when you can't tell a clone from an original. However, before I could continue, the ball of water begins to bubble dangerously before evaporating into the air, the enraged visage of Kuratsuchi walking out of the rapidly forming mist. Well then, I guess I will just have to destroy every single one of your pathetic duplicates then. She roars, the ground cracking underneath her feet and fire erupting from her skin. Well then. Let's see what IWA wants to show off so much. I internally smirk as I take out another kunai. We both rush forward. Training Ground 32. Fire and Earth Transformations? I question to myself as my opponent releases chakra and energy, heat waves rising into the air and the earth cracks underneath her feet. I press my hands into a ram sign. Whatever she is preparing to do, I am going to stop it. I decide, my cheek swelling as my chakra converts to water. Sway Tun, water bullet. The water is expelled from my mouth, forming a torso-sized ball of water that shoots towards Kuratsuchi, the water exploding into steam as it reached the girl. The clouds of superheated water spreads across the training ground, creating a thick mist that blankets the field. Taking a deep breath of the humid air, I gauge my options. I did not have much experience fighting in mist, as Yamato did not know the signature jutsu of Kiri. But seeing as Awagakure was the furthest hidden village from Kiri, it was likely that Kuratsuchi had no experience fighting in the steam either. I could risk using the Kensho, but I don't want to reveal that to any potential enemies until my own Chunin exam. But on the other hand, this may be the perfect situation to use it. A bead of sweat trickles down my forehead as I most slowly through the intense heat of the steam. It felt like I was wading through the onsen that I had visited with my mother to celebrate my graduation. Lowering the hood of my jacket, I send a trickle of energy towards my brain. You can't hide from me. I hear a roar and then an intense heat moving through the fog. A fire ninjutsu, I realize, moving through 3 hand signs as I leap into combat. Kuratsuchi glares through the thick fog that had covered the entire training field, trying to find the brat in the hoodie through the steam. Maybe it had not been the best idea to use a fire ninjutsu to boil the water bullet. She internally growls, slowly moving through the fog with a kunai raised defensively. The fact that the chibi could even use ninjutsu was startling. She had been praised for years for her quick mastery of the fire and earth transformation techniques. Nearly everyone whispered behind her back, claiming that she was a once-in-a-generation genius at ninjutsu. The fact that a kid a year younger could do the same sent a storm of emotions that she did not want to deal with. First was anger at being shown up by a leaf nin of all things, but there was also a small part of her that was eager to fight the girl. In her age bracket, only Akatsuchi and Deidara had been able to keep up with her. Fighting her teammate was fun, but had long grown dull as there was no novelty to it. And since Deidara had gone missing nin, she had grown bored. It was part of the reason she had demanded her grandfather to let her take the exams in Konoha. They were supposed to be the strongest village and as such should have the strongest genin. And now, not a day into the foreign village, she was fighting a pink-haired brat who could keep up with her. It made her blood boil in excitement. You can't hide from me, she roars, going through 4 hand signs before firing a searing hot blast of fire in the general direction of the field, hoping to burn away some of the steam. Did I get her? She questions to herself before having to dive out of the way of 3 shurikens she found me. How? Kuratsuchi growls, before seeing a shadow in the fog. There! Diving forward, Kuratsuchi swings a kunai, before her eyes widen as the dagger goes right through the brat. A bunshin? She thinks she can make fun of me by using such a stupid trick. She growls, turning away from the image before she froze, her eyes wide. A kunai was inches away from her throat, the cold steel of the blade confirming that it was real and not just another clone. How? Kuratsuchi gasps. The fog began to clear, revealing the battlefield to the spectators. What? Akatsuchi gasps in shock while Kitsuchi's eyes widen. Kensho! I think as my power activates, black bleeding into my sclera as the entire world into grayscale as a sea of green lights flitter through the steam. There she is. I spot my opponent's void cautiously moving through the clearing. I wanted to end this fast. I had already seen a lot of what the girl was capable of and only revealed a few water techniques. The longer this fight stretched on, the more likely it was I would be forced to use an earth jutsu or send out scout dragonflies. Reaching into my pouch, I pull out 3 shuriken, forming a plan in my mind. She may be treating me more cautiously, but I doubt she is taking this as seriously as she should. If I can trick her with a weak technique, I may be able to win this now. Throwing the 3 shuriken towards the void, I raise one hand into a ram seal. Leaping away in 2 directions as the bunshin approaches Kuratsuchi from behind while I crouch near the edge of the clearing, pressing my hands into the ram seal. I've never tried this before, but there is so much water in the air it should work. I think with narrowed eyes, watching the clone rush towards the IWA genin. Suiton, water bunshin. The clone phases through Kuratsuchi's attack, signaling that it was just a regular clone, but as she turned her back I gathered the water-rich air and condensed it back into the shape of a clone. I could tell the steam was clearing, so I hide behind a tree. I may have Kuratsuchi in check, but I was not taking a chance. Letting Kensho recede now that the steam was nearly gone, I watch as my clone holds a kunai to the neck of my opponent. Raising my hands into a ram seal, I watch out of the corner of my eye as the jonin glanced at me in the trees before refocusing on the clone and his student. Kuratsuchi tensed as she felt the blade of the kunai press into her throat. How did she get behind me? I was sure that was a clone. Surrender. The girl states in monotone, her hood casting her face in shadow. Glancing at Kitsuchi, the man gives a small nod. Brat, you have officially pissed me off. The IWA genin growls, gathering chakra to the surface of her skin, ignoring the soft buzzing of some insect as she focuses on her opponent. Channel both fire and earth, don't mix it too much to make lava, there. Yogin, searing hot embrace. Katon! Searing hot embrace. She yells, changing the name of the technique. In a burst of superheated air, a plume of fire expanded around me, blasting through the child and several feet of grass, burning it all to a crisp. Taking a page out of the brat's book, she creates an earth clone and jumps into the tree line, using the fire as a cover. Let's see how she likes having her own tricks used against her. In the clearing, her earth clone was fighting the girl in taijutsu, the smaller brat surprisingly holding her own, if only barely. Taijutsu is definitely not her speciality. She decides, waving away an annoying bug in order to focus on the battle. As the fight continues, her clone separates and draws the girl into a conversation. From the sound of it, the earth bunshin was taunting the girl. The inexperienced genin was buying it, remaining in place as she responded to several of the taunts with her own. Raising her arms to form a tiger sign, she grins wide. Shouldn't stand still in the middle of battle, brat. Katon dash. That was her last thought before the tree she was standing on came alive, binding her limbs to the great oak. What? Mokutan? What is going on here? A calm voice breaks through the clearing, revealing the nondescript man she had thought was an ordinary chunin. The wooden limbs binding her moved, removing her from the tree, which allowed her to see that both her teammates and clone were similarly bound. Fighting is prohibited between genin of foreign villages until a sanctioned match in the chunin exams. Yamato orders. His eyes glinting with an intelligence and deadliness that she had never seen in the man previously. Who the hell is this guy? She gapes. Sensei. It was just a spar. Her heart goes cold as she hears the voice from behind her. No way. Kuratsuchi gapes as she turns her head to stare at her opponent, who was standing on the tree she was just removed from. Turning, she looked at the one in the clearing, with only a puddle to show that she was once there. Another clone, and the girl was right behind me the entire time. How did she find me so fast? It made no sense. She had used the cover of her fire technique to hide in the trees. There was no way the girl could have tracked her down. Yamato turns his gaze to his apprentice, who remains stoic under the disapproving gaze. Sakura, you know the rules of this mission. We are to escort them to their destinations and nothing more. Return to our meeting spot, I will take it from here. The girl nods, her face still partially hidden by the maroon hoodie she wore. Before the girl leaves, she pulls down the hood for the first time since she had seen her, releasing a shockingly pink head of hair from the garment. Pink, pink. Kuratsuchi thinks dumbly as the girl turned her bright green eyes towards her. You fought well. I imagine you will go far in the exams. My name is Haruno Sakura. Please remember it. The girl disappears as she leaps through the forest and out of sight. The wooden restraints retreat into the ground, freeing her and the rest of the team. Since no one was injured, I believe we can overlook this single incident. But please do not cause any more commotion during your stay in the village. I will escort you back to your residence. The Leaf Jonin orders, beckoning them to follow. With a clenched jaw, Kuratsuchi follows both her teammates, glancing at the face of her father out of the corner of her eye. The man's face was a mask of stone, no emotion or thought to be seen in his cold eyes. That kid, and now the Mokuton. What the hell is up with this village? Well, Katon and Doton transformations. Her skill in taijutsu is low to mid-chunin. She also has something she wants to keep hidden and save as a trump card. I see. So she is that skilled. Yamato muses as we sit on a building facing the IWA team's apartment. I don't think I saw everything she could do. Not even close. I comment, spying on the team with the Kensho. Yamato hums, and why do you say that? I toss him a kunai, which he catches, inspecting it curiously. This is. At the end of the spar she was preparing to do some jutsu. I had that pressed against her neck before I retreated. The fortified metal of the blade was warped, bending the kunai slightly so that it would no longer fly straight if thrown. Yamato frowns. If she had not even used the jutsu and just the chakra nature of the ability was enough to melt the metal. He trails off, his words unspoken. Kunai were tempered to be resistant to damage from fire jutsu. The fact that Kuratsuchi's nature transformation alone was enough to do this to the blade. Regardless, good work, Sakura. I remain silent for a few moments, glancing at my sensei. Why did you reveal the Mokuton? I thought that was a village secret. Yamato nods. It was, when I was still in ANBU. But now that I am in the regular forces, the Hokage wants to show the world that Konoha still has the Mokuton. Revealing it in front of the Tsuchiki's children was the best way to do so. He explains. This will be an interesting exam. Everyone stared in shock, staring at the wall covered in screens showing several different angles of the IWA team as they walked casually into the tower. A burnt scar leading from the start of the challenge right to the center of the training field. Angry mutters rise from the room as the assembled Leaf Nin angrily mutter about the situation. Impossible! Even a full team of Chunin would take at least an hour to make it to the tower. What are those two? I stare with narrowed eyes as we watch the television screen showing Training Ground 44, the Forest of Death. Reputed as the most unforgiving training ground and one of the most dangerous areas in the Land of Fire, the forest was a death trap to the unwary. The one time I had looked at the place with the Kensho, I had been nearly blinded by the sheer volume of nature energy radiated off of it. The trees had been created through the first Hokage's Mokuton. I theorized the insane amount of nature chakra in the air from the trees affected the animals living in the forest, letting them grow to their monstrous size. Typically, teams sent into the forest would have to claim something from the other teams before making their way to the tower in a 5-day survival exercise. The IWA team did it in 30 minutes. The large genin, Akatsuchi, had started the exam by creating a huge golem, giving both he and Kuratsuchi a ride while the girl blasted their way through the forest with katon techniques. Any team in their path was completely obliterated as the team rampaged in a straight line through the forest, leaving a charred trail of bodies, animals, and burnt flora in their wake. Never even getting a scratch on them. To be able to control a golem like that so easily, is it just a powered-up earth bunshin or something else? I wonder as the mutterings continue around me. So, this is what the rock brains wanted to show off. What a pair of monsters. So now they are in the finals. TSK, do we have anyone this year that can even compete with those monsters? It also looks like no preliminaries this year. The first exam really whittled them down. Damn, was Ibiki brutal this year. Having to leave in order to pass. Out of the corner of my eye I saw Yamato enter the room to stand beside me. New orders, I assume? I wonder aloud as we see the two genin talk to their jonin instructor inside the tower. No. We are to continue to observe and note any abilities we see. However, I want you to be cautious. We knew they were hiding abilities, but after a stunt like this, the higher-ups believe that the gene ton is a possibility. I pale a little at the thought. I had read up on the ultimate elemental combination. The books did not have the correct terminology for it, but I understood the basics of the technique. By combining fire, earth, and air, the user could manipulate dust to disintegrate anything it touched. The images provided by Yamato looked like some god as scooped out portions of the earth or scenery, leaving no jagged edges or blemishes behind to suggest that there had even been something there in the first place. But if my theory was right, then what it really did was deconstruct molecular bonds on the subatomic scale. A power like that would kill nearly anything if hit by it. No one but the Tsuchikage knew how to make it. If Kuratsuchi had been able to master it, or even come close by the age of 10. The Wagakure was essentially saying to the world that it had access to an S-ranked genin. Then why was Yamato here instead of preparing to escort the team back to their residence? Glancing at the man, I saw the hint of concern on his features, the slight twitch of his dominant hand, the slightly furrowed brow, and the blank stare. Ah, the orders to observe the genin team had not changed. His orders regarding me had. He nods, understanding I had come to the right conclusion whether or not she has actually learned the Kikiai Toda. They want me to push forward your training. I remained silent for a few moments, contemplating the monumental task that I had been given. The original plan was to wait for another year of elemental manipulation training before even attempting to start mixing elements. The Mokuton will be impossible. I admit with a frown the intricacies of mixing the elements like that are far above my current skill level. We would have to go with something simpler. I respond, biting my lip as I think of some other combination that water and earth could pull off. I see. I trust your judgment in this case. I don't have the eyes for it after all. But regardless, I will teach you everything I can about mixing chakra. I do most of it by instinct, but there are some things I can help you with. When will training start? I ask, watching the crowd discussing the prodigies from IWA. Soon. He admits before continuing escort the IWA team back to their residence. Then we can get started. Placing my hands in my pockets, I agree. All right, training field 7? Yamato nods. Right then, reverse engineering a whole new elemental style. How hard can it be? I joke before disappearing in a shunshin. Yamato stares for a moment at the place where his sole student disappears before turning to face the screens again, most of them focused on the smirking face of the Tsuchikage's granddaughter. If anyone can do it, you can, Sakura. I know the village is asking something that is normally impossible, but I believe in you. I can't believe you are not in this shitty tournament. Kuratsuchi complains as we walk through the village, Akatsuchi and Kitsuchi following at sedate pace. I shrug. It is ironic, but I believe my village intends to do the same as what yours is doing here. I am going to be taking the Chunin exams next year in Kumo. The IWA prodigy looks thoughtful. Kumo, eh? Too bad not IWA. Then I could laugh when you fail. I glance at her. Big talk from someone who lost our spar. Oh, you didn't win, you little shit. I would have won if dash. Kuratsuchi. Kitsuchi drawls, not even paying attention as he observes the village with disinterest. If you didn't cheat with that steam trick. She quickly fixes her flub. So, she is hiding something. Good to have confirmation. The only question was whether or not I was walking with the equivalent of a human nanothorn. Shrugging, I respond, the steam wasn't even intentional. I just used it to my advantage. That makes it worse. Kuratsuchi growls. I don't respond as she mutters angrily to herself, leading her to their provided residence. I am still disappointed though. I really wanted to beat you up in front of everyone. I shrug. I am willing to spar with you at any time. Kuratsuchi glares. Yeah, and have every technique I know be told directly to my competitors. I am not an idiot, Haruno. I don't bother to deny it as any village would. Does not make it any less of a dick move. Kuratsuchi. Kitsuchi sighs again, looking slightly exasperated at his daughter. Shut up, Dad, I know. Akatsuchi chuckles, rubbing the back of his head as his teammate still steams in anger. Nay, don't worry, Kuro-chan. I am sure the opponents in the exam will prove difficult. The girl in question snorts. Yeah, as difficult as igniting coal maybe. I don't rise to the bait. As we arrive at the house I will leave you here. Unfortunately, both my Jonin-sensei and I will not be available the rest of the day. A substitute will be arriving shortly to take you anywhere you wish to go. I explain with a short bow. Kuratsuchi looks annoyed but does not comment as I raise a hand seal to vanish in a shunshin. Training Ground 7. Yamato was waiting for me when I appear, taking a few scrolls out of a satchel and placing them on the ground. Ah, Sakura. The IWA team are all sorted then? Yes, Kuratsuchi expressed how disappointed she was that I am not competing again. Yamato chuckles lightly. Yes, that girl certainly has spirit. I imagine she is the type to not be satisfied by ever taking the easy road. A bit like you actually. I don't respond to that comment, merely rolling my eyes. As if I had anything in common with the spoiled IWA princess. Glancing down at the scrolls, I non-verbally ask to change the topic, which Yamato notices. Right, to business then. As I told you previously, my skill in Mokuton was done by experiments conducted by Orochimaru of the Sannin, so I cannot teach you everything there is to mixing elements. But I hope to be able to aid in any way I can and pray that the Kensho can fill in any gaps. He explains before gesturing to each scroll. These are the complete historical record Konoha has on every elemental bloodline we have encountered. I am sure these can be helpful in at least giving you ideas. I see, I have a few potential ideas, but I am unsure if any of them will be possible with the skill level I have now. From what I have seen, the more mixed the element is, the more complex the nature chakra. The most difficult I have seen has been wood in terms of water and earth. I explain, recalling the times I had used my Kensho to observe different aspects of nature. Yamato nods in understanding. I suppose that makes sense. More complex the element, more complex the technique. So, in terms of elements, what are your ideas? I try to recall my earth science classes from Earth Bet. The details rather foggy as I had never really paid much attention to the class due to the bullying and after that the threat of the world hanging over my head. I suppose mud would not be too difficult, as it is just soaked ground. Then I was thinking along the lines of oils, perhaps even acids. I was no expert in science, but I was sure that some acids were the result of rust in the earth being mixed with water. In terms of mud and oil, well, they really explain themselves. Yamato nods. Yes, I can see those as being good starting points. I know a few earth jutsu that actually utilize mud but are only usable in already damp ground. As for oil, I think only Jiraiya of the Sannin has ever utilized techniques like that. I was not surprised. Oil was another odd discontinuity with technology in this world. It seems that no one had fully realized the potential of the substance. Which, perhaps that was for the best in hindsight. Oil had done much for humanity on Earth Bet, but seeing this world, it had come at great cost. There were no strip mines, smog, or pollution in this world. Nor were there any wars over the precious substance. Instead, it was just used as a flammable substance to light lamps and temper metal. That would not stop me from using it to my advantage though. It seems you are off to a good start in terms of ideas, although I am not sure any of those are up to par with the Gene-Ton. He warns. And that was the crux of the matter. I know. I sigh, but the bigger and better things I can think of are far out of my reach, even if I do learn a different element. I think the best option is to explore the easier options with water and earth before trying to deconstruct the Mokuton. I explain. Yamato raises a brow. You think a different element would be easier to combine? Lightning. I answer, water conducts electricity. Ah. Yamato blinks before nodding in understanding. Yes, that would be fearsome. I sigh, but there's a problem with lightning. Seeing the blank look on my sensei's face, I explain I can learn nature transformations so easily due to the fact I can see how they act in nature. The problem with lightning and fire is that they are not technically elements in their own right. I answer. On a basic level, fire was actually a combined element of wind and water. So watching a campfire was not exactly helpful in learning the element because all I could really see was agitated nature chakra with no discernible pattern. And then lightning. Well, trying to observe something that only happened for a fraction of a section was the definition of insanity. I see, so unless you wanted to put off mixing elements to learn lightning or fire the hard way, which can take months if not years, then we are stuck with earth and water. Yamato sighs in understanding. I shrug. The benefits of elemental manipulation are just a side effect of the Kensho anyway. It is not surprising it is not all-powerful. Right. It is good you realize that every technique has its downsides. Yamato praises before beginning his lecture now. All I can really teach you about mixing elements is how to channel both simultaneously, which is a critical first step in being able to mix them. Yamato explains, opening both palms. In seconds, water condenses on one palm while the earth bubbles underneath his feet, rising to form a pillar beside him. The trick is then mixing them. He then presses his hands together into the snake sign, a pillar of wood shooting up from the ground to wrap around the pillar to create a bowl. Pouring the water into the basin, the man creates a bird bath out of pure chakra manipulation. Kensho. I think to help activate my technique, examining the gathering of elements provided by Yamato. Other than the wood, which was once again merely fossilized nature chakra, the earth and water flowed with the same energy signatures as the rest of their brethren in nature. The water chakra flowed chaotically while the earth chakra was nearly stagnant as they barely moved. If I wanted to learn to mix them, I would need to channel both simultaneously. Right then. I breath out, extending both hands, deactivating the Kensho and focusing entirely on my chakra. Let's get started. Training ground 32. I duck a kick, retaliating with a kunai before weaving out of the way of my opponent's own weapon, dropping my weapon to grab the outstretched arm and flip her bodily over my shoulder, catching the knife just before it hit the ground to stab downwards at the dark-haired girl. With an impressive display of gymnastics, she lands on her feet and jumps out of the way of the stab and retaliates, locking our kunai together before leaping away. I take a deep breath, kunai held in a reverse grip as I face off against Kuratsuchi. The IWA genin is also breathing deeply, two kunai held in a loose stance. So, tomorrow's the day of the finals, right? I question, leaping forward with a kick as the girl responds. Ducking under the attack, Kuratsuchi tries to kick my legs out from under me, which I neatly dodge over, forcing us to separate once more. Don't remind me. The entire shit's going to be so boring. But my dad is telling me to go all out, should be fun at least. Kuratsuchi smirks. Taking out 4 kunai, I throw them at my opponent, watching each get deflected while rushing in to take advantage of her distraction. Ah, I finally get to see the big secret that IWA wants to show off then? I wonder aloud as we engage in another brief melee, deflecting and reposting off our blows. With a kick, Kuratsuchi forces me back, a wide smirk plastered across her face, of course. I can't wait to finally let loose. Then the entire world will fear the name of Kuratsuchi. She gloats before getting an elbow to the face, forcing her to skid back several feet. Don't gloat mid-battle. I deadpan. What the fuck? Who the hell uses their elbow to hit someone in the face? She whines, standing up and rubbing the small bruise on her forehead. Me. I snark, prompting a growl from my opponent. When I asked you to be my sparring partner before the exam, I didn't know you fought so dirty. What happened to that Konoha honor I heard touted so much? Kuratsuchi taunts. I shrug. I don't know. I skipped that class at the academy. Well, good. It's more interesting that way. She roars, extending her knee in a flying kick, which I block with my forearms before grabbing her by the leg and throw her away. Ha, it's a shame you weren't born in IWA. Only Deidara could really keep up with me like this. Kuratsuchi sighs as she sits on the grass, gulping down water from her bottle as we rest after sparring. I shrug. I could say the same about you and the leaf. I idly wonder what had happened to this Deidara, but I don't question it. The life of shinobi was always hazardous after all. PFT, there is no way I could ever live here. Way too much green. All this moisture in the air is going to wreck my complexion. Do you know how hard it is to find clays here? The prices are ridiculous. I actually didn't know. I never bothered much with makeup or self-care products. I was lucky enough in this life to have a better complexion than my last body, but I wouldn't call myself pretty. To be honest, as long as my body functioned, I never really cared for aesthetics. So, I just nodded in agreement. Kuratsuchi sighs. You have no clue what I am talking about, do you? Ugh, I find a girl my age I can actually stand, and you have no idea about clays? I had noticed the girl's skin was nearly impossibly smooth, but I didn't really care to comment. Shouldn't you be more concerned with your opponents? You are against a Hyuga after all. Heh, as if I would be scared to go up against a taijutsu specialist. Kuratsuchi chuckles. I raise an eyebrow at those words, recalling the superheated aura the girl had used to break free from my water clone. Perhaps she has some sort of elemental armor? A Hyuga has to make contact to do damage after all. I theorize, wondering if I should warn her opponent about that information. I would have, but something stopped me from doing so. I had grown fond of the IWA princess over the past month, and it was unlikely that her opponent would be seriously harmed in the fight. If I warned him then, that could seriously harm our budding friendship, which would prove detrimental to the village in the long run. Kuratsuchi also seems lost in thought, pulling out grass from the ground and fiddling with it as she stares off at the village in the distance. Well, the IWA native finally states, standing up after scowling down at the grass stains on her leggings. I need to prepare more for the fights tomorrow. You are coming to watch, right? She asks with a smirk. I nod. Of course, I am your escort in the village after all. Good, then you can watch me blast through every opponent. I look forward to it. Training Ground 7. Sutendoton combo, mud shot. I verbally call out to focus myself, holding a half snake sign and half ram sign together as I slowly let the nature mixtures together before spitting out a large ball of water-soaked earth. The torso-sized ball blasting against a tree at the far side of the clearing. Gasping for breath, I clutch my knees. I did it? I ask questioningly, looking at the forest clearing to several holes, cracks, and felled trees across the trees. The mental focus to channel two nature elements simultaneously was insane. I could cheat with the Kensho, but the chakra cost of using two natures at once was insane. At best I could use one, maybe two C-ranked mixed jutsu before having to turn off the technique. Despite the intense chakra-building exercises, I still only had the reserves of an experienced chunin. What I was attempting was jonin-level stuff. If Kuratsuchi had already mastered a mixed element, much less the Jintan, her chakra reserves had to be massive, as expected from someone from the pedigree of a Kage. But right now, I was excited. After an entire month of practice, I had finally managed the first step. Mixing chakra natures was tricky, very tricky, but Yamato had been right. The more practice I had with channeling each chakra nature to a single hand, the easier it was to wield them together and eventually mix them. Mud had been my first choice due to the ease in which they can be mixed. It was actually one of the few chakra combinations that had been accomplished without a bloodline. Now the only thing I could do was experiment, testing chakra densities, percentage of mixes, and find the result that would create an elemental style that would be able to compete with the best. The problem was that there were very few elemental styles that did not require incredibly delicate mixing that could be used to counter the likes of the Jintan. The Mokuton was way out of my league. Even if I could navigate through the incredibly technical process of growing a tree, I doubt I would have enough chakra for much more than a single plant. I have already thought of plenty of combinations, mud, glue, cement, acids, but none of them can even compete. I need an ace in the hole, something so powerful that it would be known in the same league as the best the world had to offer. Taking a deep breath, I lay down on the ground, letting my mind wander as I look up at the sky. Clouds lazily drift across the horizon. I remember Shikamaru had stated this was his favorite activity, just lying there and letting the world drift past you. It was relaxing to just stay on the ground for a moment, letting my thoughts digest the issue. Earth and water. Blinking, I squint. Wait. Sitting up, I blink at the sheer insanity of the idea I just had. It technically counted, right? I was no scientist, but I remember reading something about it. Would it be possible? I was unsure, but if I managed it, I have to try. At this point, it may be my only option. Standing up, I felt an emotion swell up inside of me, the feeling of having a goal to strive for. I had been stumbling in the dark for the past month, trying to reach an ephemeral goal with no real end point. But now, if I could pull this off, then I would have a coup de grace that would be exactly what the village wanted. A power that could compete with the legacy of the Tsuchikages. 1 year after tomorrow. That is the amount of time I will have to master it. Konoha Arena. Welcome everyone, to the finals of the Konoha Chunin exams. The leaf proctor booms to the crowd, earning cheers, boos, whistles, and roars from the crowd stuffed into the many seats in the Coliseum. The proctor was a middle-aged Chunin, his short stubble and wavy hair was in constant movement as he talked into a small microphone attached to his ear. Over 100 hopeful genin entered this tournament, and now only 8 stand before you. He plays to the crowd, hyping up the assembled assortment of genin. It was a good showing for Konoha, with 3 genin from Konoha, 2 from IWA, and 1 from Kusa, Taki, and 1 from Suna. The Konoha team was one I didn't recognize, but I could recognize the distinct appearance of a Hyuga and an Inuzuka. The third showing no clan heritage. The Kusa nin was rather plain, though that did not mean much. She wore rather traditional dark green robes and her hair was bound in a conservative bun with 2 sanbon to keep it secure. The shinobi from Taki wore a typical Chunin outfit sans the vest, looking bored as she chewed on something. Finally, the Sunanin was dressed in a black bodysuit, a hood obscuring his face. Then of course Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi stood at the far end of the lineup, the most dangerous of the assembled genin. For the first round, we have our very own distinguished Hyuga Hideki against Iwa's rising star Kuratsuchi Kamizuru. Glancing away from the field I look up at the Kage booth, noticing that only the Hokage was in attendance, the other Kage deciding not to make the journey. Pretty cold from the Tsuchikage, but understandable. I muse before focusing back down to the field. Now then Kuratsuchi. I mutter, drumming my fingers on the railing as I lean over it slightly to get a better view. Let's see what trump card you kept up your sleeves all month. Kuratsuchi grins as she glares at her opponent, the Hyuga taking up the signature stance of his clan. You know, I have to wonder something. Hideki purses his mouth but responds, what is it? The IWA genin's grin turns into a near-manic smile as the heat level in the arena began to rise. I was just wondering, why is it in fights one never uses their best techniques first? Sweat began to trickle down the boy's face as the temperature in the arena kept rising, his stance becoming more uncertain as he backs away. Normally I can see the appeal. Weaken your enemy, tire them out, then take them out with a trump card, but I don't really see the need to bother. The girl's body began to steam as a dark red liquid began to drip down her arms and clothes, the oppressive heat radiating even up to the stands. I felt my eyes widen in shock as the exact power that IWA wanted to show the world was revealed. After all, nothing you or anyone else in this stupid competition can do anything to the might of this technique. She trails off before in a loud voice announces the name of her technique. The entire stadium. Yugon, lava armor. One of the hottest and deadliest substances in the world bubbled dangerously off her skin as she stalked forward, plumes of smog radiating off her form before she stopped in front of the Hyuga. The Hyuga was fully sweating now, the intense heat inside the arena rising fast in the presence of the IWA genin's jutsu. So, what are you going to do? Kuratsuchi taunts, raising a ball of the substance. Are you going to strike me? After all, you are a Hyuga, aren't you? Your taijutsu style is supposed to be the best in the world. So, come on, hit me. With spread arms the girl doesn't bother to move, staring deep into the eyes of her opponent. Proctor, I forfeit. There is nothing I can do. The Hyuga admits after a few moments. The Chunin, who had retreated to a safe distance, nods, clearly shaken as well by the display of power. Winner, Kuratsuchi of IWA. Few cheered, most still in shock at seeing such an ability. The victorious genin scans the crowd before landing on me, a mocking grin in place as the lava recedes, leaving her surprisingly unharmed from being around the substance. This tournament is already decided. I can't help but think in disbelief. It was the ultimate defense and attack. Unless you could use high-powered ninjutsu, or some other high-level technique. But at genin level, what on earth could you do against that? I am far behind you, aren't I, Kuratsuchi? I admit to myself as the girl exits the field. In every other case we were relatively even, in taijutsu and in ability. But that was an ace in the hole I would not be able to fight. I needed a trump card. Something so powerful that even a primal force such as that would falter. 1 year, I will give you my answer in 1 year, Kuratsuchi. Konoha Arena. With a thud the shinobi from Kusa lands painfully on the ground, intense burns along his arms as Kuratsuchi stands over him, smirking pridefully with a hand on her hip. There you have it. Kuratsuchi has steamrolled, or should I say lava rolled, through not only the Hyuga from Konoha, but now has decimated her opponent from Kusa. With just the finals to go, can anyone stop the IWA Wonder Child? The proctor roars, hyping up the crowd as they respond with approval. I drum my fingers on the railing as I dissect each match with keen eyes, breaking down the techniques that the girl uses as well as the opponents as much as possible. To be fair to the competitors, they each had interesting techniques and good fundamentals, but none of them were at the same level as the Yugon user. The only real surprise was Akatsuchi being taken out by the civilian-born Konoha genin, albeit that was one of the worst matchups for the rotund IWA nin. Akatsuchi seemed to heavily specialize in golem creation, creating Goliaths to fight his battles for him while supporting with Earth Jutsu, while his opponent focused on basic lightning jutsu, which disrupted whatever control the genin had over his creations. Just from saving Konoha from the embarrassment of having two IWA genin in the finals, it is likely he will get Chunin. I muse. The Konoha genin was much older than most of his contemporaries in the exam, looking to be somewhere around 16 years old compared to his much younger opponents. But it seems his long time as a genin had allowed him to refine his basic techniques to extraordinary levels. But what can he do against Kuratsuchi? I wonder idly. It seems he used most of his chakra to defeat Akatsuchi while his opponent was still fresh from ending her battles so quickly. And here we are at last, the moment you all have been waiting for. A rivalry that has existed since the founding of the villages coming to a head in this one great moment. The finals of the Chunin exams. The Lava Princess Kuratsuchi of IWA and our dark horse Irika of Konoha. The crowd goes wild as they cheer or boo madly for their preferred winner. Irika, a rather nondescript teenager with a scar over his nose, enters the arena across from his much shorter opponent. The contrast between the two could not be any more apparent as they stood in the center of the massive arena. While Kuratsuchi did not have a scratch on her, the Konoha genin's clothes were in near tatters from his fight against both the Sunanin and Akatsuchi. Multiple small cuts and bruises were shown all over his body, but he held himself with pride, a palm on his kunai holster. You know, you can always just surrender and save me the trouble. Kuratsuchi taunts, crossing her arms as she examines her opponent's state. Irika smiles, sorry, but I don't think I will be giving up just yet. Let's have a good fight. The IWA princess sighs, all right then, don't get mad at me if you get burned. Both of you ready? The proctor questions before throwing his arm down begin. As the hand descends, Irika immediately draws out 4 shuriken, throwing them at his opponent while leaping backwards. Kuratsuchi avoids the shuriken before going through now familiar hand signs, surrounding herself with molten earth. So how do you intend to fight against me? You can't touch me and you have no chakra left to cast jutsu. Irika crouches as far away from Kuratsuchi as possible, eyes narrowed in concentration. He can't fight her with taijutsu. He used all his chakra against Akatsuchi and he can't have many shuriken left, and if he begins throwing away his kunai then he may as well forfeit. I muse with a frown. It was an impossible situation. He had done well to get this far, but this was a barrier that he was unlikely to surmount. I hate to say it, but he should just forfeit. He already has proven he's ready to be Chunin. I decide. But it seems that Irika disagreed as he stood up and took out 2 kunai, a determined expression on his face. Kuratsuchi raised an eyebrow skeptically as her opponent rushed forward, knives extended. Well, I hope your village has burn medication. Reaching forward, she fires multiple balls of lava at Irika, who deflects each carefully before diving to the right and extending the distance between the two again. What is he doing? I wonder as Irika repeats the maneuver, sometimes getting burned by the molten earth as he weaves close, but never engaging. Are you just trying to make me run out of chakra? Kuratsuchi asked, a bored look on her face as she throws more balls of molten earth at her opponent. This is not a sustained technique. Once I summon the armor, the chakra cost is already expended. Just waiting out the clock won't help you. The crowd murmurs at that new information. I was surprised myself. I had figured the Yugon armor was a high-cost chakra technique to maintain, similar to my own water armor. Every jutsu has a downside. If it's not the chakra cost, then what? She does not seem affected by the heat or smog expelled by the jutsu at all. Irika coughs, a little blood trickling down his mouth before he grins. I figured that out myself. Granddaughter of Kage and daughter of a jonin or not, there is no way you would have the chakra to sustain that for this long. But there is a weakness to that technique. I raise an eyebrow. He figured something out. Kuratsuchi glares. There is no weakness to this technique. If you have not noticed, there is nothing you can do against me. Irika's smile widens. Maybe so, but I can at least shed some light on one weakness. You can't move from that spot, can you? The girl's expression goes flat as the crowd murmurs at that revelation. Of course! I realize, with a start. Kuratsuchi had not moved once from her position against either the Hyuga or the Kusanine. I had thought it was just the girl showboating, but it made sense. Lava was an extremely deadly element. The mental strain must be extraordinary to maintain the jutsu to not harm the wielder. Concentration that would likely be broken if she moved. Kuratsuchi tenses, anger showing on her face before she grins confidently. Well, you figured it out. Good for you, but what can you do about it? She taunts, spreading her lava-coated arms. The genin gets out of his fighting stance and looks a tad awkward. Well, nothing really. Proctor, while I wish I could take advantage of that information, well. He laughs lightly, scratching the back of his head. I can't really do anything about it, so I guess I have to forfeit. The audience is stunned into silence at the abrupt forfeit. They had been enraptured by the way the fight was progressing and amazed that the unremarkable Konoha genin had dissected a weakness in the ultimate lava technique. What a guy! I think, chuckling a little. To be honest, despite the anticlimactic nature of it, that was probably the best play that Irika could have done. If compared to a mission, Irika had faced off against an overwhelmingly powerful opponent with little chakra and limited resources, but had still managed to get useful information before retreating. The proctor sighs, shaking his head before raising an arm. The winner of the Chunin exams is Kuratsuchi of IWA. The crowd was about to start clapping before an annoyed voice breaks through. That's it? Kuratsuchi roars in anger, the molten earth bleeding off her form before she stomps over to Irika. You make it all the way here, you survive longer than any other prick in this tournament only to forfeit? The Konoha genin chuckles awkwardly in the face of the younger girl's anger. Sorry? He says questioningly. Growing, the girl turns to the proctor and swipes his microphone. Give me that, I have an announcement to make. She growls. I am disappointed with this entire damn tournament. Everyone I fought was easy to defeat. I want a real challenge before I become Chunin, which is why I am not accepting the promotion for winning. She shouts into the small mic. The one damn genin in this entire village that can actually compete says she won't be competing for an entire year until the Kumo Chunin exams. Well, then that's when I will enter and have a real fight. What the hell is she doing? I mutter, staring with wide eyes at the girl practically declaring war against me for the entire world to hear. Sakura Haruno. You better meet me at Kumo in 1 year. Then we will really see who is the best between us. She yells my name and points in my direction. I palm my face in exasperation. Well, Yamato wanted me to get a reputation, but I don't think he meant like this. The crowd roars in approval at the bravado and drama of the announcement, clapping wildly for this new development. Tossing the microphone back to the proctor, she crosses her arms with a satisfied smirk. The proctor coughs, looking a tad awkward as he catches the device. Thank you, Kuratsuchi, for those impassioned words. But regardless of your acceptance of promotion or not, you have still won our Chunin exams, which means you will be presented the award from the Hokage himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked down the steps into the arena, the crowd slowly calming down in the presence of the Kage. Thank you, Proctor. The veteran shinobi states as he speaks into his own device. Kuratsuchi, on this day you have shown spirit and a burning passion we have rarely seen in this world. Who looked slightly abashed as she accepts a wooden and gold trophy. Every Chunin exams, I like to explain the purpose of this competition as a replacement for war in a time of peace. But today I believe this tournament has gone one step further than in the past. The rivalries and friendships born between two villages separated by a history of hatred warms my heart. The pride in his words could be heard throughout the stadium as he continues his speech. Instead of taking the easy road and moving on to become a Chunin despite being more than worthy, you have decided to challenge one of our genin to attend the Chunin exams in 1 year. I cannot help but find immense joy in the knowledge that this generation of ninja can find common ground and grow strong together. In the face of such fire, who am I to deny such a request? That sly bastard, I could not help but marvel, leaning on the wall of the stadium as I watched the spectacle. He had already wanted me to attend the Chunin exams in Kumo. By granting the wishes of Kuratsuchi, he makes the village look much better than if he had just sent me to the competition. Once again I am reminded how much the PRT would have loved the third Hokage. His subtle manipulations and skill in public relations would have been invaluable. Nearly as one the crowd stood and applauded, the anticlimactic conclusion to the exam forgotten as they were distracted by the prospect of the IWA princess battling a hidden Konoha prodigy. No longer caring that Konoha had lost or the fact that we had such a poor showing. The knowledge of a hidden contender and a promised title bout in a year would be one of the only narratives spread beyond the village. Standing on the balcony of the Colosseum, I knew for a fact that things would be changing. My time staying in the shadows and avoiding attention was over. No longer could I remain safe in anonymity and underestimation. Take refuge in audacity. Even here I find that your words truthful fault line. I sigh. Staring down at the small form of the IWA princess, I met her eyes, both knowing that the next time we met, it would be as enemies. Konoha Gates. I thank you for your hospitality over these past few weeks. Kitsuchi bows shallowly to the Hokage, who had joined Yamato and I to see the IWA team off as they left for their own village. It has been an honor to have you in our village. Your students are most impressive and I look forward to observing their future careers. The Hokage nods in head in return. You better be at Kumo in a year, Sakura. Kuratsuchi orders after the adults finish their formalities. I smile softly, I would not miss it. With an imperious nod the girl turns around and marches away. Then I won't say goodbye then. You better be damn sure you don't slack off. Otherwise I'll burn you to a crisp. She calls over her shoulder. Ah. Wait up, Kuratsuchi. It was very nice meeting you, Sakura. Akatsuchi bows before chasing off after the girl. Kitsuchi nods to Yamato and I before following sedately after his apprentices. Hiruzen chuckles at their antics. It is so good to see the next generation making more inroads to peace than mine ever managed. You two are an example of everything the will of fire stands for, Sakura. Always remember that. The Hokage praised before returning to the village. Yamato and I remain in silence for a few moments as we're left alone at the open gate. I hope you are prepared, sensei. Yamato asks non-verbally as he glances down at me. We are going to be training a lot. I cannot count on Kuratsuchi still having that weakness in her ability in a year. She is going to figure out how to move while it is active. I have an idea of an elemental mix that will be on par. But I need to get training. I would not allow myself to fall behind. Iwagakure. She did what? Inoki roars, his mouth agape as he stares at the visage of one of his best jonin. Kitsuchi rubbed the back of his head as the diminutive Kage of Iwagakure gapes at him. You knew she was competitive. To throw away her promotion and waste an entire year just to satisfy her one-sided rivalry with some Konoha brat? He growls, burying his face in his hands. First Deidara goes off the rails and bombs the village in the name of his stupid art, and now Kuratsuchi is doing whatever she wants. Can't I have one normal student? The aged Kage cries in exasperation. Kitsuchi shrugs. This may not be a bad thing. Inoki sighs explosively before laying back in his chair, glaring sullenly at his son. And how exactly is my daughter embarrassing herself in front of our greatest competitor not a bad thing? Kitsuchi frowns, gathering his thoughts before he turns to the window to stare out of the village. The world has changed, father. The 5 daimyo now care more for their own pocketbooks and entertainment rather than expanding their territory. The fight between the villages is now in a cold war sustained by the hostilities of past conflict. Not to mention those damn snakes in Hot Springs country could ruin the economy of any village if a war conflicts with their business. The oldest Kage narrows his eyes at the philosophical words from his son. While many view the man as a brute, Inoki knew that his son was actually more insightful and intelligent than perhaps anyone in the village. Seeing Kuratsuchi interact with that girl from the leaf, it made me realize something. Kitsuchi murmurs. While the genin was clearly humoring Kuratsuchi in order to try and gain more information for their village, Kuratsuchi does not see it like that. She sees her rivalry with Sakura as a replacement for war. What? Inoki growls, taking out a small sake cup on his desk. Don't tell me my granddaughter believes that prattle that Hiruzen likes to spout. About the Chunin exams being a replacement for war and such. The jonin shakes his head no. Not exactly. But have you actually considered the ramifications of a generation where war is now a direct conflict of the village's interests? It may be the case that rivalries and the exams become the only way for the villages to test themselves against one another. Kuratsuchi has the potential to be Itsukage when she is ready, which I suspect is the same for Sakura Haruno. Inoki frowns for a moment, trying to dissect what Kitsuchi could be on about before his eyes widen. You are joking. Kitsuchi crosses his arms. You cannot deny it is possible. The latest generation does not know the hatred that the old guard did, and thanks to both Minato and the Kyuubi most of us are gone. The day Iwa and Konoha become allies over a rivalry between two girls is the day I will gladly give up the hat and use Jintan on myself and the entire Kage Tower. The Jonin does not respond, merely huffing as he continues to observe the village. Where is the brat anyway? I believe she went somewhere to train. Ishikawa. Descending down a long stone staircase, Kuratsuchi kept one hand on fire to light her way through the tunnels of Ishikawa. Very few people in Iwa knew this tunnel system existed, as the caverns were used for a variety of purposes for the village Black Ops and Explosive Corps. But it was also reserved for special areas barred off from anyone not sanctioned by the Kage. These training grounds were the very first practitioners of the signature jutsu of Iwagakure mastered their techniques and became legends. It was even stated that the widest entrance into the mountain was created by the very first application of the Jintan. But that was not what interested her, while learning the Jintan was something she aspired to do eventually. Focusing on learning to manipulate lava interested her much more than learning that technique. My weakness was exposed by that damn Konoha brat. I had been warned using the lava armor was premature, but I wanted to show off. With a glare at nothing, the girl navigates the near pitch-black tunnels as she traverses through the maze-like system. She recalled when Inoki first brought her here when she first started her training at the age of 5. It had been scary then, but now the thought of being so far underground now felt comforting. Every Kage before me has used lava as a mere stepping stone in order to fuse it with wind to create the Jintan, but they are fools. Who cares about a technique that can only be used to destroy anything in your way, allies or enemies included? I refuse to follow the same path as those old-fashioned fools like Grandpa. Lava was flexible, easier to mold, and was much more devastating than conventional earth jutsu, and had the added benefit of being an incredibly offensive and defensive technique. The only reason it had been overlooked was because it was so incredibly dangerous to use. One mistake and the user would be irreparably burned. As she reached the bottom of the staircase, she stared ahead with determined eyes. Ignoring the statues lining the walls, each carved differently to display a different ninja. The hallway stretched on, displaying hundreds of them. Had learned. The Hall of Warning, every shinobi who killed themselves in pursuit of the Jintan has a statue to mark their foolishness to scare the weak. Steps echoed off the stone cavern as she approached a door made out of dark obsidian rock. When I first came here, I was too weak to even enter, but now that I can stand, I need to go further. Taking a deep breath, she pushed open the heavy doors, revealing the underground chamber and letting the oppressive heat wash over her. Inside was a massive underground chamber with a single walkway surrounded by magma. If I am going to learn to move with lava and improve my jutsu, I will need to train in here. In the same place that the style was first invented. Konoha. You want to do what? Yamato gapes at me as we stand in our usual training ground. Suiton Doton, mud bullets. I state before firing a round of the half-liquid half-earthen bullets at the target, severely cracking the wood. I already told you, don't make me repeat myself. I sigh. But Sakura, that is impossible. People have tried for years to do a fraction of what you are suggesting. I know you are a prodigy in ninjutsu, but how do you possibly suggest pulling off a technique no one in the world has managed to create yet? I give a small smirk at my teacher. Yes, but none of the others have the advantage I have. Yamato raises an eyebrow skeptically. The Kensho helps? I can buy it helping you to learn earth, water, and eventually wind, but I can't see how it helps in this situation. I am not just talking about the Kensho, I am sure I can make the technique work. My sensei stares at me for a long moment before sighing. Well, I did not really expect you to take the easy road anyway. Well, if it works, I can say this will be one of the most interesting Chunin exams the world will ever see. Stretching his arms out, Yamato grins down at me. Well then, we have 1 year to do the impossible. I had thought something like this would happen, so I procured this. He announces, taking out a form. What's this? I question as I accept the form and look it over, my eyes widen. A permitted leave of absence from the Shinobi Corps for an entire year signed by the Hokage and Jonin commander? Yamato-sensei, I cannot accept this. Your own career. I protest, aghast. Yamato chuckles, don't worry. I have a lot of vacation time built up from my time in ANBU, and the village is quite lenient with my requests thanks to my special circumstances. But there is another reason for this. He states. I glance back at him, still shocked about the revelation of the leave of absence. I requested this of the Hokage, and he agreed that it would be good for us to train on the move. You have attracted the attention of the world thanks to your friend Kuratsuchi. It is no secret that each village has spies, and we would prefer that as much about you as possible remains a secret. In order to avoid prying eyes, we are going to be moving around the Land of Fire and neighboring friendly nations for the year while training. Yamato. I muttered, reeling from the emotional whiplash of this information. I had never had many people to rely on that didn't want to use me for my powers. After my life in Brockton had went to hell, it had felt like I always had to watch my back. While the Chicago Wards team had eventually gelled into a cohesive unit, there was never the same camaraderie that the Undersiders have. But in this world, I was nearly overwhelmed by the constant support from not only my new parents, but also from Yamato. Sometimes I had to wonder how my old life would have been with the support of Yamato-sensei and parents who did not suffer from depression. Would have the steps I took been different? Better? Worse? I usually was not one for reflection, preferring to just move forward and let the past stay there and accept the consequences of the present, but I could not help but wonder. Thanks, sensei. I murmur. Yamato nods, understanding the emotion hidden within the thanks. We will be leaving in 3 days, so make sure to get everything ready. I imagine the rumors are already spreading across the nations as we speak. I nod, knowing rumors, I wouldn't be surprised if Kumo already knows about it. Snorting, Yamato nods, agreed. Try to be discreet while you prepare to leave. You can inform them that we will be gone, but do not mention to your friends or family where exactly we will be headed. He warns as I pick up my backpack. Stuffing my training scrolls and other assorted items, I nod in acceptance. I will. Thank you again, sensei. I call as we separate from the training ground to prepare for the trip. But unknown to either of us at the time, the rumors had indeed began to spread far, reaching the ears of many important figures in the elemental nations. Kumo-gakure. What is this about some brats in the last Chunin exams making such a commotion? Mabui. The fourth Raikage, A, demands of his assistant, reading from a priority message scroll. A dark-skinned woman dressed in a green yukata nods, looking down at her notes. A genin from IWA, Kuratsuchi declared her rivalry with a before-now unknown genin known as Sakura Haruno. Seeing as the girl decimated the entire competition, it is likely that this mystery genin is a prodigy on equal if not greater terms than the granddaughter of the Tsechikage. And so the girl decides to not take the promotion and is going to turn my village into the staging ground of the revival of the IWA Konoha rivalry? Preposterous! A roars, cracking the metal handle of the barbell he was lifting absent-mindedly with his right arm. Mabui! He growls. I will not allow those two villages to steal the spotlight from Kumo in this tournament. The assistant nods. Well, we can hold off some of the older genin from taking the exam in Suna. No. The Raikage demands not good enough. We will need to crush these foreign genin, and for that we need something special. Mabui looks confused. Then who? A grin starkly. Call back Yujito. In the next Kumo Chunin exams we will let the world know to fear the might of the Matatabi and her wielder. The assistant widens her eyes, but bows in acceptance. It will be done, Raikage-sama. Sunagakure. Raza of the Gold Dust stared down at the information his underlings had brought him from the Konoha Chunin exams. I am of two minds. He mused aloud to a room of gathered Suna shinobi. If two potential geniuses compete in this exam, we can either send our own best, or avoid the exam to save ourselves the trouble. The gathered jonin murmur suggestions or potential genin to send before a voice breaks through the throng. Kazekage-sama. May I suggest sending my student to his exam? Raza glances over and raises an eyebrow. Ebizo, that is right, you were teaching a student in your spare time. You think he is ready for something like this? The wizened elder nods, his eyebrows shadowing his eyes, but his stance showed no deception as he spoke. He is my most skilled student I have had in decades. Young Hibiki has inherited most of my techniques. He can go up against some rookies from the other villages. Raza nods slowly and let our own prodigy beat the hyped geniuses. Very well, I will permit this gamble of yours, Ebizo. Do not let us down. The elder nods. I assure you, Kazakage-sama, you will not be disappointed. Location redacted. Oh. Sensei is up to his old tricks, it seems. Orochimaru chuckles as he reviews the information his spy had just sent him from Konoha. A new prodigy to replace me, Sarutobi-sensei? I am so hurt to replace me so soon after you cast me out of the village. The snake Sannin tapped his lips as he considered how to use this information to his benefit. His hidden village idea was too soon in its infancy to consider sending a team to Kumogakure, much less someone skilled enough to fight a potential prodigy. Not to mention those pesky Akatsuki dogging his steps. Well, I was planning on forming a new base in the Land of Lightning anyway. Perhaps I can introduce myself to the latest pride and joy of Konoha Kakuku. Entertain me, Sakura-chan. Konoha. Kunai, dried food, shuriken, spare scrolls. I mentally list as I go through all the supplies needed to start off such a long journey. I am still unsure about this. Mabuki admits, handing me a long metal rod I was planning on using to train, placing it in one of the many small storage scrolls I had unrolled on the floor. I am sorry for leaving so suddenly, Kaa-san, but this is very important. A full-time training trip with a mentor is an opportunity very few get. I reply, holding a large pool of ninja wire to the small seal, sealing it within with a plume of smoke. Kizashi, who was standing near the door, nods. I can't say I have ever heard of happening before. I was only in the Corps for a short time, but even I knew getting a pass out of the village was a real hassle. I shrug, examining a metal bat I had used to practice Kenjutsu in case I ever needed to learn. It's not exactly uncommon, but it's usually reserved for clan kids who need long leaves of absence to master their family jutsu. It was actually not so much a secret that the Aburame clan were often allowed to let their ninja go on long hunts to find new breeds of insects to add to their swarm. While most of their methods were carefully guarded secrets, many of their members had made names for themselves by discovering unique breeds of insects that dramatically increased their power. As a former insect wielder myself, I was almost jealous. Although I mentally pulsed my chakra, receiving 20 small pulses back across the house and surrounding streets. I still had my dragonflies to act as sentries. The small bugs had proven invaluable ever since Yamato introduced me to the technique. The winged creatures were much more intelligent than their earth-bent counterparts, meaning that I could teach them some of the tricks I used in my previous life. Still, alone with just your sensei out in the land of fire. Are you sure you are up for it? You are still only 9 after all. Mabuki murmurs, wringing her hands in concern. 10 in 2 months. I quip, smiling a little. Don't worry, I will be fine. Yamato is an elite jonin after all. That seems to relax Mabuki a bit. Well, Yamato does seem to be dependable. Kizashi nods in agreement, placing a hand on his wife's shoulder. Yes. Plus our daughter will become so strong that even the Kage of every village will tremble before her. He exclaims with a massive grin. I give him a look that every dad probably has seen in their children before sealing the scroll into my pack. I think that's all of it. I state, testing the weight of the slightly bulging pack. You sure you don't want to just bring the house with you? Kizashi teases. I would, but then I would have to take you with me. I snark back as my father pretends to be hurt at my words. Well, just know that me and your father are very proud of you, Sakura. This is a big step in your life and we just want to let you know that we support you all the way. Mabuki affirms, smiling as I stand up with the pack on my shoulders. I stare at the two, before nodding, not really able to say anything to that as I could not help but let a soft grin appear on my face. Thank you. Walking through the village, I could not help but wonder what to do with my time. I had spent the first 2 days before heading out on preparations, but with everything packed I didn't really have anything to do. I guess I could just explore the village. I muse, realizing that I had never really bothered to take the time to actually get to know the city I had been reborn in. I knew the landmarks and general locations of things of course, but I had never really taken a moment for a deeper look. Stuffing my hands into my pockets, I decide to just wander, keeping an eye out for anything interesting. Passing through the merchant district, I begin to walk down different alleys and skirt around clan compounds until I come across a completely deserted section of the city. Why is this one empty? I wonder idly, staring at the opulent-looking compound. Glancing around I could see that the streets were deserted, but there was a small memorial plaque on the wall of the entrance. The former Uchiha clan compound. I read before glancing at the abandoned compound. That's right, the Uchiha clan were wiped out several weeks when I started the academy. I realized, recalling that my former classmate, Sasuke, was the last survivor of the clan besides the murderer himself. Itachi Uchiha wiped out his entire family in a single night for no known reason, then abandoned the village. I recall the news from 2 years ago. It almost reminded me of some of the worst trigger events back from Earthbat, where a human just snaps and attacks everything around them with the addition of a superpower. The Slaughterhouse 9 would have loved him. I frown. While the threat of Scion was no longer over my head, cases like this was exactly why I never relaxed my training. The world was not kind or fair and was oftentimes just sucked for no reason. One day could be perfectly fine and then everything just goes straight to hell, and if you weren't ready for it you simply either had to endure or die. It didn't matter what motive or goal you had, there were no instant power-ups or plot armor, it was just you and your opponent and whatever ace you had up your sleeve. The only difference between this world and my previous one is that your opponent may give you a warning before stabbing you in the back. With a deep sigh I continue my walk, not looking back at the compound. I need to get to training. All this free time is giving me too much time to think. I scowl. Sakura? Breaking myself from my thoughts I turn and spot a vaguely familiar head of raven-colored hair. Sasuke, right? I question. Standing in front of the compound was the last Uchiha, wearing a high-collared blue shirt and white shorts. His pitch-dark eyes glanced me up and down before focusing on my headband. So you did become a genin. Most of the class thinks you quit. He comments, breaking the silence. I shrug, I don't really care what they think. Sasuke stuffs his hands into his pocket, glancing at the memorial and his gaze darkens. What are you doing here? Walking. I deadpan. HNN. He grunts. We both remain silent, neither knowing how to really continue the conversation. Awkward. I could not help but wince. Two socially inept people should never try to have a chat. Well, it was nice seeing you again. I offer lamely, turning to leave. What makes you so strong? Sasuke's question stops me in my tracks and I pause. Glancing at him over my shoulder, I consider my answer for a moment. I wouldn't call myself strong, I am still just a genin after all. The boy scowls. You graduated in just 2 years and already have the entire village talking about your skill. You are just like him. What makes you so special? He nearly growls. Like Itachi. I mentally translate, raising an eyebrow. It was not the first time I was compared to a mass murderer, but this was the first time it was not for the fact that I had actually killed someone. I wonder for a moment how I should answer. It was clear that the kid had issues with his brother and I really didn't want to deal with that. Having a goal. I state, causing the boy to flinch. Focus on your goals and work relentlessly to achieve them. It's what worked for me. I shrug, waiting for his answer. HN. We both remain silent, staring at each other before the kid just walks away without saying anything else. I stand there for a few more moments before looking up at the sky. Why do I feel like he didn't really get what I meant? I pause for a moment before giving up. Well, it's not like it will harm anything if he focuses on a goal. Wandering through the village, I head to the outskirts where the buildings begin to thin out. I may have not been in the academy for long, but this area had become pretty familiar after befriending Shikamaru. Best place in Konoha where you can just flop down on the grass and see the sky in any direction you fall. I snort, remembering the line that Shikamaru gave to why he loved to come out here. Climbing the shallow hill, I spot the kid himself laying down on the grass, the distinct form of Choji sitting next to him chewing on some mochi. The Akimichi noticed me first and visibly perked up. Ah, Sakura. It has been a while. Shikamaru raised a hand shallowly in greeting, not bothering to raise his head. It has. I was pretty busy with escorting a team competing in the Chunin exams. I admit, plopping next to the lazy Nara and setting my pack to the side. I heard about that. The clan was talking about the finals for weeks. Choji exclaims, his eyes wide. Is it true you got called out by IWA? I nod. Yeah, my job during the exam was to escort the IWA team. Apparently the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage sees me as some sort of rival. Troublesome. I am so glad all I have to worry about is the exam next week. Shikamaru drawls. I shrug, well, I have a year to prepare for the exam at least. Choji takes a large bite out of his bun before looking at my pack. Are you going to be training somewhere? You have enough stuff there to last for a while. Yup, the village really wants to one-up IWA, so they are giving me a leave of absence for training with my sensei out of the village. Shikamaru groans as he slowly sits up, blinking lazily before speaking. So do you have a plan? I heard that girl could use lava ninjutsu. Not much you can do to counter that at close range. He murmurs. I nod. Yes, I have an idea of what I can do to combine my chakra natures. I reply, slowly standing up. I could tell both boys were interested, and I look up at the sky and observe the clouds that float across the horizon. Don't ask me how I know, but clouds are not actually made from wind, but rather water and earth. I intend to master both styles to the point where I can replicate the weather itself. Shikamaru widens his eyes in shock. Wait, the applications alone. How the hell will you pull that off? Not even Kumo has ever managed to create their own clouds. I smirk. Let's just say that I have a distinct advantage that lets me understand how they work. Choji nearly drops his mochi. So, something like Unton? You will create clouds? Images of a sky full of dark clouds with rain, hail and lightning blasting from the heavens as the sea rolled beneath it entered my mind before I banished those images. No. I deny, picking up my pack. Not just clouds. I am going to master Tenkaten, the weather release. Ready? Yamato asks as we stand in front of the large gates that lead out into the land of fire. I glance back at the village, committing the strange but welcoming city to memory. It was so different from any other city I have been in, but it certainly felt like home despite its flaws. Yeah, let's go. I state, walking down the long dirt path away from the village, heading out into the elemental nations, this time to really explore the world I found myself in. I will master it even if I have to work myself to the bone every day. I scowl, clenching my fist as I glanced up at the sky, spotting the dark clouds in the distance. Because no jutsu or skill would be able to defeat an aspect of nature itself. Land of fire. So, MT also, eh? Yamato states as we continue our walk through the elemental nations. MHM. I grunt as we walk down the long dirt roads that snake through the country. It is the tallest mountain in the land of hot springs, and thanks to the amount of water vapor that enters from the country's many baths, the atmosphere it is known to constantly rain near the peak. It should be perfect to study how nature chakra interacts with clouds in order to create my own. My sensei nods. I see. However, we should be cautious when heading through the land of hot springs. Ever since the war ended, it has become very rich with the founding of the Merchants Guild. The Merchants Guild? I question, vaguely recalling my mother mentioning it a few times. Yes, I suppose I should explain it before we enter the country. Yamato muses. The Merchants Guild was founded right after the Third Shinobi War, when 4 of the wealthiest merchants in the world decided to band together to try and prevent the shinobi villages from causing any more destruction to their property. He explains, drawing my attention to the story. These 4 merchants declared that if any village were to interfere with their business, they would be blacklisted from any major merchant in the world. He declared. I raise an eyebrow. And the villages let them get away with that? I question, wondering how such a demand could be enforced. Yamato looks slightly uncomfortable before speaking. You must understand, Sakura, the Third Shinobi War was much deadlier and horrible than all the wars before it. Thousands of shinobi died, and even more were disillusioned with the entire system. Many of the village's best ninja defected near the end and became missing nin. And these merchant kingpins decided to hire the best of the best to defend their interests and force the shinobi into compliance. I finish. Nodding in confirmation. The jonin continues. Right, some of the defectors were Kage-level jonin and were hired by the most high-profile merchants who could afford their services. Each village had lost many of their strongest, including us. No one wanted to challenge the guild, which allowed them to expand their own businesses further. Will there be any problems with us heading to the mountain? I question, eyes narrowed in thought. No. Yamato shakes his head. Remember that despite their private forces, these people are still merchants. If we do not interfere in their business, we should be fine. I see. I state as we continue down the road towards Tea Country. Honestly, the system reminded me of the elite from Earthbet. companies doing whatever they wanted with the backing of high-powered villainous capes. It was ironic that this world apparently was in a state of pseudo-peace because the countries were being blackmailed. Even back on Earth, bet the PRT had much of the same policy as the hidden villages seem to use. If they don't cause a commotion just to stay out of their way. So, don't make a commotion and we should be fine. I state. It sounded simple enough. Right. Yamato states. Capital off the land of hot springs, Jakarta. So, have you three heard the news? A soft and richly toned woman's voice breaks through the silence of the round table where four individuals were playing cards. The woman who spoke was a beautiful woman, with long flowing black locks and startlingly blue eyes in a flowing black kimono. What is it now, Hitsu? A much shorter man spoke up, glaring down at his hand from across the table, his eyes hidden behind small black spectacles. The woman smirks. Oh, I believe you know what I am talking about, my dear Gato. I mean the situation that has all the villages so riled up. You mean those two brats' so-called rivalry? Yeah, I heard about it. Some of my boys were in the arena when the kid declared her challenge. A deep voice grunts around his cigar, not caring of the ashes that fall on his expensive-looking suit. What about it, Hitsuheim? Surely you don't want to waste time with pointless things. Time is money after all, and you are stalling with your turn. A very rotund man with countless pieces of jewelry on his person booms, chuckling as he stares down at his opponents. Now, Kachi-kun, have a little love for mystery. Hitsu drawls lazily as she sets down a card on the table. I was just wondering if any of you would be interested in a little wager. The three men in the room all paused in their game and looked at the woman known as the most dangerous merchant in the world. A wager? The cigar-chewing man questions, his thick mustache twitching as he narrows his eyes. Fancy a trip to one of my casinos, Hitsuheim? Hitsu laughs airily. Oh no, not that type of wager, Kakao. I am talking about how the situation in the Kumo exams will go. Will the IWA princess become victorious once again, this mysterious Konoha prodigy? Or perhaps a wild card we do not know about? Gato snorts. I don't give a damn about some stupid brats. All I care about is the money the exam brings. Why would I waste that on whichever brat signs themselves up to die faster? I don't normally agree with my esteemed colleague Gato, but I must agree, Heim. Kachi grumbles, taking an apple from the gigantic pile next to him and taking a massive bite. Hitsu's smile does not waver at the apparent disinterest. Oh? So, none of you want a chance to win a private meeting with me? All three men immediately refocus on the woman. Well, that certainly draws my attention. Kakao drawls. Neither Gato nor Kachi reply, but both lower their hands, clearly much more interested in the proposed wager. With a dark grin, Hitsu spreads her arms out. But of course if I win, well, that will clearly have to be worth something as valuable. Come out and say it, woman. What do you want? Kakao growls. Oh, nothing much, just a small token, merely full control of your districts in Jakarta and any building that resides within them. Hitsu says, her voice dripping honey. What? Why would we ever take that bet, you? Gato trails off as Hitsu leans forward a bit more, the shoulder of her kimono slipping just slightly. Oh, you refuse, Gato-kun? My what willpower. She purrs. The man gulps while the other two glance at each other. Get lost, Heim. Kakao slams his cards down the table. I know a sucker's bet when I see one. I don't know what you are up to, but I want no part of it. With that the man stalks out of the room. Hitsu's sharp eyes turn to Kachi, who taps his triple chin with a pinky. I have to say, as decadent as a night with you would be, Hitsuheim, I am not quite willing to give up my place amongst the city. Just yet. If only I was quite younger. He chuckles before standing up and snapping two ringed fingers for an assistant to carry his food with him. Now excuse me, I have several deals to oversee. Now the Hitsu sat alone with the diminutive trade king. Well, Gato-kun, you seemed so stalwart to refuse. Surely your mind has not been changed? Gato takes a handkerchief to dab at his temple before speaking. What kind of bet we talking about here? Hitsu giggles, her eyes nearly alight with unholy glee. Oh, nothing much, just a wager on who wins the village's little game. The IWA princess, the prodigy, or perhaps a wild card? Gato was silent for a few moments before speaking. All right, let's say I agree. Who would you be betting on, eh? Oh, Gato, I knew you would come around. I place my wager with the oh-so-mysterious Konoha prodigy. Let the best merchant win. Jakarta. So, This is Jakarta, I state, observing the sprawling metropolis of shops and merchant stalls. The capital of the land of hot springs certainly lived up to its reputation of opulence, as expensive shops, bathhouses, and hotels stretched as far as the eye could see. Indeed, be cautious, Sakura, despite its appearances this city can be quite dangerous. Yamato states as we walk. Dangerous? I question, refocusing on the glittering streets. Remember, this is the base of power of the Merchants Guild. The guards here are most likely all missing mean of some notoriety. It is no secret that this city may have the highest percentage of A to S rank ninja or samurai of any country. Yamato warns, and some of them may still have lingering grudges towards the hidden villages. I nod in understanding, keeping my eyes peeled for any hostile-looking guard as we wander through the city. In the distance I could see the towering mass of Mt. Aso, ever-present storm clouds gathered near the peak. As we walk, Yamato pauses, looking at a rich-looking bathhouse and in near the edge of the city. Hey Sakura, before we start training, would you like to stay the night in a bathhouse? I eye the expensive-looking inn dubiously. Are you sure, sensei? Looks like it would cost a lot. The man chuckles. 10 years in ANBU may be hazardous for your health, Sakura, but it is not for the wallet. I think I can afford a day or two in a nice inn. I shrug. It's your money. Entering the establishment, I lower my hood and examine the interior and the tasteful, if expensive-looking, art pieces. Ah, welcome customers. A woman in a kimono bows as we enter, a plastic smile that anyone who ever worked in retail eventually masters plastered across her face. 2 rooms for the night, please. Yamato says pleasantly, channeling his inner blandness. Of course, sir. The woman nods, not looking bothered at all that 2 unknown shinobi were right next to her. It made me wary. Even in Konoha the shop owners showed respect or slight wariness to the shinobi population, and that was in the center of one of the 5 largest villages. For this random woman to not show any worry at all. Pulling my hood lower, I let some chakra trickle to my palantia as the world goes into grayscale as the Kensho activates. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mentally count the dark human-shaped voids in several sections of the city around us that a normal civilian wouldn't be able to reach. 11 potential shinobi in just my Kensho's range. Yamato was not kidding about this place crawling with ninja. I mentally tallied before deactivating the technique. Here you are. I look up at a key in Yamato's hand before grabbing it. You didn't have to get 2 rooms. I sighed but knew there was not talking Yamato out of it. The man was generous with his money to a fault. If he wanted to treat himself or a friend, then he would do so. You can't stay in luxury without spending luxuriously, Sakura. Yamato quips as the woman leads us to our rooms. I roll my eyes, knowing the man was enjoying this far too much to be solely for my benefit as I enter my room to drop my stuff off, abandoning Yamato to his horrible spending habits. The room was nice enough. A plush-looking sleeping mat and a massive dresser dominated the room with a good view of the city from the lone window. It was not very experienced in luxury living, so I assumed this was pretty nice. Dropping my pack on the bed, I look out the window across the sprawling city, itching to get a move on and start training. Might as well try out the baths while I am here at least. I sigh, grabbing a towel and a bathing suit. I had never had the opportunity to enjoy a relaxing soak in one of the famous bathhouses. Entering the bathing area, I find that like the main building of the inn, the baths were similarly luxurious. With deep pools of near boiling water beautifully laid out with a natural rock and wooden wall to hide the bathers from the other pools and those outside. The pool had several other bathers and judging by their muscle definition were all civilians. Still, I feel like I am being watched. I decide, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. I slowly sink into the pool and put the towel I brought over my head, my one-piece bathing suit protecting my modesty. Kensho. 5 presences in the pool with me and 2 in the men's side, but both were on the far side. There. I spot a larger than average shapeless void hiding behind the wall of the baths. Great, a fucking pervert. I internally groan before discreetly forming a hand sign beneath the water. In an instant a water clone forms, and I sink beneath the water and then the earth, swimming through the ground behind the peeper. Slowly emerging from the ground and ignoring the giggling from the gigantic man in a red hirei, I gather chakra in my hand as I reach forward. Sway-tun, water prison. However, as I was reaching for him, the man somehow sensed my presence and jerked up with a startled look, and in an instant his entire form was replaced by a cloud of smoke. Ice summoning jutsu? I felt my eyes widen. Any ninja who had a summoning contract automatically went up to an A-ranked threat due to the unknown nature of the clan. What animal does he have? I glare, reaching towards my pouch for a kunai when the man before an amphibian emerges from the cloud, revealing the strange image of the man balancing on one foot and doing a kabuki dance on the toad. You face Jiraiya! The man bellows, holding a weird stance atop the toad head legendary toad Sannin. What? Everyone stared in shock, staring. Jakarta. This is Jiraiya of the Sannin? I deadpan as the flamboyant man goes through several other kabuki dances and shouting nonsense. Judging by the shrill screams from the bathing house, the other guests now knew of their unwanted third party as well. Of course I knew who the guy was. Every historical text on Konoha there was always at least one chapter on the legendary Sannin. One of the strongest teams ever produced by the village, the 3 students of the 3rd Hokage had gone on to be a devastating force in both the 2nd and 3rd Shinobi Wars. Despite the recent developments with Orochimaru turning traitor and Swanda Senju retiring from active service, leaving Jiraiya the last remaining member of the trio to still be an active shinobi. And yet none of the books mentioned he's a perverted kabuki dancer. I internally scream before speaking. Sakura Haruno, Genin. Shinobi code number 034891, currently on leave for a training expedition with my Jonin sensei. I apologize for interrupting your reconnaissance. After all, Jiraiya was one of the highest-ranking ninjas in the village, with only the Hokage and Jonin commander having the power to order him to do anything. The man could have been peeping for the hell of it, but it was equally as likely I had just interrupted an important mission. One of the 3 women in the bath could have been an important target that the man was spying on, could have been an important diplomat or a kunoichi. The man in question looked stumped at my response before scratching the back of his head. Yes, of course, an espionage mission. Of course that was what I was doing, kid. I would never spy on the onsen and see those very generous assets without a reason. He leaps off the toad, laughing awkwardly as the man noticed my age. Never mind. I internally sigh, this guy is just a degenerate. The man crouches down a little so he was not towering over my much smaller height. Well, aren't you a serious little chibi? Bit young to be spouting shinobi code, aren't you? As I stated previously, Jiraiya-sama, I am a genin reporting to a superior officer in the field. Protocol must be followed. Because I have no idea how to deal with you in a casual setting. I privately admit, having never met anyone like Jiraiya in either life. The Sannin sighs, rubbing his forehead as he stands back up. The toad behind him croaking once before disappearing in a plume of smoke. Why are all chibi ninjas so serious all the time? He mutters to himself. Well, I don't really know what to say to you, kid. You did a good job in spotting me, but there is really no business we have with each other. I wouldn't say that, Jiraiya-sama. A new voice intruded on the conversation. We both turned to see Yamato-sensei approaching from the inn. Oh ho, is that you, Tenzo? Haven't seen you in a decade. Finally hung up the mask to take a student, eh? Jiraiya chuckles. I go by Yamato now, but you are essentially correct, Jiraiya-sama. I had hoped we would encounter you on our training trip. I have a message for you. Your eyes only. Yamato explains, holding out a scroll with a distinctive seal emblazoned upon it. The Hokage's personal seal. I realized. Jiraiya must have thought the same thing as he grows serious, taking the scroll and unrolling it, his eyes darting across the words. Halfway through the scroll he pauses to turn to examine me with a critical eye, and for the first time I see the shinobi past the goofiness and perversion of the legendary figure. Finishing the letter he closes it before setting it alight, the paper burning much faster than normal. He grunts, closing his eyes for a moment in thought. This is rather unprecedented. He admits. Yamato nods. The Hokage recognizes the situation. You are perhaps the foremost expert in the world on this subject after all. I remain silent and let the two have their non-verbal conversation. I assumed this had something to do with me, or more specifically my passenger's power. I see, so you are that Haruno. Jiraiya focuses back on me. My informants have been abuzz with information about the IWA Genin stunt in the Chunin exams. You really kicked the hornet's nest, chibi. I frown, ignoring the nickname as Yamato speaks up. The other villages are interested? Jiraiya huffs. Of course. The chibi's little rivalry with the IWA princess has gotten the old blood worked up. Last I heard is that Suna, Kumo and a few other villages are all going to be sending their best genin to try and steal the glory. In fact, I would say that the Kumo Chunin exams will be the most competitive in the history of the event. It can never be simple, can it? I internally groan, rubbing my forehead. Well, guess that means we will just have to up the schedule on my training, Yamato-sensei. I know you wanted to stay in the city for a few days, but I would like to head up the mountain. Yamato nods, agreeing with my statement. Jiraiya picks up his pack that was sitting on the ground. I think I will travel with you for a few days. When we are away from prying eyes, I would like to see that special technique Sensei was talking about, Chibi. I recall Yamato's words about the man being the foremost expert and nodded in agreement. We should head out early tomorrow morning. Even at shinobi speeds it will take most of the morning to reach the peak. Yamato comments. Agreed. Jiraiya states before turning to me. What the Hokage wrote in his letter intrigues me, kid. If what half he says is true, then there is much we have to discuss once we reach a more secure location. You tread on dangerous grounds with that technique. I don't respond, merely nodding as we head back inside, Jiraiya leaving to book his own room. The Kensho could be dangerous? That thought dominates my mind as I lay in the sinfully soft mattress, thinking about my encounter with the Sannin. He certainly was not what I expected from such a legendary figure. But I guess I should not be surprised. I had the chance to meet my heroes back in Earthbat and had found them to be much worse than I could have ever imagined. Only legend had been accurate to his reputation. The less said about Alexandria and Eidolon the better. I had learned to never put much faith in public figures and even less in glorified ones. With his horrible first impression and his sudden interest from that scroll from the Hokage, I was suspicious. It was not a stretch to think of the Sannin as Konoha's version of the Triumvirate. And in my experience, drawing the attention of people who had nearly complete autonomy and a lot of influence was never a good thing. I will have to be cautious. The man is obviously dangerous and has a vested interest in my passenger's power. I would accept his help in my training, but I will certainly keep an eye on him. After a few moments of quiet, I raise my hands into the snake sign, allowing chakra to trickle into my palantia, watching as the world reverses in color. The countless green sparks of light fading into existence as they drift through the air. I muse as I stare as the countless green flecks all act independently from one another, flickering through the air in completely random directions with no discernible purpose. It was one of the reasons I had hesitated in training in wind before now. While water and earth had followed a rather simple pattern, wind was unpredictable. The nature of the element was so whimsical that I would not know what to do with it. I had learned over the course of the past year that wind chakra was primarily used for either cutting or blunt force trauma. But for the life of me I could not figure out how shinobi made wind of all things sharp. The element didn't even have any mass. In an odd way it reminded me of Jack Slash's power to create an intangible blade. I know that with earth and water I can create clouds and thunderstorms, but if I want to take it to a much larger scale, I will have to use wind. My old science classes were slightly foggy with all the things that had happened since Winslow. But I knew for a fact that storms were made through particles of dust and water in the air condensing into a cloud. Thunderstorms are merely a case where a cloud is too condensed with water and dirt, which becomes too heavy to form rain. But the problem is what moves and directs the clouds. While air was not important to the creation or function of a cloud, air was critical in order to actually make the cloud move. The problem is, it took me 5 months to get water down and another 7 to get earth. I grimace. And that was with clear templates of how they were supposed to work. But how on earth can I get my chakra to do that? I wonder, watching the countless flecks of light move in disharmony. Chakra, in its very nature as I had come to discover, was an organized energy. In order to use any jutsu you had to precisely fine-tune one's chakra to whatever jutsu you are going to use. Natural wind was almost an antithesis to that goal. In order to master it, one would have to put their chakra into disharmony. Yamato-sensei said that to learn basic wind manipulation ninja cut a leaf in half with just wind-aligned chakra, but how can such a chaotic element ever be used like that? I nearly growl. I knew powers could do strange things, but chakra was different. The powers were not the whims of strange alien parasites but rather my own energy. What I could do with it was up to me and was limited by my own imagination. My relationship with my passenger was no longer one of a power and wielder, but an equal meeting where we worked together to grow stronger. I knew the parasite was intelligent in its own way. It had made a decision to give me the power of the Kensho instead of my old power. I was not sure whether or not it was forced to change, or if it decided that this power was more useful in this world. I still don't even know why is it reverted to its untriggered state. What happened after the final battle, passenger? So, you want me to severely injure this kid so you can win a bet to bone some chick? A man drawls as he lounged on a couch. Gato smirked, not just that, but if I have a private meeting with Hitsuheim then I can easily slip her some drugs and take over her business empire. You just cut the girl's arm off or something and make sure it's not traced back to me and you will have more money than you will know what to do within 2 lifetimes. Oh. 2 lifetimes you say? All to hurt some baby ninja? Do you have a location and a description at least? You're in luck, some of my boys were able to get some good info that she is in the city right now and heading out soon. Smirking, the dwarfish man chuckles to himself. That Hitsu may be richer than I am, but she sure is naive, betting her stakes in Jakarta with a private night and thinking it'll play fair. Luckily, I have a guy on the inside of that woman's intelligence network. She led me right to the damn brat. He snickers. Then, once the kid's incapacitated, I'll get rid of Zabuza and win the bet by default. The man's face wrappings twitched. Really? This will be an easy job then. A baby genin and some no-name jonin? Will be the easiest pay I've had in months. Gato smirks. Pleasant doing business with you then, Zabuza-san. Zabuza stood up, hefting his massive sword over one shoulder. Yeah. Expect me back in a day or so. Won't be hard to catch up with them if they left the city this morning. Come on Haku, we got a baby tree hugger to hunt. Standing up, an effeminate man in a battle kimono glanced over. Yes, Zabuza-sama. All going according to plan. Gato chuckles as the demon of the hidden mist stalks out of the room to hunt his bounty, following by his apprentice. Sorry brat, nothing personal. Just business. Jakarta outskirts. Remind me again. Why we are leaving the nice city full of hot babes and hot springs to climb the tallest mountain outside of Kumo. Jiraiya complains as we approach the base of Mt. Asa. I knew the man was complaining for the heck of it. Any genin should be able to make the trek up the mountain without breaking a sweat, but I humored him. The summit of Mt. Asa is known for raining nearly 24/7 thanks to the many hot springs that dot the country. Jiraiya glances at Yamato, who shakes his head to show his lack of understanding. What do hot springs have to do with rain? Jiraiya questions. I sigh. While the technology of this world was strange, the state of science in general was rather abysmal. While subjects like biology, medicine, and technology were comparable to my old world, non-critical sciences were ignored. Clouds are made out of water vapor and dust particles that rise into the sky. The hot springs produce a lot of it, and that vapor gathers at the peak of the mountain. And how do you know this exactly? Jiraiya asks. When you can see into nature, figuring out how stuff works is pretty basic. I snark as we continue to hike. Thankfully that quiets their doubts as we use chakra to make the steep cliff easier to traverse. So this Kensho allows you to see nature chakra? Jiraiya questions, his eyes narrowed in thought. Yes. A basic explanation is that I can see how natural energies interact with the world around us. I answer. Enduring the interrogation of the ability that Jiraiya had been asking ever since we had escaped earshot of Jakarta. And you have never attempted to manipulate the energy? Or draw it into you? Jiraiya states. No, humans do not have nature chakra inside of them, nor do our jutsu. I didn't even know it could be manipulated. I respond, dissecting the information that Jiraiya was inadvertently providing with his questions. From what the man was implying, it was actually possible to manipulate nature chakra, but to do so either required rigorous training or was exceedingly dangerous. Or both, probably both. The fact that I could see the chakra was enough to worry the Sannin was a testament to the danger the energy could pose. Although, I had been using the technique for 3 years and I doubted my passenger would give me an ability that could prove dangerous. From Jiraiya's questioning, the chakra was dangerous only if it was either used or absorbed. But of course, if the danger of the technique that the Sannin is implying about is so high, that means the reward is also just as high. After all, who would bother to learn a technique that could harm them if it was not worth the reward? Jiraiya seemed to be satisfied with my explanation. Before speaking, just remember to never try and take nature energy inside your body. If an expert is not around to reverse the process, you will be turned to stone. Seriously? How does that even work? I wonder, glad that I had never tried to experiment with the strange energy. Right. No experimenting then. I comment, using chakra to vault over a particularly steep rock. No experimenting until I can be sure that the Medusa problem won't happen. I'm mentally correct, shelving the idea for now. It seems we will reach the peak in under an hour. Yamato comments, we should set up camp around here somewhere before we reach the point where it is raining. Glancing up, I see the storm clouds covering the peak, with rain splattering across the rocks around us right. This should be close enough. I state. Close enough for what? You still have not explained what we are doing up here. Jiraiya whines. I glance at Yamato who nods, pressing his hands together to activate his jutsu. Planks and beams of lumbar erupt from the ground, weaving together to form a small shelter from the storm above. Entering into the small structure, the three of us set our things down and I explain I have been training to fuse elements together in preparation to learn the Mokuton from Yamato. I nod to my sensei. However, the element is so complex that I need to start smaller and work up from less complex elemental mixes. I describe to Jiraiya who nods slowly. I assume you already learned mud then? I could give you a few pointers on that. He remarks I know quite a few techniques in that area. I nod. Mud was not too difficult in concept. It was getting two elemental styles at the same time that was the real challenge. I could use some pointers on how to use it though besides just harder water jutsu and soft earth ones. I was not too invested in mud style, but a veteran like Jiraiya probably had found a few uses for it that could prove useful. Jiraiya relaxed on the wooden floor, setting down his things beside him. So. Enough stalling. You say you are after an elemental mix that is less complicated than the wood style. I assume since we're all the way up here you intend to try and make clouds? I nod. Thanks to the Kensho I can replicate it, I am sure of it. Jiraiya frowns, rubbing his chin. Clouds, and from their storms. I can certainly think of a few applications for that, but you do realize what that will do if you reveal it in the Chunin exams, right? I don't respond, knowing it was a rhetorical question. Kumo has been trying to learn how to manipulate storms for a long time. I heard a few of them got close, but nothing like you are thinking of doing. If you succeed and reveal it in the middle of Kumo in what will likely be the most publicized Chunin event in history, well, you will have to watch your back, kid. Jiraiya warns. He then proceeded to raise a thumb. I approve. A goofy grin on his face. I roll my eyes in exasperation at the Sanin's childish antics. Right, well, I can deal with that when it comes. I am not going to back down just because others failed where I did not. Standing up, I take out the sealing scrolls from my pack. I unseal 4 long metal rods. I am going to start training. I will need to observe the clouds for a while to get a sense of how the chakra interacts with them. I state, getting nods from both my sensei and Jiraiya. Exiting the wooden structure, I cover my eyes with a hand to block out the pouring rain from the clouds and begin the trek further up the mountain. Thankfully my knowledge of Sueton prevented me from getting too wet, but it was not the most pleasant of experiences as I near the summit. Glancing back, I realize I could no longer see the camp with the heavy fog and lower hanging clouds from the ever-present storm above the mountain. This should be a good spot. I observe as I ascend a steep hill, the mountain plateauing into a wide, nearly flat surface. Placing the 4 metal rods on the far corners of the mountain as added protection against stray lightning. Now, let's see how you work. I muse, staring up at the ominous black mass that spread out around me. Kensho. The world turns grayscale and green light erupts all around me, all compacted together in the clouds. I was right. I think elated at what I was seeing. The top of the mountain was alight with the same patterns I had seen in other earth and water mixtures. The nature chakra flowed chaotically, but followed set patterns while stationary orbs of light floated between the rapidly moving spheres. The orbs were also spread out further than any other element I had seen, creating an amazing spectacle. As I observe, one orb of light connects with a stationary piece of energy and speeds up, continuing to collide before it breaks out of the cloud. A bright flash illuminates the world as I watch a streak of bright gray light emerge from the cloud, a single fleck of nature chakra at the helm as it crashes into one of my metal poles, sending sparks all over the mountain top. One single mode of chakra? I could not help but think with wide eyes, my dark Skara examining the blast site with rapt attention from under my hood. I had long wondered what the most esoteric element of the chakra natures would look like under the Kensho. But a single orb of nature chakra could do that much damage? Amazing. I pause as I stare at the blast site, pressing my lips together before turning away, placing my hands into my pockets. I take another step forward, approaching the superheated metal of the lightning rod. 1 step. 2. 3. Instantly, 5 spears of ice appear out of thin air, all pointed at vital organs. I am sorry for interrupting your training. But it seems fate has put us at odds. A low, feminine voice calls out over the thundering of rain. I examine the stranger who had appeared on the other side of the plateau. At first glance the intruder was a girl in a battle kimono, with long black hair and dressed in a battle kimono and turtleneck. But the small bump on his throat revealed the misdirection. Not really sure what I did to draw the attention of Kirigakure. I state, observing the unscratched kiri headband tied to the boy's forehead. With a flick of his wrist sanbon appear between each finger. Once more I apologize, but I must accomplish my mission. I nod, the shadow of my hood hiding the darkness of my mascara as I glare at the boy. No apologies necessary. The near dead should not have regrets. The boy does not respond, indicating that the conversation was over as he flexed a hand, the ice spear stabbing deep into my body, minutely altering their course to not hit anything vital. Not setting out to kill me? I muse, staring down uncaring at the spears embedded in my body. An ice I comment before gathering chakra while my hands were locked into the snake-sealed Doton Bunshin, full auto bullets. Small pieces of earth from the clone shoot forward, erupting from all over the fake body as the small pieces of rock and mud streak towards the surprised Kirinin. Sway ton, water echo sharp. I name my technique, falling at high speeds through the cloud from above. Diving down towards my opponent with 4 water clones attacking in a different direction from my water armor. Both techniques impact at once, severely cracking the ice sculpture that took the appearance of the Nin. Tisk. The client did not mention how skilled you were. The voice echoes throughout the cloudy plateau, only half the body of my opponent could be seen through the cloud that wafted over the cliff. I reach into my pouch and spin a kunai into my palm, taking my stance against my opponent, the battle having been reset with the destruction of the clones. Where are Yamato and Jiraiya? I have no idea how many enemies are around us. I could not see anything with my kensho, a large void of chakra blocking my view of the camp below. The water surrounding me surges, before it compresses into a glossy sheen over my body. We stand in silence for a few moments, staring intently at one another as we wait for a break in concentration. I will have to end this quickly. I decide, letting my water armor drip over the kunai before lunging forward. Kunai met Sanbon as in a flash of steel we trade blows, the effeminate boy weaving through my attacks as I counter his riposts with my water echoes. Your technique is interesting. Is it your best one? The boy asks as he leaps away from our brief taijutsu bout. I respond with a water cutter, the thin beam of water streaking forward before impacting the smooth surface of a mirror. I see you do not like to speak in battle. I can respect that. But I must inform you that while your Swaiton is impressive, it does not match my Hayaton. Prepare yourself, Hayaton, ice mirror prison. In a flash I was surrounded by an igloo of mirror-like surfaces. Once more I implore forgiveness, but this is the end. 20 voices of my opponent ring out simultaneously as images of the boy appears in each reflective surface. All of them raise a sanbon. Die. I was trapped. Needles littered across my body in an instant, the metal points sticking out of my clothes with small bubbles of blood seeping from the small wounds. I had tried to go under the earth but found the bottom of the plateau frozen over and nearly impenetrable by my jutsu. I had attacked the surfaces of the mirrors to no luck, that I had used every jutsu in my repertoire to no effect. Another wave of needles stuck into my left leg, forcing me to sink to one knee. No way out. Wide-eyed I go through hand signs before a needle impacts the palm of my hand, piercing straight through the thin cartilage. Small bites sending waves of stinging pain along my body. The walls were closing in. I was trapped. There was no way out. I slowed to a stop, standing with blank eyes in the center of the confining prison of ice. Confined. Not again. Never again. Empty Aso camp. A fog is rolling in. Yamato comments, staring out at the mountain, the rain droning out any other noise of the wilderness. Jiraiya looks up from his writing, examining the fog that was rising to cover the base, his eyes narrowing. This fog is not natural. He murmurs, sealing his supplies into a scroll before pocketing it, but I do not sense anyone around us. The 2 jonin exit the building and examine their surroundings. The hidden mist jutsu must be maintained by someone in the area. Jiraiya murmurs. Yamato crouches on the ground and presses a hand to the solid rock before concentrating. There is someone here, he has hidden his presence masterfully. Certainly a Jonin, high A rank to S rank level of presence concealment. And what about the gaki up the mountain, you think our mysterious friend has a sidekick? Jiraiya states, glancing in the direction he assumed the peak of the mountain was located. Yamato frowns before his eyes widen. Yes. Sakura is currently engaged with an opponent, something is wrong. The mist is throwing us off more than just sight, whoever did this is buying time for their companion. We need to head to the summit immediately, he announces, leaping to his feet. But first we must deal with our uninvited guest. Jiraiya growls, looking pissed as well that someone was targeting their youngest companion. If we rush to the summit now they can just try to pick us off with our disadvantage on the uneven terrain. Yamato scowled but knew the older ninja was correct. Whoever had managed to fool their senses for even a few moments had to be quite powerful. If they turned their backs and began the treacherous climb to the summit now, they would give up any advantage they had. He had been in similar situations before. The greatest danger of the hidden mist jutsu in cases like this was not the opponent but rather the environment. One wrong step could twist an ankle or provide an opening for the opponent to attack. The worse the terrain, the bigger advantage the caster had. However, this jutsu has one weakness. Pressing his hands together, Yamato focuses Mokuton. Deep forest emergence. With a series of loud cracks, roots erupt from the ground, terraforming the small plateau that they had camped at into a dense forest. My turn. Jiraiya stepped forward, moving through hand seals Doton. Swamp of the underworld. He roars, slamming a palm into the ground before leaping into the trees, watching as the dense rock of the mountain turn into a treacherous swamp. Shinobi Code 101, if the terrain is unfavorable, change it. Now to get rid of this mist, Katon, dragon flame bombs. The Sannin roars, blasting the direction the Nin was hiding in with a sea of flame. The dense mist evaporated instantly as the searing hot flames of the jutsu impacted the chakra-rich wood and the flammable gas locked within the muddy ground. It does not matter how well you hide if we can attack in every direction at once. Yamato scowls as the forest burns around them. His mastery of Mokuton ensuring that a pocket around them does not burn. There he is. Jiraiya growls, his eyes focused on a previous unoccupied tree branch. A swordsman landed on the branch, his appearance marred by mud and soot from the combination attack. Jiraiya of the Sannin and an unknown Mokuton wielder. I am not getting paid enough for this. Momochi Zabuza. Jiraiya scoffs, you are a fool to think you can take both of us on. Slinging his distinct sword across one shoulder, the man shrugs. A job's a job, and I am not backing down just because the odds are against me. After all, my student is already accomplishing the mission. By now your little brat should be bleeding out atop the mountain. Yamato smiles coldly. You underestimate my student. I assure you that your student will be the one defeated. Zabuza chuckles darkly. Yeah, I heard of your brat, some big shot up and coming prodigy. But I should let you know. The Kiri missing Nin ran through 4 hand signs that brat is nearly as strong as me. Sui Tun, Water Bunshin. Despite the searing hot flames around them, watery clones of Zabuza raise up from the ground and surround the 2 Konoha Jonin. So all I gotta do is delay you for even a few minutes. Chase me if you want, but I doubt you have time before little Sakura gets cut. Dash. The entire group pauses as a strange chakra suddenly presses down around them, almost physically resting on their shoulders. What the hell? Zabuza murmurs before looking up the mountain. What is that? It's the same signature as before, Sakura. Yamato realizes, glancing at the summit of the mountain through the burning canopy. Jiraiya seems to understand that the situation had changed Zabuza. He growls and a wave of killing intent saturates the area, cracking the wood he was standing on. Either run, or I will kill you here and now. Yamato shivers as he sees the real shinobi hidden inside the Sannin. Many forgot that Jiraiya was the leading shinobi of Konoha in infiltration and espionage. You did not get that far without being able to be intimidating. The ki was so intense that Yamato could see Momochi Zabuza, the demon of the mist, flinch in fear and take a step back. The missing Nin hesitated for a second before disappearing into a shunshin, fleeing down the mountain and away from the strange chakra signature. Yamato, what we see up there. Be prepared. In all my years I have felt nothing like that. Jiraiya warns. Yamato nods, staring up at the mountain, clenching his fist as the duo leap away from the man-made forest fire and towards the summit. Sakura, please be all right. What on earth? The Kiri-nin questions from inside the mirrors, feeling the oppressive and strange chakra pervade throughout the area. Welcome back, passenger. I think, clenching a fist on the ground as I slowly get up from where I had fallen on the ground. Information and instincts that I did not have before rushing through my mind as the power that the shard crafted becomes apparent. All right then. I mutter, clenching my fist despite the pain of the many needles embedded in my skin. You seem hesitant. I state to the nin who still surrounded me on all sides inside the mirrors. I slowly turn to look at each opponent. Well, are you not going to finish me off? I spread my arms. I do not know what you have just done, but the situation has not changed. The nin spoke, once again raising the senbon. This will be the last, prepare yourself. Kensho. I mutter before pausing as I had no idea what to name this ability. I guess I will just go with Kensho, inner mode. As the needles closed and I was suddenly outside the ice mirrors, turning around to face my opponent. My opponent whirls around in shock, still reflected in the mirrors as he stares across the plateau at the figure that just replaced his opponent. Who are you? I stood to my full height, curly black locks of hair cascade down my shoulders, my dark moss green eyes glare out from under my fringe, darkness covering both sclera. I don't respond, pressing my hands into a snake-sealed doton, earth pillars. Spikes of hardened earth erupt around the ice mirrors, smashing into the hardened ice, disrupting their formation and forcing my opponent to flee the jutsu. In a blink the Kiri ninja erupts from one of the ice mirrors with a fistful of senbon, nearing my position. Leaping back I purse my lips as water swells within Sueton, water cutter. A sharp beam of compressed water surges towards the shocked ninja who narrowly avoids being severed by the current. How can you cast a jutsu with no hand signs? The boy asked, shocked as he evades a thrust of my kunai. Turning to look at the boy I felt a nudge from my power and in an instant I was behind the boy, pink locks flowing in the wind as I sliced through the neck of the nin, blocking several senbon as the body collapses into water. You changed again. The nin mutters, holding two senbon needles as we circle each other. The boy's eye flicks across the plateau to find the other combatant. I smirk, watching my opponent from two different angles, one in full color while the other was in grayscale. Standing next to me was my old body, aged to be 9 years old, dressed in the same maroon hoodie and spandex as I am wearing. For many I would think that having two sets of vision would be disorienting. Dashing forward my other self moved to the blind spot of my opponent as we engaged in a fierce taijutsu bout, senbon against kunai as we weaved between our attacks. But for me, who had grown used to seeing through thousands, this was nothing. Blocking a senbon I watch as the boy spins around, using the momentum of my block to launch himself in a circle, another needle aimed at my head. Kensho! The needle passes through my head. Glaring at the dark void that was replaced with my opponent, I kicked the boy's back with the heel of my foot, dashing after the falling body and putting my weight on the boy. A knife placed at his throat. Breathing deeply I examined the prone body, looking for any indication that this was a clone and not the original. Surrender. I order, the rain thundering around us. The boy laughs softly on the wet rock. Just kill me. I am sure Zabuza-sama has already fled now that I have failed. I narrow my eyes and in a flicker I regain my pink hair and bright green eyes, the void being replaced by the boy who could have been no older than 11. I consider ending him, the cold kunai in my grip millimeters away from fatally wounding the ninja. Flashes of former opponents in similar positions go through my mind, the many I had slain without ever knowing or caring about their situation or story, only acting to further my goals. What is your name? I finally ask. The ninja was quiet for a few moments before speaking. Haku. Sakura! A voice shouts from the end of the plateau and I glance over to see Yamato and Jiraiya land beside me. Sensei, Jiraiya-sama. I acknowledge. So this is Zabuza's apprentice. Jiraiya observes, looking down at the boy and over the battlefield, the mirrors of ice still scattered over the field. Yamato places a hand on my shoulder. You did well, Sakura. Looking at the two veteran ninja, I come to a decision. Sensei and Jiraiya-sama, I have a request. Oh. Jiraiya comments, and what would that be? I glance down at the blank eyes of my opponent, hoping I was doing the right thing. I wish to take Haku here as a prisoner of Konoha. Haku's eyes widen in shock and both of Jonin raise an eyebrow before glancing at each other. Abandoned warehouse, Jakarta. What do you mean you failed? Gato roars, kicking over a crate, glaring at the missing nin he had hired. Zabuza shrugged, uncaring as he crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. You sent me with bad information. The girl was defended by Jiraiya of the Sannin and a Jonin who could use the Mokuton. Your little buddy's information was shit. Gato scowled. I don't care if the brat was guarded by your fucking Kage. I hired you to do a mission and now there is a good chance that I will lose that damn bet. Oh no, Gato-san, you have already lost it, a seductive voice echoed. Zabuza surged from the wall, grabbing for his sword before his entire body froze. Wide-eyed, he glances around the warehouse, noticing that every thug that Gato had hired had also been frozen, leaving only the diminutive shipping magnate unfrozen. At the entrance of the warehouse stood Lady Hitsu. A step behind her was a missing nin from Suna who had his hands extended. Near invisible blue lines of chakra attached to every person in the warehouse. Lady Hitsu, what are you doing here? Gato trembles, slowing backing up as the woman steps forward. Poor Gato-kun, did you really think I would not notice you attempting to cheat on our deal? She smirks. Really? When my subordinates reported that they had been accidentally overheard by your men, I wondered if you would be so foolish as to betray our agreement. With a soft, mocking laugh, the world's richest woman and weapons magnate approaches her rival. But thankfully for me, you were that foolish, Gato. And you know what I do to people who betray me. Reaching into the pocket of her kimono, Hitsu draws out a small piece of paper and approaches Gato, an evil smirk as she places the tag on the man's forehead. Thank you, Gato-san. Know that your debt to me will be repaid in full. As we speak, all of your holdings are now being processed and transferred to me as our agreement. Turning away, the woman focuses on her guard. Come, Kiyoshi-chan. Let us return to the estate. My business here is done. We shall let Gato enjoy the experience of those who try to betray me. After all, I have not drained all of his worth yet. Zabuza watches with just his eyes as the beautiful woman moves away from the frozen Gato. Kiyoshi the manipulator, famous for his incredibly powerful chakra strings that lets him control people as if they were his puppets. The Miss Ninja examines the nondescript man in his light robes. That was a face he knew by heart in the bingo books. Known as the strongest nin in Jakarta, the former Suna Jonin had made his name in the Second War before abandoning his village when the tide had turned against Wind Country. Resisting the control, he forces his head down, seeing the 10 chakra strings it took to control him compared to the single strand for the regular grunts. Gato grit his teeth as he stood up, trying to get the tag off of him as strands of black lines began to weave across his body. Damn you, Dash. Activate! The woman calls back, snapping her fingers, holding a scroll in her other hand. Zabuza felt his eyes widen in shock as the fat merchant seemed to deflate, his skin sinking into his body as the organs within were now gone. She sealed his organs. Zabuza thought in shock as the chakra strings eventually disconnected, releasing all the hired muscle in the warehouse. Staring for a moment at the body of his former employer, Zabuza stared out the door after the woman who controlled nearly all weapon transports and seals in the elemental nations. What a scary woman, that Uzumaki Hitsu. MT Aso Camp. The situation just shows that leaving Konoha for this mission was the right decision. Yamato states as we stand outside the new structure that Yamato had made for camp. Whoever hired Zabuza and our friend inside may try again, which means we need to leave. Jiraiya nods in agreement, crossing his arms. I agree. I will try to look into who hired Zabuza, but you should certainly be wary on your journey. There are many interested parties in this Chunin exams, and I can count on one hand those who would not try at least once to take out the competition beforehand. I remain quiet, my other body keeping guard near the edge of the camp. I had yet to tell my teacher about it since I wanted to discuss it with him in private before we revealed it to anyone else. I knew the man's reputation, but my experience in these matters told me not to trust the man. We had traveled in secret for nearly a week to reach this location with no trouble, but after Jiraiya shows up we are attacked? That was suspicious. It was not enough to outright condemn the man, but I had been betrayed enough to recognize the innocent enough signs. I will take the boy with me back to Konoha. I checked the books and he has no bounty and is not listed in any of the missing nin registries. Besides his affiliation with Zabuza, he technically qualifies as a Ronin. Jiraiya explains. I see, that's good. What about his loyalties? Yamato asked gently. The three of us had spent the previous night interrogating the boy, only to be stonewalled by his fanatical loyalty to his master Zabuza. The boy considered himself a tool rather than a person, which said volumes about how he was raised. Unclear. Jiraiya said after a moment, looking uncomfortable while he would clearly choose Zabuza if offered. He considers himself expended. Since Zabuza fled without him, it is possible that with some therapy the boy could become loyal to Konoha. I shifted uncomfortably at that information. Compared to working with Alec, I knew the Yamanaka's master effects was rather tame, but it still left a bad taste in my mouth. What would likely happen to Haku is that the Mindwalkers would emphasize every bad memory of Zabuza and Kiri to the forefront of his mind while acting the exact opposite to create as much of a disparity as possible between Konoha and his former tormentors. Well, that's what I assumed what would happen. The Yamanaka's methods outside of their signature jutsu were carefully guarded after all. But it's what I would do if I wanted to subvert a potential ally. But at the end of the day, life in Konoha would be much better for Haku than a life on the run with Zabuza. Even if his memories were altered, he would be considered a new asset of the village and would more than likely be given the honey treatment rather than vinegar. It was not every day that a village got a new bloodline after all. Right. In that case, Yamato, and I will stay on the move. I was able to get a good reading of the storm clouds before I was interrupted. I have a good idea on how I need to work on it. I reply. The Sannin turns back towards the camp to retrieve his charge that would be for the best. After I drop off the kid, I will need to check up on my contacts to make sure that we get started on a misinformation campaign. Exiting with the knocked-out Haku, a seal on his forehead to ensure that he would not wake, Jiraiya slung him over a shoulder. Right then. Sakura, it will be a good idea for us to get as much distance between us and Jakarta as possible. Now that we know that there are people already looking to sabotage the exams, we will have to stay out of sight as much as possible. Yamato instructs. Right. I mutter, pulling up my hood out of habit to cover my distinct pink hair. I may no longer show signs of the Kensho while in outer form. Neon pink hair was still terrible to hide with. I took one last glance at Jiraiya and Haku as the Sannin takes off down the mountain. My eyes narrowed before turning away in the opposite direction. All right. I mutter. Looking down the steep cliff of the mountain. Let's go, Yamato-sensei. I leap off the mountain, the Jonin following soon after. Land of Fire. -1 week later. Your ability can do what now? Yamato asks, looking shocked. I sigh, sitting on a log, poking the fire with a stick as we camp out in the forest. The Kensho evolved. After the fight with Haku, it no longer just affects my vision. I confess. Yamato leans back, still looking surprised in evolved form. And this ability just came to you? I think it unlocked from nearly losing. I offer a plausible excuse, knowing that a lie in this case was much more believable than the truth. Yamato nods slowly, processing this information. While it's unheard of for a bloodline or ability to evolve Sakura, you must know that it is incredibly rare. The Kensho is already an ability nearly on par with one of the strongest bloodlines on Konoha. How did it advance further? I glanced to the side, prompting Yamato to follow my lead and look at empty space. Kensho, inner mode. In a second I was sitting on the far end of the log, my dark tresses curling over my shoulders, demonic-looking eyes staring towards my Jonin-sensei. Yamato leaps back, a hand going to his kunai pouch. Sakura? He questions, eyes examining every feature of my face. Yeah, it's me. Sort of. I admit, truly not knowing what this body actually was. It turns out that the Kensho is not an ocular technique but rather a clone one. It's also permanently active now. I explain, switching back to my outer body, causing Yamato to flinch. Each of me exists at the same time, but the other body, which I call inner, is invisible and intangible, but allows me to share its vision. Yamato slowly sits back down on the log and presses a hand to his temple. Explain it to me, leave nothing out. And so, I did. I explained the testing I was able to perform on it and the limits I had been able to discover. The fact that my clone could not move more than 200 feet away from me, but still had a vision of up to a mile. I also explained my theory about us sharing physical bodies but in two different locations by demonstrating the fact that I could have the inner body perform hand signs but the physical body casts the jutsu. This leads into an hour-long discussion on the ability as we hammer out every fine detail that I could explain about it. Eventually, we sit in silence, Yamato looking tired as he thinks with his eyes closed. Sakura, I cannot tell you how serious this is. He finally admits before opening his eyes your power has the potential to be one of the most powerful techniques produced since the Hierophant. You need to keep this close to your chest. If people know that you have a technique like this, they would put a bounty on you, a high one. He warns. I remain silent, stoking the fire and letting him speak. After a few moments he speaks again. Over this year I want you to train in both making your own elemental technique and this ability. However, I implore you to be cautious with it. Do not show it off to anyone. Not your parents, not your friends, and certainly not in the Chunin exams. Pretend it is just a hinged clone that you are switching with. I suggest that you do not publicly announce that it is a unique ability until you are at least Jonin. I had been planning on doing that anyway, but it was nice that we were on the same page. Standing up, Yamato heads towards the two-room building he had built with his powers. Get some sleep, we will be training from here on out for the rest of the year as we move. I have some ideas on how to incorporate into your training. Right. I will, sensei. I murmur as the man enters his room. Deciding to end the day myself, I lay down on the thin mattress for a few moments before closing my eyes, leaving only the eyes of my inner open. Standing in the clearing to keep an eye out for any invaders. Tomorrow will be the first day. I decide, not letting the distractions in Jakarta affect me. We still had an entire year to train, and I was damn sure I was going to make the most of it. Hostile ninja or not. I let myself drift off, the faces of my new family and old at the forefront of my mind. I will get stronger, so I can protect you. I won't fail again. Northern Land of Fire. 4 months into training. Snake, ram, I move through the 4 hand signs with 2 different bodies, molding the 2 natures together as I had practiced over the past few months. Spread the chakra out, contain it, bind the earth to the water, scatter the water, hold the earth steady. I chant, slowly breathing out. In. Out, in, out. At the 4th breath a haze of black smoke exits my mouth and perforates throughout the clearing, the pitch-dark clouds hiding the ground from view. Mold it, do not let it dissipate, gather it. Inner changes from a snake seal to a ram seal while I hold the snake, the clouds at the edge of the clearing pausing as they slowly gather up around my body. Opening my eyes, I see myself through the eyes of outer, my small form surrounded by clouds of darkness. Creating a haunting visage as the condensed water vapor and dust particles nearly hide my body from view. Tenkitin, storm cloud. I murmur, naming the new jutsu. Moving an arm, I watch as the cloud mirrors my movement, the jutsu locked to my movements. Getting an idea, I rear my arm back and punch forward, the pseudo fist flying forward before striking a tree, harmlessly dissipating off of it. Glancing down at my now exposed arm, I spend more chakra to reform the portion of the cloud that had been lost. There is potential here. I clench my fist, grinning in victory that I had finally reached the first step in achieving my goal. Alright, now to create combat applications and be able to use it with one body. I spend the rest of the day playing with the cloud, testing chakra density, cost, and ratios of elements. Southern Fire Country. -9 months into training. On an abandoned beach, flashes of light illuminate the night sky as storm clouds flicker with small sparks of electricity as the pitch-black cloak wafts off my form. Holding 2 smaller clouds in my hand, I let sparks flash between them, bouncing from one to another as they build up charge. Tenkitin, Tesla shot. I decide, letting the flash of light fly out of my hands, the lightning bolt sending up a large plume of water as it strikes the ocean water. Moving to the next jutsu, I spread my arms out, throwing the cloak around me outward, sending the dark mass out, stretching the cloud in a wide circle around me. Tenkitin, electric fence. The mass of shadows ignites with sparks, creating a deadly field of electricity that channels through the cloud. Gathering the cloud back around me, I press my hands into a ram seal Tenkitin, sharp rain. Using the water chakra inside the massive cloud, compressed beams of water fire out, slowly diminishing the cloud as the water slices deep grooves in the sand. With a now pure white cloak surrounding me, both my clone and I press our hands together into a seal Tenkitin, storm front. Slowly the pure white clouds darken until they once more form the dark mass that I had become familiar with over these past few months. Yamato had once joked that I had instead recreated the Nara's famous shadow technique from how the ominous storm clouds hovered over my back. I certainly could see it. I had based much of the manipulation of my clouds off of what I had observed from Brian's darkness manipulation. It certainly worked in similar ways, minus senses dampening. Although, the electricity running through the clouds made it much more offensive than Gru's original power. Clenching my fists, I knew that I had come a long way since I had began training. Endless hours of chakra manipulation practice, chakra growth exercises, along with a boot camp of most other shinobi fundamentals. I could feel myself growing stronger and more confident in my ability as the weeks went by. The ever-present sense of danger that I had since appearing so suddenly in this world was still there, but I knew that I was ready to meet it. If anyone else had come to the beach, they would be shocked at the sight of the massive rock formations that dotted the Land of Fire's coastline. Massive cracks are scattered across the formations, showing signs of repeated abuse from attacks. And resting at the far end of the formations, a large boulder had a large hole blasted clean through the dense rock, the insides charred black. While they would not know exactly what had happened, it was clear that something powerful had been created in this area. Tenkitin, Kirin. Konoha. -11 months into training. Isn't this a nostalgic sight? Yamato states with a smile as we walk towards the large gates of the Hidden Leaf Village. I give a soft smile as I observe the towering walls of the village I had come to call home. After 11 months of grueling training, I was quite eager to have some time to rest before we would have to head to Kumo. It feels like we never left. I state as I spot the regular Chunin manning the gates. It has only been a year. Yamato comments as Kotetsu and Izumo welcome us back to the village. Filling out my return form, I hand it to the lazy Chunin pair. Still, I wonder how everyone is doing. I reply, looking towards the direction of the academy. Shikamaru and Choji would be just about to start their final year before graduating as genin. Mother and father would also be preparing to start their month-long caravan rotation to Kusa, the capital, and then to Tanzaku-gai. I would have to make sure to visit all of them before I would be paired with a team and sent off to the Land of Lightning for the Chunin exams. Yamato presses a hand on my shoulder comfortingly. I am sure you will be able to see everyone. But first we need to report to the Hokage. All right. I sigh as we head to the bright red Hokage Tower. I must say, you two certainly caused a stir when you left. Hiruzen Sarutobi states around his pipe as we entered the office. A few weeks after you left, I get a visit from Jiraiya with a traumatized boy in tow with the story that one of the richest men in the world had been found dead and his rival now owning his entire fortune. We had received a notice from Jiraiya a month into training with the missive explaining the situation that had arisen in Jakarta. Apparently Gato of Gato Shipping had been the one to set Zabuza and Haku on them because of some kind of deal he made with another merchant. Jiraiya had not been sure of the exact details, but after Zabuza failed, the body of Gato had been found and Lady Hitsu, the richest weapon merchant in the world, had claimed all of his assets. It was a strange situation, but thankfully the backlash had not come after them after we had made ourselves scarce. You will be happy to know that young Haku's is doing very well. He joined the official corps just last month and has been performing exemplary. The Hokage offhandedly comments, a twinkle in his eyes that I knew meant he was planning something. But regardless, I have been reading the regular reports from Yamato on your progress and I must say that I am quite impressed. I was skeptical when Yamato revealed your strategy, but I am very pleased that it went well. I am sure you will have a great showing in Kumo. I give a soft smile. Thank you, Hokage-sama. But I doubt you want to be bothered by an old man like me during the short time you have back home. I would like you to meet your teammates for the Chunin exams before I send you off. Please send them in. He calls. Turning to the door, I watch as two people enter the room and I felt my eyes widen at one of them. Pleased to meet you again, Sakura-san. Haku says with a soft smile, his feminine appearance having only grown over the past year. You as well. I say with an awkward smile. I had teamed up with former enemies before, but this was rather sudden. Behind him a slightly nerdy-looking boy with wide glasses and ash-gray spiked hair gives an awkward smile. It will be an honor working with you, Sakura-san. I have heard such great things about you. The boy greets, shaking my hand. My name is Kabuto, let's be great teammates. Konoha. So. Yamato claps his hands as we settle down on the top of the Hokage Tower. Having just vacated the Kage's office to introduce ourselves to one another, I know this is on short notice, but we will be registered as Team 14 for now. The Jonin sensei leans against the wall as he continues. This team was designed to be as effective as possible as a three-man unit in a hostile environment. Thanks to the information provided to us by our forces abroad, it is clear that this Chunin exams is going to be a different beast than what we have seen in the past. Which means that we will be sending only one team this year. Any questions? He asks. Kabuto scratches the back of his head and raises a hand. Sensei? I have a question. While I understand why Sakura-san and Haku-san here are selected, but wouldn't it be better to have a stronger genin than I on this team? Yamato shakes his head. You are too hard on yourself, Kabuto. You were selected despite your previous failures at the exams. You are the best genin-ranked medic nin in the force. The boy still looks awkward but nods in acceptance, a small blush on his face. Now that we are all in acceptance, we can introduce ourselves to one another. Yamato announces. Since I am the sensei, I will go first. My name is Yamato and I have been tutoring Sakura as my apprentice for the past year and a half. My current goal is to ensure that you all become chunin in these exams. Haku glances at us before introducing themselves. Next, my name is Hakuyuki. I joined Konoha a few months ago when I was recruited as a ronin. He trails off. Obviously remembering our previous encounter, my goal, well, it is more of a hope, but I wish to ask someone a question. I decide to go next. Sakura Haruno. I have been a genin for nearly 2 years. My current goal is to protect those close to me. Kabuto clears his throat before speaking up last. Well, I am Kabuto Yakushi. I have been a genin for 3 years now. My goal, well, I guess to be the best ninja I can be, like my mentor. He finishes with a smile. Right. You all have great strengths that complement each other. A nin-tai expert. He gestures to Haku, a medic nin. Kabuto nods his head. And finally our ninjutsu specialist Sakura. Infiltration and sabotage team. I conclude, recognizing the classic formation. A nin-tai to help demolish the target and hold off pursuers, a ninjutsu specialist to do most of the damage, and a medic nin to back up the team in case of discovery. Now, I know we do not have much time to build teamwork, but I would like each of you to relax for the next week. The journey to Kumogakure will take a week of travel and I would like for each of you to take it easy before then. We will have plenty of time to work on formations while on the road. Yamato instructs. Stick to light training and exercises but don't go overboard. You will need to be as fresh as possible at the start of the exam. Yes, sensei. We all chorus before the jonin dismisses us to our own devices. Oh, I am so proud of you. Mabuki squeals as she envelopes me in a bear hug, holding on tight as we rock back and forth before the gates of Konoha. I had managed to catch my parents at the gates before they would be traveling to Kusa. Look at you! Nearly 11 years old. Kizashi exclaims with a wide grin on his face. I am glad I got to see you too before you head out. I murmur, a soft smile spreading as the two nearly smother me with their affection. I had missed this over the year of training. Returning home to a place where you knew there would be people who unconditionally love you was addicting. It almost scared me how quickly I had been able to let go of my identity as Taylor and subsume the role of Sakura to experience it every time I saw these two people. Be safe. I finally say, breaking free from my mother's embrace. I know you hired a genin team, but don't take any unnecessary risks. Kizashi chuckles. We should be the one telling you that, Sakura. You are going to be the one competing in Kumo after all. I shrug and give a wry grin. I trust my skills, not the genin team that you hired. Fear not, young child. If I had not seen the man leap behind me through my inner, I would have flinched as I turned to stare up at one of the most bizarre-looking men I had ever seen. With a bowl cut too pristine to be an accident, the bushiest eyebrows I had ever seen, and dressed in a dark green spandex suit, the man certainly strikes a figure as he grins down at us. For not only do these fine citizens have the protection of Team 9, but they also have the eagle eyes and fierce guardianship of the one and only sublime green beast of the Leaf Village, Might Guy. He roars, the air nearly vibrating through his sheer enthusiasm. I glanced sideways at my parents, to subliminally trying to reassure them the man in front of me was not insane, before taking a deep breath. This is a jonin. An elite jonin if he has been given a genin team. This is a jonin. Be professional and remember this is a jonin. That is reassuring, sir. I get out eventually. Seemingly not bothered at all by my lack of enthusiastic words, his teeth sparkle as he moves out of the way and introduces 3 genin behind him with a flourish, and of course my genin team. I look them over, spotting the clear signs of a Hyuga in one of the 2 males, with the other a carbon copy of his sensei. The last was a girl with 2 buns shaped in a traditional style while dressed in a martial artist's gi. Hello! My name is Rock Lee. And this is Niji and Ten. Lee introduces his teammates, just as enthusiastically as his sensei. Lee. You don't have to introduce us. Hello there, I am sorry for them. The girl apologizes with a stammer, looking slightly harassed at her teammates' eccentrics. The Hyuga does not say a word, giving me a piercing look before he glances away. How? Is this team functional? I deadpan at their antics. If it was not for the reputation of their sensei, I would be worried for the safety of my parents. Yamato had given me a crash course on Konoha's Jonin, and Guy had come up as a special case. While Yamato had been sure to emphasize that the blue beast of Konoha was in fact the best taijutsu practitioner and one of the strongest ninjas currently on active duty. However, the man had a reputation of being distinctly odd, even by the standards of shinobi. My parents were very lucky they were able to afford him for a C-rank mission. Thank you for looking after my parents and the caravan, Mato-san, I say. Thanking the shinobi before giving one last hug to my parents before stepping to the side and allowing the carts full of Konohan goods to lurch forward to start the journey to Kusa. With one last wave, I turn away and make my way back into the city proper, hands stuffed in my hoodie pockets as I take to the roofs. Guy-sensei. Who was that girl? Niji asks as they follow the merchant caravan. The man in question looks down and gives a blinding grin. Well, Niji, that girl is my dear friend Yamato's star pupil Sakura Haruno. Though I have to wonder about the interests Niji, Lee and Tenten also glance over, interested in what their often antisocial and disinterested teammate was interested by. The Hyuga frowns. I was just surprised. When we landed behind her at the gates, she did not react at all, even to Guy-sensei's appearance. In her body language I could read that not only did she not react, but did not perceive any threat to us at all. Normally I would dismiss this as carelessness. But I could tell she was aware of us the moment we arrived. Tenten shrugs. So she is good at hiding body language and sensed us coming? That is not that special, Niji. You think there was something more to it, Niji? She must be burning with youth to be so skilled then. Lee exclaims. Niji finally speaks up. When a Hyuga awakens their Byakugan, we are often trained in body language when we activate our dojutsu. If we are not mindful, the inexperienced may find themselves trying to speak to someone behind them or not react to things out of eyesight. Her reaction reminded me of that. She obviously is not a Hyuga, Niji. Tenten looks skeptical. Guy speaks up from behind the group. Fear not, students. The Byakugan is not the soul awareness technique. I imagine that youthful Haruno-san has developed her own technique. She could be having trouble adjusting to the side effects. 2 of the 3 of his students nod in understanding, but Niji still looks thoughtful as they stay on alert for any bandits that may try to rob their clients. Not even with my Byakugan can I sense Guy-sensei when he moves that fast. How did she do it? Niji scowls as they continue their mission. You know, I am not complaining, but do you 2 ever attend class? I wonder aloud as I lay on the ground, watching clouds drift by with Shikamaru and Choji. Yeah, when I want to sleep. Shikamaru yawns. I study at home. Choji mumbles through his chips. I roll my eyes at their antics. How is the class doing anyway? You guys are graduating next year, right? I wonder aloud. Same old, same old. Shikamaru sighs with a shrug. Sasuke is still first in class with all the girls in class heads over heels for him. Naruto is still heads over heels with Ino. Don't ever let her know I said this, but I am pretty sure she loves his attention. Boosts her ego. He's still pulling those pranks? I ask, already knowing the answer. The kid had become somewhat notorious for his creative pranks against the shinobi forces. Before I left, it had become a weekly sight to see the kid fleeing from a bunch of genin and chunin. It was actually pretty impressive, to be honest. His record of escaping from the ninja was nearly an hour. It's troublesome. Shikamaru sighs. For a military-controlled village, it often amazed me how much Naruto was able to get away with. Well, if nothing else, he may have a future as a saboteur. I state with a roll of my eyes. He is certainly troublesome enough to enjoy that. Choji jokes, stealing his best friend's catchphrase. Well, catching up has been fun. The class sounds like it has been doing well. But I have to get going. I have some preparations to do before I have to head to the Chunin exams. I explain as I stand up, brushing stray grass from my leggings. Sakura. I glance back at Shikamaru, who had sat up, his eyes losing that lazy fog that always seemed to surround the boy. Good luck. My dad said that the exams in Kumo will be the most dangerous than ever seen before. I just wanted to say, it would be too troublesome if you didn't come back. Choji paused in eating his chips and his gaze turned downcast as he realized what Shikamaru meant. Yeah, be careful, Sakura. I stare back at him before my gaze softened and I continued down the hill. Don't worry, Shikamaru, Choji. I will be back. It will take more than a few genin to take me out. After all, I had dealt with worse odds. IWA. Kuratsuchi. A voice called throughout the cavern, the air nearly boiling from the intense heat of the bubbling magma. It's nearly time, right? I was just getting some last-minute practice in. Kuratsuchi answers, slowly standing up from her relaxed position, letting the molten rock slide off of her as she wades through the molten substance. Kitsuchi stares as his daughter daintily steps out of one of the most dangerous substances in the world, not even looking overheated as she picks up the gear she had left on the side of the pool. Brushing a strand of hair away from her forehead, the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage walks with her father away from the training room. Have you considered the offer? Kitsuchi asks. Kuratsuchi remains silent, glancing at both her Jonin-sensei and father. I have. And? The man prompts, obviously not in the mood for the back and forth. I am going to refuse. The two stop and Kitsuchi stares down at his daughter. You would turn down the opportunity of a lifetime? You do realize if you refuse then he will simply pick someone else, granddaughter or not. The style is too valuable to lose. I realize this, father. Kuratsuchi answers before moving ahead, forcing her father to follow. But I have grown disinterested with the Jintan. I used to wish to accomplish it but realized that in the pursuit of it, we have lost sight of what is really important. Kuratsuchi gains a determined look as she does not spare the statues of the many failures. A second glance. The Jintan is powerful. But as a jutsu style it is unwieldy and more destructive than it is worth. The old man spent 40 years to perfect it. I don't want to spend that much time and abandon my progress for a faulty product. So, you decide to rely on your magma style? Kitsuchi asks, his voice flat. The girl chuckles. What Inoki fails to realize is that you don't need to reduce things to dust when you can melt them down just fine. Raising a hand to demonstrate. The heat in the hallway spikes as magma collects on the limb, slowly dripping down, the drops boring through the earth. Fear not, father, in this exam I doubt I will need anything other than one jutsu. Kuratsuchi boasts as they exit the tunnel. Prepare yourself, world, any weakness you could have exposed is gone. I will show the world that IWA is the strongest village. Kumogakure outskirts. How do these people get around without any trees? Kabuto complains as we leap from one perilously tall rock formation to the next as we head through the land of lightning. Lightning Country was not actually full of lightning, but instead was filled with large rock formations and mountains that stuck out of the ground like massive jagged pillars. There were many theories on what had shaped the appearance of the land, from outlandish ones involving the Sage of the Six Paths to a Bijou rampage. But I could not deny that leaping from one pillar to another was an odd experience. It reminded me of pictures of the southern deserts of the United States, with the only life around being that which had adapted to the rough terrain. I suppose the rock structures looked vaguely similar to lightning. Perhaps that's how they came up with the name. Effort. I snark as I expel chakra to make it over a large gap between crevices, the sandy ground far below us. To be fair, this has nothing on Kirigakure's many swamps. At least we do not have to worry about chakra-enhanced alligators. Haku says lightly as we land on a mountain, scaling it with our chakra. Chakra-enhanced what? Kabuto yelps as we begin to scale a cliff. Now that is enough, you three. Yamato admonishes as we crest the large rock formations. An endless row of the same formations extending across the horizon. I decided we should take this path for some light training, not to talk about unimportant things. Besides, we are nearly there. Kabuto glances at our sensei in disbelief as we descend the mountain, running at full speed towards another cluster of mountains that were much taller than the ones we had been climbing. I know we call them hidden villages, but I think I would notice if we were getting closer to one, sensei. You would be surprised. Yamato offhandedly mentions as we draw closer to the mountains. We all glance at the Jonin in confusion before focusing forward as we kept moving forward. The tall mountain range in front of us becoming clearer by the second and the clouds surrounding it slowly clears as we draw closer. Are those buildings? Kabuto squints, adjusting his glasses. I looked to where the ash-haired medic was staring and I focused as well, surprised by the massive structures built between or on top of mountains. Kumogakure, the village hidden in the clouds. Yamato reminds us with a chuckle. It's incredible. Haku breathes, staring wide-eyed at the massive structures that seem to precariously sit in the air. Looks like a security risk to me. I criticize. Looking at the massive structures skeptically, one explosive tag to the supports and the entire village would have a building on top of it. In a world where anyone can be a walking missile, having superstructures high above the actual village just seemed like a bad idea. Try not to antagonize our hosts with your jokes, Sakura. Yamato reprimands. Right. I answer back, ignoring the suspicious glance of Kabuto as I don't even try to act innocent. Leaping off one of the towering stone structures, I landed softly on the ground, the large gates that barred access to the foreign village towering between two mountain formations. Now that we were right in front of it, I could see more of the architecture of the hidden village. Instead of building outward like in Konoha, it seems that the Kumo natives had decided to build upward, with massive wooden platforms stretching between the rocky peaks. At this distance I could not see the full structure, but it was certainly impressive. Now. Yamato claps his hands as we stand just out of range of the gates. Do you all remember what I said when we left Konoha? While Kumo is not actively an enemy village, the peace treaty is tenuous at best and one incident away from breaking. That means we do not give the village any excuse for reprisal. I reply. Correct. While I am not asking you to hold back during the exam, but it is likely that the ninja will try and antagonize you or sabotage you during the exams. You will need to be on guard the moment we enter those gates. We are in enemy territory after all. You most of all have to be cautious, Sakura. Gato was most likely not the only one to place bets on your victory or defeat. I nod, understood. Yamato turns his head to Haku and Kabuto, nonverbally making sure they understand the seriousness of the situation. Apparently satisfied with what he sees, he nods. All right then, he comments, turning back to the gate, let's go. The Chunin exams was always a difficult time for hidden villages when it was their time to host the event. Not only were the security risks immeasurable, but there was also the fact that you were sending the next generation into a dangerous environment against other villages that were more often than not willing to exert lethal force. That was not even mentioning the headache of the many civilians that flocked to the hidden villages for the show. But the advantages were numerous. Insight on your opponent's next generation of ninja, advertisement for your village, and a way for the new blood to test themselves against real shinobi. The fact remained, however, that it was exceedingly dangerous to just invite potentially hundreds of shinobi into the walls of your city. Which was why Togurashi stood guard today in front of the gates. The Kumo Jonin was a veteran of the Third War and had fought alongside many of the legends of his village from Lord Third to the current Kage. He was a soldier through and through. He would not fall if any of those who dared approach Kumo with the intent to attack. He would. Sir, it seems that the Konoha team has arrived. A rookie spoke up, interrupting his thoughts. So it seems. He grunts, warily eyeing the nondescript Jonin and Genin trio that was slowly walking up towards the gate. The team leader had become a familiar face in the bingo books over the past year when it was revealed that Konoha had been hiding a Mokuton user within its ranks. The fact that Konoha was bold enough to send him of all people spoke much about the soul team they were sending. Turning his attention away from the enigma, he focused on the genin. None of them looked like much, but that did not mean much when it came to shinobi. The first was dressed mostly in purple with a white sash tied around his waist. His ash-white hair and wide spectacles made him look bland, but the veteran knew there had to be something more beneath the surface. The second genin looked very feminine, but to his experienced eye he could tell it was a boy dressed in a flowing green yukata with a pink undershirt. The boy's perpetually gentle expression was most likely a ruse to hide a vicious fighter. Finally, the last genin drew his attention the most. Dressed in a baggy dark red hoodie and a form-fitting one-piece black bodysuit, the girl certainly did not have the most imposing of figures. But there was something in the way she acted set the man on edge. For one, the girl only focused forward, her eyes barely twitching from behind her fringe of bright pink hair, and had her hands loosely held in her pockets. While the other two genin were on high alert and prepared for anything, the girl was unbothered, almost lackadaisical as they approached. If he did not have his suspicions, he would say the girl was just a regular civilian traveling with a shinobi team, completely oblivious and unknowing of the danger she was in. Finally, the quartet arrive at the booth they had set up for the many arrivals' name and registration. He demands for formalities. Jonin Yamato of Konoha registering Genin Kabuto Yakushi, Haku Yuki, and Sakura Haruno for the Kumogakure Chunin exams. The Jonin responds, handing over 4 passports and filled out forms. The veteran takes a long moment to read each form, his experienced eye scanning each line for any inconsistencies. Unfortunately, there were none. Grudgingly, he stamps the registration forms with his approval and passes them back to the Konoha squad. Don't cause any trouble during your time in the village. An escort will be bringing you to your residence. At 3 exactly, your Jonin sensei will report for a debrief of all senseis for the overview of the tournament. We will know if you reveal any of the plans to your team. He warns, eyes narrowed at the Mokuton wielder. Of course, we respect the spirit of our agreements. Yamato acknowledges with a demure nod and a small smile. Togurashi felt his frown deepen at the not-so-carefully veiled insult. But there was nothing he could do since the man had not stated anything directly, just head inside. He growls, making a gesture for his subordinates to admit the team. He stared at the genin as they passed, keeping his eyes on the one that had become an enigma since the Konoha exams. The girl did not spare them a glance, content to keep her eyes forward as if she was not aware of anything as they walked into the village without a care in the world. Something is off about that brat. He muses. Time would only tell if the supposed Konohan prodigy lived up to her reputation. This exam was filled with them after all. Only the monsters would stand out this Chunin exam. At exactly 3 in the afternoon, Yamato leaves behind his team in the apartment and followed behind the escort that was sent to lead him to the Jonin lounge that would introduce the different stages of the exams. As was tradition with the Chunin exams, the Jonin instructors would all be debriefed on the different stages to ensure that they could be on the alert for bad actors and sabotage. It was one of the original agreements when the exams were founded to ensure that the deck was not stacked too much in the host village's favor. While the Jonin were forbidden from revealing anything about the exams to their students, as shinobi there were many ways to convey certain hints and structure training to prepare for the genin. In addition, if the Jonin felt a task would be too difficult, then they could pull their students out of the exam before they went over their heads. Some claimed that this was the most important part of the exam, as information was vital to all shinobi. So when he entered the room where the Jonin sensei of all the teams were gathered, Yamato was unsurprised to see everyone tense, waiting for the start of the meeting. Nodding at several Jonin he recognized from allied villages, he stood near the back, providing him a good view of both the podium and the crowd. The Kumogakure in charge of debriefing them looked young, probably a fresh promotion who drew the short straw to be in charge of this year's exams. Her short blonde hair was cut in a pixie cut that complemented her pale skin. The outfit she wore was daring, cut carefully to not be too revealing but also to draw the eye, a common tactic that kunoichi used to distract their opponents. And so it begins. He muses idly as the woman begins to speak. On behalf of Kumogakure, I greet all the Jonin sensei who have dedicated their lives to train the next generation of shinobi. The woman greets, my name is Samui and I will be in charge of the Chunin exams. It is my role to debrief you all on what our village has decided the exams will consist of. Eyeing the room with a disinterested gaze, the Kumo Jonin continues now. If it is cool with everyone, I will start. The first task is simple and time-sensitive, for it has already begun. She announces to the surprise of the entire room. It has already started? One Jonin from Kusa speaks up over the murmurs, but our teams have not even been debriefed yet. The woman nods yes. That is exactly the point of this challenge. All the teams in Kumogakure have exactly 3 days to register for the second part of the exam at a location marked upon the map given to each of you upon entering. Yamato glances down at the slip of paper that had been provided by his escort and unwrapped it to find an address scrawled across it. You are not allowed to give your team hints, but do not worry. We have placed agents across the village, each to provide rumors and hints to the genin at the fact that the exam has actually begun and where they will need to go. This first mission is a cool information and awareness challenge. Samui announces. With a small smirk sliding across her face, the woman continues. And to make it even cooler, that is just the tip of the iceberg for this exam. And so the Chunin exams arc begins. I can't wait to get into this arc, and I hope everyone enjoys my take on the exam. This is mostly an introductory chapter, so don't worry, the next few will really start to delve into the exciting bits. Last edited, October 6, 2019. 1207. Morgan Arc. October 5, 2019. View discussion. Thread marks chapter 27. View content. Morgan Arc. Morgan Arc. The Breaker of Tropes. October 8, 2019. Hashtag 5258. Chapter 27. Kumoga Cure. I stand against the wall, observing the voids that were stationed around the hotel as well as the many people that walked through the village. Do you see him? Kabuto asks for the 5th time, pacing back and forth impatiently as we wait for our sensei to return. I shake my head. He is still out of range. The tracker I placed on him went north, but I lost the signal. Once he is back in range, I'll know. I reassure the medic. It was obvious that the kid did not have much experience being in hostile situations like this. Relax, I doubt Kumo wants to start something with all the villages gathered like this. Haku states, looking serene as ever as he mixes some sort of herb paste in a pestle. We fell back into an uneasy silence, leaving me to regularly ping my chakra off the numerous dragonflies I had let loose within the village once we had arrived. So, I start, wanting to break the silence but not really sure where to start. What do you all think the first task will be? Kabuto glances up from his pacing. Something to do with information gathering usually. In the last 3 exams I did, it was usually a written test or puzzle with some sort of twist. Haku glances up, looking thoughtful. That is quite a broad category. A knowledge test can be a number of things. I nod in agreement, not to mention we can't leave this room until the exam officially starts. The exam was set to start in 3 days according to the Kumonin who had escorted us to our room. No team was allowed to leave until they said the word. Tapping my finger on my arm, I send out another chakra signal to my bugs, waiting for Yamato to get back in range. After a few moments I jerked my head up as I feel the signal return. He is here. I announce, the rest of the team jerking up in surprise at my announcement. A few moments later the door rattled and Yamato entered. All good, you all are prepared. Yamato states, glancing at all 3 of his students before speaking. Bad news, I am afraid. I cannot give you any hints or tactics for this exam. What? Every Chunin exams we received some hints from our Jonin escort. Kabuto exclaims. Yamato rubs the back of his head. Sorry, all I can tell you is that the second part of the exam will take place in 3 days. 3 days? I wonder as Yamato sets his stuff down in his designated room. The first exam is supposed to start in 3 days too. Are they hosting the tasks back to back? My thought process was interrupted by another knock on the door, a bulky void standing outside the door. Opening the door, I eye the burly Kumonin who had escorted us to the hotel. What is it? The man glares down at me disdainfully but speaks in a monotone. All the teams who have registered for the exam have arrived. You all are allowed to explore Kumogakure and get familiar with the terrain in preparation for the first exam. I raise an eyebrow. I thought we were not allowed to leave until the first exam started. The man shrugs. The Jonin protested, saying it would give Kumo too much of an advantage. But know that this can be revoked just as easily. Do not cause any disturbance. He growls. I nod in agreement and the man leaves to inform the other teams. Yamato never mentioned that they argued to allow us to leave. I muse as I close the door. It could just be a coincidence, but something does not seem right. Haku stands up after bottling whatever concoction he had made. It seems we get to explore Kumogakure after all. Strange that Kumo folded like that. Usually exams are held in specific locations, so locking the teams away until the exam starts is not that unusual. Kabuto comments. Well, regardless, we should get a lay of the land and explore the village. I state, earning nods from both my teammates. After informing our sensei that we would be back before nightfall, we leave the hotel and head to a good vantage point on one of the higher level platforms. Did you notice it too? I wonder aloud as we observe the multi-layered village from our position. Kabuto placed a hand on his chin. The inconsistencies? Yes, it's strange. Haku nods, folding his hands into the sleeves of his yukata. Think back on it. When we arrived, the nin who led us to our hotel said that we would not be allowed to leave until the exam started, but then the village folded over an easily excused issue. I muse. Then our sensei was not allowed to give us any information about the exam. Haku reminds us that is distinctly odd, since from my understanding the meeting he attended was so that they can provide us hints. Kabuto scratches the back of his head. I am confused. What does all this mean? I frown, leaning on the railing as I observe the village through the eyes of my inner clone. It means that it is likely the first exam has already started. My words causing both jerk their heads to me in surprise. What? We have not been debriefed. We would have at least been given notice. Kabuto protests. I turn to them with a sly smirk. You caught what Yamato said, didn't you? He was not allowed to tell us anything. Even if Kumo had asked him not to give hints, he could have at least formed a training schedule or activities to help prepare us for whatever we would face. But he stated that he absolutely could not give us anything. Haku blinks before his eyes widen in understanding, and the only time during an exam that an instructor absolutely cannot give help is when a task is ongoing. I finish. Yamato did give us a hint. By stating that he could not helping us at all, he indirectly informed us that the exam had already started, which would explain why we were allowed to leave. Kabuto nods energetically, pushing up his glasses as he speaks. That is brilliant. But that still leaves us in the dark on what exactly the task entails. I cross my arms and look up and thought, well, judging from what we know, we have 3 days to figure it out. Obviously the twist to this task is the fact we have very little information to go on. Since we have no mission objective and no allies, the only thing we can do is conduct espionage. Leaping off the railing, I turn to my teammates. Our first step should be to learn more about the exam. All we know is that the second exam is in 3 days, which means that the location of the second exam could have some information. Working backwards, Kabuto states, but where do we start? The village is huge and the exam site could be outside the city. There has to be clues hidden in the village. They would not give us no information to work with. Haku responds. We fall silent as we strategize on what to do. Well, Kabuto murmurs, rubbing his chin, from the past 3 exams I have taken part in, the second exam is usually in some sort of famous, or infamous if you will, place that requires Chunin-level survival skills, or some sort of site to conduct a large-scale survival exercise. Then we should research the notable sites and training grounds around here. It's the only lead we have right now, I suggest. But who in this village would help Leaf Nin? Kabuto wonders aloud. I sigh, rubbing my forehead as I realize the best chance we had to get our answers. Well, in every village there is one place. Both Haku and Kabuto look at me confused. -10 p.m. As night descends upon Kumogakure, we exit the hotel and make our way to the lowermost district of the city, where a street between 2 tall mountains was lavishly decorated and was still busy despite the late hour. Are you serious? Kabuto murmurs frantically as we stand outside an ornate wooden gate. The row of buildings that line the street illuminated with red lanterns and decorated lavishly with red fabrics, the red light district? We all are underage. I roll my eyes. The red light district is our only chance for the information we need. I am sure Kumogakure distributed hints to different nin and merchants in the city, but none of them would give them to us. But the red light district is a great place to get information that you would not be able to find elsewhere. Information from a brothel? Kabuto asks skeptically, still eyeing the numerous people enjoying the nightlife of the city. Not the brothel exactly. I respond as I lead the way through the torii gate and into the district. It's the same everywhere. The brothels often get city officials, ninja, and merchants who get loose-lipped after they are finished. This provides an opportunity for the black market to get valuable information. It's a rather open secret that all spy circles have a stake in the red light industry. I explain to my skeptical teammates. And where did you learn this exactly? Kabuto questions. An uncomfortable conversation with Lisa. I reminisce before speaking. An old pervert told me. To the alarmed look of Kabuto. If in doubt, blame it on the perverted Sanin. Seeing through the eyes of my inner eye, spot what I was looking for. Here it is. I state, stepping around some trash cans and step into an alleyway between 2 buildings. There is nothing here. Haku observes skeptically. I glance back at them with a sly smirk before moving to the far end of the alleyway, observing the solid stone walls. There. Placing my fingers into a crack in the wall, I flip a hidden switch, causing a hidden door to open. Come on. I gesture for the shocked genin to follow as I descend down the steps. The basement of the establishment was sparse, with a single counter against the far wall with a thick pane of glass to protect the sole occupant. Ah, customers. A voice spoke up, a door on the opposite side of the glass opening and an old woman stepping out, her graying hair styled into a tight bun. Stepping forward and reaching into her simple gray kimono, the woman pulled out a pipe before settling down behind the desk. It is rare that I get customers as young as you here. What can I do for you? I step forward, placing down a large stack of Rio, drawing the old woman's eye, who chuckles. Ah, so young and already aware of how the world works. What would you like to know? The purpose of the first task in the Chunin exams. What do we have to do to pass? The woman smiles. You must register at the proper location before the deadline. The cash disappears into a hidden chamber. I frown before pulling out another stack of Rio and place it over the slot. Where do we go to register? Wait, I thought you already paid. Kabuto whispers harshly as he snatches the money away. I glance back at him as the broker chuckles. That's not how it works. It is a set amount of money per question. I respond with a sigh. That is why you have to be cautious when dealing with information brokers. You have to carefully frame your question. The older boy glares at the broker before releasing my hand and letting me place the money back on the table. The same question. I ask. You will have to register at the Arashiyama Caves on the far side of Kumogakure. The woman replies, writing down an address that she slides through a thin slot. Taking the piece of paper, I memorize the coordinates before burning it all right. We have what we came for. I answer, taking out one last stack of bills and place it on the hidden slot. The incognito fee. I state, seeing the knowing glint in the old woman's gaze. Ah, such a smart young girl. The old woman chuckles. Very well. This meeting will remain between us. I nod before exiting the building, closely followed by Haku and Kabuto. I don't think I've said this yet. Kabuto murmurs as we quickly leave the red light district and head to the coordinates written by the woman. But you are kinda scary, Sakura. I glance back at the ash-haired genin before focusing forward. I need to be if I want to realize my goals. If everyone knew not to mess with me, they would not mess with those close to me in fear of reprisal. It was how the Undersiders had been able to take over Brockton Bay without out-of-city villain teams trying to take back the city. We had demolished the ones who thought they could. I intended to do a similar tactic through these exams. Originally I had intended to go for the shock and awe approach from being a clanless genin that surprises in a foreign village's exams. Instead I had to take refuge in the reputation that I had gained from Kuratsuchi's interference. I would have to live up to the expectations that the IWA genin had placed upon my shoulders and wear it like a cape, proving that I was not someone to mess with. In this world, it was obvious that if you wanted to protect yourself and those precious to you, then you have to have strength, influence, and reputation. I would need to establish I had all three in this tournament. As we moved through the city, I glanced down at the address before looking at one of the largest mountains in Kumogakure, knowing that it would be the site of the next stage of the exams. With a burst of speed we land on a platform with a series of cave entrances that led deep into the mountain. A warning sign stating that the tunnels were extremely dangerous littered the area. Is this it? Kabuto wonders aloud before I catch sight of what we came here for. A small booth was set up near one of the tunnels. A bored-looking Kumo nin slouched behind it. Approaching the stand, the nin looks up and his eyebrow rises. Team Konoha here to register for the second task. I order with a smirk. The ninja glances at each of us before leaning back with a sigh. Well then. Congratulations on passing the first task. Kumogakure. The next day passed slowly. With the task done and the next task on the horizon, we still could not train since we needed to be at our best before entering the caves. So we had decided to comb the city for any clues or information we had missed that may help us during the next task. However, information on the site was sparse, with the Kumo natives being tight-lipped on what the Arashiyama Caves actually entailed. Not to mention that any books or information about them was nowhere to be found. To be fair, I am pretty sure every village does this. Kabuto comments as we rest on a bench after an entire day of information gathering. It's not like we advertise the forest of death. Haku sighs. It is likely. I doubt the testers want us to have full knowledge of what we are going to face before the event itself. I frown, resting my cheek on my hand as I watch the cave entrances from a distance, mentally counting the amount of genin that complete the task. We had been the fourth team to pass the exam and the second non-native team. According to the exam proctor, the first team had made it in under an hour, with the second Kumo team following several hours later. The Suna team had passed only a half hour before we did. From our position a safe distance away from the second exam, I counted 20 more teams that had passed, leaving around 19 more hours for more teams to pass. If another 20 or so passed on the last day, that meant that there would be over 70 genin taking part in the next task. Down from 200 in the first task, and I assume the second will be even more difficult. I muse. We had gotten lucky in this task. I doubted many other genin had as much experience with the criminal underground that I had, nor a sensei that was smart enough to get around the no-hint rule. If we had been forced to take a written exam or some sort of puzzle, that would have opened up for much more direct sabotage. It was pure luck that we had a method available to get around the roadblocks they had likely placed through the more conventional paths to pass the last exam. I glance up when my Kensho alerts me that someone was approaching our position. Well, glad you showed up, Kuratsuchi announces with a smirk, the dark-haired Iwa Nin leaping down from a higher platform. Kuratsuchi, I state with a bland drawl, alerting both my teammates to the identity of the girl. The past year had changed the Iwa princess very little beside from her outfit. Her new outfit earned a raised eyebrow since it was clearly not suited for combat. A long qipao dress with slits along the side to allow the legs free movement with slightly raised heels. I was worried when we arrived that you had decided to ditch me here and take the easy road. Glad you came, she boasts. Releasing a sigh, I lean back on the bench. As far as I am concerned, this is the easy road. I snark, knowing that the girl wouldn't leave unless I responded in kind. Heh, against anyone else that's not me maybe. She boasts. You better be ready, Sakura. I am 10 times as powerful the last time we met. Good to know, I reply, glancing at Haku and Kabuto, who both were watching the conversation with interest, content to let me deal with the boisterous Iwa Nin. Traitors. I glare at them with my clone, realizing that they would not even try to save me from the girl. Heh, I do have to wonder if you will even be in this tournament much longer. She smirks. The first task is supposed to be very difficult after all. I would be surprised if you can pass it. I internally roll my eyes, if Yamato had not forced me to talk to the girl. Yes, very difficult, I mutter, taking a long drink from my water bottle. I respected the girl's strength, but she was too much of an extrovert for my liking. With a deep breath, Kuratsuchi sighs. You could have at least tried to pretend you hadn't passed yet. Seriously girl, you need to learn the art of banter. With an exaggerated roll of her eyes, the girl turns to my teammates. So they foisted some other genin on you, huh? Kabuto gives a short wave while Haku offers a bland smile and a greeting. It is nice to meet you. Kuratsuchi eyes them both with a deadpan stare. Right. Turning back to me, the girl gives a lazy smirk. Well, I don't need people holding me back. I am here by myself. Better hope we don't meet in the next task then. I say I won't say no to a 3-on-1. Kuratsuchi smirks. Heh, I won't say no to that either. Would make it a slight challenge. Just try to attack me, it'll burn you all to a crisp without even the need for an audience. I shrug my shoulders. If we give you a chance to use a jutsu maybe. Chuckling, the girl nods and begins walking away. Whatever you say, Sakura. Make sure to make it to the finals so I can beat you for real. A few moments the girl disappears in a blur of speed, leaping up to the upper levels of the village. She seems. Haku starts, trailing off as he attempts to not be rude. Passionate. Kabuto finishes before looking up consideringly and rather obsessed. I bury my face in my hands. Ugh, you don't have to tell me that. Rubbing my eyes tiredly, I miss Haku glancing back in the direction that the Iwa princess left, a considering look on his face. Arashiyama Caves. The rest of the day had passed without incident, the three of us doing some light exercises and a futile attempt at finding more information on what lies in the caves. Before we knew it, the third day had arrived and the genin who had been able to discover the secret of the first task gathered outside the 10 massive holes that marked the entryway into the caverns. Standing in front of the entrance stood a lone Kumonin, who placed a large box next to him. Welcome everyone to the second task of the Chunin exams. I must congratulate all of you for seeing past our deception and defeating the first task. Gesturing towards the caves behind him, the man continues. These are the infamous MT Arashiyama Caverns, a natural tunnel system that the village has transformed into a special training course. We have expanded the natural cavern system into a labyrinth that extends through the mountain and several others. You will see how they connect to each other depending on the path you take. Placing a hand on the box he had brought, the explanation continues. As you can see, the caverns only have 10 entrances, meaning that only 10 genin will be sent at a time every hour. Those who go first and those who go last will have to deal with different benefits and disadvantages. I frown at the explanation. It would seem that this task would not be conducted as teams, but rather as individuals, which would separate our team. Then there were the advantages and disadvantages of when you entered the tunnels. Those who went first would have the advantage of being able to get a head start on the other contestants, but would likely face the traps or opponents they had positioned within the caverns. Now, onto the caverns themselves. The Jonin shouts over the murmuring crowd. The caverns are designed to generate as much conflict as possible between the genin and the traps and nin we have positioned. in strategic locations. Depending on the path you choose, you could get through the task without facing a single opponent, or even go against a Jonin. He warns. Of course, genin can also station themselves at choke points, and if they think highly of themselves, take out some competition. Pushing the box forward, the Jonin gestures towards it. Please line up and draw a number. The groups will be 1 to 8, with 10 genin in each group heading inside at a time. We all walk forward, reaching into the box when we get close enough, drawing a plastic token. Kabuto holds up his disc, revealing a large black 2 emblazoned upon it. I guess I got lucky. He smiles. Haku holds up a 5 while I look down at the black 8 on my own tag. I guess we will have to split up. I announce, pinning the number to my chest. We all are skilled, but be careful. Everyone here is no pushover. Do not underestimate anyone. Everyone in group 1 line up, the Jonin shouts as a few genin break off from the group and randomly select cave openings. Once inside, you have 2 days to make it to an exit by any means necessary. Killing is frowned upon but not prohibited. If you are ready, begin! He barks, prompting the genin to rush into the cavern. The crowd descends into silence as the clock ticks on, slowly counting down to reach the next hour. Group 2 would start. Kabuto looks worried but determined, his hand shaking as the proctor eventually calls upon the next group. Good luck. I state as Haku offers his own nod of reassurance. Kabuto gulps but nods, picking a random cave entrance as the proctor announces the next round to start, the ash-haired genin disappearing into the caves. He will be all right. I reassure Haku, turning back to the clock. He is strong. Phew. Kabuto releases a breath, cleaning his hand with a cloth as he steps through a wide cavern. It really takes a lot out of me to keep this act up so long. I am glad that you all decided to stay and try and block off the genin trying to get through. Really let me calm my blood down and let off some steam. He sighs in relief, dropping the cloth on the face of a dead rain genin. Glancing down at his work, he frowns. I really should train more. Otherwise I will just become sloppy. Looking back at the direction he came, the medic pushes his glasses up. Who would have thought the girl I helped on a whim when I worked with Root would end up as my teammate? Kabuto muses, his spectacles gleaming off the torches that line the walls. Oh well, you have proven pretty interesting, Sakura-chan. Normally I would just give up here, but I really want to see you in action myself. A sick grin stretches across his lips. You would be a great test of my skills. As the boy leaves, blood continues to seep out of the 5 mangled bodies of some of the best genin that the other villages had sent. Each body had been killed in a brutal and efficient manner, some already decomposing while others had all their limbs severed, organs spilling from the limp corpses. I can't wait to learn exactly how you tick, Sakura-chan. Haku rushes forward, using his prodigal speed to make good headway through the caverns and evading the traps that the other groups had not managed to trigger. I understand now, while the earlier groups have a head start, they also had to deal with the worst of the traps, the Yuki muses. Weaving between swinging logs and kicking an arrow shot by a hidden slot away. Continuing forward, the former Ronin felt trapped as the cavern seemed endless, with different bends and spaces that held carefully hidden traps at every turn. Already he had been forced to backtrack from several dead ends and false starts in the labyrinth. The exit has to be close. I feel fresh air. Haku realizes as he makes a left turn at a 4-way stop, following the cool air that had to be from an exit. Soon, he sees an exit, the bright light of the morning sun blocking his view of the outside. Cautiously, he approached, eyes widened at the sight outside of the tunnel. The cave ends at a large open-ended exit to the mountain, a wide bridge spanning the distance to another plateau on the other side, where a lone genin stood proudly. Should I find another exit? Haku wonders, considering the situation. The genin standing in wait was undoubtedly incredibly dangerous, but also a threat to her teammate. No. I have always fought to protect those precious to me. I won't falter here. He affirms to himself, taking a deep breath before standing up and exiting the cavern. Ah. How unlucky. I don't get the member of the trio that I wanted to see. The girl shouts, a wide grin plastered across her face. Why don't you find another way? This route is clearly not the right path. Slowly sliding out Sanban from his sleeve, Haku walked forward before stopping a safe distance from his opponent. I am afraid I cannot. You are a danger to my friend. Therefore I must defeat you here. A large gust of wind blows through the divide between the mountains, whipping his dark hair across his face as he stared down his opposite. Well then, that's just too bad. Kuratsuchi sighs, a hand on her hip, but I guess killing you would certainly motivate Sakura to fight harder. Gripping the needles tightly, Haku glares, I won't let you go further in this competition. The two genin square off. Well then. Kuratsuchi muses aloud, the temperature around her rising dramatically just as it cooled around Haku. This may prove entertaining. I walk forward, knowing that rushing through the cavern would only make things worse as I follow the eyes of my inner clone, avoiding dead ends and traps as I navigate through the tunnel system. Unfortunately, the cave entrance I had picked seemed to lead directly to one large cavern near the peak of the mountain where a lone presence was laying down on the ground. Unmoving from what I could see. No matter which direction I picked, they all lead to that single location. It seems I must pass to proceed. I decide, walking down the slope that led to the massive inner sanctum. How dull. The man on the ground groans as I enter the room. The chamber was near wide, with an open roof revealing the clear skies of the land of lightning. There was enough room to fight, but it was the man laying on the ground, his eyes closed, that attracted most of my attention. He wore an altered version of the typical Kyumo shinobi attire, with the first few buttons of his shirt left open, revealing his deeply tanned chest. His hair was a mess, with one bang falling over his left eye. Slowly getting up, the jonin picks up his wide sword and secures it to his back. He greets with a half-hearted wave. You must be pretty unlucky to meet me here. That or the big wigs up top rigged it against you. He sighs. I clench my fist in my jacket pocket, not letting any emotion show on my face as I recognize my potential opponent. Darui of the Black Lightning. One of the strongest jonin in Kyumo and whom most consider to be the right arm of the current Reikage. It was obvious now why there were no alternate routes to avoid this chamber. It was likely that they had a system to manufacture a route to this destination for genin that they wanted out of the tournament. So. He yawns, rubbing one eye. What are you going to do? The way past me is the fastest way to the finish line, but despite it being dull, I am not letting you pass. Taking a deep breath, I take my hands out of my pockets and hold them out in front of me, my inner running through hand signs. I think it should be obvious. I comment. Pulling my arms down, black clouds form, lightning crackling from within the dark masses, causing Darui's exposed eye to widen in shock. With narrowed eyes, I pull up my hood as the storm cloud slowly expands. I am going to pass. Mt. Arashiyami Peak. Electricity sparked from the clouds that expand across the arena, slowly covering the space with my jutsu. Darui takes his hands out of his pockets and slowly gets into a fighting stance, one hand resting on the handle of his odd-looking sword. Well, I can't say I expected this. He mutters, eyes flicking to examine the numerous clouds. With my clone, I position myself behind the jonin while the outer body slowly begins to walk deeper into the cloud, hiding from view of the jonin. He is faster, stronger, and has more chakra than me. I strategize as I channel chakra to the bottom of my feet to prevent any sound from my steps as I maneuver through the cloud. 3 minutes. I frown through my inner as I examine the storm cloud, the small bits of nature chakra beginning to speed up as they bounce off each other. I would only get one shot, so I would have to stall for that long. With a deep breath, I abandon the cover of the cloud and rush at the jonin, sliding 2 kunai into my hands as I attempt to backstab the Kyumonin. Whirling around, the jonin catches me by the arm and twists around to slam me onto the ground, but the body disperses into dark clouds. Tanky Bunshin. I internally declare as numerous versions of myself emerge from the clouds. The dispersed cloud at the man's feet reforms and lunges upward, prompting every clone to rush forward as one. So dull. Darui groans before he unsheathed his blade and in seconds bisects all the clones, only for them to reform once more. The tanky clones combine the best of earth and water clones. I give a small smirk as I slink behind the lines of clones, letting them distract the jonin as I keep track of the chakra swirling within the clouds. 1 minute. I decide, keeping track of the speed of the chakra in the clouds. Darui had sliced in half his 10th clone, clear frustration on his face as every time he tries to move or look for the real body another reforms and starts the attack. I wince internally as I have to expend more chakra to keep reforming the clones. I had wanted to make it to the 3rd task at full capacity, but it would seem I may be running a little empty. I am getting pretty tired of this game, girl. Darui drawls as he beheads 3 clones at once. I was told not to use jutsu, but if you keep this up I may just forget about the rules. I say that, but I gotta say this girl is something else. Darui muses to himself as he weaves between the cloud clones. The rumors were true, she is a real genius to invent a technique like this. Out of the corner of his eye he glances at a section of the cloud that contained a real body. I can barely sense her presence. If she had learned to suppress her chakra signature I would have no idea where she is. It was obvious his opponent was preparing something, and he was not sure what. This entire jutsu style was unique. Sensing something behind him he swings his sword, before blinking as he realized nothing was there. I know I sensed someone. Darui thinks, confused. That was when the entire mass of clouds erupt with electricity. Standing through the now sparking black clouds, the girl, Sakura, was standing, holding a small cloud that was sending sparks to every other cloud in the arena. As he watches, the clouds begin to separate, lightning flashing between each one that forms a massive array of electricity. Tinkaton, Faraday cage. The pinkette announces, and he blinks when he sees the girl's eyes for the first time through the illumination of the jutsu. Dark green orbs bore into his own, showing no emotion or fear at the fact she faced one of the most well-known jonin of Kumo. Passing his sword to his dominant hand, the jonin adjusts his stance to something better and flexes his hand to prepare jutsu. That was just the warm-up then? Guess I have to get serious. A surge of superheated earth impacts a wall of ice, creating an explosion, mirrored every second as Haku and Kuratsuchi hurl powerful jutsu at each other. The bridge had been melted and frozen a dozen times over, the only way over the large gap between mountains now a frozen walkway of frosted obsidian. Half-melted ice mirrors dot the landscape, with a blur of motion occasionally exiting to barrage a glowing red figure. Kuratsuchi had covered herself in magma, launching orbs of scorching hot magma at Haku, who had abandoned his sunban in favor of longer and sturdier ice needles. Half of his kimono had been burned severely, partially exposing his chest and one arm to the elements as the rest hung off his frame. Breathing heavily, his breath misting and clutching two large ice needles, Haku glares across from his opponent, who had managed to deflect and divert all of his attacks. Give up yet? The girl taunts, spreading her arms, the superheated liquid dripping from her limbs. Dashing forward, Haku reverses the needles to a backwards grip and engages in a swift bout of combat with the IWA princess. Ducking under a deadly swing he strikes his opponent's chest, the ice pick sinking deep before breaking upon a solid layer underneath. I can't get through her defense. He realizes in shock. That armor is not just liquid. The girl had solidified a layer of magma underneath the liquid portion, creating a double layer of impenetrable armor. How do you like my Yotan, demonic magma armor? Kuratsuchi brags, a spiked crown of obsidian forming from the pool of lava upon her head. What a truly frightening technique. Haku breathes in fear, knowing that few if any of his attacks would be able to pierce it. Ice melting under her heels, Kuratsuchi chuckles through the jutsu. You cannot defeat me. Just flee like the rest of the ants. You are not the one who can stand at my level. Haku takes a deep breath, knowing that there was only one ability in his arsenal that could potentially defeat the magma user, or at least stall her. You are wrong, your jutsu may be powerful. It may be nearly impenetrable. But I will not fall here. Haku shouts, hair flying in the wind. Flashing through hand signs with one hand another batch of mirrors form and he sinks into one, flashing across the battlefield as bursts of magma erupt from the frigid ground. Just shut up and die. Kuratsuchi roars. Diving through mirrors until he is far above the battlefield, Haku presses his hands together and focuses, gathering as much chakra as he could spare. He separates his palms, revealing a small orb of ice before expanding rapidly. Breathing deeply he allows himself to fall to the ground in a rough crouch, the ball of ice now the size of a large boulder, pressing into the sides of the two mountains. Standing up, he is forced to dodge a ball of lava that grazes his right arm. You really should just give up. Your jutsu looks fancy, but the fact remains nothing you can do to me will stick while I only have to hit you once. Kuratsuchi mocks. Her heels clacking on the ground as the IWA Nin stalks forward across the bridge they had made through their battle. Haku coughs, placing a hand on his arm where the lava had scorched a slight burn and cools it down with Hayaton. Not yet. He growls, forming a snake seal. I have a debt that I must repay. To Sakura? Kuratsuchi questions, the obsidian helmet surrounding her head melting away as the IWA Nin looks at the boy skeptically. You would throw yourself at me for some sort of debt. Glaring through his hair, Haku finishes gathering his chakra. She gave me the chance to become someone. A princess like you who has never experienced being a simple tool could understand. Now, I will show you the depth I will go to protect those I consider precious to me. Haku finishes Hayaton, everlasting wintertide. Throwing his hands upward, a massive chunk of ice shoots towards the sky, flying upward before reaching the peak of its ascent, breaking the orb of ice into millions of small, intricate shards of ice. What? Kuratsuchi murmurs in confusion, watching the small shards of snow-like crystals slowly fall to earth. The battle is silent as both genin look skyward at the beautiful array of crystals slowly gliding towards them. The first ice crystal touches the ground and before their eyes erupts into a large jagged ice shard. With wide eyes the girl whirls around to try and find cover before a shard impacts her shoulder, erupting into ice. Grunting in pain she stumbles backward, before another shard touched her, then another. What the hell? Turning to face her opponent, the lava armor reforming around her head as fast as possible, the girl looks through the mask with pure hatred. I will kill dash. Soon the entire divide was frozen over and the ice expands further, trapping the lava user in layers and layers of permafrost. Backing up into the cave, Haku glares over his shoulder. This is my ultimate jutsu, the one that I was forced to learn under the guidance of Zabuza. And the only jutsu I have never used outside of practice. By concentrating a large amount of chakra into each shard of ice, it expands upon contact. If a single shard touches a human, they would be frozen instantly. He hated using the technique, as it was almost always lethal to his enemies. But Kuratsuchi had the protection of her armor. She would be safe until eventually defreezing, well after the tournament ends. I did it! With a smile of satisfaction, he walks forward, back the way he came to find another pathway through the mountain. Taking a step forward, then another, the boy breathes in deeply, sweat caking his forehead as he stumbled, falling to one knee. No. I am out of chakra. He mumbles, collapsing onto the ground. I am sorry, Sakura, Kabuto, but I think you will have to finish this exam alone. With that last thought, Haku collapses on the ground. Lightning flashes across the arena, connecting with other storm clouds as a vicious battle is underway in the center of the electrified cage. Weaving under a swing of Darui's blade, I retaliate with a point of my finger, the massive clouds surrounding my hand emitting sparks as I channel chakra to that single point. Tenkitin, click flash! In a flash of light, Darui barely gets his blade up in time to deflect a blast of lightning. The electricity travels down the blade and Darui grimaces as he is forced to drop the weapon. Going through 4 hand signs, Darui mutters out the name of his attack: Storm Style, Laser Circus. Ducking under one of the brightly illuminated lasers, I summon numerous dark wisps to surround me, each brightly lit as they form a cage, the electricity grounding the Jonin's attack. Tanky formation, intercepting drones. Canceling the jutsu, I leap backwards as Darui had taken the time as I defended against his jutsu to retrieve his sword. Weaving around the strikes, I duck as the Darui in front of me erupts into a water clone as another swings his sword where my head was moments before. Inner stares with focused eyes on the fight, scanning everywhere for the real Darui as I use the knowledge to my advantage. Dodging and escaping attacks and jutsu that would have killed any normal genin. You are skilled, girl, but you are just delaying the inevitable. Darui drawls, it's so dull that you cannot see that. Glancing at the 2 clouds I had kept near me this entire fight, I knew it was ready. Turning back to face the Jonin, I focus on the chakra within the clouds with both myself and my inner. Tanky formation, storm wasps. I internally growl, the cumulus cloud breaking up into thousands of small brightly lit wisps of vapor. The Kumo Jonin looks wary as both I and my inner direct the many clouds, beragging the man with countless pricks of lightning. This won't help you. The man roars, going through 4 hand signs before extending all of his fingers towards the numerous clouds. Storm Style, Laser Concert. Darui announces, leaping backward and sending out countless small flashes of electrified water emerge from his outstretched arms. Each needle dispersing a miniature cloud. The jutsu deadlock, as beams of light intercept electrified cloud as they barrage against one another, unrelenting as they extend their attack. Calling the clouds I kept by my side in the attack, I hold my hands outward, gripping 2 clouds between my hands. It's now or never. I internally growl, knowing I had only one shot. Lightning sparks between the 2 clouds, the water chakra bouncing off the earth-laden chakra before breaking free from the cloud towards the other, a spark igniting between the 2 as it does so. This repeats 10, 100, 1,000, millions of times in the span of seconds as my hands are now alight with lightning. Darui deals with the last of the storm cloud, turning to face me before his eyes widen. Tenkitin. I should tell you now. I call out, my jutsu finished, a ball of superheated electricity barely contained within the membrane of the jutsu. Listen carefully, because if you do not hear the thunder, then you are beyond help, I murmur dangerously before combining both clouds into one and thrusting it forward. Kirin! Light erupts in the chamber. For a fraction of a second a Chinese dragon made of pure electricity erupts into existence, a jagged streak of superheated air lingers as the arena goes silent. Time slows down as my perception expands between two clones as Darui's sword shatters and he is hurled backwards as the dragon slams into his torso, blasting him backwards into the wall of the arena. A jutsu that could not be seen or dodged. A bolt of pure condensed lightning channeled through the power of the Tankaton. Watching the body laying against the wall, I wait for a reaction. He was alive from the rise and fall of his chest, the sword laying broken at his feet having taken the brunt of the jutsu. Taking a deep breath I relax my stance as I am reassured he would not be getting up. Walking forward, I make my way towards the set of metal doors against the far wall. My steps echoing off the chamber walls I walk forward. 1 step. 2. Then the thunder erupted across the cloudless skies of Kumo. The gap between Mt. Arashiyama and the other mountain ranges was undergoing rapid changes once again. The ice that had been generated by the intensity of Haku's attack was melting rapidly, streams of water erupts from cracks and cascades down the crevice. A luminescent orb of light shines through the crystal-clear ice, spreading intense heat throughout the glacier. Soon large chunks of ice break off and fall into the abyss below, loud cracks filling the area as at once the entire structure collapses, freezing the lone nin trapped within. Gasping for breath Kuratsuchi stumbles a step before catching herself, the lava armor melting off of her as she clenches her fist in anger. That damn brat. She grounds her teeth in frustration. What the fuck was that? She roars, her voice echoing off the mountain. Arashiyama Peak. Exiting the arena hidden away at the peak of the mountain, I emerged to find a wooden hanging bridge connecting to another mountain, where I could see a trail heading down the mountain. The bridge was a fragile-looking thing, with a simple design of wooden planks tied to ropes. It was clear that the thing was made with shinobi in mind, since no civilian would ever set foot on the thing. Gingerly stepping on the wood, I channel chakra to my feet, removing my weight from the wood and slowly begin to cross, the deep crevasse stretching miles below as I cross. Good thing I have never been afraid of heights. I muse, glancing down as I keep the chakra to my feet steady. I did not understand the mechanics of it, but chakra did not exactly let one stick to substances, but instead removed the weight that one exerted upon that object. By channeling chakra to the soles of one's feet, they could climb mountains or walk on water since physically they were weightless if they kept the chakra steady to match whatever surface they were on. Leaping past the last few planks, I land on the opposite-facing mountain. Pausing for a moment to look out at the stunning view of the land of lightning mountains and the village itself in the distance. Gazing over the scenery, I noticed that the path I was on wound around the mountains and eventually returned to the village, skipping the tunnel system entirely. It seems he was not lying after all. By making it past them it is an easier road through the rest of the task. I muse as I use chakra to support my weight on the rope bridge. Sabotage or not, the encounter had proven both how far I had come and how far I had to go. It was obvious that Darui had both underestimated me and was intentionally holding back. But at the end of the day, I was walking out of the room and moving forward in the tournament. I had faced a Jonin, one of the strongest in Kumo at that, and walked away victorious. I had used everything I had learned and mastered to that point and combined it to create my current style. My gamble over a year ago to combine both my water and earth style had paid off. I really have come a long way. I muse, simply reflecting on the strangeness of my life. It was incredible to think that less than a decade ago, my biggest fear was the next bullying attempt in high school or what name I would give my heroic alter ego. So much had happened in such a short amount of time. And now I was here, atop a mountain in a foreign world in a body I didn't own, fighting for a family and village that was not truly my own. Turning away from the breathtaking sight, I turned to continue my journey down the mountain. Just focus on the goal. No time for regrets, Taylor. I grimace, catching the thought as a matter of habit. I had been trying to distance myself from the girl who had thrown away everything she owned, loved, and believed in to accomplish the nebulous goal of saving the world. That path had left me alone, kneeling in the dirt with billions dead and 2 bullets to the brain. In those finals moments I had regretted what I had become, and I was not about to let my second chance follow the same road. No. Thinking like that got you into this mess. I made a promise to change. The goal is not everything. I recall the faces of Sakura's parents, blissfully innocent that I was no longer their daughter, or Yamato, who was so proud of his prodigal student. I then picture Danny, Dad, who was likely either dead or abandoned on Earth-Bet or some other world. My relationships here may be built on lies and deception, but at least this time my lies were not for my own selfish reasons, but to protect those I had come to love. I was slowly changing, the person underneath the layers of hurt and betrayal, to finally break free and form connections again. Gazing down at the clouds that drift past the mountain peak, I could not help but chuckle at the thought of what Shikamaru would think of the sight. Probably that the effort to get this far for the sight would not be worth it, with Choji then wondering what clouds would taste like. With a soft smile, I remained atop the mountain for a few more moments, soaking in the progress that I had made and the changes that had come from it. I had loving parents, friends, a sensei, and now a team. This world was backwards, sometimes barbaric and full of countless dangers. But it really wasn't that bad at all. Don't just focus on the goal. I need to focus on the road as well. Slowly coming back to awareness as he woke up, Haku expected many things, having known the risks of engaging the IWA princess in battle. Collapsing in enemy territory often led to many things, with death the most common. Utilizing his shinobi training from being a ronin for over 8 years, the ice user kept his breathing even and analyzed the situation. He was being carried piggyback, which was a good sign, as enemies would never put themselves at such a vulnerable position. In addition, the fabric that was pressed against his still-ripped kimono was a hardened interwoven vest, the fabric distinct of Konohan flak jackets. The man carrying him also smelled of wood and a small hint of syrup, cementing the identity of the man in his mind. Sensei. Haku murmurs, opening his eyes to see the back of Yamato's head, who was currently carrying him out of the tunnel system. Ah, you are awake. That is good. When you collapsed after your fight, I feared the worst. Yamato comments, glancing at the Yuki before focusing forward as they approach the exit. But how? I was deep in the mountain. Yamato chuckles. Well, the event was not exactly as it seemed. I must admit, the Kumogakure ninja really do know how to hold an excellent survival exercise. The tunnels you all went through were not by luck or random chance. Every time a person enters the tunnel, the ninja in charge can track their progress throughout the entire task and judge their skill level and appropriate tasks to test them. Rather unsurprisingly, the nin in charge decided to give you some of the most difficult tasks. I see, then Sakura, Kabuto? Haku questions. Safe, and both on track to pass. Kabuto unfortunately got into an ambush with several other genin. It got bloody, but luckily he was able to pass by sneaking around the bloodshed. Remarkably, Sakura was able to defeat a jonin and is now approaching the end of the task herself. A jonin? Haku realizes in shock, knowing how strong Sakura would have to be to take one down. I'm glad. Yamato glances back again, a curious glint in his eyes. You are not disappointed at not getting further? The boy frowns, a look of contemplation settling on his features. No. I never volunteered for this to become a chunin. I am just glad I was able to help my teammates. I see. The team's sensei comments. That is a good attitude. I once had a sensei myself that had a certain catchphrase that I think you would find interesting. The feminine boy hums an acknowledgement as light begins to seep into the tunnel. He always said that those who abandon the mission are trash. But those who abandon their teammates are worse than trash. You did not fail, Haku. You passed in my eyes, and in the eyes of the spirit of Konoha. Just remember that while you may be new to our village, you embody its ideals more than almost anyone I know. Haku felt moisture at the corner of his eyes. For so long he wished to protect others and those precious to him, instead of an assassin or bodyguard for his former master. And in some ways he missed the swordsman. In his heart he knew that Zabuza was not entirely the demon he made himself out to be. There was some part of the man that really did feel and had appreciated him during their time together. Someday, somehow he wanted to meet the man once more and learn the truth on whether or not Zabuza had thought of him as a simple tool, or if he had cared in his own way. But for now. Thank you, Sensei. He was content. After a half an hour of travel, I land on a large rock above the numerous cavern exits where the proctor for the exam stood with his arms crossed. A large dome-like building towering a half-mile from the cavern entrances. Ah. You. I expected you sooner. The Jonin drawls, ticking things off from a clipboard at his side. You earned a lot of attention from that stunt you pulled in the caverns. I don't respond, keeping my hands in my pockets and my hood down, eyeing the man warily, ready to pull out a kunai or a jutsu if he proves hostile. For a moment the man glares down at me before grunting, "You know who I am?" I almost want to quip if I should, but I keep my silence, my inner clone preparing for anything. "My name is Z Tenki. My clan is the foremost weather experts and technicians in Kumogakure. If a thunderstorm is coming a month in advance, we know about it and tell the Reikage. Our clan has learned how to master the rain and lightning that comes from the clouds and wield it to our gain. But there is one thing we have never managed to do." He growls. "And that is to manipulate the weather directly. So I will ask you this, girl." He mutters dangerously. I tense, about to draw a kunai when the man unexpectedly pulls out a picture of a boy a few years older than myself. His pale skin and dark blonde hair styled in an array of flowing spikes. "This is my son C. I want to offer you his hand in marriage." My mind blanks for a moment. What the foo? Just what? In all my years of experience I had never come across a situation so odd. I had expected quail-like fear-mongering. A threat, perhaps a bribe or even a kidnapping attempt. Not this. This was so far out of my experience that I just gaped at the suddenly smiling cheerily Jonin. "You see, my son C is one of the best sensors our clan has ever produced. His abilities combined with your skills of the weather release could make our clans the strongest in the land and secure an even better alliance between our two nations. Please consider it. I will discuss it with the Reikage." Forcing the picture into my hands, the man gestures me towards the building. "Now get inside. My colleague will be telling you all about the next steps in the competition and explain the next task." I stare for a moment at the image before looking up at the formerly stern-looking man with a blank nod. "Right." Pocketing the image, since if nothing else it could be used to identify one of the many nin in the village, I walk inside as fast as I could while acting as if I was unaffected by our conversation. That man is insane. I decide. That is right, he must be like Guy in Konoha. He must be just an oddball nin who had strange ways to cope with stress. Right. There will be no nin like that in the village and everyone else will be normal. I affirm to myself. Entering the building, I find myself in an indoor training field, with a fake rough terrain and small balconies on the upper floor, implying that the space was used for both training and observation. Since only half a day had passed since the second task had started, only a few genin were present in the hall and all of them were glancing in my direction. Leaning against the wall stood a Suna genin in a turban and cloak who nods respectfully, seeing as we are from allied villages. Across the hall stands Kuratsuchi, who gives a slightly feral grin in response to my entrance. And finally, standing in the far back with her back straight and arms clasped behind her back stood a lone Kumo nin. Her hair styled in a professional ponytail and was clad in the standard Kumo regalia. Her cat-like eyes bored into my own from beneath my hood as the four of us squared off. So, these are the strong ones then. I decide, knowing these were the prodigies that Jiraiya had commented would be competing in the exam. Reaching up I pull down my hood, revealing my neck-length pink hair and allowing the bangs to slightly cover my headband. At that moment I was sure we were each thinking along similar lines. I won't lose. Reikage's office. You lost. To a genin. Darui rubs the back of his neck as he stands in the office of his Kage. Sorry? Smashing his hands in his desk, I resists throwing the thing out of the window for the 5th time in the past month. A genin. A Konohan genin no less. He growls, rubbing his eyes. He was not his father, he did not hate the Hidden Leaf, but they were Kumo's main rivals and his pride refused to be outmatched by them in any scenario. One of his best jonin, his right-hand man, had been defeated by a genin. He knew of course that the man in front of him had held back, most likely intentionally took a fall to get out of work, but that was not the point. The Chunin exams were watched closely by the world. The average merchant barely knew the difference between a genin and a jonin in the first place. If they heard a girl barely out of school had defeated a veteran, then that was all they would care about. When it came to rumor mongering, the details always vanished first. Releasing an explosive sigh, the fourth sat heavily down on his reinforced chair, the wood creaking ominously. And to make it even worse, we have the Tenki clan clamoring for an immediate alliance with Konoha so we can propose marriage. Darui glances to the side, wondering what to say before settling on sorry. Stop apologizing. AI roars, throwing a dumbbell at the jonin, who is forced to dodge the flying weight. We need to get ahead of this. Try and obscure the facts and give a show of force in the finals. Yujito should be more than a match for the girl. His father would probably suggest trying to assassinate or subvert the girl, but that was what had sent Kumogakure down dark paths in the past. He personally hated deplorable tactics like that. A fair fight and victory was always better than one taken by deceit. Some would argue that made him a bad shinobi, but those people would never stand against him in battle. What did you think of her? The fourth asks, wanting to get a better read on the rookie. Darui rubs his chin as he glances up and thought calm, almost unnaturally so. She was not surprised to see me and navigated the clouds she created easily. She either has some sort of sensor ability or mastered the silent killing technique. At times I felt like I was facing a fellow veteran and not a fresh genin. Rubbing his forehead, AI stares down at the image of the small girl on his desk. She didn't look like much, which was what made her so dangerous. A small slip of a girl with bright pink hair and a baggy jacket to hide her muscle definition. Unbidden, an image of a dopey-looking blonde came to mind. He had underestimated him too. Darui. I am going to the exam site, he declares standing up, fists clenched in determination, which earning a raised eyebrow from the lazy ninja. How dull, why? AI grins, I want to see the brat for myself. With a flourish the man dons his signature cloak, tell the proctor to expect me in 5 minutes or less. He roars as he smashes out the window, sailing through the air as he falls down to the village below. Up in the office Darui scratches the back of his head as he stares down at the drop. I think you will get there before I can tell him, boss. -2 ND stage resting area. Over the next 2 days, a trickle of genin slowly crossed the finish line, increasing the number of genin making it to the 3rd stage from 4 to around 20. This is too many people for a traditional tournament. I muse as on the 3rd day we all gather back in the indoor training field. From what I had seen in the Konoha Chunin exams, the max amount was 16 genin for a traditional tournament. Man, I am getting nervous, everyone here looks so strong. Kabuto murmurs as we stand together against one of the walls, observing our competition. Everyone here is around Chunin level. I comment they would not have made it through the caverns otherwise. Kabuto looks uncomfortable as he fidgets. I am not really sure if I am ready for this, even Haku didn't get through. Don't worry. Haku just got unlucky. You just need to give it your best shot. I reassure the medic. From what he had confided to me, the main reason he had never graduated was that the final task often involved direct combat, which he struggles with as a medic. But the absence of the Yuki in their midst weighed heavily upon us. Haku was well beyond Chunin level and was approaching Jonin level in certain areas. The fact that someone here took him out was concerning. If I had to guess, it would be the 3 other genin who had arrived first. The Sunanin was unlikely, as he did not seem hostile enough against Konoha to pick too much of a fight against someone of Haku's level. That left the Kumo girl and Kuratsuchi. I knew Kuratsuchi well enough to know that the girl was not vicious, competitive sure, but she would not take Haku out of the competition unless forced into a fight. Instead she would prefer an audience to take out the big players. So either Haku forced a fight with Kuratsuchi for some reason or the Kumo girl took him out. I theorize. Spotting the two through the small crowd. Either way, I would have to go through both in order to win this thing. The task should be starting soon, I don't think anyone else is making it. Kabuto murmurs, glancing at the doors of the building. You're right. I see 2 people headed here now. I whisper back, through the eyes of my inner seeing 2 voids approach the building. Soon after I alerted Kabuto, the doors of the arena slam open, revealing a dark-skinned man who had more muscle than I thought possible without powers. Towering over 6 feet, the man had a presence that filled the room, demanding attention to his presence. The 4th Raikage. I realize, warily eyeing the most dangerous man in Kumo. Standing beside him was Darui, who eyed the crowd blandly as they walked to the far end of the room, drawing the attention of everyone present. All right, I will make this short. AI barks to the Chunin hopefuls. Normally you have all done well, some more than others, in making it this far. But so far you have all mostly competed against yourselves, proving your intelligence and strength against the challenges we set for you. Now, you will have to fight the people around you in the final task. However, in honor or the level of competition this year, we are doing something different to test you all. The Raikage announces. Instead of a normal tournament as a standard, we will be holding a game played in Kumogakure for generations. Taking an object from Darui, he holds a scroll, the champion game. Unrolling the parchment, the scroll only contains the words winner in kanji. I raise an eyebrow as the entire crowd breaks out into whispers. Those of you who are shinobi of this village already know the rules, but for everyone else I will let Darui explain. The Reikage gestures for Darui to step forward. So dull, the champion game is an objective capture style training exercise. This scroll will be placed in the center of the arena, where everyone present will be kept outside. In a series of 10 rounds, each contestant will have the option to enter the arena and try and claim the scroll for themselves. Each round will last until one genin has hold of the scroll for 5 minutes or they are the only one capable of continuing. Interesting, that means that even if you get the scroll you are not at an advantage. You have to keep hold of it until the final round. I think as the explanation continues. Glancing at Kabuto, I wince as he pales. This was the worst possible task for a medic. Each genin will get 3 chances to enter the arena, meaning you have to choose your timing well if you wish to have the best chance to walk out the victor. He finishes, closing the scroll he had been holding up. So does that mean only one of us becomes Chunin? A random nin questioned from the gathered hopefuls. Darui shakes his head no. While the winner does have a higher chance than others to be promoted, it is up to your village on whether or not you showed enough during the exam to pass. Even for those who did not make it this far, it is still possible for them to make Chunin. You will all have a week to rest and prepare for the tournament. Take this time to prepare yourself for the final task. We are expecting viewers from across the nations to come and see what you all are capable of. Darui turns to AI, who had been standing to the side, merely observing the crowd as he let his subordinate explain the task. Nodding, the Reikage glares out over the crowd, his eyes meeting mine for a moment before flicking away. I suggest all of you train and prepare hard for this event. This event will go down in history. The actions you take and the path you choose to go down will have a large impact upon your future. Be sure to be at the Kumogakure Stadium in a week's time. If you are late, then you will be ousted from the tournament immediately. Dismissed. This is not what I was expecting. Kabuto mutters as we follow the group of genin out of the building. You said all the other exams were simple tournaments? Maybe they were all just the same by coincidence. I state as we follow the path towards the village. No. I have been to 4 exams and seen 3 more on the sidelines. Each of them were a tournament. Kumo is breaking a long tradition by changing the game. Kabuto speculates, a hand on his chin. Sabotage? I question aloud. No. I don't think so. Kabuto murmurs the format of the championship game does not benefit Kumo directly. There are only 5 Kumo nin left in the tournament, that's not enough to give them an overwhelming advantage. So there is a different reason then. There were many possibilities to why Kumo would change such a long-standing format. Their strongest nin left is obviously that girl, if she somehow benefits from facing numerous enemies at once that could explain it, unless. There is one thing that this format does offer though that can benefit us. A voice breaks through our conversation. Turning, I spot the Sunanin who had finished the task well before I did. And what is that? I ask warily. Suna was an ally of Konoha, but it had been forged out of desperation in part by Wind Country. It would not be out of the question for the shinobi to try and backstab them. First let me introduce myself. I am Hibiki, apprentice to the world-renowned Wind Master Ebizo. Hibiki does a grand bow, his cloak fluttering dramatically with his motions. But I could not help but hear your conversation, and I must say that I agree wholeheartedly. This entire champions game is just a sham for Kumo to take home the prize. How can you tell? Kabuto asks, looking worried at the prospect of interference from the village. With a sly grin, Hibiki glances around before leaning in because the one thing that you can do in a free-for-all like this is form alliances. And I know for a fact that several have already been made. I knew it. I internally curse, and that means we're already outnumbered. That's right, the Kumo delegation is already together. Plus her friend Kuratsuchi has probably allied herself with the last 2 remaining IWA nin. Then the minor villages have probably banded together just to try and knock out the major ones. Which just leaves us 3, alone and against the world. Hibiki sighs. So you want us to form an alliance then? Since we are the only ones without one? Kabuto asks, a hand on his chin. Correct. With the great amount of talent from Sakura here, your own abilities and those of my own, we are sure to be able to match with the bigger groups. The Sunanin winks as he leans back. So? What do you say? I glance at Kabuto, who looked all about ready to leap at the offer. I was suspicious, but I also knew there was not much choice. We were the only Konoha nin in this tournament, with everyone else either neutral or against our village. Fine. For now we are in an alliance. I agree, grasping the offered hand of Hibiki. For now. Kumogakure foreign nin residences. So, you were right, Yujito. It seems there is potential for an alliance in this tournament. Yujito glances towards the shinobi she had met and planned with during the first task. I know the Reikage personally. It was easy to get a hold of the tournament schedule. From there it has been easy to get in touch with those I knew who would pass and accept my offer. While everyone else flailed blind against the tasks, I was already preparing. Reviewing the list, the prodigy of Suna and member of the Konoha-Suna Alliance whistles as he looks down at a list of names that the Kumonin had given him. But dang. Never would have expected you to go this far. Think that this is a bit overkill? Yujito chuckles. No. I think this is the perfect amount, Hibiki-san. Kuratsuchi and Sakura are not easy opponents. This will ensure Kumo's victory and humiliate Konoha and IWA. And ensure that all the rich merchants decide that Suna and Kumo are the best options to invest in. Clever. Hibiki chuckles. Also, you better destroy that list the first chance you get. I don't want this getting out to anyone else after all. Yujito warns, leaving the room through the window, darting into the night. She is smart, but perhaps a bit too smart for her own good. Hibiki thinks, tapping the list of subverted genin against his chin. Convincing different genin to work with her in order to secure victory is no easy feat. And would almost assuredly secure victory, except. With a smirk, the Sunanin pockets the list. If there's a rogue element in this plan of yours. Kumogakure. The week between the second and third task seemed to fly by as Kabuto, Hibiki, and I planned strategies and how we would tackle the champion game. Before we knew it, Sunday had arrived, leaving us only a few more hours to cement our plan. I still think it is not possible to secure the scroll for all 10 rounds. We need to choose our time carefully. I recommend to the 2 other boys sitting at the table. It was late at night and the 3 of us were still up finalizing our plan. We had come to the conclusion that with enough planning, a single team could theoretically keep the scroll every round, but it was just not practical. Each genin only had 3 chances to enter the arena, meaning we would have to alternate who holds the scroll between each round. It was just too complicated and left too many holes on what could go wrong. Hibiki grudgingly nods. I agree. I would have preferred to do a clean sweep, but winning should be our first priority. If we want a simple and clean way, we should focus on when we are going to enter. Well, should we just all enter round 7 up then? Kabuto wonders aloud. I shake my head. No, if we wait too long that would give the other alliances too long to entrench themselves, plus the examiners will be wanting everyone to put on a show. Being a Chunin requires us to follow all mission directives. One of the traps is probably waiting for the last round and not following every instruction. Good catch, that certainly makes sense. If that's the case, we should spread out the times we enter, saving 1 entrance each for the final round. Hibiki comments, pointing out several slots in the sheet we had constructed. If that is the case, one of us should enter in the first, third, and fifth rounds, with all of us entering the 6th round. Hibiki strategizes. What is so important with those numbers? Kabuto questions, focusing intently at the sheet and the places the shinobi from Suna had marked. Simple, presentation and strategy. Hibiki grins. It is likely that each alliance will focus their attention on the even-numbered rounds, pausing to observe the first and then attacking the second. If one of us can take out the people who rush in first, then we can wear down the alliances in the second round before conceding the scroll. Then we grab back the scroll each other round from then on, not letting any team entrench themselves too far. I nod in agreement. It was a smart strategy. While on the surface entering first was foolish, but this way it could be used to our advantage. The only question is then who enters first. Kabuto shakes his head. Definitely not me. I wouldn't be confident enough that I could beat the people who enter first. That is fine. I'd say that Sakura should enter first. Hibiki suggests my fighting style relies more on battling already present opponents. From what I understand, you are a ninjutsu specialist. Then you would have the advantage. I'd rather observe for the first round. I frown, staring down at the list. But if our strategy were to work. All right. I will enter the first round, I finally state. Good, then I can go in the third and Kabuto can hold the line in the fifth round. Hibiki finishes, standing up and stretching. I think this is a good plan. If we can pull this off, the victory will be ours. I hold up a hand. Wait, we still need to decide who will be holding the scroll at the end of the 10th round. Hibiki glances down at me, a raised eyebrow. I think we can decide that the old-fashioned way, Sakura-chan. With a wink he leaps out the window, climbing the hotel towards his room. The two of us remain in silence for a moment before Kabuto speaks up. You sure you trust him? I shake my head no. But altering the plan just because of a feeling could make it worse than what he plans. If my suspicions are wrong, then the plan is ruined. All we can do is anticipate his betrayal and react if it happens. Kabuto glances out the window before leaning in. What about with your friend? Did you see anything with it? Outside the hotel, my inner clone stood guard, its black eyes scanning the building, focused on each individual silhouette inside the hotel. The void that represented Hibiki was already back in his room, looking like he was preparing for bed. Refocusing on Kabuto, I nod. I have not been able to track him all week, but I have not seen him meet anyone outside of his teammates and sensei. Which didn't mean much. My range was not much further than a mile outward. If he had ventured into the village to plan his betrayal, then I would never know. With a sigh the medic stands up. Then there is not much we can do but follow the plan. You should get some sleep, it's going to get crazy tomorrow. Right. I agree, standing up from the table to head to my room, my mind whirling with the strategies and information we had reviewed for the past week. Laying down on my bed, I knew tomorrow would be pivotal for my future in this world. It was obvious that Hibiki had his own agenda in this tournament, but I was using that to my advantage. Whatever the Sunanin had planned, I would just have to do as I have always done and adapt and overcome the trial set in front of me. Closing my eyes, I let myself fall asleep, ready to face the challenges that lay ahead. Kumogakure. It has been many years since I laid eyes upon this village. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, murmurs as he stares at the towering mountains and multi-storied buildings. The last time he had been within these walls was over 20 years ago, when he had met a Kumo delegation to try and prevent the Third War. Behind him, Kakashi Hatake, one of his most powerful jonin, as well as his student, Jiraiya of the Sannin, were acting as his bodyguards for this mission. Not many pleasant memories of it makes me eager to see it again. Jiraiya frowns as they draw near the gate. Lots of bad blood. Hiruzen's hand twitches, the aged Kage wishing he had his pipe to ease his tension. Yes, but perhaps in the future that will not be the case. We are here to enjoy a day of rivalry between genin, not for war after all. I don't know. I doubt you can call many of the contenders in this Chunin exam's genin level Hokage-sama. Kakashi replies, looking bored as he scans the surroundings with one lidded eye. Perhaps not, this is no ordinary exam after all. The Hokage chuckles as they near the gate. At the front of the gate stood the imposing form of the Raikage, the imposing man wearing the traditional robes of the Kage, the symbol for lightning emblazoned upon his ceremonial headdress. Raikage Dano. Hiruzen gives a slight bow, signifying their status as equals. AI mirrors the gesture. It is an honor to have you here, Hokage Dano. The Tsuchikage has already arrived and elected to head directly to the stadium. I see. I would like to see the stadium myself, I am to be honest. Sarutobi comments. It has been a long journey. Of course. You and the Tsuchikage are the only ones who have elected to make the journey here. The final task is set to begin in an hour, so we can head straight to our seats. AI states. The gates of Kumogakure opening to admit the two powerful leaders. Moving through the city, the Konoha delegation were soon greeted with the sight of the Kumogakure Stadium. Unlike the Konoha Arena, which was rather simple in design, the Kumo version was built directly on top of a mountain, the massive structure shaped like a bowl, with many openings in the stands to see the skyline beyond. The arena itself was built directly from the mountain, with a reddish-brown stone comprising most of the floor, with spikes and columns dotting the floor to offer cover for the combatants. Surrounding the base of the Colosseum was 20 different gates, each ready to open at a moment's notice to release the combatant within. Impressive. Hiruzen murmurs, eyeing the not only functional, but also aesthetically pleasing arena. Already the stands were filled with civilians, merchant, and shinobi from across the nations, all here to witness the event on the floor below. Come, we have prepared a special booth for the Kage. AI comments, leading them towards a private seating area above the stands. Inside are 3 thrones, each emblazoned with their nation's signature element, and sitting in the one marked as Earth sat the Sandaime Tsuchikage, Inoki. The diminutive Kage glanced at them and gives a grin. Finally decided to show up as Sarutobi? I would not miss it. Hiruzen replies, taking his place in his own seat, leaving AI to sit last in the one at the center. This is one of the events I look forward to most each year after all. Inoki scoffs. You always liked watching worthless brats compete. The third Hokage chuckles. I would take that as a compliment. This tournament is a growth period for the next generation to enter a new phase in their lives. Not appreciating their efforts would be an insult to the will of fire. Inoki rolls his eyes while AI chuckles. For once I agree with you, Hokage. This is an important moment for these genin. As the Raikage, I wish to see their efforts firsthand to know if they will have the honor of advancing in my village. Hiruzen smiles, and that speaks well of you, Raikage. Despite our differing reasons, the growth of the children of our village should be treasured. Well, the brats you two love so much are coming out now, it seems. Inoki observes as the 20 genin competing in the final task emerge from the gates, surrounding the proctor of the exam, who places the scroll on a rock in the center of the arena. Good afternoon, honored guests of Kumogakure. The proctor announces, gradually silencing the crowd as they all focus on the Kumonin. It is my great honor to announce the start of the 3rd task of the Chunin exams. Today these genin will compete in a time-honored tradition of Kumogakure, the champion game, the rules of which have been provided to you upon entering the arena. AI scoffs. I still don't like the grandioseness and showmanship the exams have begun. When it first started, I remember it being the serious event it should have been. Inoki shrugs, reading through the rules on the pamphlet provided to all guests. The civilians eat it up and spend more money. Give it a few more years and I am sure the games will become even more dramatic. But I am sure you all are not here to listen to me talk. You are here to watch these brave shinobi fight for the right to advance and become Chunin. The crowd roars in approval as the proctor turns to the assembled genin and says a few words. Whether they encouragement or instructions are lost to the audience. At the end of his words, all the genin proceed back to their stations, the metal gates closing behind them. The first round of the champion game will begin upon my signal. All genin have been briefed on what to expect, and as such we are ready to begin. Leaping away from the center of the field, the proctor raises an arm before swinging it down. Begin. The field is momentarily silent, the audience and the Kage all silent, waiting for the first genin to emerge. Finally, 3 gates open, admitting the genin onto the field. Oh ho! Inoki breathes, his eyebrows rising in surprise. This is quite a coincidence. AI comments knowingly, crossing his arms. Sarutobi remains silent, eyeing the field with an experienced gaze. This was a strange occurrence indeed, as on the field the 3 genin who had chosen to exit the field were the 3 tournament favorites. Kuratsuchi stood at the southern end of the field, grinning widely as smoke begins to drift off her pristine chipao dress. Yujito's nails sharpen as the girl slowly sinks into her distinct taijutsu stance, claws extended like a cat, having just exited the northern gate. Finally, Sakura Haruno keeps her hands in her pockets, hood down as she exits the eastern gate. 3 of the most dangerous genin had decided to enter on the first round. To think there is a wild card amongst our midst. There is no way that this was by chance. I imagine any of these genin would decide to go first. Inoki comments. Hiruzen finally leans back with a chuckle. Indeed, it seems that someone has stacked the deck in their favor. As the 3 Kage discussed the situation, a lone genin relaxed in his room, smirking that he had tricked the best of the competition into such an unfavorable matchup. Sorry you 3, but the best way to form an alliance is to form one with everyone. Kumogakure Arena. I stare across the field at the 2 other genin, cautiously walking forward, my Kensho clone moving through several hand signs to prepare my Tenki techniques, ending in the ram sign. Holding it in place. I guess we can just skip the formalities and go straight to the climax, eh? Kuratsuchi chuckles, smoke erupting from her body as streams of magma begin to appear. Yujito's nails sharpen further. I must admit this is fortuitous. Now I can eliminate both of you at once. I don't respond to their banter, turning my attention to the scroll at the center of the field. Knowing Kuratsuchi, she would ignore the objective entirely and focus on our fight. I was unsure of what Yujito would do, but if I could get them to fight each other, I could take the scroll and end the round before wasting too much energy. Slowly removing my hands from my pockets, I let the dark clouds roll out from my sleeves, spreading across the ground and collecting around my body, hiding my arms from view. For a moment the clouds covered my entire form before spreading out, creating a sort of cloak that lingered around my form. Oh ho, so this is what you prepared, Sakura? Kuratsuchi grins wide at the sight of my jutsu before rearing back her arm, the molten earth collecting at her fist. Let's see how it compares. Punching forward, a fist made out of magma rockets forward, forcing me to dodge out of the way as the fight begins in earnest. Yujito rushes forward, claws extended as she goes for me first, taking advantage of Kuratsuchi's opening. Fast! I mentally acknowledge as the blonde closed the distance between us in seconds, dagger-like claws ready to rend flesh if I had not moved out of the way at the last second. Ducking another fist of magma thanks to my clone, I whirl around sending my own fist of electrified clouds at the IWA Genin, forcing her to dodge the projectile. Tanky Bunshin. I muttered to myself, focusing my attention on Yujito as the cloud I sent towards my opponent shifts itself into a clone to distract the magma user. Spreading clouds across my arm, I engage Yujito in taijutsu, both of us a flurry of movement as claws shred my jacket's left arm as I am too slow to dodge. I could feel the drops of blood begin to seep down my arm, but I ignore it as I focus on the fight, electrifying the clouds. I suddenly weave out of the way as Kuratsuchi re-enters the fight. Having burnt away the cloud clone, Yujito is also forced to disengage as the magma pooling off of Kuratsuchi threatens to burn us both. For a moment I meet the eyes with the Kumonin, whose nods shallowly, allowing us both to turn our attention to our mutual opponent. Kuratsuchi's magma armor was a threat to both of us, much more than if we focused on each other. Tanky formation, Faraday cage. I mentally command, splitting my cloak off into many smaller clouds, each of them arranging to form a cage around us. Kuratsuchi glances around at the numerous clouds drifting around us, arms spread wide as magma drips onto the ground. And what's this supposed to do? I give a small grin as each cloud electrifies, the water chakra bouncing between each cloud, creating a cage of electricity that locks into place. My limbo clone runs through hand signs as I raise my hands, fingers extended as I manipulate the clouds along with my inner, directing lightning towards the magma user. You. Kuratsuchi grunts as the lightning pierces through her armor, unaffected by the intense heat of the technique. Now Yujito, do something. I call out to my temporary ally as I barrage Kuratsuchi. Don't tell me what to do. Yujito snarls, blue and black fire collecting in each palm before blasting them both towards the trapped Nin, creating a large ball of fire that engulfs the cage. You hit a magma user with fire? I question idly to the stoic blonde watches the result of her attack. Realizing I would not get an answer, I prepare for a counterattack as the clouds reform into my cloak. Fingering a kunai in my pocket as I prepare to face the Kumonin if the attack forced Kuratsuchi to retire. That fire. I mentally analyze, observing the strangely colored flames with my kensho. The amount of nature chakra packed into that fire was insane. It was almost the same as Yamato's Mokuton. Instead of chakra creating fire, it was more like nature was mimicking fire itself. This girl is not normal. I conclude, preparing to draw a knife before being forced to leap away as a wave of magma erupts from the dust. Spreading across a third of the arena as Kuratsuchi steps into view, the blue flame still eating away at the layer of molten magma, revealing a near-black coloration beneath the red liquid. She coated her body with cooled magma underneath the liquid layer? It was a genius application. By letting the first layer of lava cool down, it provided a form of blunt force protection while a liquid layer above it added an offensive application to the armor. You too. Kuratsuchi chuckles, the liquid quickly filling in the gapes as the armor breaks off, removing the blue flames while simultaneously repairing the defense. Grinning a wide, ear-to-ear smile, the IWA Nin's light laughter turns into a near-mad cackle or so much fun. Bubbling up from the expanse of molten liquid, magma clones of Kuratsuchi erupt, quickly forming into identical copies of their master. Okay. I realize, fueling more chakra into the surrounding clouds to force them to expand and darken further. It seems holding back is now not an option. Yujito also must realize the danger as more of the nature-filled flames engulf her form, creating a sort of battle aura as we ready to go all out. Stalking forward, the 5 Kuratsuchis prepare for battle. Well, if you're not going to step forward, I will just come to you. Kuratsuchi gloats. Pointing forward, direct the chakra-enriched cloud so it floated above the battlefield. Tanky formation, Zeus. Yujito. I call out, earning the attention of the Kumonin. Attack the main one. I will deal with the clones. The fire wielder studies me for a moment before glancing at the cloud above the field and nods, dashing towards the lava wielder, summoning her strange fire to assist. The magma clones each grin simultaneously as they reach for the cat-like genin. Lowering my index finger, I direct 5 separate active water chakra nodes to fly downward, creating 5 bolts of lightning from the sky that blasts each clone as they prepare to strike. Blue fire coating one fist, the Kumo prodigy seemingly disappears in a display of pure speed as she enters the guard of Kuratsuchi in a moment, shocking the magma user. As the attack connects, I glance to the side at the scroll still sitting on its pedestal, undisturbed from the fighting. The crowd, which I had been ignoring, roars its approval to a deafening level at the flashiness of the technique as Yujito streaks forward, leaving a trail of blue fire as she extends a clawed hand, piercing straight through the chest of her opponent. With wide eyes, I watch as the crowd is suddenly silenced as the IWA princess falls, Yujito forcefully removing her burnt arm from the armored girl. "What? No." Kuratsuchi mumbles, blood leaking out of the corner of her mouth as she stumbles back before slowly collapsing into the molten liquid, submerging beneath the deadly substance. "This is insane." Haku mutters as lightning descends from the clouds summoned by Sakura, striking the molten clones of Kuratsuchi. Yamato nods in agreement, the two sitting in the stands amongst the crowd as they watch the battle unfold between the 3 prodigies. This is no ordinary battle between genin. These 3 may be the strongest genin to ever fight in these exams. The ice user watches numbly as Yujito blitzes forward, heedless of the heat from the magma as Sakura continues to provide cover, blasting any clone or attack away with her tanky jutsu. In seconds, the Kumo genin closes in, a clawed hand reaching out to pierce through the armor, obviously trusting her blue fire to protect her from damage to the roars and the cheers of the crowd. Only for them to fall silent as the limb pierces through the chest of the IWA princess, stunning the spectators silent. Haku covers his mouth in shock at the brutal sight as she. Yamato rubs his chin. I am not sure. The Yuki turns his attention to Taylor, who was staring at the scene with a blank expression, the now pitch-dark cloud reforming into a cloak to hide her from view. "Be careful, Sakura, this is no longer a mere game." "Is she dead?" I wonder as Yujito wrenches her arm free and leaps away from the still superheated earth, deep burns covering the arm she had used to pierce the girl. It had not been the first time I had seen someone die, not even close. But it was still jarring to see Kuratsuchi, the near force of nature and personality, fall so early. Turning, the blonde stares at me, her cat-like pupils narrowed, showing no remorse of care for having just potentially killed a girl her age. The burns on her arm is already starting to mend, slowly restoring the limb to its formerly pristine condition. "I really didn't care for her," I mutter, letting more and more chakra saturate my cloak, turning the already dark clouds into a formless void, but she did not deserve that. "We are shinobi," Yujito retorts, killing her was necessary in order to fulfill the mission. I glare, the chakra within the clouds reaching a critical point. "I see, then, if that's how you want it." The smell of ozone begins to saturate the air as my expression darkens, a furious glare on my face. "Then I guess when I present your corpse to the rakeage, that will just be a bonus." Tanky, 200 million Kirin. Stretching a hand forward, every single water molecule in the cloud prepares to surge forward, almost breaking free from the dense membrane to be unleashed. Winner of the first round is Kuratsuchi. "What?" I gape, jerking my head to look towards the pedestal, the scroll that was perched atop it now empty. Yujito's feline eyes stare wide-eyed as the name of the girl she thought she killed was announced. Chuckles erupt from the pool of magma as the IWA genin emerges, a hole straight through her cheapao dress, but with unblemished skin underneath, the scroll clutched in her hand. Surprise. Honestly, that girl, trying to give an old man a heart attack. Inoki grumbles as he watches his granddaughter emerge victorious in the first round. "What was that, Inoki?" "Your granddaughter was stabbed through the chest. That was no clone or replacement technique." AI questions, looking shocked at the miraculous survival of the genin. Hiruzen tilts his head towards the diminutive Kage, he himself was curious. The rakeage spoke the truth, to his knowledge the Kumonin had struck true, piercing the poor genin through the heart, a truly fatal attack if there was any. The only one who would be capable of surviving that was his own student, Tsunade. That Tsuchikage grunts Kuratsuchi has gone further than any I have ever seen in the pursuit of one singular jutsu. She is obsessed with becoming the strongest magma user the village has ever seen. During this time she discovered a previously unknown facet of jutsu. I will leave that up to your imagination. Feeling a tap on his shoulder, Hiruzen glances at Jiraiya, who looked almost shocked by something. Going through a few of Konoha's most secret cipher hand signs, the aged Kage immediately translates the message. Impossible, how could she possibly? Hiruzen turns to stare down at the battlefield, for the first time aware of how much of a genius the girl could be. If his apprentice was correct, this feat blew mastering elemental transformations and combinations out of the water. To master such a technique at that age, even a bastardized weakened version of it. Sage Mode. Kumogakure Arena. Winner of the first round is Kuratsuchi. Everyone freezes in shock at the announcement as Kuratsuchi walks up to the scroll and picks it up, a wide smirk plastered across her face. Surprise. Yujito's cat-like pupils narrow to slits as she glares at her IWA contemporary. What is the meaning of this? This round has not even lasted for 3 minutes. How have you already secured the victory? How is this possible? I wonder, staring wide-eyed at the pedestal the scroll was sitting atop of, my mind racing a mile a minute. As far as I could tell, we had been fighting for a little over 3 minutes, meaning Kuratsuchi had somehow managed to take the scroll for longer than the round had lasted. What was worse is that my clone did not see anything. Throughout the entire fight I had focused on the battlefield, keeping an eye out for any abnormality, but somehow I had missed what Kuratsuchi had done. I am not surprised you didn't think of this, Yujito. Kuratsuchi chuckles before placing a hand on the pillar the scroll rested on. The entire thing shifting into an earth clone and revealing the hole beneath. She dug an earth clone and replaced the pedestal with it. I grasped the meaning of it immediately. Before the round had even began, Kuratsuchi had dug a hole underneath the arena and secured the objective. Yujito must have realized the same thing as she whirls to the proctor, who had been standing by. That must be against the rules. The round had not even begun. The Kumonin shrugs. The rules do not state when the genin has to grasp the scroll, merely to hold it for 5 minutes for the round to end. The ruling stands. Please return to the waiting area for the next round. Clenching her teeth, Yujito stalks back to her cell, with me following suite, leaving Kuratsuchi and the proctor inside the ring. Sitting down heavily on the bench inside the small room, I close my eyes and recall everything about the fight. What did I miss? How did she get past the Kensho? We all had entered the arena at the same time, with the real Kuratsuchi emerging first. I knew that much from the fact she showed up as a void. But underground, I could detect nothing. No signature blotch of human chakra underground. The ground had seemingly remained undisturbed throughout the challenge. Then there's the matter of her survival. I mused when Yujito stabbed her through the heart. I saw natural energy converging on her, eating away at the void and replacing it. I recall watching the green light seep into the wound, and what I had thought would be a corpse. There is a connection here, there must be. I analyzed before looking out over the field as the second round begins. It seemed Hibiki had been correct, with 10 of the remaining genin stepping out into the field to surround Kuratsuchi. My clone currently was leaning against the wall, studying my self-proclaimed rival with a critical eye, looking for any minute detail, searching for an answer to what I had missed. You fooled me once, Kuratsuchi. I think, narrowing my eyes in concentration as I focus on the field, but not again. 10 genin, each recognized as the elite of their village, surrounded the sole victor of the previous round. Kuratsuchi herself had elected to remain in the center, tossing the scroll up and down in one hand. Well, it really would be a pain to have to fight all of you at once. Kuratsuchi drawls, catching the scroll as it lands. Why don't I make this easier for you all? With a careless toss, Kuratsuchi throws the scroll to the ground and just let you have at it. All the genin shift uneasily, glancing from the powerful genin towards the scroll lying on the ground. Well? She asks, using a jutsu to craft herself a throne and elegantly sitting down, smirking at her opponents. Unless you want to fight me first. For a moment, no one moves, but after a few moments a genin from Kusa dashes for the scroll, prompting the rest of the genin to abandon fighting Kuratsuchi in favor for an all-out brawl to try and secure the objective. It was a fast, but brutal affair as the genin used their individual styles against each other, with jutsu, physical attacks, and any weapons they had available. The scroll changed hands often, with a single genin only keeping hold of it for a minute at most before they either lost it or was eliminated. The roars of the crowd deafened the arena as the genin fought, the second round lasting a full 20 minutes before a single genin from Kumogakure remained, panting as he grips the scroll. Turning to stare at Kuratsuchi, who had not moved the entire ordeal. You underestimated us, Kuratsuchi. The genin growls, backing away with the scroll. It's been 4 minutes since I got this. If I can evade you for a minute I win, he announces with a triumphant grin. Good for you then, Kuratsuchi says with a lazy smirk, resting her head on one hand as she leans back comfortably in her seat. The Kumo-genin backs off as the timer goes down, looking confused to why Kuratsuchi was not moving. 50 seconds. The crowd watched with anticipation, waiting for something to happen as Kuratsuchi remains seated. 30 seconds. I win this round, Kuratsuchi. It is wise that you have given up instead of trying to beat me. The Kumo-nin brags, holding the scroll up for the entire crowd to see. 10 seconds. The scroll held up high in the genin's hand gleams in the sunlight, before it began crumbling before his eyes as the seconds ticked on. What? He gasps, confused, jerking his head in the direction of the IWA princess, who picked up a scroll sitting beside her and stands up. Thank you, she states with a smile, for doing my work for me. In a flash, Kuratsuchi drop kicks the Kumo-genin, her heel impacting the back of his head as she forces him into the ground. The proctor walks over, glancing down at the knocked-out genin before gesturing towards the IWA nin winner by knockout, Kuratsuchi. The crowd roars its approval, chanting the Kuratsuchi's name as she wins her second round in a row. 9 more to get out of the way. Hibiki clutches his head and sighs as he stares out of his room in the arena, watching as his first plan crumbles. His initial plan had been for the 3 strongest in the competition to tire each other out, eliminate each other if he was lucky. Then the rest of the genin he had manipulated would enter in and take out the last weakened genin. Instead, Kuratsuchi, the bitch, had made true to her promise. -1 week ago. Arashiyama Caverns. Quite the battle you had there. Kuratsuchi-san. The genin in question paused as she moves through the tunnels, turning to face the cloaked genin. What do you want? Hibiki smiles pleasantly. I was hoping to discuss something with you. It would really be in your best interest to listen. Kuratsuchi narrows her eyes, the dark orbs flicking to the surroundings, checking for anyone in the shadows before refocusing on the Sunanin. I don't care about what you're selling. Either get out of my way or I will burn your dress. Feeling a slight bead of sweat fall from his brow, he knows that he has to spin this well. He had just seen the girl melt enough ice to cool down Suna. Even if I am selling a chance for you to go against your rival Sakura Haruno much earlier than you think? Kuratsuchi stares hard, her obsidian-colored eyes still narrowed, but he knew she was interested. I happen to know exactly what the task after this will be, and how we can make it so you have the opportunity to crush Sakura underneath your heel. He offers, knowing from the rumors her rivalry with the Pinkette. If you form an alliance. No. Hibiki blinks. I'm sorry? Kuratsuchi turns and continues making her way through the tunnels. I am going to beat Sakura on my own terms, in front of the world without any interference. Not by relying on a snake like you. Pausing, she turns, a cold stare and a burst of killing intent filling the caves. And if you try to interfere, I will melt you. Instead of a long drawn-out fight he had been hoping for, he knew Kuratsuchi had decided to end the round prematurely to ensure her competitors would not be taken out by his plan. He must admit though, the tunnel was an ingenious idea, and if he had known Earth Jutsu he may have considered it. But the problem was most of his subordinates had been taken out and everyone left was unlikely to trust him. Sakura had probably figured out their alliance had been a sham. He did not know about Kabuto, but he could not rely on that chance. Is it up to me then? He wonders, rubbing his face tiredly. He knew losing was not an option. The Kazekage and put the reputation of the village on his shoulders. If he failed here, I have to swing things back in my favor. If not, then I may be next on babysitting duty. Hibiki shivers. And in Suna, you don't survive babysitting. With 10 contestants declared unfit to continue, that means that there are now only 10 genin left to compete in this year's 3rd task. The announcer calls to the crowd, getting them ready for the 4th round. And now that we have cleared the field, it is time for the 3rd round. If you wish to participate in this round, please signal. If we stick to the plan, then Kabuto should be going next, but can he really do anything against Kuratsuchi? I wonder. Knowing that outside of his support skills Kabuto primarily relied on stealth attacks and taijutsu, both of which were impossible in this setting. Glancing down at the lever that would signal to open the gate once the round started, I wonder if I should pull it. It would leave me with only one more opportunity to enter the arena if I fail, but if I team up with Kabuto, then we could potentially defeat Kuratsuchi and then plan how to deal with Yujito and Hibiki. But I still have not figured it out what she is doing. I frown. In the past fight I had learned nothing on how Kuratsuchi had evaded that death blow or how she had managed to trick the Kensho. If Kabuto was going to enter the arena next round, then he would likely be forced to forfeit while Kuratsuchi took out anyone else who entered the arena. If I can watch her fight for one more round against someone strong, I could figure out a weakness. Genin, pull the levers now if you wish to try your hand in the third round. I looked down at the lever. To abandon Kabuto or to create an opening to view the round? What is the smart play? What has the highest chance of success? What was I willing to sacrifice? And the levers are pulled, the Genin are exiting now. The third round of the tournament has begun. 2 Genin step out into the field, facing off against Kuratsuchi. Glasses gleaming in the sunlight, Kabuto looked around the battlefield before focusing on the sole other Genin who had decided to enter the field. I thought you were not going to enter for 2 more rounds, Hibiki. Kabuto states. The Suna Genin shrugs. Plans change. I am going to take out Kuratsuchi here. You either get out of my way or be caught in the middle. Kabuto fixes his glasses, a hand near his kunai pocket, apparently deep in thought. I think I will stay, but don't let me get in your way. If you wish to take her on alone, be my guest. Hibiki scoffs before throwing off his cloak, revealing 2 long black objects hanging from his belt. Drawing them with a flourish, Hibiki reveals 2 battle fans, each emblazoned with the emblem of Suna. Don't blame me if you die in the crossfire then. With a lazy motion, Kuratsuchi stands from her seat. Well, I guess I should take you a little more serious than most. Magma soon begins running in rivets down Kuratsuchi's arms, creating 2 large claws made out of the molten substance. But I warned you before, you try to get in my way and I will melt you, but I guess you couldn't resist. But here you are, standing in front of me. Kuratsuchi mocks. Inside the cell, I stand near the entrance, both the Kensho and my real body fixated on the battle. Sorry Kabuto, but if I don't figure out her technique, then we could all lose. Gripping the bar tightly, I bore holes into the back of the IWA prodigy. What are you hiding? Kumogakure Arena. Hibiki stalks forward, both war fans spread out. The tips of each are coated in metal blades, turning the normally innocent items into dangerous weapons. Could have just allied yourself with me and made all of us look good. But no, you had to do this the hard way, Hibiki states, bladed fans prepared to strike at any opportunity. Kuratsuchi rolls her eyes. As if I need the help of a guy who wears a turban to look good. Smoke begins to billow out of her jutsu, the volcanic ash drifting threateningly into the air. Hibiki smirks, gathering his chakra to prepare the duel. You have a lot of faith in your ninjutsu. I respect that, but... With a powerful heave, Hibiki sends a ball of compressed air blasting towards his opponent. I have just as much faith in my wind. Dashing forward behind the attack, chakra becomes visible from the blades, extending the range of the weapon further. Kuratsuchi grins and charges forward as well, lava covering the rest of her body as she tackles the blast of wind head-on, tearing through the attack, a fist cocked back to meet the assault head-on. With the sound of metal grinding on stone, the 2 attacks meet, the wind chakra covering the metal fan and digging deep into the stone layer underneath the molten liquid. Not so sharp, is it? Kuratsuchi mocks, the magma fist growing larger as she feeds more chakra into the construct, pressing back against the fan. What the hell? Hibiki mutters, forcing his fan back and leaping away, the aura around his fans fading as he realizes it would be a waste of chakra to maintain it. Wind is countered by earth. I had hoped I could pierce through it, but that underlayer is still tough. If he cannot cut through the armor, then that means he will have to try something else. Across the field, another Genin is watching the battle between magma and wind with great interest. Kabuto breathes in deeply, trying to be discreet as possible as he lets his presence fade, maneuvering away from the fighting. With the fight approaching the northern part of the arena, he arrives in front of his teammate's cage. Any advice? I have nothing. I frown, staring at the 2 fighting across the field, Kuratsuchi repeatedly trying to enter the guard of the elusive wind user. I don't think you have a real chance of fighting them head-on, I admit, leaning against the wall. Hibiki seems to rely on wind attacks to help him close the distance to his opponent to slice with his fans, while Kuratsuchi just removes the possibility of engaging at close range entirely. Kabuto scratches the back of his head. Well, thanks for the vote of confidence. Leaning in closer, he lowers his voice. What about your friend? She notice any weaknesses? I glare at my teammate. Don't speak about it in public, I only told you about it because of that diagnostic jutsu. Looking apologetic, he shrugs. It's not like I could have known that jutsu would be able to see both of you at once. But we can argue about that later. Do you have any ideas? Turning back to Kuratsuchi, I analyze all her movements, cataloging each minute change of her ability. Lava is an interesting element to study. Instead of simply heating up the earth like I thought, Kuratsuchi had instead forced the earth to vibrate rapidly, generating intense heat and melting the earth into a molten liquid. The only thing about her technique I have figured out is that she is utilizing nature chakra in some way, but it's hard to tell what exactly she is doing with it, I admit. Every time Hibiki managed to get a hit in, whether by utilizing his wind blades or getting in a lucky shot with his fan blades, nature chakra would rush into the wound, filling the normally blank void I would see in a person. I recall Jiraiya had implied that utilizing natural chakra was possible, but I had assumed it would be similar to how Yamato and now Yujito utilizes it. Was it possible to, sort of suck in natural chakra into the body? What would that even do? Was that what Jiraiya had been worried about? If imbuing yourself with natural chakra could restore wounds as fast as Kuratsuchi was doing, then the technique would have to be either extremely dangerous or a carefully kept secret. Otherwise everyone would use it. Kabuto nods. Well, that does not help much. I can't actually see nature chakra. Can you think of any weaknesses? Frowning, I rack my brains, thinking back to everything I knew about natural chakra and its potential dangers. I would say that the technique requires a large amount of concentration. Last year she could not even walk while utilizing the technique. If she is maintaining that armor while utilizing natural chakra, then a distraction or trying to break her concentration could work. Kabuto glances to the fight, where Hibiki had decided to abandon trying to slice through the armor and was repeatedly sending large gusts of air towards Kuratsuchi, who was slowly forcing her way through the gale force winds. Are you sure? He asks skeptically. Yes, but it needs to be something major. She has obviously trained relentlessly to use her magma. If a stab to the chest does not faze her, I am not sure what could shake her, I mutter. Unless you have a jutsu that can simply overpower whatever she is doing, then we have to rely on subterfuge. Behind him Kuratsuchi begins cackling as she finally reaches Hibiki, a wave of lava slowly spreading towards his position. Hibiki is lying on the ground, his chakra spent and his body battered, finally reaching his limit. Grimacing, Kabuto turns to face the arena. Well, I don't have any fancy jutsu like you do. Then surrender, I order. You have 2 more chances to impress and you have no chance against her. The medic adjusts his glasses. No, I won't do that. You have not found her weakness yet, right? Then that means we need to extend this round further. We still have 2 minutes of time left. Let's see what I can do. I frown. That is not smart. You said yourself, you have no jutsu that can break her armor. All you are doing is wasting your chances in the other rounds. Maybe so, but I will take my chances. Besides, you gave me a great idea, Sakura. Walking forward, the Konoha genin flexes his hand as he approaches the prone and burnt form of Hibiki, who laid on the ground before Kuratsuchi. Sakura is not the only one who is interested in Kuratsuchi's abilities, Kabuto muses, his mind running a mile a minute. It's inconvenient, but Orochimaru is very interested in both of your abilities. If you can figure it out for me with that clone of yours, then that would make my job much easier. And in order to do that... Hello, Kuratsuchi-san, he says with a pleasant smile towards the lava wielder and her downed opponent. Would you like to form an alliance with me? The girl pauses for a moment before snorting, her lava bleeding off from her. With you? What could you possibly do to convince me to ally with you? Fixing his smile on his face, he continues, well, I am a medic you see. I think that justifies what I can bring to the table. You are doing well for yourself, but you still have to fight both Yujito and my teammate Sakura. Not being at your best would make for a disadvantage, no? Kuratsuchi raises an eyebrow. You really think I broke a sweat on these clowns? Surrender or I will burn you. Kabuto nods. I see. I guess negotiations have broken down. With a flash of movement Kabuto swings his arm forward, pushing his hand through the burning liquid to touch the chest of his opponent before leaping back, his hand charred and blackened with burns. Silence descends upon the field as the audience gapes at the Konoha genin who had done something so suicidal. Kuratsuchi coughs, clutching her chest in pain as she staggers backward. What the fuck, you bastard, she mutters, confused at the pain. Kabuto grips his hand, the charred skin rapidly healing as the skin mends itself. I may be a medic, but I am still a ninja. Right now, the third artery of your heart has been severed. You will suffer severe internal bleeding and will die in 5 minutes. Either give me the scroll and forfeit or I will attack you again, this time killing you instantly. Blood drips from the IWA Genin's mouth before she gives the medic a savage grin and slams her molten fist into his stomach, launching him across the field, slamming him against the wall. Idiot! Did you really think that would work when I was stabbed in the chest? I am invincible, Kuratsuchi roars. No. You're not, Kabuto states, pressing a hand into his mangled shirt and burnt chest, grinning. Raising a hand up, chakra threads become visible, connecting the medic to Kuratsuchi, who widens her eyes at the jutsu. I know I can't hurt you, but I can reveal your secret to those who can. I deliberately struck you in order to connect my chakra to yours and perform the diagnostic jutsu, monitoring your health as you healed yourself. And I saw something very interesting. Don't you dare, you scum! Kuratsuchi roars, building up a massive fist made out of magma and stalking forward to silence Kabuto. Taking a deep breath, Kabuto calls out to the entire stadium, your power is not medical in nature or a clone, you have figured out how to turn yourself into magma itself. Kuratsuchi lunges forward, rage plastered across her face as the proctor raises his hand. And that is the end of the third round. The winner is Kuratsuchi. Collapsing, Kabuto takes a deep breath, his hand glowing green as he slowly heals the massive burn on his chest. I forfeit, that last attack took all I had. Kuratsuchi slowly lowers her fist, a dark expression marring her features as she glares at the medic. You will pay for that, Kabuto. Mark my words. The proctor moves between the two genin, gesturing for the Konoha genin to leave the arena. The round is over, return to the center of the arena and we can begin the 5th round. Standing up on shaky legs, Kabuto hobbles towards the arena exit, glancing in the direction of his teammate as he does so. Sorry, Sakura. Looks like you are going to have to face the last 2 alone. But I have already accomplished my mission here. Inoki knew the 3 Kage were glancing at him with incredulous gazes. He knew what they were thinking. Even if they did not know the details on nature transformations, they knew a forbidden technique when they saw one. To be honest, he would prefer if that particular technique had died with its last wielder, never to see the light of day and threaten the lives of the strongest ninja of his village. Closing his eyes, he recalled when Kuratsuchi had stumbled upon the truth. 1 month prior. Iwagakure depths. The third Tsuchikage watches as his granddaughter steps into the magma room, slipping into the molten earth like an onsen, sinking down to her waist without a single wince of pain. So, you have truly mastered moving through the lava, he comments, hovering over the training room, unwilling to get closer to the dangerous substance. Yes, grandfather, I feel nothing from the heat and no pain. I could submerge myself fully and only feel a slight warmth, Kuratsuchi states, scooping some of the red substance into one hand before clenching her fist. I have fully mastered this jutsu. Inoki frowns, staring down at perhaps one of the finest prodigies this village has produced since his predecessor, Mu. Yes, you have truly gone beyond anyone else in mastering the Yoton. Kuratsuchi glances up at him, frowning, a considering look on her face as she exits the pool of magma, her clothes untouched from her dip in the intense heat. I wish I could believe that. The Tsuchikage blinks at those words, watching with wary eyes as Kuratsuchi exits the hall and stares at the many statues of the past failures. What do you mean? He speaks, fearing the worst. The girl reaches into her ninja pouch and produces a small scroll, the emblem it was emblazoned with nearly drawing forth a curse. I could call you a traitor for having that in your possession, Kuratsuchi, he growls. Don't worry, grandfather. I am not Deidara, she comments, staring down at the deep brown hues of the scroll. All these statues, I had thought they were made to scare off the arrogant and pretenders from thinking they can master techniques far beyond. They weren't made at all, were they? Whirling around, Kuratsuchi thrusts the scroll in the face of her grandfather, who stares down at the scroll with a stony expression. Instead, they killed themselves trying to learn this. A technique so ridiculous that regardless of any danger, all these people over decades were forced to risk their lives to achieve it. On your orders. You would never understand, Inoki mutters darkly. We were at war, Kuratsuchi. It seemed that every day Konoha produced another prodigy. Suna abandoned the fight early on and left us for dead, while the minor regions clawed at our heels for scraps. This one technique could have turned the tides of the war. Unkillable shinobi and kunoichi who could turn themselves to stone on a whim. They were weak and not ready for this technique. Kuratsuchi scoffs. You wasted all these lives, for nothing. The granddaughter of the third stands tall and holds up her arm, with Inoki widening his eyes in alarm as he predicted what his daughter was about to do. No! Chikyu to Hitatsu no Jutsu. Kuratsuchi roars, absorbing the natural chakra in the air into the limb, solidifying it, forcing Inoki to freeze, staring as his daughter flexes the stone limb. They succumb to the chakra, unable to control it as it petrifies their bodies, but not me. Kuratsuchi growls as molten cracks form in the stone limb, magma seeping down the petrified arm. To become one with the earth, that is true mastery of this element, Tsuchikage-sama. My granddaughter has surpassed all that came before her in her chosen style, he announces to the gathered Kage. With a savage grin he looks out over the field. She has learned the secret art that has been locked within the IWA archives for generations, waiting for the right user to master its deadly secret. She has become one with her element, something only done once before. By one other man. Hiruzen stares in shock at the IWA genin who stood in the center of the field, unconquered and unbowed by the roaring crowd or her competitors. Inoki smiles widely. My granddaughter. Mastered a technique crafted from the mind of the first Hokage himself. Senju Hashirama. Kumoga Cure. Placing my hand on the lever to the Colosseum, I close my eyes and take a deep breath. Just Yujito and Kurosuchi left. I realize. With Hibiki and Kabuto both out, that left the three of us still in the running. Clenching my fist, I knew the game had changed. With so few people left, that meant that Yujito and I would have to try and avoid each other when tagging in. If we tagged in at the same time, then that meant we would all have to face each other. If neither of us entered, that would give Kuratsuchi a free win, which would draw closer to the end game where we would be forced to enter or risk wasting a chance for us to enter. I have two opt-ins left and so does she. If she opts in now, that means she would have only one chance left. The smart move would be to let her enter first then immediately enter after. Resting my head on my hands, I decide to wait for now. With Kuratsuchi still in control since the start of the tournament, can either of our two remaining contenders win? Both contestants can pull their levers now for the 5th round. The audience is silent as Kuratsuchi stands in the center of the field, arms crossed as neither gate opens. The proctor glances at both gates as the audience murmurs angrily at the fact that neither of the genin chose to enter the field. As neither genin chose to enter, that means we will move on to round 6. Both genin now have another chance to pull their lever. Scowling, I realize that Yujito must have the same plan that I did, meaning she was fully prepared to play chicken until one of us decided to enter, which would give the other the advantage. I have no idea how far she is willing to go. It is possible that she is willing to wait until round 8, which would force us into a 3-way fight. And if she was refusing to pull the lever until that point, then that meant the smartest decision would be to. I glanced down at the lever and grasped the handle. It seems that you will get that fight after all, Kuratsuchi. With the start of the 6th round, the audience leans forward in anticipation as one of the gates open, revealing my form as I walk out. About time, Sakura. I thought you had chickened out and given up. Kuratsuchi taunts. Pulling out a kunai, I let my eyes examine the arena. Where is the scroll? With a shrug, Kuratsuchi gestures across the arena, somewhere. I wouldn't want to impose a time limit on this fight after all. I see. I comment, taking a deep breath as the heat in the arena starts to spike, indicating that Kuratsuchi was preparing her signature jutsu. In that case, there is no more need for words. I state before pointing towards Kuratsuchi, whose eyes widen, recognizing the gesture. Kirin! I mentally command the cloud I had created within my room. In a flash, a streak of light shaped like a dragon flies across the arena and strikes Kuratsuchi in the chest, sending her flying back. Smoke drifting off her form as she is sent sprawling across the ground. You are not the only one who can employ that trick, Kuratsuchi. I call out, preparing to cast another one before I see through my kensho as natural chakra gathers at the area where she was struck. Helping the girl get up, a manic grin plastered across her face. If that's how you want to play it. She growls, going through 4 hand signs before placing both hands on the ground. Yotan, grasping limbs of the underworld. My Kensho saw the effect of the jutsu first as the earth around the arena began to vibrate rapidly, breaking down into the molten liquid and become animated as the jutsu takes effect. In seconds the earth surges upward and forms into hands that reach out to grasp at me. Leaping away from the limbs, I duck under another arm that surges at me from behind before flipping over another from below, the clouds I had hidden in my room flying out at my mental command, forming my now signature storm cloak. Is she trying to turn the ground into lava? I notice as the massive limbs splash against the ground as they miss, slowly spreading across the arena floor as the fight goes on, leaving few spaces to stand. Got you! Kuratsuchi calls out from behind me, an entire arm covered in magma as she nears my position, fingers spread wide. Without looking I duck under the attack, kicking out with an electrified kick, sending Kuratsuchi flying across the arena as the cloud enhances my kick. With both my clone and myself we both form different hand seals, expanding the cloud as it surrounds Kuratsuchi on all sides. Tanky formation, Faraday cage. I internally roar, every small cloud alight with energy as I land on the wall of the arena. Moving through 3 more hand signs I direct all the water particles in the cloud in front of me towards the recovering genin. Kirin! In another burst of light, the attack pierces through the chest of Kuratsuchi. You may be able to transform to avoid my attacks, but I can still hurt you. I call out, commanding all the clouds in the arena to begin charging for another attack. As I focus on the downed genin my Kensho clone notices something that I had missed at the start of the tournament. A small cloud of nature chakra was moving in a different way than normal, flowing through the chakra in the ground as it approached my position. There you are. I realize as I leap away as Kuratsuchi bursts from the ground, magma dripping off of her in rivets, adding much more mass to her figure. You seem to like to reveal my powers, Sakura. Kuratsuchi growls, smoke billowing out of her form as she glares at me. But I have noticed something special about you too. It took me a while to work out how you were doing it, but there is no other explanation. I thought you were a sensor, but you can see anywhere, can't you? You have the same skills as a Hyuga. I kept my face blank, giving nothing away as Kuratsuchi declares one of my secrets. Honestly I had assumed it would get out eventually, so I was not too worried. But still, with the public spectacle of this event I was sure that in the future I would not be able to surprise anyone with my omniscience. The audience breaks out in whispers at Kuratsuchi's revelation, shocked at this turn of events. This time it was the Hokage who was suffering from the glances of his fellow Kage. The Raikage in particular looked especially contrite at this new information. Another damn clan in your village with that power, Hokage? Inoki grunts as he glares down at the field. No. Let me guess, another damn prodigy that thought this up? First one that can move anywhere, now one that can see anywhere? What's next? A prodigy that can be everywhere at once? Hiruzen chuckles. Konoha has been blessed by prodigies and Sakura certainly counts amongst them. But I think your luck is changing in that regard, Inoki-san. I am certainly impressed with Kuratsuchi. I don't believe I have seen such a talent for battle in a long time. Inoki knew an attempt at distraction when he heard but decided to let it slide, turning his attention back to the field. Yes. She is truly the one that will lead IWA to greatness. Kuratsuchi has the deepest connection with the earth of anyone I have ever known, perhaps one even greater than Lord Mu. But let's see her prove it against Yujito. While Kuratsuchi and Sakura have had a good showing so far, this tournament is far from over. AI rebuts she will truly show the might of Kumogakure. Smiling wide, Sarutobi chuckles. Everyone in this arena embodies the spirit of their village and exemplifies what we wish to see in the next generation. It truly lifts my heart to see. Neither of the 2 other Kage respond, but both of their stern visages soften. Kuratsuchi grins. I don't know how you are doing it, since your eyes don't seem blank to me, meaning you are not a damn Hyuga. But that just makes me want to crush you more now. Another surge of vibrating earth is all the warning I get as 2 clones of Kuratsuchi burst from the pits of lava. Magma claws extended to swipe at me as I am forced to abandon my position on the wall to evade their attacks. Leaping down to the lava below I channel as much chakra as I could afford to my feet to leap off the substance, severely burning my shoes in the process. But managing to reach a safe area before getting too severely hurt. Everything I do to her is just shrugged off. I grimace. I had assumed that lightning would help counter her jutsu, but it seems that magma did not have the same weaknesses as pure earth jutsu. Not to mention most of the arena floor was now covered with the deadly substance, meaning anything at close range was doomed to fail. If I can't overpower her I need to outthink her. I decide, letting my mind run a mile a minute to come up with a strategy. Glancing around at the field of lava, as well as Kuratsuchi who seemed to be building up for a large-scale assault, I bite my lip as I think. Taking a deep breath, I let the air in my lungs release in a large exhale, standing barefoot on the arena floor. Alright, let's try something new. Tanky formation, overcast. I mentally command several clouds to rise above the arena, slowly spreading out to cover the sky as I direct several more to blast lightning towards the direction of where Kuratsuchi was hiding in the magma. In a burst of magma, Kuratsuchi emerges, fist cocked back for a haymaker as I grab one of my surrounding clouds in front of the technique, having my clone go through several hand signs. Doton, condense. The earth-rich cloud compresses into a slab of earth, blocking the punch while I leap upwards, directing another cloud at my opponent Kirin. With a blast of lightning sends Kuratsuchi skidding back, the Yoton wielder giving a demonic smile as the fight continues. End of the line Sakura, there is nowhere left to run. She growls, the magma having seeped across the entirety of the arena floor, leaving only a small piece of land for me to stand on. Breathing heavily, I smile grimly. Not yet. Sweat ton, rainfall. The first drop of rain generates some steam as it lands on the molten liquid, the cold water evaporating instantly as it hits. Huh? It's raining? Haku comments, feeling the drops hit his shoulder, prompting Yamato to look up in the sky, where Sakura's storm clouds were still hovering. Chuckling, Yamato smiles at the ingenuity yes, which I imagine is just as planned. Haku looks confused before realizing what his sensei meant. You mean this is Sakura's jutsu? What? You thought Sakura would be arrogant enough to name her style the Tenkaten with just lightning, did you? He asks as the drops soon increase in frequency until a storm erupts over the arena, drenching the audience and the field with water. Pay attention Haku, you are about to witness the culmination of Sakura's efforts over the past year. Yamato instructs, prompting Haku to refocus on the field. Staring up at the cloud that was now drenching the entire field, Kuratsuchi smirks. What? You think a little rain would be able to cool down my magma? That is arrogant, Sakura. I take a deep breath as I focus my will and remaining chakra into my surroundings. No. Not entirely. I respond, raising a hand to help direct my chakra better as my clone goes through the hand signs. Do you remember our first fight, Kuratsuchi? I question as more drops evaporate on the molten liquid. Kuratsuchi tilts her head. How can I forget? Back during Konoha's Chunin exams. We trained together at that field. The steady downpour was now actively competing against the magma, intense heat and steam rising rapidly as Kuratsuchi's jutsu cooled just enough to prevent instant evaporation. Then you should remember what happened when our jutsu collided. I respond as the steam in the air steadily darkens. Small sparks of lightning appearing here and there as I infuse the entire steam cloud full of my chakra. For the first time in the fight, Kuratsuchi's grin diminishes as for the first time she realizes what the rain was meant to do. No way. She breathes, eyes widening. That's right. I answer my own question. It created a cloud. At once the steam in the arena condenses and forms storm clouds around Kuratsuchi, expanding as more and more steam is added to it. I never did something like this before, so I guess we both will be going blind during this, Kuratsuchi. I mutter as I spend more chakra to form the clouds into a cube. The entire structure now crackling with lightning. Clenching my fist, I release my restraints on all the water chakra at once, directing it inwards. Tanky formation, black box. Kumoga cure. The rain fell heavily in an intense downpour, the clouds having been fed plenty of moisture from the intense heat from Kuratsuchi's jutsu. The rainfall had begun to solidify the magma that still covered the ground, creating a dark and rugged surface out of the once redstone arena. I panted as I stand in one of the few untouched areas of the arena, my bare feet digging into the ground as I struggled to control the jutsu I had just unleashed. A few feet in front of me lay a near solidified mass of clouds and lightning, the jutsu formed into a cube. At the moment I was spending chakra to keep the jutsu stable and prevent the sheer amount of lightning that was coursing through it from being unleashed, potentially rebounding against me and the audience. What I had not counted on when utilizing the steam from the magma was the amount of sulfur and ash in the air, which proved much more effective in creating a charge than I had anticipated. The result was one of the most heavily charged and dangerous weather phenomena I had ever produced. I hope whatever bullshit jutsu you use allows you to survive this, Kuratsuchi. I internally voice as I maneuver as many water molecules as my clone and I could manage. trying to calm down the maelstrom of electricity at the core of the clouds while maintaining the stable surface. As repeated claps of thunder echo around the arena as I finally get a grasp on the jutsu, dispersing the cubic formation, leaving a plume of displaced air, ash, and smoke obscuring the result of the attack. Releasing a breath, I felt my eyes widen as my clone finally gets a glimpse inside the cloud as a figure begins to emerge. With a loud crunch of the only partially solidified magma, Kuratsuchi emerges, her once pristine dress in tatters, revealing the black bodysuit underneath. Half of her body looked like a melted wax statue, with droplets of magma dripping to the ground as she stumbles forward, one half melted eye staring with determination as she puts one foot in front of the other. What a damn monster! I scowl, bringing forth more clouds that were still charged Kirin. One after another, blasts of lightning burst forth, splattering the ground with magma as Kuratsuchi staggers back. Stay down, I order, recharging my clouds for another attack, forming more clouds in the process. I was running low on chakra, but I would worry about the last battle after ensuring that Kuratsuchi didn't get up. Slowly Kuratsuchi began to sit up, unwilling to give up on the fight. Pressing my lips together, I grab one of the clouds and slam it into the ground, spreading the technique to engulf Kuratsuchi. Tanky formation, static expansion. Sparks dance across the cloud, electrifying Kuratsuchi, who struggled against the electrical currents before roaring out in pain. Cutting off the current, I grab another cloud and begin electrifying it, glaring down at my rival. Final warning. The magma that composed most of Kuratsuchi's face slowly began reforming, both eyes focused on my attack before with a sudden movement she tries to jerk upward, a hand extended. Slamming the cloud down upon her chest with a streak of light, once again the Iwa Nin howls in pain as lightning courses through her body. Jerking my hand back, Kuratsuchi struggles a few more moments before finally collapsing onto the ground. The arena is dead silent, the entire audience watching the spectacle of brutality with wide eyes and slacked jaws. I don't pay attention to them, staring down at the prone form of Kuratsuchi, before glancing to the wall, using a minute earth jutsu to remove the scroll from where my opponent had hidden it. Turning, I stare at the proctor, who seemed stunned at the turn of events before jerking himself to attentiveness. Winner of the 6th round, Sakura Haruno. The crowd slowly begins to clap, still shocked at the brutal end of the fight. A group of medics quickly clear a path towards the downed Iwa Nin, picking her up on a stretcher to carry her out of the arena. Glancing down at myself, I grimace. My jacket was hanging on by a few threads and my shoes had disintegrated from the heat of the arena floor. Currently all I had on was my dark jumpsuit and my Konoha headband. My chakra is low, I observe, glancing in the direction of where Yujito was sitting in her waiting area. It was clear that the girl gave no qualms about putting on a show or fighting fair at all. All she cared about was the mission, which was why she was still fresh while I was on my last legs. Fair enough, I suppose. I sigh, trying to wash the ash out of my mouth with some of the rainfall. No unwritten rules here. That left the options on what to do. Yujito had kept her abilities hidden well, but she had been able to stand up to both Kuratsuchi and I simultaneously while holding her own. I currently only had the chakra left to create a few more clouds, meaning I would only get 4 shots or so to take her out early in the fight. But the fact that she had been able to watch my entire fight with Kuratsuchi meant that she would be ready for any of my techniques. Glancing down at the scroll in my hands, my fist tightens around it. That's right. I don't need to beat her. I just need to survive for 10 more minutes. Glaring across the field, I watch as the proctor glances at me and the state I was in as if I was insane before speaking to the crowd. And with that stunning upset, we will progress to the 7th round. Through the rain I watch as Yujito exits the gate, walking over the now solidified magma with little effort. You should surrender. You are in no state to continue. Yujito warns, eyeing the numerous burns and rips in my clothes. Shrugging, I rip off a stretch of my jacket, letting the rest fall to the ground and use the cloth to secure the scroll to my hip. I have had it worse. I see. She murmurs, hands extending to claws and sinking into her cat-like stance. Then it would be discourteous of me to hold back. If I did not have my clone I would have missed it, with Yujito flashing forward, claws extending towards the scroll on my hip. Spinning around I use her back as a springboard, leaping away, directing the clouds that still retained a charge in the arena back to me, forming my storm cloak. Good thing this does not take much chakra. I speculate as I send out 5 clouds, each shifting according to my inner's hand signs. Tanky formation, tanky clones. The clouds distort before shaping into clones of myself, each equipped with their own scroll. Yujito eyes each clone, an annoyed look on her face. This is pointless. These pale imitations won't work. Sinking into the ground, out of sight, I knew the clones could hopefully buy some time, letting the clock run down. 3 more minutes. I mentally count as I slowly move through the earth, letting the clones engage. Each of the disguised clouds charge forward, kunais drawn and prepared to rush down the Kumo genin, who leans slightly forward before disappearing. My clone barely is able to keep up as in a whirlwind of claws and pure speed Yujito shreds through each cloud before appearing in the same location she had vacated. That's too much damage for me to repair without a severe chakra cost. I grimace before my eyes widen as Yujito once again disappears, claws extending as she appears over where I am hidden. You can't hide from me. Yujito warns before I am forced to dodge getting pierced from super sharp claws. Shooting up from the earth I flip, sliding across the arena floor, which had become more mud than magma from the deluge still impacting the arena floor. Yujito looks annoyed, glaring at me with lidded eyes as she flexes her clawed hand. This game is becoming boring, Sakura. If you cannot continue, surrender. Waiting down the clock and using stupid delay tactics won't save you. Coughing, I grin, advice from Yamato filtering through my mind. Most opponents, when they are sure of their victory, become surprisingly chatty. If you need to buy time, even a couple of seconds, trying to draw them into a monologue can save your life. Just like you delayed fighting me until I barely have enough chakra to stand? I wonder aloud, makes me wonder if you were too scared to enter the ring when I would be able to fight back. Yujito's pupils thin into slits as she almost growls. The objective is to secure the scroll, nothing else matters. Not impressing some audience or some rivalry with an opponent. You wasted your time playing into Kuratsuchi's pathetic eagerness to fight. You have only yourself to blame for me outsmarting you. I let my grin stretch into a smirk, one I had seen so many times on the face of my old friend. Is that what you think? That you outsmarted me? No, what happened is that everyone here was smarter than you. Claws flexing was the only indication that I knew my words had hit some kind of nerve, having to weave around several thrusts and swipes from the enraged Kumonin. In fact, I continue, disengaging from our brief taijutsu bout with a quick back paddle. I would say out of everyone in this arena, Kuratsuchi deserves the promotion the most. She at least accomplished all the goals of the mission, not just by paying attention to the prize. Her anger palpable now, I could see through my clone as nature chakra begins to diffuse into the air from the girl, almost as if responding to her emotions there was no other goal. The task was to secure the scroll by either removing all obstacles or staying till the 10th round. Nothing else matters. Wrong. I quickly riposte, evading several, now glowing, claw swipes, intercepting another with a kunai. Leaning in face to face with the girl, the mission was also to put on the best show that you could give for the entire village and beyond. You have failed on that by all accounts. What have you shown in this entire tournament? That you can be tricked by a genin from Suna, then hide like a coward when you realize you could not breeze through the rest of the genin present? You have already failed, Yujito. In a surge of natural chakra, I am forced to disengage as a cloak of chakra surrounds the girl, creating a nearly acidic field around the cat-like genin. I am going to kill you. Yujito growls with barely suppressed fury. Taking a deep breath, I give a small grin. Not this round, you're not. The 8th round is now over. Sakura Haruno has successfully kept hold of the scroll for 5 minutes. Meaning that Yujito now has only one chance to secure the scroll before she is officially eliminated from the tournament. The proctor announces. Yujito glares murder at the proctor, who flinches at the look before slowly turning around, the strange energy cloak still going strong as she enters her room. With the 8th round over, all contestants now only have a single chance to claim the scroll. As such, we now approach the final round. But surprisingly, Yujito is not the only one to enter the arena. Who? I wonder aloud, turning, my eyes widening to see the second figure entering the ring. Kuratsuchi, still looking like she was on the verge of collapsing, enters the arena, entering from the opposite side as Yujito. Slowly coming to a stop beside me, Kuratsuchi looks on at Yujito, whose scowl had only increased at the sight of 2 genin instead of 1. This entire tournament was supposed to be the climax of our rivalry. To prove to the world that we were the strongest and baddest bitches in the elemental nations. Kuratsuchi curses as she glares right back at the Kumonin. I already got my fight, but she thinks she can step in here and steal our thunder. With a small burst of chakra, her hand is engulfed in magma, heedless of the downpour all around us. So what do you propose? I question, eyeing the monstrous Yoton wielder. Well, I can barely stand on my feet now after what you did to me. Kuratsuchi bluntly admits with a careless shrug, but those damn medics won't stop me from at least making sure one of us wins this thing. You can control those clouds of yours without spending more chakra, right? Studying the girl for a few moments, I slowly nod. Then I provide the clouds, you use them to light this bitch up. Kuratsuchi states with a growl. Turning to look at the Kumonin, who was now rapidly approaching our position, I let out a deep breath. Agreed. Kumogakure. The three Kage are silent as they stare at the events unfolding in the arena, perhaps for the first time in their shared history. A Konoha nin and an Iwa nin standing side by side against a common enemy. The Hokage wore a soft smile as he gazes down at the field, where both genins stood against insurmountable odds, but remained strong in their determination. Perhaps, this is the start of something greater. Hiruzen muses, knowing how much one friendship could influence the future of a village. The aged Hokage glanced at his contemporary, Inoki, who was rubbing his forehead as he stares exasperated at the events unfolding. Perhaps the only two people left in the world who remembered what sparked the animosity between their villages were sitting in this booth, watching as the next generation pushed past over 50 years of animosity. Glancing back at his student and one of his best jonin, he knows they had realized the same thing. We may be witnessing the first historic battle of future Kages. Land of Grass. Come on! Are you sure this damn thing even works, honey? Kizashi mutters mutinously as he fiddles with wires and cords sticking out from the back of the small box. Mabuki huffs, of course it works. The seller has a great reputation and would never sell a faulty product. The problem is most likely you, Kizashi. Grumbling, the patriarch of the Haruno family finally snaps the cords in the correct place, prompting the television to turn on. The small screen displaying the scene in the Kumogakure arena in faded colors. Aha! I told you it would work, honey. Kizashi laughs. Ah. There she is fighting. Mabuki leans in eagerly as she notices her daughter inside the screen. On the small television, the two parents could see their daughter, looking beat up but alive, standing side by side with another girl with short black hair and a pixie cut. Oh, that looks bad. She murmurs. The two were fighting against another girl who looked completely fresh compared to their ragged states. I hate that we only just now get to tune into this, if we only just started watching when my girl is about to lose. Kizashi wails, clenching a fist with tears in his eyes. Calm down. Our daughter has a chance. That girl is never one to give up. Mabuki placates her husband as she keeps her eyes trained on the small screen. His mood instantly lightening, Kizashi nods energetically yes. Ever since that day 5 years ago, my daughter has truly focused on becoming the best shinobi ever. Mabuki scowls at her husband. Don't mention that horrid incident. I was afraid that it would scar poor Sakura-chan. The day after it happened she had been so distant and sad. Kizashi nods. Indeed, it was unfortunate, but it gave her the motivation to become a wonderful young woman. Mabuki nods with a sad expression on her face. It made her grow up so fast, it almost seemed like overnight our little girl became so mature. Rubbing his wife's shoulder, Kizashi refocuses back on the screen. Regardless of the past, she is our daughter. And now we should cheer her on with everything we have. Nodding with determination, Mabuki raises a fist as the fight starts. That's right. Go Sakura! Kick that girl's ass! With a soft smile, Kizashi cheers alongside his wife. Good luck, Sakura. Blue flames engulf Yujito as she approaches, her cat-like eyes narrowed as she approaches our position. Those flames are densely packed with nature chakra. I advise my temporary partner it's likely connected to whatever that aura is. Kuratsuchi nods, increasing her production of magma. Yeah, I know exactly what that chakra is about. She is probably the Jinchuriki of the two tails. Long story short, if you don't know about it. Big cat demon with fire said to burn with the intensity of hell. Don't get hit. She advises. Okay then. I think, bumping Yujito's threat level quite a few more notches higher. If this two tails was anywhere near the destructive power of an Endbringer, then they were in a lot of trouble. In a burst of speed, Yujito disappears, forcing me to dive out of the way as the red-cloaked Kunoichi spears the place I was seconds before. Kuratsuchi swings her arm down, attempting to grasp our opponent when in another burst of speed she was flung backwards with a kick. Spinning around, Yujito gathers a fireball in her hand before casting her Jutsu Katon, mouse hairball. In a burst of flame, several black orbs in the shape of mice burst forth, all honed in on my position. Ducking underneath the first orb, I focus on keeping my feet on the ground as small strands of what appears to be hair strike the earth with the force of TNT, completely decimating the cooled lava that now made up most of the arena floor. Landing safely as the jutsu ends, I noticed that Kuratsuchi was slowly getting up from where she had been kicked, her entire chest slowly mending itself from the force of the blow. Super speed, super strength, a special type of blaster power, and an unknown entity empowering her. I grimace, laying out all the advantages that Yujito held over them. If I or Kuratsuchi were at full strength, then other strategies could be used, but as it was, all we could do was evade and keep our distance. It was like fighting Alexandria except with fire powers instead of flying. Calling the remaining clouds I had available, I focus on powering them up, knowing I would only get one shot of each. At the same time, I focus my efforts in manipulating the chakra inside the steam clouds produced by Kuratsuchi. But none of that mattered as Yujito barreled towards me, seeking to take the scroll and perhaps take me out at the same time. Tanky formation, click flash. I mentally call, putting the storm clouds in front of me in a defensive formation, the weaker form of the Kirin sending countless sparks of electricity to intercept the Kumonin. Predicting what Kuratsuchi would do next, I dashed forward into the cloud, claws swiping at where my back was moments later, proving that was the right decision. Yotan, Lavin Cannon. Kuratsuchi roars, a large sphere of magma hurtling across the field towards our opponent. Landing beside me, Kuratsuchi catches me as I stumble, forcefully lifting me up. How much longer? She hisses in frustration as Yujito prepares to attack them again. Mentally going through the fight, I grit my teeth. Just under 4 minutes. This isn't working. It's just a matter of time until she gets the scroll, then we are toast. Out of the corner of my eye, I notice Yujito once again going on the offensive, turning into a red streak of light as she approaches. Click flash! Lava plume! At the same time, both Kuratsuchi and I launch our attacks, the two impacting each other in the air, becoming unstable as the superheated earth and lightning react, creating a large explosion in the center of the arena, sending shock waves of air across the arena. Yujito was blown backwards by the force of the attack, sending her flying across the arena and into the opposite wall. Wide-eyed, I glance at Kuratsuchi, who has a near unholy grin stretched across her face as she sees the destruction of our impromptu combo. Well now. Kuratsuchi cackles. This changes a few things. It's the same thing as when I used my earlier attack. I recall the sheer destruction caused by the black box formation. When the lightning hits the lava, it must cause some sort of chemical reaction, creating a much greater attack. As the dust settles, Yujito emerges, slightly bruised but otherwise unhurt. Behind her waved 2 threatening tails of energy, nearly blinding my Kensho clone with the amount of natural chakra packed inside. One last attack? Kuratsuchi proposes, going through 5 hand signs, wincing as she uses up almost all of her remaining chakra. With 2 clouds drifting near my shoulders, now packed full of charged energy to unleash, I nod, not like we have much of a choice. That shroud around her is getting stronger by the second. If we don't do something fast, then even at full strength we would be helpless. Agreed, use the strongest jutsu you can manage. I state, focusing all my remaining strength into the clouds. Kuratsuchi's chest swells and her cheeks puff as she readies her jutsu as I position my clouds. Yujito, recognizing what we were trying to do, spikes her chakra, natural chakra infusing into her at a rapid pace. Now! I call out, sending every particle of water I could get my hands on forward. Double Kirin. Yotan, burning volcanic ash. Blowing a plume of black smoke from her mouth, the dark cloud converges on the Kumonin, with my lightning soon following. The electricity streaks through the black mass, igniting the volcanic substance, creating a chain reaction that creates numerous explosions at once, all centered around Yujito, eventually converging together and sending a shockwave around the arena. Displaced air threatened to blast Kuratsuchi and I away, both of us having to dig our heels into the earth to avoid being forced back by our own jutsu. The 2 attacks had combined, creating a sun-like sphere of fire, burning brightly as the ash greedily ate the heat of the lightning. Raising an arm to cover my eyes, I watch through my Kensho as the nature chakra inside the sphere spikes, the amount of chakra pressing down upon everyone in the arena with how dense it felt. Is that? I take a step back as a shadow emerges from inside the sphere, 2 eyes glare down at us. One burning yellow and the other dark green, piercing through the bright light of our combined jutsu. The Nibi. Kuratsuchi whispers. For the first time I had known her, she was not looking confident as the jutsu diminishes, leaving a large plume of smoke rising into the air. But the remnants of our attack did nothing to hide the form of the demon. I had seen monsters in my life, from the Endbringers to Echidna, and even Scion himself, but this one was different than the ones I am used to. The Two Tails, as Kuratsuchi called it, took the form of a cat made out of blue and black fire the size of the Kage Tower. Then of course, its namesake, Two Tails weave lazily through the air. Taking one step forward, the beast roars, its voice echoing off the mountains of Kyumo as a small ball of condensed pure natural chakra gathers at its mouth, forming nearly 100 times the amount of chakra than what I saw in Yamato's Mokuton. We're dead. Kuratsuchi mutters in horror at the sight of the technique. I glance at the girl before looking back up at the force of nature that was about to barrel down upon us. Grimacing, I grab Kuratsuchi, knowing there was no other choice. In a flash of light, the condensed orb fires at our location, the resulting explosion canceling all sound in the arena as it expands, evaporating everything in its path. But in an instant, I disappear. Hiruzen gripped the seat of his chair, the wood cracking under his strength as he stares down at the bijou. This has gone too far, eh? I could accept her using the first and second stage of her cloak, but to bring forth the Nibi itself? Inoki folds his arms across his chest. You better hope Kuratsuchi survived that Reikage Dano. Because waver or not, if my granddaughter died, then you better prepare your forces. AI does not respond, staring down at the arena. That damn Hokage. If he thinks I didn't notice what that brat of his did, then he is a fool. Darui leans down and whispers in his ear. I still sense their chakra, they are fine. Nodding, he leans back in his chair. Do not worry yourselves. Your two pupils are alive. They were able to escape the blast, and fortunately for them, just in time. The 5 minutes were up. In a burst of blue fire, the demon disappears, revealing the unharmed form of Yujito, who ignored the silence of the crowd as she observes the arena, looking for her opponents. The arena was still full of smoke and dust from both the combined attacks and the last explosion from the Nibi, making it hard to see the arena. The proctor jumps down, turning to one section of the smokescreen, where two forms could be seen walking through. The winner of round 9 of the tournament and the winner of the Chunin exams is. The proctor trails off leadingly as I emerge, holding Kuratsuchi on one shoulder. The scroll still grasped in my other hand. Sakura Haruno of Konoha Gakure. Kyumo Gakure. The aftermath of the Chunin exams went by in a blur. Having secured the scroll in the 9th round and with Kuratsuchi passing out soon after, left me the sole standing genin in the tournament. From my chakra capacity training, I knew I was suffering from near complete chakra exhaustion and mental fatigue from spending the past hour constantly spending chakra and crafting strategies. Normally, shinobi fights lasted 5 minutes or so, but the tournament had gone well beyond that. But I forced myself to focus through the award ceremony, hefting the award plaque to the roars of the audience, the final words of the Reikage going in one ear and out the other. As I hold the trophy up, the light award feeling heavy in my hands, I feel my eyes start to droop and the sensation of falling overtaking me as the roars of the crowd gets drowned out. I passed out before even reaching the ground, never feeling the quick hand that catches me. Slowly letting my eyes drift open, I take a long moment to stare at the bland white ceiling, eyeing the painted surface as if it held some sort of secret. I don't remember when I made it back to the hotel bed. Perhaps when I had finally passed out I had been taken back to the hotel. But in a blink I had gone from the award stage to my room in Kyumo's hotel, tucked under the bed sheets. Light was streaming through the window, the blinds only barely managing to keep the midday sun from the room. Glancing down at the sun rays as they hit the bed sheets, I mentally go through some calculations, before inevitably giving up and looking for a clock. 11. How long have I been asleep? I wonder, spotting a clock on the far wall. Knowing that chakra exhaustion could keep ninja bedridden for hours to days depending on the severity, I had no way to tell. I would be content to lay in bed for a while longer, but the dryness of my throat and other problems forced me to sit up. Spotting a glass and a note on the side table, I pick up the water gratefully and drain it in one shot before reading the note. Sakura, Kabuto said you would be waking up today, so I wanted to inform you that the Konoha delegation will be leaving Kyumo tomorrow morning. Take all the time you need to rest and recover today. You have slept for 2 days, so you may want to run through some warm-up exercises when you wake up. Congratulations, Sakura, I am proud of you as your Jonin sensei. P.S. Haku wanted to see more of the village, so we may be gone when you wake up. Yamato. 2 days. I think with slight surprise, having not slept that long since I had first started training. But I was feeling rested, the desire to stay in bed more out of comfort than necessity, so with a slight sigh I peel off the covers and stand up to begin my daily routine. Moving through a series of stretches that I vaguely recall being like yoga on earthbed, I washed myself off and entered the kitchen to fix myself some toast. With a quick application of chakra, the slice of bread crisps instantly, letting me slather it with butter without much fuss. Pausing before I take a bite, I look out the window right as someone knocks on the door. Peeking through the eye hole, I quickly undo the latch and open the door, revealing the wizen face of the third Hokage, his signature hat resting on his back. "Ah, Sakura-san. It is good to see you up. We were worried." The third says warmly. Behind him Kakashi Hitaki was perusing a book, seemingly ignoring everything around him as he slowly went through the pages. "Hokage-sama, I thought you would have left for home." I state with a quick bow, "Please come in." I gesture lamely at the nondescript seating the hotel offered. "Thank you, we won't be long." I believe the Raikage is eagerly awaiting my departure. The third chuckles, as if a foreign leader being displeased at having him in the village was something to joke about. Sitting down in one of the Spartan-looking chairs, the Hokage places both hands in his lap, turning his full attention to me. "But before I left I wanted to see you, Sakura. Normally this could wait for our return to the village, but I found myself almost eager," he says with a warm smile before bowing deeply. A gesture I thought I would never see the powerful man give to someone of lesser rank. "Sir?" I ask questioningly, glancing at the sole other occupant of the room, but the famous Jonin gave nothing away, his sole visible eye covered by his book. "I wanted to thank you, Sakura. As intended or not, you have perhaps eased the way for a goal I have been seeking for the past 30 years. Hiruzen explains. "Across this village, and perhaps the world, everyone who was watching the third task saw you and Kuratsuchi standing as one, united. You relied on one another, and through this cooperation you proved yourself victorious." I fidget, uncomfortable at the praise. It was really nothing. Sitting up from his bow, the Hokage continues, "It was more important than you realize. In the history of our two villages, there has never been a case where our nin have formed a bond as strong as the one you share with Kuratsuchi. Much less with someone as influential as the Tsuchikage's granddaughter. It is very likely, I'd say almost certain, that Kuratsuchi will someday have an important position in Awagakure, possibly even a future Kage. Your connection cannot be understated in how important future diplomatic relations will be between our two villages." I lean back in my chair, soaking in the words that the Hokage spoke. To be honest, I had not been trying to secure some political alliance with Kuratsuchi, rather I had been using her as a benchmark for my own progress. As much as the village liked to tout me as its prodigy, the fact remains that I was not any more talented than others in the village. In reality, I was now nearing my 20s with an advantage that no one else seemed to possess. My passenger had granted me a power to learn the skills necessary to thrive in this world, but I was no natural genius. Kuratsuchi, on the other hand, was a true prodigy. She learned to combine elements and even go further than any ninja I had read about in terms of elemental manipulation by the age of 13. By comparing myself to her, I could see how far I needed to go and how strong I needed to become. I did not share a sense of rivalry like Kuratsuchi felt, but I could not lie to myself and say I do not have a healthy respect for the Iwa nin. "I see." I finally answer, looking back up at the Hokage. "If my friendship with Kuratsuchi leads to a bond between our villages, then I am glad for it." Sarutobi smiles gently before standing up, placing his hat upon his head. "Just remember that you have done Konoha a great service, something that is not going to be forgotten." I walk with the Hokage to the door, who opens it before turning, glancing at me with a sly smile. "And Chunin Haruno? I do advise that you use the toaster for your bread. I find that using chakra leaves a bit of an aftertaste." "Good day." With a nod of his head, the most powerful nin in the land of fire leaves, Kakashi having already left without my notice. For a long moment I just stand there, slightly dumbfounded that had just occurred. Glancing down at my nearly forgotten toast, I sigh and drop it in the trash, hunting for the toaster. Kumogakure gates. "Are you sure you are feeling all right to travel, Sakura?" Haku asks as we stand outside the gates of the village, preparing for our journey back to the land of fire. "I am fine." I automatically respond, adjusting the spare jacket I had packed for the trip, finding it a tad too small. Kabuto glances over with a dry expression. "You had numerous burns, moderate blood loss, a nearly broken arm, a small concussion and severe chakra exhaustion. You will be in no way fine until we get back to Konoha and get you a week's worth of rest. Rolling my eyes, I stuff my hands in my pockets. I'm fine. Yamato walks up to the group. All right, our documents are all ready and we can depart without having to worry about anyone coming after us. Good. I really didn't feel like getting vaporized by a vengeful demon cat. Kabuto drawls. Before any of us could respond, a voice interjects. Is the heart-stopping bastard afraid of a wee little kitty cat? Kuratsuchi, now clad in a new chipao dress and a fur-collared jacket, leans against the gate, her father Kitsuchi speaking with the gate guard. With a slight blush, Kabuto pushes up his glasses. I knew you would survive it. Still hurt you, dick. Kuratsuchi growls before focusing on me. Don't think it's over between us just because you won against me, all right? You better be ready for the next time we meet. Technically we both have a Chunin exam win, so we will have to decide some other way to settle the score next time. How about a nice game of Janken? I deadpan, which strangely enough earns a facepalm from Yamato. Kuratsuchi snorts. Yeah. Maybe if it involves me punching you in the face. Haku takes this opportunity to speak up. I just wanted to apologize. I treated you unfairly back in the second task, and when I saw you help Sakura, Kuratsuchi interrupts the ice wielder. Yeah, I don't care. You were a good fight. Bit cheap, but your ice style is a good challenge. Get stronger and fight me again, it will be fun. Kitsuchi trudges over to our group, glancing down at his daughter. It is time to go, Kuratsuchi. Inoki decided to fly back to Iwagakure since you wanted to say goodbye. A blush now spreading across her face, Kuratsuchi glares up at her father. Shut up, Dad. That damn old midget just abandoned us here out of his own spite. Not because I wanted to say goodbye. Turning back to glare at us, she points dramatically. Next time I will crush all of you. You better train like hell so it will not be boring. With a huff she leaps into the air, Kitsuchi following with a long-suffering look and a roll of his eyes. Let's just go. I mutter, exasperated. The Hokage may think my connection with Kuratsuchi would lead to peace in the future. But in my opinion, all it would lead to is a different type of conflict. Though perhaps. That does not have to be a bad thing. Konoha. And that's what happened. I finish, staring up at the clouds with a lazy stare, Shikamaru and Choji sitting on opposite sides of me. Choji was listening with rapt attention to my story of the Chunin exams, his cheeks puffed out as he continuously munches on some chips while Shikamaru listens with half an ear. Clearly interested but too lazy to focus. Troublesome. You fight against this girl all tournament and you end up in some tsundere relationship? You have to be making this up. Shikamaru drawls. Kuratsuchi is not a tsundere or in any sort of relationship. Shikamaru, I say. Rolling my eyes at his classic blunt personality. She is just a girl who probably has never had much competition, enjoying it for the first time. I really wish I could have seen the tournament though. We had a big test that day. Choji says with a sigh. They always hold a big test when the Chunin exams rolls around. They want to try and keep it from academy students. They don't want us getting ideas or trying techniques out of our reach. Shikamaru yawns. Huh. I state, blinking at that information. As a matter of fact, I distinctly remember having an intense paper on Konoha history around this time when I was in the academy. But forgetting about the Chunin exams for a moment, what are you planning on doing, Sakura? Shikamaru asks, gesturing towards my new green vest I was wearing over my black bodysuit. As a Chunin you can have much more freedom than a genin. You could join the research corps, or some other nice cushy job. I looked down at my vest, which I had been given soon after arriving back in Konoha. I think I will continue working with Captain Yamato. We have good synergy together and I still have a lot to learn from him. I admit. Makes sense, you still are only our age after all. I doubt many of the shinobi branches would want someone so young. Choji comments. Blinking I glance at Choji. That's right. Speaking of which, when is your graduation? It should be this year, right? Shikamaru groans. Don't remind me. Yeah, in a couple of months we will all be genin and suffer through rigorous training and harsh wake-up times without even having summer break to look forward to. Chuckling I turn to look back up at the clouds. Well, I am sure you two will be fine. Your clans often pair you up together, right? I read that your fathers were quite the team back in the day. Shikamaru shrugs. Yeah, though I am not really sure if that will happen. Usually it's a clan combination that has worked in the past, but Ino pretty much has the Rookie of the Year position nailed down. So she may not be on our team. Not that that's a bad thing. He mutters mutinously at the end. So what will happen? I ask with a raised brow. Shikamaru shrugs, likely that the Yamanaka clan will provide some other genin for our team, or maybe the formation will be broken up. Who knows? I see. I mutter. Getting up from my position on the hill, I check the time, noticing that it was nearly time for dinner. Well, I have a mission tomorrow with Yamato-sensei, so I will be gone for a few days. I announce, trying not to get into any more trouble. Shikamaru has the gall to look mock offended. We do try to stay out, but usually Naruto drags us into it. We can't help it. Choji nods, a solemn look on his face as he plays along with the Nara. I am sure the prospect of skipping class really has to be enforced upon Yoshika. I deadpan before making my way down the hill with a wave and farewells exchanged between us. Walking through the village, I let my fingers brush against the feeling of my flak jacket again, a small smile worming its way on my face. It was tangible proof of not only my growth, but also of my efforts to leave the life of Skitter, Weaver, and Kefri behind. I was no longer some warlord or team leader of a superhero team. I am Taylor A. Bear and Sakura Haruno, Chunin of Konoha. Konoha, Hokage's tower. So it is that time of year once again. Hiruzen muses out loud, staring down at the list of forms that contained the information on the prospective genin of the graduating class. The third and his closest advisors were currently seated in one of the many meeting rooms of the Kage Tower. The door and walls sealed to block any noise or prying eyes from overhearing their discussion. An interesting crop of genin this year. Each of the major clans represented, many of them clan heirs as well. Hamura Mitokado, head counselor on shinobi affairs, murmurs while looking over at the files provided to him. It will be difficult to balance the teams this year. You say that like it is easy every other year. We are deciding the future of these shinobi. It should never be an easy decision. Koharu Utatane, head counselor on civilian affairs, states with a reproachful tone to her old teammate. Danzo Shimura, personal advisor to the Hokage, does not say anything, content to examine each sheet methodically as he memorizes each entry. Hiruzen offers a small smile to his oldest friends. Yes, but I believe one of our duties has been done for us. Shall we reunite the Inoshika-cho team once more? The Hokage places the three files next to each other on the table in front of him. Hamura frowns as he stares at the three. Normally I would agree without much fuss, but the fact remains that our Yamanaka this year has become Rookie of the Year, barely scoring higher than Sasuke Uchiha. In fact, would it not unbalance the teams to place her with these two? The meteoric rise of Ino Yamenka had been watched closely by the higher-ups in the village. Her sudden interest in training and bettering herself was speculated to be in part from her relationship with the now Chunin Sakura Haruno. Koharu snorts derisively. That formation has always been unbalanced. But it is too effective to do without. Need we remind ourselves that these kids are the offspring of not only Shikaku but also Inoichi and Choza? All three of them have become powerful shinobi and some of our best. And combined are one of our strongest teams. If we could have a second generation of such a team, we would be fools to pass it up. Hiruzen nods at both points. I agree with Koharu. It may give us some difficulty balancing the teams, but the reward will be more than worth it. Which forms our first team? Placing the three files into a stack, Hiruzen moves on through the pile. Next we have our shinobi of the year, Sasuke Uchiha. An exemplary student, for the most part. Sarutobi sighs. Sasuke Uchiha was a sore subject for the four of them for a number of reasons, many filed under with Konoha's darkest secrets. But now was not the time to bring up old wounds. For the most part he has excelled in all areas. But last year his attendance began to decline as he would skip class to train. Hamura notes, I would say despite his history this team is also quite clear. As the highest scoring male he should be placed with the lowest scoring of the class. Which would be Naruto Uzumaki. I still can't believe that Brat had the gall to actually break into the tower and steal that scroll. It is an embarrassment. Koharu sighs, but I will admit on a pure objective standpoint his talent for subterfuge is a welcome, if unexpected, attribute to the boy. Hiruzen gives a small, if proud smile at the thought of what the boy he considered one of his grandchildren had accomplished. It was not every day an academy student managed to infiltrate the tower, knock him unconscious, learn a forbidden jutsu in under an hour, and then manage to defeat a traitor. Oh yes, Naruto had quite clearly earned his headband. Danzo finally decides to speak, looking up from the files in his hands. The boy has always been quite skilled at subterfuge. While unconventional, many of his skills mirror those of infiltration specialists. The Kagebunshin Jutsu makes his future quite promising, not to mention his passenger. Hiruzen sighs. It is unfortunate that we cannot give him the training he is so clearly suited for. With the demon that lays within him, I am afraid the only role he can play is a frontline specialist. Any other path would be a waste. Then we have Sasuke with Naruto, which means we must decide one more since Ino will not be on their team. The 4 village elders sort through the files, reading each genin carefully. Hinata Hyuga is a candidate. Koharu offers after a few moments. While her scores are much lower than our Yamanaka, her future potential could mesh well with the other two. Unfortunately, I do not believe that would work well. The Hyuga clan has requested their heir be placed with Kurina Yuhi, as the girl sees the Jonin as a mentor already. Hiruzen states, and unless we wish for her to teach Team 7, then she will have to be in a different team. And I assume Kakashi will be the one to teach Naruto and Sasuke? Danzo questions. He is the one in the village who has the most claim to teach them. Of course. While on the surface Kakashi's Sharingan will be good for Sasuke, his connection to Naruto must also be taken into account. Koharu replies. Which then leaves the question of who else to place with them. None of the other genin really complement their team. Hiruzen murmurs. Kiba Inuzuka and Shino Aburame complement each other too much for them to be separated, and the rest of the class will need much more intensive training than they would receive placed on a team with Naruto and Sasuke. Once again the room descends into silence as the 4 consider the issue. After a few moments Danzo speaks up. I may have a potential candidate. The 3 look towards the advisor before Hiruzen narrows his eyes. Who would you suggest, Danzo? Placing a hand into his robes, the war veteran removes a photo of a girl, perhaps a year younger than the genin they were discussing. This is Katomi Shimura, the daughter of a relative of mine. I have been tutoring the girl in my spare time and she is quite skilled. The 3 look the girl over, finding the resemblance to the clan head. Katomi had black hair styled into waves of spikes that spilled down to her neck. With her lightly tanned skin and dark eyes, it was clear that she was related to the man in front of them. You sure she is ready to be a genin? Hiruzen muses, a hand on his chin as he studies the girl. He knew of her existence, of course, the girl at the top of her class and already demonstrating a great deal of skill in Kenjutsu. Danzo nods. She has already mastered the Academy 3 and knows a few of my clan sword techniques. Her intelligence is also exemplary, a good trait for a team with the other 2. Truthfully, Danzo admitted to himself that he had never focused much on his own clan, only interacting with the members to the bare necessity. But Katomi had been different, quickly demonstrating a skill with the sword and the shinobi life. He had even considered inducting her into Root, but this was perhaps a better solution. The girl would be able to grow strong under the tutelage of Kakashi Hatake and become much stronger than he could have made her under his own instruction. Sarutobi stares hard at his old rival, using his vast experience to try and divine the reason that Danzo would so willingly let one of his clan members out of his sphere of power. Hamura and Koharu do not comment, both knowing the history between the 2 and the importance of this decision. You see this girl as your successor? Hiruzen finally asks, glancing back down at the image. Danzo takes a long time to reply, his face cold and emotionless as he speaks. No man can live forever. The 3rd Hokage takes a moment longer to study the face of the head of the ANBU Black Ops before finally nodding in assent, placing the image of the girl next to the files of Sasuke and Naruto. Very well. Team 7 will consist of Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Katomi Shimura. Target is in my sights. Do we have eyes on any potential reinforcements? Negative, I do not see anyone in the vicinity. Do you see any of the missing genin? None. Move to engage, capture the target alive. We can bring him back to Konoha for interrogation. Heard. I mutter into my mouthpiece, my mouth twisting into a grim line. We were at the border of Fire Country and the Lane of Grass, having received a mission to respond to the distress call of a team of genin that were attacked by an unknown assailant. Setting out as fast as we could, we made it to the ambush site, only to find no traces of the missing squad, only the remains of a battle. Tracking down the ambusher was difficult, but with a combination of Captain Yamato's Mokutan and my own talents, we had finally tracked him a few miles away from the Land of Grass. With the disappearance of our ninja, that raised the urgency of this mission from a C rank to a B rank. Landing silently on a branch, I pull out a black orb from my pocket, staring down at the shinobi who was walking down the road. He was certainly not trying to be inconspicuous. Wearing a full face mask and a black bodysuit certainly screamed that he was not an average civilian. Tanky formation, marble. I mentally focus as I throw the black orb into the sky, the thin film of chakra containing it breaking as I do so, releasing the cloud that was contained inside. Now! Yamato! I call out, hurling myself down from the tree, flipping 2 kunai into my palms as I dash towards the shinobi. Out of the shadows, Yamato goes through several hand signs before pressing his palms together, the ground bubbling as roots surge upward, trapping the ninja within their embrace. Tanky! Click flash! Out of the now large cloud floating in the air, numerous sparks rain down, hitting the ninja trapped within with the force of a small taser. Reaching the knee, I slam the hilt of the dagger into the man's skull, ending his struggles instantly. Target secured. I stayed unnecessarily towards Yamato as the roots binding him thin and turn into rope, securing the prisoner for transport. Yamato approaches our captive, searching his pockets and any hidden compartments for any weapons, tools, or identification. No headband, or a shinobi card for that matter. Yamato murmurs as he lays the man's items on the ground. The supplies suggested that the man was on a long-term mission, with food scrolls and other provisions sealed away on his person, with a small arsenal of kunai and shuriken. But other than the basic necessities, it was impossible to tell his origin from the items alone. It is out of our jurisdiction now. Tandy will have to deal with him. Yamato states with a scowl. I scowl. I hated to agree with Yamato, but he was right. If we stayed to look for the missing genin, then our prisoner could escape or reinforcements could arrive. Our only option was to secure the prisoner and return to Konoha and hope the specialists there could extract the location of the missing squad before it was too late. Yamato picks up the prisoner by his bindings, before we both disappear in a shunshin, nearly flying through the trees as we make our way back to the village. Hokage Tower, Konoha. The atmosphere in the room is tense, the third Hokage glaring down at the report on his desk as Shikaku Nara and Inoichi Yamanaka look grim. This is a travesty. Hiruzen states, anger palpable in his voice. This is the 4th incident in the past few months where our genin teams have been attacked by unknown and unaffiliated nin. And this is the first time they have succeeded. I remain silent as the Hokage forces himself to calm, resting his chin on his hands as he stares down at the reports from our missions and the report from Tandy. We have secured the genin schedules and locked down our mission reports after the first incident. Yet we keep hearing reports or forced to send ninja after assailants who attack our patrols. Shikaku states, while I would say that 1 or 2 incidents are just unfortunate coincidences. The third and now this suggests a much deeper connection. Inoichi picks up his report from the desk, glaring down at it. Unfortunately, we were not able to glean much from the man's mind. He had a seal placed on him that destroyed his mind the minute we searched through more than his surface thoughts. We were only able to glean a few things, one of which I believe shed some light on these events. Hiruzen turns to the head of the Yamanaka clan, his face grim. So it is true, Orochimaru is on the move. Yamato releases a small breath of air, a near-dramatic gasp for a shinobi of his caliber. I glance at him with concern, knowing his past trauma with Konoha's most notorious criminal. Inoichi places the file on the desk and begins rearranging the numerous pieces of paper. Over the past 2 years we have heard whispers and some concrete evidence of Orochimaru's whereabouts and activities, all of them antagonistic to Konoha. First, there was the incident where Team Yamato discovered a device that we suspect designed by Orochimaru himself. Placing another file next to the first, he continues. Then over the past 2 months, border teams 98, 46, and 112 all faced mysterious assailants, but were able to fight them off. Now with the retrieval of the prisoner, we know for certain that Orochimaru is somehow involved. Shikaku steps in. We also have another prisoner who brought us to this conclusion. Former academy teacher Mizuki has been confirmed to be a low-level agent for Orochimaru, working to gather intelligence on our students. In fact, if it was not for Naruto Uzumaki and his sensei, Iruka Umino, we would perhaps still be in the dark of this connection. Naruto? I blink at the name, remembering the orange-wearing prankster from my time at the academy. I had heard of an incident at the village while we were out on a mission, but it surprised me to hear that the kid had successfully taken down a traitor. While Mizuki had little to no information on Orochimaru or his inner workings, he revealed enough to know that he was not alone in his work in Konoha. Which means, Yamato mutters, realizing what the Jonin commander was getting at, that we have another traitor in our midst, one skilled enough to be able to surpass our security and learn the patrol routes of our genin teams. Hiruzen reveals with a grimace. The five of us digest that information in silence, each disturbed by the information that a spy could have delved so deep into the village that they could gain access to such sensitive information. Which is why I am at this moment halting all future missions for Team Yamato. Hiruzen announces, turning to the two of us. You two have proven exemplary as a tracking and investigation team, which is why I am now giving you two a long-term S-ranked mission. With steely eyes, the third Hokage stares at both of us in the eyes. Find the traitor!
Thank you so much for taking the time to listen. I truly appreciate your support. If you enjoyed this content and want to see more, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and stay tuned for future updates. Your support means the world to me.